Chapter 1. A Sacrificial Offering. In a remote mountain location. On this pitch-black night, the desolate cabin in the wilderness stood out starkly. The shattered windows swayed in the night breeze, creaking. Inside the cabin lay a profusion of incense candles scattered across the floor, their flickering flames casting erratic shadows. Blood extended from outside the door into the interior, where white candles stood erect in a chaotic arrangement, forming a massive hexagonal blood formation drawn in crimson. At the center stood a woman, clad in a tattered white slip dress, her attire soiled with mud and sweat. Her hair clung in clumps to her skin, matted and unkempt. Most striking was the long, deep brown gash upon her arm, a stark contrast against her pale skin, from which dark red blood flowed incessantly, dripping from her fingertips and merging into the blood formation. The woman remained motionless, her gaze wild yet obsessive, murmuring incantations under her breath. Suddenly, countless dark shadows flickered on the walls, clawing towards her position, the sound of shuffling adding a sinister tone to the eerie silence. Why? Why has it not succeeded? Upon sensing the shadows, the woman's eyes widened in terror as she muttered to herself. Grasping a candle, she frantically waved her injured arm, shouting, "Do not come closer. When will you appear? Why? Why?" The shadows crept ever closer, their reflections revealing glinting fangs even in silence. An ominous aura enveloped the air. The outermost candle flames began to flicker and die. "Stop!" the woman shouted, heedless of the glass shards beneath her feet, frantically attempting to reignite the candles. Blood from her arm flowed more fiercely with each frantic step, quickly saturating a small patch of the floor. The blood trails connecting the candles blurred beneath her bloodied feet. Her expression was one of mania as she swayed to light the candles with each extinguished flame. The shadows drew nearer. She fixated on the now indistinct blood trails, suddenly erupting into manic laughter. "It's over. It's all over." In that instant, a pale blue tendril shot up from the ground, gripping her calf, a bone-chilling coldness seeping into her marrow. As the last candlelight in her hand extinguished, the shadows erupted in mocking laughter. "Hee, I've caught you." The voice was sharp and malicious. Instinctively, she recoiled, despair consuming her as she fell to the ground, a soul-wrenching pain twisting in her mind. She coughed up blood, the candle rolling from her grasp into the corner, her consciousness fading, leaving only a bitter smile. Such is my life, a life forever decaying. In the next instant, the imagined tearing sensation did not arrive. Instead, a vague luminescence appeared before her. As the bloodstains on the ground began to vanish with the appearance of the light, the candle flames flared brightly, while the surrounding shadows let out anguished howls, dissipating into nothingness. "Thou, why dost thou summon me?" A melodious and clear voice gradually emerged, cleansing the murky air of its sinister essence. In midair, a phantom flickered, elusive and indistinct. She had succeeded. Beneath the brilliant moonlight, the disheveled woman in the white dress, summoning her last vestiges of consciousness, weakly raised her injured arm to point at the apparition. "I wish to offer my soul as a sacrifice, that those who have unjustly tormented me may meet their deserved end. Cause and effect are reciprocal. I have wronged thee, yet thou may grant another's wish." The phantom's expression held a tinge of compassion, conveying deep regret. Her voice flowed like a babbling brook, crystalline and enchanting, causing a tremor in the heart of the white-dressed woman. The light of obsession in her eyes gradually faded as she despondently lowered her arm. She understood, "I have wronged thee," indicating that within the bounds of causality, she could not act. She was apologizing to herself. But why? Why could her voice penetrate my long-standing malice? I had summoned a malevolent being. After all, her lips trembled, a mixture of pain, despair, and relief, tears rolling silently down her cheeks. "Will those who bullied me receive their rightful retribution? Thy wish shall be fulfilled." No sooner had the phantom's words left her lips than the woman in white calmly lowered her arm, a sense of harmony and tranquility enveloping her. In an instant, a brilliant golden light flashed, slicing through the inky sky like a sword, illuminating the earth. Upon closer inspection, the golden radiance was laced with an eerie red hue. Quick search! A group of individuals brandished flashlights, scanning the surroundings. "Don't let her escape. Hurry! That little wretch must be this way." A plump, middle-aged woman, her face a mass of flesh, directed those around her with hands on her hips. Some among the crowd voiced their discontent. "Aunt Zhang, we rushed out to find someone without even a sip of water. You can't treat us like your personal cattle." Exactly. Indeed, dissatisfaction grew among the crowd. Upon witnessing the uproar, Aunt Zhang threw a tantrum, collapsing to the ground to wail, "Oh, my dear husband, since you left, these people have bullied us, an orphan and a widow. May you never find peace. For the sake of this village, I sacrificed everything, and now they turn their backs." The outcry escalated. The crowd felt increasingly awkward. "Enough! Stop crying." The village head, standing at the forefront, spoke up, his headache worsening from her tears. He waved his hand. "Aunt Zhang, get up." Turning to address the crowd, he preached, "In Hahuan village, we must unite. Do you think you want to face similar situations in your own homes in the future?" After his reprimand, the clamoring voices fell silent. No one dared to oppose the village head, for he held the highest authority in Hahuan village. Aunt Zhang, seeing their chastened expressions, smirked in triumph as she rose, brushing off the dirt clinging to her backside. Suddenly, a tall man beside the village head exclaimed, "The lights are on at Old Sheen's house. Quickly, quickly! That little vixen must be over there." Aunt Zhang gazed in that direction, leading the charge, her body jiggling with each step. Her ample form hindered her movement, and after a few strides, she halted to catch her breath. Looking around, she noticed that the villagers of Ahuan had not followed. "Village head, if we don't hurry, shall escape." Aunt Zhang stomped her foot anxiously, oblivious to the villagers' strange reactions. "Village head, that's Old Sheen's daughter." A tall man beside the village head wore an expression of conflict, hesitating to speak. The other villagers remained silent, their thoughts varied, their faces betraying a hint of fear. "Village head," Aunt Zhang urged loudly once more. "Let's go." The village head's tone brooked no argument, a shadow of gloom crossing his gaze. "Village head," some behind him stuttered, attempting to object. The crowd moved forward in a tumultuous procession. The cacophony of footsteps and shouts echoed harshly in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth, illuminating the sky as if it were noon, leaving the crowd squinting against the brightness. Chapter 2. Hahuan Village. The girl lying silently on the ground abruptly opened her eyes, a strange red glimmer flashing within, only to vanish in an instant, leaving an unsettling chill in its wake, as if it had merely been an illusion. Jingli raised her injured arm, staring blankly at the wound upon it. She stood calmly, the sharp pain in her foot causing her brow to furrow, as unfamiliar memories began to surface in her mind. She took a few stiff steps, surveying the disarray of the room. The white candles stood quietly upon their holders. The bloodstains that had once marred the floor had vanished, and although her arm bore a deep gash that exposed bone, it no longer bled. Jingli closed her eyes, attempting to organize the chaotic memories swirling in her mind, her fingertips twitching slightly. The spiritual energy in this world is surprisingly weak. So, I've been dead for quite some time. After a moment, Jingli let out a silent sigh. Indeed, this life has been rather tragic. No wonder the soul-devouring formation was employed. The soul-devouring formation, as its name suggests, is hardly a benevolent term. It is a form of dark sorcery, a sacrificial rite to summon malevolent entities from the abyss, forging a pact to fulfill the desires of the one who offers themselves. Should the ritual fail, countless wandering souls will devour the essence of the sacrificial offering. This method is indeed among the most nefarious of sorceries. Jingli scoffed softly. Yet here I am, summoned. Is it fate or mere coincidence? She cast a glance at the wooden beam above the door, then shifted her gaze, standing still to acclimate to a body that was not her own. To her surprise, it fit as though it were made for her. Her index fingertip began to glow faintly, golden light tracing incomprehensible symbols in the air. As the final stroke fell, a golden rune shot into Jingli, strands of golden light clinging to her wound. The wounds of various sizes on her body were visibly beginning to heal, and the golden light had vanished without a trace, leaving only the injury on her arm unchanged. Upon closer inspection, golden runes flickered within it like shadows. "They have arrived," Jingli remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she spoke. She opened the already shattered window and gazed calmly at the group of people in the distance. The group walked while conversing among themselves. What was that just now? That direction is the old Qin family. The golden light shone brightly. Could it be? It can't be the old Qin's daughter. A dozen voices chimed in, whispering their speculations, their faces reflecting a growing pallor, as if a taut string was stretched tightly in their minds. Silence. A tall man beside the village chief suddenly bellowed, cutting through their chatter. He glanced at the chief's expression before continuing slowly. Our village is under protection. Have you forgotten who safeguards you? His words were sharp and unyielding. Whoever speaks recklessly, spreading unfounded rumors, I shall cast them out of the village, never to return. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged fearful glances, their eyes filled with dread, rendered mute. To be cast out of the village was akin to signing their own death warrants. Everyone knew what awaited them beyond the village. Even the usually boisterous Aunt Zhang dared not press further. The atmosphere became tense, punctuated only by the creaking of withered wood beneath their feet. Seeing that no one dared to speculate further, the village chief's ashen face softened slightly as he took on a more conciliatory tone, stating, "We are all residents of Hahuan Village. Unity is our strength, enabling our chief to lead us further. I do not wish for anyone to mention matters detrimental to the village's stability. Of course, as long as everyone abides by the village rules, all that you desire will be within your reach." After the village chief's admonishment, the villagers seemed to recall something, casting aside their previous thoughts. Ah! With keen eyes, Wang Ergu spotted something ahead, seemingly witnessing something horrifying. His face turned ashen, and he panically swung his flashlight in all directions. Ghost! There's a ghost! He trembled, pointing towards the wooden hut as he stepped back. Where's the ghost? Ah! Where is it? Aunt Zhang, startled, quivered and shrank back into the crowd, but her ample form did not allow her to blend in completely. This sudden shriek startled everyone, and the tall man reacted swiftly, raising his flashlight towards the wooden hut. Upon seeing the scene, his pupils dilated in shock. His heart raced as if about to leap from his chest. The wooden hut was in a state of disrepair, overgrown with grass taller than a person, obscuring the doorway. Dim candlelight flickered through the cracks of the dilapidated structure, barely illuminating the surroundings. A white figure stood at the window, appearing and disappearing under the flickering candlelight. In the stillness of the night, anyone witnessing such a sight would be filled with dread. Ghost! One person, following the beam of the flashlight, fainted on the spot. The old Qin's daughter has come for revenge. Run! Those with timid hearts muttered incoherently, desperately attempting to flee backwards, only to be seized by the tall man. That is a human, not a ghost. Whoever speaks recklessly shall face my wrath. The frightened villagers steadied themselves, noticing that the village chief showed no signs of movement, forcing their trembling legs to remain rooted in place. The chief narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the window intently. Jingli stood motionless at the window, if not for the slender shadow behind her. One might truly mistake her for a vengeful spirit. Her complexion, pale from blood loss, was nearly translucent, her long, dark hair disheveled at her sides, and her eyes devoid of emotion as she stared back at them calmly. Aunt Zhang, quaking, dared to peer out from the side, stealing her courage to look. Upon a single glance, she recognized Jingli. Fury ignited within her, dispelling her earlier fear. Ah! I thought some specter was trying to deceive me. It's merely you, you little wretch. Village chief, this is Dazwang's wife. Everyone must help me capture her. 50,000 yuan. Her life savings. Village chief, something feels off about this. The tall man whispered to the chief. The chief waved his hand dismissively. Let's not concern ourselves with that first. Capture her. Understood. The tall man beckoned a few men behind him to follow. Let's go. The chief regarded Jing Li with suspicion. The girl did not appear flustered as they rushed towards her. She remained still, as if patiently awaiting their arrival. The swift-footed villagers soon reached the doorway of the hut. Upon confirming that there was indeed a person inside, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They exchanged wary glances, seemingly hesitant to enter the hut. The tall man approached the sole window of the small dwelling, his demeanor impatient as he threatened. Will you come out willingly, or shall we drag you out? If we take action, you won't like the outcome. I advise you to comply. Only then did the girl respond slightly, turning her head. Are you threatening me? Her tone was as flat as a straight line, devoid of emotion. Yet her once beautiful eyes now seemed somewhat sinister. The candlelight within the hut flickered and slowly waned, and the atmosphere around the house grew increasingly eerie. Chapter 3. What if I do not go out? The tall man, with a taut scalp, shone his flashlight over Jingli, casting a glance inside the room. Noticing nothing amiss, he glared at her fiercely. Only then did Jingli deign to look at him properly. Upon meeting his gaze, she gasped, "Heavenly Spirit Palace is extinguished. You are surrounded by ominous energy. Misfortune looms. What nonsense are you spouting?" The tall man's complexion turned an ashen hue as he reached out to drag her out, only to hesitate, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, and he relented. "Lin, don't waste your breath on her. She is deliberately toying with your psyche. You mustn't." A shorter man, standing at around 160 centimeters, grabbed the furious Gao Lin, but Gao Lin quickly shook him off. The shorter man fell silent. Jingli shifted her gaze to the diminutive man and clicked her tongue. "The palace of offspring is shrouded in darkness. You still have children? This village is quite extraordinary." The shorter man was instantly consumed by rage. "You don't think I didn't catch your meaning? You are cursing me to be childless, you little wretch. Come here, you." Aunt Zhang's voice boomed, cutting through the air. She was not as swift as the others and arrived breathless, leaning against a sturdy tree, speaking in fits and starts. Even the village chief, over 50 years old, required assistance to reach the scene. Jingli turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, her eyes twinkling with a smile. It was a familiar face at last, Zhang Ronghua, the buyer who had taken her in after being sold by her adoptive father. Recalling her memories, she realized that her worthless father was hardly a virtuous man. Selling one's own daughter for 50,000 yuan hardly speaks of goodness. Her fingers twitched, and upon discerning something, her smile widened. Her worthless father was imprisoned. "You are in for a calamity." The village chief had just arrived when he heard the woman's calm voice. "You little wretch, how dare you curse me?" Zhang Ronghua fumed, her hands on her hips, ready to charge in. "Zhang Ronghua? Aunt Zhang." Everyone suddenly cried out, their faces reflecting a palpable unease, instinctively clutching their chests, as half of Zhang Ronghua's body slipped inside. Several white candles flickered out, and a chilling breeze swept through. Zhang Ronghua groaned, her face turning an alarming shade of purple, her eyes bloodshot. She struggled to produce a sound, her throat feeling as if it were stuffed with a sponge, rendering her voiceless. The villagers, witnessing her distress, were rooted in place, frozen in fear. "Quick, grab her legs and pull her out," Gao Lin yelled, seizing Zhang Ronghua's legs, calling for others to assist. His corpulent frame made it a struggle. Sensing the urgency of the situation, several villagers stepped forward to help drag her out. As she emerged, a deep purple bruise appeared around her neck. "A bruise! It's a bruise!" Villagers closest to Zhang Ronghua noticed the mark, dropping their flashlights in terror and scrambling backward. Everyone held their breath, instinctively retreating a few steps, shining their only source of light into the darkness. "Is there really a ghost inside?" Jingli observed Zhang Ronghua with an air of nonchalance. Her arms crossed as she stood at the window, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet audible to all around. How tragic. She likely won't survive the night, having just warned her of impending doom. It was a pity she did not heed the warning. Truly, being a good person in this world is a rare feat, Jingli murmured. The village chief's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. The villagers regarded the wooden house with trepidation. "If I do not go out, what then?" Jingli smirked, her tone light and playful. "After all, you wouldn't dare to enter, would you? Do you wish to come in and capture me?" Upon finishing her remark, she rubbed her hands together, her gaze glinting with unspoken anticipation. The villagers, seeing Zhang Ronghua lying half-conscious on the ground, dared not approach any closer. Hearing her words, Gao Lin trembled with fury, his face contorting grotesquely, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he might explode at any moment. He understood that this girl had undoubtedly realized they could not enter. Rather than linger in this predicament, it was wiser to leave quickly, as they could not stay here for long. The village chief turned back to Jingli and said, "Little girl, allow this old man to offer you a word of advice." His dark, stiff eyes shifted to one shadowy corner of the room, and he spoke slowly. "If you do not come out, you shall perish within." Jingli observed him calmly for a while before replying, "No need to trouble yourself. This old man bore the marks of a short life, his health waning despite being over 50. Here, in this village, even the solitary had offspring, while the short-lived appeared vibrant. Jingli moved her fingers slightly, golden threads of energy wrapped around her wrist, and her heart swelled with understanding. So it is. She casually glanced at the beam of the doorway, a peculiar smile gracing her lips, as if a weight had been lifted. Just as she turned her head, a sight that sent shivers down her spine invaded her vision, almost robbing her of her voice, as every hair on her body stood on end and her heart raced. In the nearby hut, as the girl in white stepped over the threshold, the candlelight extinguished completely, plunging the wooden house into an eerie silence. Behind her, a ghostly woman in red silk hung from the beams, her head facing the interior, yet her body seemed to face the girl. Two ashen hands emerged slowly from the crimson fabric, almost reaching for her. Suddenly, it seemed to sense the gaze upon it. The head, once turned inward, spun 180 degrees, revealing eyeless sockets that fixated on Gao Lin, a sinister smile stretching across its face, as if the corners of its mouth would reach its ears. Village. Chief. Gao Lin stumbled over his words, his mind nearly bursting, his chest burning with panic. Following the village chief, he was privy to certain truths, yet witnessing this was a different matter entirely, leaving him feeling utterly unnerved. The ghost in red seemed more interested in the one who could see her prey, her visage growing even more grotesque as she prepared to lunge forward. Chapter 4. The Most Powerful Spiritualist. Jingli at that moment, piercing screams shattered the air. A ghost. There is truly a ghost. The voices of the witnesses trembled with fear. As if on cue, the dim flashlight flickered erratically. Run. The village chief's complexion shifted from green to pale, caught off guard by the unfolding events, as he hastily produced a copper mirror and set it upright on the ground. She could not emit a sound, her gaze filled with malice as she watched the fleeing figures, blood tears streaming from her dark, hollow eyes, staining her pale, paper-like face. Once the group vanished from sight, she recalled her nearby prey. Her ethereal form twisted gracefully, her sharp, ashen claws lunging toward Jingli. Sizzle. The moment the ghostly hand made contact with Jingli, it was scorched black, the burnt remnants dissipating into black mist. With a deep sigh, she paid no attention to the ghost. This body was severely depleted. Merely consuming a sliver of her virtue had nearly drained her. The world as she knew it had transformed beyond recognition. Here, the spiritual energy was scant, yet her past merits were vast enough to convert into spiritual power to cast spells. Her, the body's original owner, had long since perished. She was the first spiritualist, Jingli, from millennia past. Spiritualists wielded spiritual energy to summon winds and rains, commanding the forces of nature and manipulating all things. Their abilities varied widely, but only Jingli had mastered the art of formations. Having been dead for many years, she was inexplicably thrust into this body. The faint pain from the scar on her arm reminded her that in order to truly be reborn, there were many tasks ahead. First, the wishes of the sacrificial individual. The life of the original owner, as gleaned from memories, was utterly wretched. However, since she was here, she would ensure that those who had wronged her would receive their due punishment. Karma was the one thing Jingli wished to avoid. This was also why she had initially been reluctant to fulfill the original owner's desires. Good deeds yield good fruits, while evil deeds bring evil consequences. In this world, everything operates on the principle of cause and effect. Meddling in another's fate without reason would not go unpunished by the heavens. In the past, she would have been indifferent to such minor repercussions. Yet now, she was already entangled in karma. Secondly, the backlash of her own karma. As a cultivator, although she had not willingly borrowed this body, she was still subject to the heavenly retribution. The soul-devouring formation was inherently malevolent, and the intensity of her punishment would likely be twice that of ordinary individuals who defied fate. Should she further disrupt others' fortunes in this world, her merits would no longer shield her. It would be exceedingly difficult to withstand such a blow without her strength restored. She needed materials to set up formations, to counteract the heavenly backlash, and in this village, she sensed the material she required. The 8 directions mirror, the origin of which was unknown. Jingli tore a strip from the hem of her dress, tying her hair that clung to her skin into a quick knot. She reclined on a rattan chair and fell into a deep slumber, completely forgetting the vengeful ghost still glaring at her from the beam. The black iron chains emanated a faint dark aura, preventing the ghost from advancing a single step. It's the village chief's home. His wife opened the door to find her husband's face clouded with anger. Her previously sunny smile froze in place. "Is something wrong?" she asked in a hushed tone. Gao Lin, still shaken, followed closely behind. He opened his mouth to speak but was silenced by the village chief's wife's glance, urging him to look toward the main hall behind her. Gao Lin leaned in to peer inside. The courtyard was small, and from the entrance, one could easily see the unfolding scene within. The hall is rather cramped, furnished with some simple wooden furniture. The furnishings are modest, with a long table, matching the length of the wall, positioned against it directly facing the door. Upon the table rests a bronze figurine resembling a doll, its black eyes swirling about in front of it. An incense burner is placed. 2 men and 3 women sit on small wooden stools, seemingly engaged in a heated dispute, oblivious to the bronze figure. A girl near the door suddenly springs up, her voice dripping with discontent. "What is this? Is this a place for humans to reside?" Her tone is quite agitated as she directs her ire toward the girl diagonally opposite her. "Chuxia, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be stuck in this place at all." The girl speaking is clad in a black windbreaker over a fitted tank top, paired with loose-fitting jeans, her tall figure appearing as if meticulously sculpted. Her exquisite and beautiful face is etched with impatience. "I didn't force you into anything," retorts the girl across from her, equally displeased. She is dressed in a mountaineering outfit, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Though her features may not be as striking, her cool demeanor leaves a lasting impression. Another girl sits quietly, clutching a large backpack, her downcast eyes lost in thought. The 2 men are testing a compass to check if it is functioning properly. Observing the escalating tension, a handsome youth with ink-brown curly hair interjects, "Qianqian, perhaps you should keep your comments to a minimum." "Cousin, what do you mean by that? Are you actually siding with her?" Nangong Qian pouts, glaring at the youth with evident displeasure. Chuxia, unable to bear the scene, interjects with a sardonic smile, "Nangong Qian, if you wish to leave, you may do so at this very moment." "Why should I? If anyone is to leave, it should be you." Nangong Qian, growing furious, unleashes a torrent of words. "Chuxia, don't think you can act recklessly just because Zhao Yinqing likes you. You're just a village girl. Without Zhao Yinqing, would you even qualify for the Royal Academy?" Upon hearing this, the man who had been studying the map and compass shifts from his previous amiable demeanor, his eyes now filled with a chilling intensity, radiating a barely contained hostility. "Qiao Feng, control your sister. Don't let her go off the rails." Qiao Feng hastily covers Nangong Qian's mouth, his own irritation evident. "Qian, if you continue this unreasonable behavior, I will truly cease to care about you." Nangong Qian emits a soft whimper, her eyes wide, as if wishing to bore a hole into Qiao Feng's head with her glare. Chuxia, meanwhile, scoffs derisively, "Fool." Chapter 5. Let us see what you do tonight. With her left hand on her hip and her right finger pointed at Qiao Feng, she continues her relentless tirade. "Don't think I'm unaware. You fancy this woman as well, yet she hardly gives you a second glance. Stop being a sycophant." Nangong Qian's words leave Qiao Feng visibly embarrassed. "Forget her, Qiao Feng. If she wants to leave, let her go on her own." Chuxia intervenes, casting a disdainful glance at Nangong Qian. Upon hearing the voice of the goddess, Qiao Feng feels even more humiliated, his facade nearly crumbling, and he is now somewhat angered. "What do you think you are? Do you believe? Nangong Qian, if you continue this tantrum, I will throw you out right now." Before she can finish, Qiao Feng interrupts, staring incredulously at him as he raises his voice. As the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, she is accustomed to having her whims fulfilled and has never faced such reprimand. Her eyes redden, tears welling up. "Fine, I'll leave." She wipes her eyes with her sleeve, her tone defiant as she strides toward the door. Feng Gu, the previously silent girl, stands up, wishing to say something. "Don't bother. Let her go," Qiao Feng declares loudly. Zhao Yinqing watches the unfolding drama with a cold indifference, while Chuxia maintains her expression of disdain. "Oh dear. Why is the young lady crying?" The village chief's wife strides into the hall, a smile plastered across her face. The village chief and Gao Lin follow closely behind her. Upon seeing Nangong Qian, Gao Lin's mind fills with thoughts, but the image of the vengeful ghost from his dreams sends him into a panic. So he quickly averts his gaze. The others merely nod politely at the newcomers. With her back to the village chief's wife, Nangong Qian pouts, struggling to hold back her tears. Noticing her distress, the village chief's wife takes her hand and comforts her. "Child, don't cry. Auntie will fetch you some water. We wouldn't want your pretty face to be all smeared with tears." Nangong Qian instinctively touches her face, then sighs in resignation. "I will be leaving. Look, it's nearly midnight. It's dark outside, and there are beasts lurking that could eat you." "Really? Is that true?" Nangong Qian seems startled, her eyes widening. "Of course it's true. Just a few years ago, a delicate girl like you ignored our warnings and went out at night. She was mauled by a black bear, and it was the woodcutters who discovered her the next day. It was horrific. Leaving behind only a few scattered bones, the village chief's wife speaks vividly, shocking the others. Even Zhao Yinqing furrows his brow. She does not give them a chance to refuse and heads towards the kitchen. During dinner, they share their experiences of coming to this place, explaining that the school organized a project and adventure activity, which they found online. Chuxia and Xiaofeng dominate the conversation, while the other girl contributes only a few words. And Zhao Yinqing expresses his gratitude in a polite but distant manner. Nangong Qian, still fuming, remains silent, even shedding tears over her food. The meal does not suit her palate, and she stops eating after a few bites. After dinner, Nangong Qian stops the village chief's wife, who is about to wash the dishes, lifting her chin slightly, her eyes still slightly red from crying, and defiantly states, "Thank you for your hospitality. I will be leaving tomorrow." She then huffs at the others. The village chief's wife warmly advises them to let her know if they need anything, her face radiating the affection of an elder toward her juniors. Gao Lin, however, seems to be in a daze, trailing behind the village chief and his wife into the back room. After whatever was discussed, he emerges with his composure restored, no longer appearing timid or frightened. The next day, Jingli is awakened by the cacophony, having slept restlessly due to the discomfort of the rattan chair. The ghost has vanished, leaving only tendrils of black mist wafting from the door beam. The trees surrounding the small house are sparse, allowing sunlight to filter through, indicating that the ghost fears strong light and is hiding within the beams. She rummages through the house, eventually locating the shoes left by the original owner. Flip-flops it seems they were called Warache in memory. She slips them on, her expression one of distress, as they pinch her feet. In a wonder, she had wondered why the original owner was barefoot upon arrival. She had assumed it was a peculiar preference, not realizing it was due to this uncomfortable footwear. How unfortunate that the original owner was so impoverished that she couldn't even afford proper shoes. Scoundrel father. How did she come to utter such a novel phrase? And the key was that she understood its meaning. Logically, being summoned from the soul-devouring array should not allow for the inheritance of memories. One merely needs to fulfill the summoner's wishes. After that, the summoner's soul would dissipate. So why can't she sense the original owner's presence? Jingli ponders, but decides to set it aside. There will always be mysteries to unravel later. The array master can read the fates of others, yet is unable to discern her own. Such is the nature of the heavenly way. Even the most adept sorcerers are bound by it. Jingli sits on the threshold, observing the commotion as they lift Zhang Ronghua's corpse. She is truly dead. After death, a body exhibits livor mortis, showing a purplish-red hue, yet Zhang Ronghua's skin is a deep brown, with only the marks on her neck appearing cyanotic. Her corpulent body looks as though it has been drained of blood overnight, resembling a desiccated piece of wood. The individual seems somewhat wary of this area. Ignoring Jingli as they hastily cover Zhang Ronghua with a white cloth and carry her away, Jingli pats her backside, trudging over in her flip-flops, unconcernedly kicking aside the 8-sided mirror that was standing upright. A slight smirk plays on her lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Let us see what you do tonight." Don't question her about why she didn't kick it last night. That ghost had been terrifying. And she was frightened too, in truth. She merely wished for a restful sleep. Regardless, she wouldn't be staying here tonight. She needed to find a better place. Even though it is daytime, the small house feels like a dark abyss. The rattan chair moving of its own accord, and in the deepest part, countless shadowy figures stand, their pale eyes fixated on Jing Li's back. Chapter 6. Is someone setting up a formation? Jing Li walks directly from the wooden cabin on the mountain toward the village. After numerous failed attempts to discern her direction, she channels her spiritual energy. Strangely, although she is a sorceress, Her sense of direction is exceptionally poor, especially considering she specializes in array techniques. Yet, when she casts spells, she exhibits a remarkable familiarity with her surroundings. Without any need for contemplation, she can accurately pinpoint the locations of various objects. Thus, Jingli strolls confidently down the main road of the village, hands clasped behind her back. When she first enters this village, a suffocating aura of malice envelopes her. It feels as if an eerie force has locked onto her, danger drawing near. The girl raises her right hand, palm up, her index and middle fingers slightly curled as she forms an elegant seal. Depart. The sound reverberates like an abyss brimming with boundless power, rippling outward in waves. The malevolence dissipates abruptly. The chin position. Northwest. Jingli lifted her gaze towards the distance, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile, her bright eyes shimmering under the sun, twinkling like stars. Could there truly be a formation? This world seemed unlike the one described in the memories of the original owner. It even harbored practitioners of arcane arts. Alas, this formation appeared rather weak on the surface. She deduced that the villagers were nurturing malevolent beings, worshipping them to fulfill their own desires. How unexpected! The once somnolent village awakened under the dawn's glow. Wisps of smoke curling from chimneys, the aroma of food wafting through the air, accompanied by the distant sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs. The entire village exuded an ancient tranquility, resembling a self-sufficient paradise. Jingli stood atop a nearby mound, gazing at the towering mountains in the distance, where trees obscured the sun. This was no paradise. The village was a vast graveyard. Women emerged from their homes to attend to their daily tasks. Upon opening their doors, they were greeted by the sight of such a charming young girl, prompting them to approach with enthusiasm. "What are you doing?" A man hissed in a low voice. "She's a woman. Not from our village. We only have Dogwa as our sole boy," he added. The women, still eager, grew anxious upon seeing their neighbors preparing to leave. The man tugged at the woman, his expression darkening, his tone laced with apprehension regarding her descent from the mountain cabin. The woman stiffened, losing her resolve to step outside, and with a frightened slam, shut the door. This scene played out in every household. With each step Jingli took, the sound of doors slamming echoed behind her. Each person's face marked by fear. Jingli stroked her chin, pondering whether she was being shunned. "Village chief, that woman has come down." Wang Ergo burst into the village chief's home, urgency radiating from him. Sweat beading on his forehead. "It's Dazhuang's wife." "What?" The village chief paused, his hand halting mid-puff of his pipe, the smoke obscuring his features, betraying no emotion. "She is still alive. Ignore her. Though that girl seems rather peculiar. She surely won't escape our village," the chief declared, setting down the pipe and patting Wang Ergo's shoulder. "What matters now is the approaching full moon. That requires our utmost preparation." "Understood." As Wang Ergo exited, he caught sight of Nangong Qian and her companions just stepping out of their house. Upon seeing Nangong Qian, his eyes sparkled. "No." The village chief turned to refuse him. Wang Ergo's face fell. "Why not?" "Last night, she was given to Gao Lin," he replied. Wang Ergo left in resentment, unwilling to accept his fate. "I'm leaving now, Nangong Qian was busy packing her dark green backpack, muttering under her breath about not wanting to be with them. "How unfortunate!" Qian, Aunt said a thick fog has rolled in over the mountains. "We must stay here for the week." "Stop throwing a tantrum," Xiao Feng admonished gently, though traces of irritation lingered in his tone. Nangong Qian bristled at his words. "What do you mean throwing a tantrum? If it weren't for your insistence on dragging me here, would I be stuck in this place? You assured me it was safe. Yet now you scold me." She regretted ever wanting a Ferrari. Although her family was wealthy, her older brother was strict and wouldn't allow her to spend money frivolously. Xiao Feng had lured her here with the promise of a Ferrari. "Stop pretending to be sincere. Go ahead and be your goddess's lapdog." Nangong Qian spat out her grievances. Xiao Feng, repeatedly called a lapdog, found no joy in the situation. He began to regret bringing her along, wondering if this had been a subtle hint from his goddess. Determined to leave, Nangong Qian's companions, except for Xiao Feng, ignored her, while only the village chief's wife persistently urged her to stay. Observing the village chief's wife's calloused fingers, with dirt trapped beneath her nails, Nangong Qian suppressed her discomfort, subtly avoiding her hand. Last night, the darkness had concealed the unsanitary conditions. But now she felt the reality was even worse than she had imagined. Causing her some distress, clutching her oversized backpack, she resolutely stepped out of the courtyard. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. The village chief's wife attempted to stop her but, upon seeing her husband's expression and the glances of others, feigned a sigh and relented. If she were to obstruct her deliberately, it might raise suspicion. With the full moon approaching, they would need these people. That girl would surely be dealt with by Delin. Last night, the old man had already briefed Delin. Not far from her exit, Nangong Qian felt the weight of her backpack pressing down, struggling to catch her breath. She crouched in a corner to retrieve her phone, her eyes brimming with tears. This desolate place still lacked signal. The thought that her brother had abandoned her left her feeling increasingly wronged. She, a young lady, had never endured such hardship. Embracing her knees, she sobbed quietly. Suddenly, Jingli peeked out from the corner. Startled, Nangong Qian jumped. "What are you?" she exclaimed, raising her phone defensively, hands crossed over her chest. Scanning the surroundings, upon spotting Jingli, she screamed. "Ah!" Jingli, equally startled by the shriek, took a step back. "How loud?" Nangong Qian cautiously repositioned herself, carefully standing while dragging her heavy backpack. "Are you a person or a ghost?" she asked, picking up a twig and pointing it at Jingli. In her eyes, Jingli, dressed in white, looked striking yet eerily reminiscent of a ghost. "Me?" Jingli pointed at herself, appearing contemplative, a tuft of hair sticking up adorably, "I suppose, in a way, I am both, after all." She had been dead for millennia, yet this body was indeed human. Nangong Qian. What is she even saying? How can it be both? Just then, a shadow flashed by. Chapter 7. The murder of the smuggler. Seeing the girl before her standing silently, Nangong Qian noted her eyes were like a deep, starry cosmos, imbued with a sense of compassion for all beings. Tentatively, she extended a finger to poke the girl, only to have her wrist seized firmly. The expected chill did not envelop her. Instead, she felt the warmth of human touch. "What do you want?" Jingli held onto Nangong Qian's hand without releasing it. "I won't go." Jingli's expression remained calm as she kindly warned. "Your fate and fortune are in conflict, heralding great misfortune." Jingli spoke earnestly. She had no desire to meddle, but this woman had ties to the original owner, i.e. the original memories, when the protagonist was beaten by classmates. Nangong Qian had intervened to drive them away. Who would have thought that such a domineering young lady would assist her peers? Jingli regarded the golden aura enveloping her, inwardly clicking her tongue at the stubborn yet soft-hearted girl. Had it not been for that golden light shielding her, she would have perished last night. Now, the golden light was intertwined with threads of black, suggesting her demise was imminent. "Hey, I kindly offer you a way out. And you refuse? Why curse me instead?" Nangong Qian felt frustrated. Why was everyone picking on her? "If you wish to live, follow me." After uttering this, Jingli turned to leave, intent on repaying the debt owed by the original owner. "I refuse. I want to go down the mountain," Nangong Qian retorted defiantly, yet internally, she was riddled with confusion. Who was this woman, cursing her upon their first meeting? How ungrateful. "Suit yourself," the girl's indifferent voice echoed in the air. Nangong Qian paused, a nagging intuition taking root within her. If she did not follow, she might truly meet her end. This girl exuded an aura of danger. That was why she had always disliked Chuxia. An inner voice warned her that this person was extraordinary. Last night, while at that wretched village chief's home, she had sensed an unsettling feeling, which intensified upon encountering the village chief again today, prompting her urgent desire to leave. Her second cousin had gone mad. She had quietly sought him out to escape, but he did not believe her. The girl had given her an oddly comforting sensation, compelling her to offer guidance. As Gao Lin approached, Nangong Qian hastily pursued Jingli, relieved to find the girl was wearing flip-flops, allowing her to catch up quickly. "Wait for me," she called, glancing back at Gao Lin with rising panic, fearing he might catch up and harm both her and this beautiful girl. Her face paled, thoughts racing, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Just as she believed he was about to overtake her, he suddenly veered in another direction. Nangong Qian sighed in relief as her racing heart began to settle. "What's wrong?" Jingli found amusement in her expression. That moment, Nangong Qian disregarded Jingli's earlier warning. Instinctively trusting the girl, She leaned closer and whispered, I know you don't believe me, but I sensed the man behind me had ill intentions. Thankfully, he has left. She anticipated Jingli would dismiss her concerns, accusing her of being overly dramatic. Instead, Jingli replied nonchalantly, I believe you. Nangong Qian's eyes lit up. She had actually said she believed her. Joy surged within her as if flowers were blooming atop her head. Ah, you truly believe me. I knew I would meet my destined companion. No, my destined goddess. She nearly leaped with joy. He was coming to kidnap you, to make you bear his child in 3 days. Jing Li's words were delivered matter-of-factly, yet they struck Nangong Qian profoundly. Of course, I was taken against my will too. Nangong Qian's expression momentarily shifted to one of astonishment. She had assumed this little sister was a villager from their community, only to discover that her plight was even more dire. There's no justice in this world. I must report this to the authorities. Jingli raised her index finger and shook her head. She understood what reporting meant. It was to alert the officials, but the authorities could not intervene. Here, there exists a gathering of malevolent spirits, and tonight, they shall receive their just retribution. Nangong Qian felt utterly perplexed by Jing Li's composed demeanor. She comprehended each word, yet when they coalesced into a sentence, she found herself at a loss. Nangong Qian inquired, then why did that man leave? Because he fears me, Jingli replied with a mysterious smile. Nangong Qian. This girl seems a bit narcissistic. Furthermore, I am the most formidable practitioner of the arcane arts. Upon uttering this, a trace of arrogance flickered in the girl's eyes. Nangong Qian. Her mind appears to be slightly unhinged. As they walked side by side, their pace was unhurried, almost languid. Jingli struggled to adapt to the flip-flops she wore, while Nangong Qian was fatigued. The burden she carried was simply too heavy. After following Jingli for what felt like an eternity, she could barely move. It seemed as though the girl was leading her in circles, prompting her to exclaim, How long must we walk? Why not accompany me down the mountain? I can have my brother help you find your family. After all, he is a policeman. We cannot leave, Jingli replied, still preoccupied with her surroundings. Why not? Nangong Qian plopped down on a stone stool. Momentarily disregarding her appearance, her throat parched and dry. Anyone brought here by the villagers would bear the mark of malevolence unless they survived a full moon. Jingli was willing to clarify. For this little girl had accumulated great merit. Assisting her could warrant a small fee. The full moon marks the day you are to be sacrificed. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qian felt a chill creep up her spine. What was she saying? And why did she use we? Was she not also a captive? Realizing something, she asked, Are we to be sacrificed? What about you? Me? Jingli chuckled softly, Of course not. Then why do you not descend the mountain? Nangong Qian pondered, suspecting she was merely trying to intimidate her. I remain here for a significant purpose. At this point, Jing Li's smile grew more pronounced as she gazed at Nangong Qian sitting on the stone stool. Nangong Qian, what grave matter could warrant such a smile? At that moment, her rational mind insisted on believing in science, yet her heart held a 9/10 belief in the truth of Jing Li's words. This cursed village is intent on murder and trafficking. Chapter 8. You are squatting on their heads. The more Nangong Qian contemplated, the more fear enveloped her. She attempted to rise and draw closer to Jingli but found her body rigid, unable to move or even utter a sound. The girl gently tapped her palm on Nangong Qian, and the suffocating sensation abruptly vanished. She sprang off the stone stool, crying out for help the instant she leapt down. She felt a lightness envelop her, her breathing becoming significantly easier. Something had been binding her, reminiscent of the eerie sensation from the previous night. If she had harbored doubts about Jing Li's words before, they had now evaporated entirely, and she regarded Jing Li as her anchor of hope. You were squatting on their heads. No wonder they were enraged. Jing Li seized the back of Nangong Qian's collar, intending to pull her away, but finding her grip too tight, she relented. Glancing at the terrain and the layout of the area, she noted the formation to the north, recognizing the low valley. No wonder their heads had been sealed here. What? Nangong Qian looked around in confusion, only to realize she had merely sat on a stone stool. Terrified, she clutched Jing Li's arm tighter, shrinking behind her as she asked, Is that the malevolent spirit? Yes and no. Then will it come to ensnare me? I doubt should we perform a ritual? In affluent circles, It was still common to conduct rituals and consult geomancers, and no need. It cannot emerge for the time being. Upon hearing Jing Li's reassurance, Nangong Qian's tense demeanor softened, and her grip on Jing Li's wrist loosened. However, in a few days, the situation might change. Seizing the opportunity, Jing Li tugged Nangong Qian down. Nangong Qian's scalp tingled. Could she not finish her thoughts in one go? First, we must go there. Jing Li pointed in a direction. The village chief's house is over there. Nangong Qian followed her gaze. All right. Her face bore an expression of reluctance. She had no desire to visit the village chief's residence, but after the recent ordeal, she preferred not to be alone. Thus, she obediently trailed behind Jing Li at that moment, within the village chief's home. Chu Xia and Zhao Yinqing had ventured out under the pretense of exploring the village, while Qiao Feng lay languidly in a chair in the small courtyard, soaking up the sun, and the quiet girl Yu Manwen kept her head low, striving to minimize her presence. Many people passed by outside, occasionally glancing in their direction. The village chief's wife, Zhou Hua, maintained her customary warmth. She was quite pleased with this batch of prey. Zhou Hua queried, "Where is that little girl?" Upon mentioning this, Gao Lin's anger flared, and his voice rose considerably. "She ran away, followed by that strange woman?" "Lower your voice." Zhou Hua smacked his head, casting a suspicious glance outside to ensure no one had overheard. Before continuing, "What do you mean by strange woman?" Had he not been frightened last night, he would not fear a frail girl. The village chief, smoking his pipe with his legs crossed, sat on the bed. His tone grave as he explained, "The girl spent the night in the wooden cabin on the mountain." Zhou Hua instantly understood, gasping, "Could it be that old Qin's daughter has possessed her? Surely she is not here for revenge." Gao Lin also felt a shiver run down his spine. "So woman, some things are better left unsaid. We have the protection of the copper god." The village chief rapped the edge of the bed with his pipe. His tone exceedingly serious. Upon mentioning the copper god, Zhou Hua's expression turned solemn. Indeed. Inside the back room, smoke filled the air as the village chief inhaled deeply, his face contemplative, concealing his thoughts. "Delin, tonight you will take a few people, armed with the copper mirror bestowed by the copper god, and find an opportunity to eliminate that woman." Gao Lin furrowed his brow, hesitating. "What are you afraid? How will you become the next village chief?" The village chief could not tolerate Gao Lin's lackadaisical demeanor and scolded him sharply. "I will go arrange for people right away." Contemplating his future as village chief, Gao Lin lifted his previously bowed head, his eyes glinting with malice. "Now that is more like it." He glanced at the pipe. "Go on." "Understood." Once Gao Lin departed, Zhou Hua spoke up. "Old man, are you truly going to pass the position of village chief to Delin?" The village chief had no sons, nor any offspring to continue his lineage. "What if we seek the copper god this year during the full moon, asking for a son? Many families have received blessings." Zhou Hua hesitated, uncertain. Each time this topic arose, she was met with the village chief's reproach. The village chief's hand paused mid-motion, not retorting as he usually did. Sensing an opportunity, Zhou Hua pressed on. "Since there are so many girls this year, we should consider the one from outside." She gestured towards Yu Manwen in the courtyard. "I'll think about it." The smoke from the burning incense should have dispersed, yet at this moment, it seemed to be drawn into the body of a copper figurine, vanishing without a trace. "Aunt Zhou, what are you praying for?" Qiao Feng entered the main hall, having come to check if his phone had regained signal. If so, he wished to call Qian, as he felt a twinge of concern. Upon entering, he noticed Zhou Hua kneeling on the ground, bowing to what appeared to be a figurine on the long table. "What is there to bow to? Is this a village custom?" Curious, he inquired. After reverently bowing 4 times, Zhou Hua rose, visibly displeased with the interruption. "Before the copper god, one must show respect." She scowled, clearly unhappy. "Copper god? Is this not merely a figurine?" He chuckled, examining it closely. It looked rather lifelike. Zhou Hua, unwilling to elaborate further, recalled his potential usefulness and donned a smile before leaving. As she exited, she crossed paths with Yu Manwen, who greeted her with even greater enthusiasm, causing the usually taciturn girl to lower her head further. Yu Manwen politely nodded and then hurried into the main hall, intending to speak to Qiao Feng. However, upon seeing the copper figurine, her complexion turned ashen, and her body began to tremble. Qiao Feng, still observing the copper figurine, noticed her unusual behavior. "Are you unwell? Do you have a fever?" He placed his hand on her forehead. Why you Manwen grasped his arm, urging him to bend down as she whispered, "There are 4 incense sticks there." Listening closely, he detected a tremor in her voice. "Manwen, what are you rambling about? It's just a figurine. Don't let your imagination run wild." Xiaofeng, oblivious to her concerns, brushed it off, yet as he spoke, his peripheral vision caught the copper figurine's mouth moving, and he abruptly turned to look. The more he stared, the more alarmed he became. Had its mouth not been pressed shut just moments ago? A wave of dread washed over him. The interior of the house, which had been significantly cooler than outside, now felt as frigid as a tomb, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 9. Why do you betray me? The burdens of a girl's belongings are indeed heavy, both literally and metaphorically. With a sigh, Jingli gazed despondently at her reddened feet, sore from friction. The original owner truly lived in poverty. After stepping outside, she must earn a good income, for in this world, survival is impossible without money. Following a wail of despair from Nangong Qian, the attention of numerous villagers was drawn to her, fearful of Jingli's peculiar demeanor. None dared to approach. Nangong Qian, her forehead beaded with perspiration, had her windbreaker cinched at the waist. She opened her backpack, retrieved a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to Jingli, swiftly gulping down another bottle without pausing to inquire about Jingli's plight. Jingli, holding the mineral water, felt a flicker of surprise. It reminded her of the water reservoir from her memories. After finishing her drink, Nangong Qian rummaged through her things and found her shoes, presenting them to Jingli with a flourish. "Here, these are exclusive to this young lady." Jingli, perplexed, stared at the shoes in her hands. What did she mean? Did she disdain the shoes of this young lady? They were new, and had it not been for the redness of her toes, she would have kept them for herself. It took her considerable effort to persuade her brother to buy them, costing 30,000. What a loss, a tremendous loss indeed. What is this? Jingli pointed at the Q-version figure adorned with diamonds. What else could it be? Diamonds. Nangong Qian assumed she spoke of the gems. Jingli shook her head. No, it's this. She pointed delicately at the pattern. Some rice? What about it? It's nothing, quite cute. Thank you, I won't let you perish. Jingli replied gently, fastening her shoelaces in accordance with her memories. Having taken another's possessions, she felt obliged to perform her duties diligently. The connection between the original owner and herself was not particularly profound. In theory, she could choose to ignore it, but this young girl appeared quite likable to her. Hemph. Nangong Qian observed as Jingli donned her shoes, wearing an expression that suggested Jingli had struck a remarkable bargain. Upon hearing Jingli's words, she flushed crimson, covering her heart with her hand, whispering to herself to calm down, reassuring herself that it was nothing, just a small girl, speaking thoughtlessly, not worth her ire. Let us go. They will come looking for us tonight. Jingli had laced her shoes and surveyed the villagers who hid and observed them. Who could it be? They always leave us in suspense, Nangong Qian thought. Her mind on the verge of explosion, Jingli spoke softly, "Tonight, the truth shall be revealed. We are headed to a certain place." As dusk fell, the sun had long set. Are you certain it's over there? Indeed, old Wang saw her enter the ancestral home of old Qin, having inquired of several people, and confirmed it. Then let us proceed. A few individuals stealthily traversed the village, each wielding a machete. Gao Lin? Do we truly have to go? A man with shifty eyes inquired cautiously. Wu Gang. This is the village chief's command. Would you dare disobey? Gao Lin invoked the chief's authority to intimidate him. The others remained silent, fearing the repercussions. Wu Gang contemplated resisting, pondering the possibility that she might genuinely be possessed by the daughter of the old Qin family, leaving them in peril. A hint of fear crept into his tone, and the other's expression shifted. What is there to fear? I said either the bronze mirror. The bronze deity will protect us. Gao Lin brandished the bronze mirror, which appeared hazy, failing to reveal any distinct images, yet felt exceedingly cold. Mention of the bronze deity bolstered their spirits. In the evening, only a few houses in Hahuan village remained illuminated, their old pear-shaped bulbs casting a soft yellow glow. Most villagers had turned in for the night. The darkness fell unusually swiftly, and during their conversation, the moonlight barely illuminated the edges of the houses, shrouded in a mist that seemed to harbor an intangible fear, silently creeping forth from the shadows of the buildings. Suddenly, a feather-light voice pierced Gao Lin's eardrum. Gao Lin, Gao Lin. Who the hell is calling me? Gao Lin, puzzled, glanced at the few people beside him. The others jumped at Gao Lin's outburst. No, no, Gao Lin. We didn't call you, one stammered, shrinking back. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the confusion in the other's eyes. Could it be that Wu Gang's trepidation reignited? Gao Lin rubbed his forehead, pondering if yesterday's events had induced hallucinations. Let us move quickly. He tightened his grip on the bronze mirror, urging them onward. As they began to move, Gao Lin heard a female voice call from behind him. Gao Lin. The voice drew nearer, echoing ominously. Simultaneously, the others also heard someone calling to them, their expressions of dread mirrored in each other's eyes. Did you hear that? Yes. Unanimously, fear filled their gazes, sending chills down their spines. Who is playing tricks? I'll kill you. Gao Lin stumbled about, wildly reflecting the bronze mirror. Once he broke away from the group, the next moment, the others fell to the ground, gaping black holes the size of bowls in their chests. No blood seeping forth, their hearts vanished, faces grotesquely bloodied and lifeless. Wu Gang, with that utterance, Wu Gang felt a hand pat his shoulder, an icy chill spreading from his crown to his entire being. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Gang sprinted toward Gao Lin, fixating his gaze on the bronze mirror, unable to discern the form behind him, only catching a glimpse of a red garment reeking of malevolence. Wu Gang! Gao Lin shouted. His anger transformed into chaos as he lost his grip on the bronze mirror. The mirror, bring it back to me. His words stumbled forth in disarray. The air around them thickened, becoming suffocating. Gao Lin. The voice resonated eerily in his ears. Gao Lin, why did you deceive me? He lowered his gaze, slowly realizing the red wedding gown invading his vision. He collapsed to his knees, hands clasped together in supplication. Xiao Lan, I beg you, spare me. I was forced into this. It was that dead old man who sought you, not me. Raising his eyes, he was met with a pallid visage, green eyes staring at him with a sinister gaze. Chapter 10. Summoning spirits in the morning. As someone opened the courtyard door, they were greeted by the sight of a figure sprawled on the ground. Approaching for inspection, their eyes fell upon a gaping black hole. A scream shattered the morning calm. Come quickly. They trembled as they called for help, and soon most of the villagers gathered around. They flipped the body over, some recognizing their kin, immediately wailing in grief. Chong, what has happened to you? San Wada, wake up. The lamentations rose and fell, echoing through the air, until the village chief and his wife rushed to the scene. Upon seeing the lifeless figures and the eerie expression frozen on their faces, the chief's complexion shifted from green to white. How could this be? The bronze mirror couldn't handle that woman? The chief fell into a contemplative silence, uncertain of what to say next. Someone ventured. Isn't the bronze deity supposed to protect us? Could it be the bronze deity has had a change of heart? Impossible. How could the bronze deity go back on its word? Another retorted. Could it be? The bronze deity requires offerings earlier this year. This suggestion sparked a realization in the chief. Let us bring the sacrificial rites forward to tomorrow. His murky gaze drifted toward the northwest, his voice gravelly and profound. First, let us handle the bodies. With a single command, everyone sprang into action. Suddenly, someone voiced a concern loudly. Chief, where is Gao Lin? He was here last night. Where is he now? He hasn't run off with the bronze mirror. Has he? Some families who had been out with Gao Lin last night, aware of his possession of the bronze deity's mirror, ceased their wailing and began searching for Gao Lin, hoping to find his body. That little rascal must have fled. He has always been so selfish. Have we found him? Various voices condemned Gao Lin, and most villagers expressed their disdain for his habitual behavior. Meanwhile, Nangong Qian hung onto Jingli like a sloth, her head occasionally bobbing against the side. Suddenly catching sight of something, she hurriedly lifted her head, her movements slow and sluggish. Dark circles under her eyes betrayed her exhaustion, clearly indicating a night of poor sleep. Jingli, after countless sighs and self-reassurances, now sat calmly on the bed, meditating. Beside the bed was a simple wardrobe, and in the corner stood a decorative vase, its contents long withered. The room was steeped in a rich, classical atmosphere, suggesting its owner was relatively affluent compared to other villagers. This abode bore more modern amenities. The ambience was tranquil and gentle, If one could overlook the desiccated corpse at the center of the room and the malevolent gaze that seemed to pierce through them. Rewinding to the previous night, Jingli had led Nangong Qian into the ancestral home of the Qin family. Upon entering, Nangong Qian felt an unsettling chill, observing her sister drawing shapes in the air with her right hand. In an instant, the colors of the world transformed. The dilapidated courtyard began to blossom with hues, revealing many previously absent items. Towering weeds gradually vanished, and even the houses appeared rejuvenated. Nangong Qian's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief, her exquisite features reflecting utter astonishment. She rubbed her eyes, suspecting she was caught in a mirage. She is rambling incoherently. By heavens! This girl is truly extraordinary. Is she performing magic? Sorcery? Ultimately, all doubts dissipated into a mere catchphrase. Jingli glanced at Nangong Qian, her eyes reflecting disapproval. Was that foul language you just uttered? Children must not speak in such a manner. Her demeanor was akin to that of an elder admonishing a younger generation. Nangong Qian, feeling called out, offered an awkward smile, muttering the phrase again. Upon reflection, they were all peers. Why should she feel intimidated? She straightened her posture slightly, for she was indeed the young lady of the Nangong family. Just as she was about to retort, two figures appeared in the empty courtyard. Xiao Lan, I shall take you away tonight. A man and a woman stood by the pond in the corner of the yard. The man, with deep affection, had his back turned, rendering his features indistinguishable. The woman, possessing a delicate beauty, exuded an air of modest grace, making her quite the sight in this village. She seemed deeply moved, her eyes sparkling with joy. Her tone much lighter. Really? Then I shall wait for you tonight. Just as he turned around, Nangong Qian was startled. Sister, we should hurry. Let us run. It was the man by the village chief's side. As she reached to pull Jingli away, she noticed that neither the man nor the woman acknowledged their presence, as if they were invisible. The man approached but continued walking, passing right through them. Only the woman, referred to as Xiao Lan, gazed longingly at him as he departed. Nangong Qian was dumbfounded. What supernatural occurrence was this? If she was not mistaken, that person had just walked right through her. Her mind was reeling with disbelief. Who exactly was her sister? Logically, one should address me as ancestor. The girl spoke softly, her gaze towards Nangong Qian imbued with seriousness. Nangong Qian, ancestor. How old is she? Am I to call her ancestor? Is she taking advantage of me? Observing the girl's earnest expression, Nangong Qian gulped but still refrained from uttering the words. Subsequently, the courtyard was filled with mundane trivialities, seemingly devoid of anything unusual in an instant. The scene shifted to Xiao Lan kneeling. With a puzzled expression, Nangong Qian turned to Jingli for clarification. This is summoning spirits. These scenes depict events that transpired in the yard before. Summoning spirits? Nangong Qian had become immune to new terminology, too astonished to process her shock. What kind of person had she encountered? Surely, she could not be dreaming. She considered pinching herself, but, fearing the pain, she abandoned the thought. Child, just let her go. A woman beside an elderly man grasped his hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly reluctant. The old man, wielding a switch, was filled with rage. You are harming her. Those who leave the village for long, who among them still lives? Moreover, that Gao Lin is no good. You say you are certain you wish to leave this family? If you dare step out of this door today, I shall no longer recognize you as my daughter. The old man pointed the switch at the kneeling Xiao Lan, furious. Yes. Xiao Lan resolutely straightened her back and bowed her head to the old man. Forgive my unfilial behavior. Chapter 11. Help, save me. The old man was about to strike with the switch when the woman suddenly lunged forward. Do you truly wish to kill her? A parent striking their child is akin to murder. The old man, heartbroken, turned away, trembling as he walked inside. If you wish to leave, so be it. Ruan Lan, farewell, father, mother. Lanner. The voice of the old woman resonated with deep concern, filled with sorrow. In the final scene, Xiao Lan, supported by the woman, rose slowly, walking towards the door, drawing nearer. Her gaze grew increasingly sinister, and just as Nangong Qian believed she would pass through her body like the previous man, she appeared to see her, standing barely half an inch away from her forehead. Suddenly, she grinned eerily. Standing before her, Xiao Lan's complexion turned ashen, her green, piercing eyes fixed on her, as she raised her sharp claws and lunged forward. Heavens! Nangong Qian was yanked backward by an unseen force, her body spinning half a turn before she regained her footing. The once vibrant residence reverted to its former dilapidated state. Her heart raced. Her mouth quivered, her body weakened. What was this? A ghost, a ghost, a ghost. Was it not said that after the establishment of the nation, spirits should no longer manifest? The vengeful spirit glared at Jingli, filled with loathing for this human who had disrupted her plans. She shrieked in a chilling wail. The young lady had never witnessed such a scene. Her body trembled uncontrollably, realizing at this moment that the assertion was indeed correct. She was a practitioner of the arcane arts. Thus, she inched closer to Jingli, her back pressed firmly against him. Not following her would mean certain death. In truth, it was not that Nangong Qian was clingy. She was simply paralyzed by fear, her body shaking beyond her control, especially with the ghost's gaze fixed upon them. Sister. No, ancestor, you promised you wouldn't let me die, right? In this life-or-death moment, Nangong Qian found it remarkably easy to alter her address. Currently, she was more concerned about the proximity of her body to Jingli. Him? Ultimately, Nangong Qian capitulated, shifting slightly to the side while still grasping Jingli's wrist. Jingli, exasperated, thought that this clingy child was the hardest to manage. Bang! Gao Lin was tightly grasped by the throat, suspended in midair. His arms straining against the grip of the vengeful spirit, his voice strained as he managed to utter two words, "Help me, do not save him." Nangong Qian muttered softly. Perhaps it was the ethereal aura emanating from Jingli that provided her a sense of security. He was not a good person. Her instincts were remarkably accurate, I am well aware. Jingli tugged at her once more, a hint of despair in his voice. The vengeful spirit raised her other hand suddenly, causing Gao Lin to cower in fear, his face turning a shade of purple as he struggled for breath, laboriously managing to say a few more words. "I can tell you how to descend the mountain." Nangong Qian hesitated for a moment before promptly declaring, "Do not trust him." A faint smile curled at the corners of Jingli's mouth as he began to speak slowly, however. "I cannot bear to witness the shedding of blood." Upon hearing this, Gao Lin's eyes gleamed with hope, and he struggled even more fiercely. "Saved me." The vengeful spirit seemed to comprehend Jingli's intent and abruptly turned her head, malice radiating from her gaze. "Are you going to save him?" Nangong Qian was perplexed by Jingli's meaning. To her, his various statements indicated that these matters were entirely unrelated to her. If he were truly so benevolent, he would not have distanced himself from them from the outset. She seemed to know everything but chose not to seek out her second cousin and take them away. Cannot bear to witness bloodshed did not equate to "I will save him." Jingli stepped back with Nangong Qian, gazing at the female ghost with a smile. "Do you require space?" Indeed. All notions of saving someone were mere facades. It was likely a ploy to mock that scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Gao Lin trembled in terror, followed by "Ah." The man's scream lasted but a few seconds before he was drained of all his vitality, his pupils dissolving, silenced forever. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Qian's body stiffened, her legs giving way, tightly clutching Jingli to prevent herself from collapsing. After absorbing the life force, the vengeful spirit's power surged, becoming increasingly terrifying. Her long, dark hair writhed as if forged of steel, lunging forward. Jingli pulled Nangong Qian to one side, evading the attack. With a casual flick of her right hand, the ghost's hair ignited, shimmering with golden sparks in the dark. The vengeful spirit, enraged by her hair being burned, seethed with fury. She aimed to tear this woman apart. Roaring, the vengeful spirit's malevolent aura surged, enveloping the air in a thick mist. In a short while, countless tendrils of darkness cascaded from the mountain, converging upon the vengeful spirit. Slowly, she approached Nangong Qian, bending down, a sly smile on her lips, her tone dripping with seduction. "Do you not wish for revenge? Do you wish to be forever suppressed? Do you not feel despair when facing a mirror, powerless to change your reflection? Are you truly content?" Nangong Qian shut her eyes, striving to avoid gazing upon the apparition, but Jingli's words felt eerily reminiscent of a villain's persuasion. The vengeful spirit, already disoriented and easily provoked, had bloodshot eyes, tears of blood streaming down her pale face. "I can assist you." Jingli spoke lightly, maintaining an amicable demeanor while effortlessly shattering the bronze mirror. The instant the mirror shattered, the vengeful spirit seemed to lose her restraint and surged forward to attack Jingli. A flash of crimson light flickered in Jingli's eyes as she gently tapped the spirit's forehead with her index and middle fingers. A purifying force coursing through the vengeful spirit's body. In her moment of confusion, the spirit regained her senses, gradually becoming lucid. "Do you truly wish to help me?" The spirit appeared still terrifying, yet her tone had normalized. The abilities displayed by Jingli made her yield. Never had she encountered such a formidable practitioner of the arcane arts. Throughout her life, she had met many practitioners, but they typically deceived and extorted money after being invited to the mountains. Having transformed into a vengeful spirit, she had encountered one exceptional practitioner, the architect of her suffering, who had bound her with the malevolent bronze figure. Yet that individual had only matched her in strength. Without that mysterious bronze figure, she might have been able to defeat him, but this woman, she sensed an overwhelming aura. One that instilled fear within her. Of course, I never speak falsely. Jingli's hands were clasped behind her back. However, you must be willing to pay a price. What price? As long as these beasts receive their just retribution, I am willing to sacrifice anything. They have killed me, taken my family from me. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths, and no amount of torture can quell my hatred. The vengeful spirit, Qin Ruolin, spoke this with fervor, and the recently purified dark energy began to stir ominously once more in a bid to save her own life. Nangong Qian interjected, "Sister Ghost, please calm down." Chapter 12. The Ghost Pearl. How could she, a young lady of high status, find herself in a position of appeasing others? It was infuriating. She could not help but wonder whether her elder brother would manage to find her after losing contact. Qin Ruolin cast a glance at Nangong Qian, her green eyes intensifying the malevolence of the vengeful spirit. "Why not let me consume you instead?" "Don't frighten the child." Jingli waved a hand, and Qin Ruolin's demeanor shifted slightly towards normalcy. Nangong Qian thought to herself, "Child? She actually looks older than me." Qin Ruolin retorted, "Child? Is it possible that she is an ancient witch, having lived for many years?" "I desire your ghost pearl," the girl said, her smile unwavering, her tone casual yet resolute. The flicker of surprise crossed Qin Ruolin's ghastly visage. How could she know about the ghost pearl? The ghost pearl is an exceedingly rare treasure, formed under exceptionally arduous conditions. Only souls that have suffered greatly in life or harbored immense resentment have a chance of possessing one, and even then, the odds are slim. This pearl can aid in stabilizing a soul, fostering tranquility, and enabling cultivation. Ghosts with a pearl possess a more solidified soul form, their strength growing with practice. Should the pearl remain intact, even if their spirit is shattered by a formidable opponent, they can be reborn with time. Jingli, being on the brink of death yet defying fate, needed the ghost pearl to solidify her essence, preparing for the backlash of the heavenly laws. As a practitioner of esoteric arts, she could not decipher her own fate, hence the necessity to prepare certain items in advance. "I can give it to you, but you won't use the ghost pearl as an opportunity to kill me." Her voice retained the eerie, ethereal quality typical of spirits, her green eyes mechanically turning as if to intimidate Nangong Qian once more. "Killing you would be a simple task. However, I prefer to be a benevolent individual." Jingli's clear smile belied her intentions. "You have the right to refuse, but should I assist you, you must offer compensation, thus settling our debts." Jingli's smile lacked warmth, her tone pausing. "If not, I would not mind retrieving it myself." Though Qin Ruolin was an innocent victim of a cruel fate, she had committed numerous malevolent acts after her death, having slaughtered villagers and many innocent souls who wandered into the mountains. She could easily enact divine justice by seizing the ghost pearl without incurring karmic retribution. However, the bronze figure posed a more challenging dilemma. If she could harness Qin Ruolin's power to confront it, she could strike afterward. Despite the fact that she could subdue the bronze figure herself, her spirit was still unstable, and she needed to conserve some spiritual energy to contend with that formidable entity ensnared in the formation. Faced with Jingli's threat, the vengeful ghost seethed with resentment, her clarity wavering perilously close to despair, yet a flicker of reason reminded her not to provoke the girl before her. "How will you assist me?" Spirits are incapable of concealing their emotions, and Nangong Qian noted the hint of fear in Qin Ruolin's expression. To her astonishment, her sister displayed such remarkable fortitude. directly confronting the ghost, with her head raised and chin held high. She exuded confidence, seemingly unafraid of the specter. Yet, her arms remained tightly wrapped around Xia Yi's waist, standing closely behind her, projecting an aura of protection. A story? Nangong Qian's eyes sparkled with interest. She adored gossip. Qin Ruolin's thoughts momentarily wandered, recalling her life. As she delved into those memories, she began to recount. From the moment I could remember, our village was cursed, with each household only able to bear daughters. However, by appeasing the copper god, we could change our fate. Every year, during the full moon, the villagers would hold a sacrificial rite. As long as an unmarried, childless woman was offered as a tribute, they would drink the divine water bestowed by the copper god. And within a day, she would conceive. The most baffling part was that within 2 days, the child would emerge, and the mother would perish, even if she took her own life during that time. The child would still survive and be born 2 days later. Initially, people feared this fate, but as they discovered that the children born were no different from normal ones, they became increasingly frenzied, demanding a yearly sacrifice of an unmarried woman from the village. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qian seethed with indignation. How despicable! Couldn't they report this to the authorities? A pack of beasts. The officials are powerless. The perpetual fog here prevents soldiers from entering easily, Jingli pondered, and there is also the Yin gathering formation. Soldiers? Nangong Qian queried, bewildered by the antiquated nature of this situation. What era are they living in? Do not dwell on it. Continue. Jingli waved her hand dismissively, exuding an air of authority. Qin Ruolin continued. Indeed, Hahuan village is isolated, devoid of signal, rendering any calls for help futile. Generally, those who accidentally intrude perish, and even if family members outside report missing persons, the matter eventually fades into oblivion. Nangong Qian's furrowed brow could crush a fly, her anger igniting flames within her. A bunch of fools. Is a girl's life not worth anything? She then asked, why do you not leave? They cannot escape. The Yin gathering formation binds us here. Being too far from it for an extended period would lead to soul locking. Jingli clicked her tongue, astonished that in this world, there existed individuals capable of reversing formations, transforming suppressive arrays into those that collect souls, ultimately evolving into the Yin gathering formation. When Qin Ruolin mentioned her parents, a flicker of guilt replaced her earlier malice. Later, conflicts arose within the village over whose daughter would be sacrificed, prompting the village chief to propose allowing outsiders to enter the village or trading girls externally for breeding purposes. Damn it! Once I get out, I will find my elder brother and annihilate them all. Nangong Qian vowed fiercely, her frustration boiling over at the absurdity of the situation. Jingli frowned slightly, taking on a mentor's demeanor. Damn it, does not seem to be a commendable expression. And fools also appears to be less than polite. Her earnest delivery of these curses caused Nangong Qian to retreat into silence. And what happened next? She inquired, attempting to shift the topic, feeling the weight of Jing Li's gaze upon her. Me? Ha! Qin Ruolin scoffed, the unfilial daughter of the Qin family, deserving of death. Yet they had no right to kill my parents. Her eyes turned steely, a vengeful fury igniting within that moment. Jingli performed a purification spell. Qin Ruolin's consciousness sharpened, and she continued. I was deceived by Gao Lin. In my youth, I misjudged his character, believing I had found a man to share my life with. We sought a peaceful existence at the foot of the mountain, thinking that as long as we visited Hahuan village occasionally, we would be safe. Instead, he betrayed me and eloped, all to trick me into bearing children for another family in our village. Chapter 13. Nangong Qinghe. At this point, Qin Ruolin shed tears of blood, her resentment palpable. I would not yield. I would rather die than grant them the chance to bear sons. So, you hanged yourself? Nangong Qian asked tentatively, her tone filled with compassion. Yes, a glimmer of something intriguing crossed Qin Ruolin's mind, and her malevolence surged forth once more. But I discovered that fate seemed to favor me. After my death, I lingered in this village, absorbing countless souls, and I personally exacted vengeance on that family. Gao Lin, that wretched man. He is merely a sycophant of the village chief. I cannot kill him. I cannot kill him. No, wait, he just died. He died. Ha ha ha! Qin Ruolin's laughter echoed maniacally, her piercing voice causing discomfort to Jingli. while Nangong Qian pressed her hands over her ears, feeling her sanity slipping away. Silence. Jing Li's unique voice rang clear and melodious, reverberating through the air, compelling compliance. She stepped back with Nangong Qian, concerned for the fragile girl's well-being, her expression tinged with impatience and coldness. Qin Ruolin glared at Jing Li. Who are you? Why did I feel an instinctual fear from you earlier? You have done nothing. You do not need to know. Jing Li avoided Qin Ruolin's gaze, tugging at Nangong Qian, her expression reflecting disdain yet a hint of exasperation. You look so frail, yet your spirit is as fierce as a bull. Let go of me. Nangong Qian shook her head vigorously. If she loses control later, and I cannot perform the incantation, you can wait to be devoured by her. Jing Li spoke earnestly. Furthermore, spirits possess inherent flaws. They will not spare you. Qin Ruolin. Is she mocking me in my presence? As Nangong Qian's headache subsided, she comprehended Jing Li's words, her head lifted in disbelief, pouting in grievance. But you said you wouldn't let me die. Her grip loosened, and Jing Li seized the opportunity, pulling her aside and assessing the golden aura surrounding her. Within moments, a chain of golden light formed, swiftly binding Qin Ruolin. Her expression shifted dramatically, and as her hair lashed out towards Jing Li, it became ensnared in the golden light, rendering her immobile. Jing Li handed the other end of the golden chain to Nangong Qian, saying, "Here you go. This is your golden light." She had already shielded Nangong Qian from the calamity that had befallen their village, and touching the golden light of merit could be considered a form of recompense. However, it was only natural that Nangong Qian's golden light should rightfully belong to her, as relying on another's merit would require spiritual energy to sustain it. Confused, Nangong Qian gazed at the frenzied Qin Ruolin, then at the other end of the chain, swallowing hard as she timidly accepted it. Why golden light? Indeed, Jing Li replied, unwilling to elaborate further as she stepped into the house to rest. Nangong Qian retreated, dragging Qin Ruolin inside, fearful that carrying her would lead to disaster. Casting a glance at the calm individual beside her, she steeled herself and entered the dwelling. A sleepless night passed, leading to the morning's unsettling scene. She wondered when her elder brother would discover her presence here, in the capital, at the Nangong residence. The opulent mansion boasted intricate internal architecture and a grand layout. The spacious and bright hall, adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier, exuded an air of luxury. A middle-aged couple sat on a stately black leather sofa, their brows furrowed in concern, while a beautiful woman nearby appeared anxious, her distress palpable, with several servants discreetly standing by. The middle-aged man exuded an authoritative presence, even in middle age, retaining hints of the handsomeness he had possessed in his youth. What if Fenger encounters misfortune? How shall I endure? Nangong Shuyu's tears threatened to spill as she lamented, blaming her brother inequitably. Brother, if you had monitored him better, Fenger would not have ventured into such perilous territory. Now that we cannot reach him by phone, how can you expect me to wait? The middle-aged woman on the sofa, dignified and lovely, with a graceful demeanor, reacted with displeasure to her words, her tone tinged with reproach. Sister, our Chinner was taken by Fenger as well. What use is it to blame us now? And is it truly our failure to supervise Fenger? It is you who has indulged him excessively. Mind your own business, Nangong Shuyu retorted, glaring at Shui Muting, her voice raised without regard for her sister-in-law's feelings. Eldest sister, aunt. Two voices spoke almost simultaneously. Nangong Zhang, Nangong Qian's father, also raised his voice, evidently displeased. Another voice, deep and commanding, emerged from outside, bringing an immediate sense of authority. Aunt, Qiao Feng is your son, not one of the Nangong family, so this indeed does not concern our mother. However, should Qian encounter any misfortune, I shall hold the Qiao family accountable. Nangong Qinghe, with chiseled, cold features and a striking profile, donned military attire that radiated an air of intimidation. Nangong Shuyu felt a chill as she regarded her nephew. Having always harbored a fear of him, from a young age, Nangong Qinghe had been resolute, at times so aloof that it sent chills down one's spine. Now grown into a soldier, his demeanor was even more unapproachable. Nangong Zhang pinched his brow, feeling helpless regarding his son, and spoke up, Qinghe, do not be disrespectful to your aunt. Shui Muting felt a wave of warmth at her son's defense, her eyes reddening as thoughts of her daughter flooded her with anxiety. Qinghe, Has your sister gone to the government's Forbidden Mountain? It's been several days without contact. Surely she hasn't come to harm? Chapter 14. They have conducted their rituals in advance. Shui Mu Ting's eyes brimmed with tears, revealing her vulnerability in front of her son. Qing He, as Fenger's brother, you must devise a way to find him. Nangong Shu Yu's tone softened, recognizing that the pillar of strength for the Nangong family now stood before her in the form of her imposing nephew. After comforting his mother, Nangong Qing, he turned his gaze to his aunt. Aunt, Xiaofeng is now an adult. If not for your excessive pampering, he would not have engaged in such reckless behavior. Knowing the dangers of the undeveloped mountains, he still conspired with others to lure Qian Qian to explore. What kind of attitude is that? I am still your aunt. Nangong Shuyu was incensed. And what of your attitude? Nangong Qing, he replied. Each word weighted with pressure, leaving Nangong Shuyu momentarily breathless. Seeing an opportunity for retreat, she huffed loudly at Shui Mu Ting, her heels clicking angrily as she stormed out. Shui Mu Ting, consumed by her own worries for her daughter, had no time to consider her sister-in-law's feelings. Qing He, will Qian Qian be in danger? Nangong Zhang stood at the window of his study, his brows furrowed, his complexion weary. Ever since discovering Qian Qian's message yesterday, he had been in a state of unrest. Dad, no one can say for certain over there as the topic of the Forbidden Mountain arose. Nangong Qing He's expression grew grave. Reports of frequent disappearances from that area had surfaced, and those dispatched there had been unable to penetrate the mountain, finding themselves wandering at its edge for 3 days and nights. Seeing his son's serious demeanor, Nangong Zhang felt a weight in his heart. What did you just say to your mother? Nangong Qing He's tone was heavy. That was merely to comfort her. The Forbidden Mountain has seen no entries or exits for years, unless guided by local villagers, who seldom venture out. Nangong Zhang did not perceive the situation as dire, remarking, I heard that the Zhao family's young master has also gone in. The Zhao family will likely mobilize a substantial search effort. Their influence is extensive, and they may have means at their disposal. Nangong Qing He sighed. Let us hope so. I shall depart immediately. Would you like something to eat? After a long day, Nangong Qian's once vibrant makeup now resembled a tragic sight, appearing even more disheveled than Qin Ruolan. With her head hung low, she produced a bag of bread and offered it to Jingli. I shall not partake. I am fasting. Unlike her waning spirit, Jingli's pallid complexion bore a hint of color. She opened her eyes and scrutinized Nangong Qian, bluntly stating, your makeup has run. This era differed slightly from theirs. As practitioners of mystical arts, many women possessed elixirs or techniques for longevity, rendering them strikingly beautiful without the need for cosmetics. With a mouthful of bread, Nangong Qian wore a sorrowful expression, fully aware that her makeup had indeed failed. Yet now her very life was at stake, leaving her little concern for appearances. Cursed fate. I never imagined such a series of bewildering events could transpire. Her gaze shifted to the motionless Qin Ruolan on the ground. Yes, indeed, a ghost? How terrifying. Then she glanced at Jingli, clad in a tattered camisole. Ah, the elder is still the most appealing, even in her desolation. Noticing Nangong Qian's scrutiny, Jingli, puzzled, inquired, has my makeup also run? Unaware of whether the original had worn any, she only knew that girls with smudged makeup tended to look less than attractive. Could it be that she, too, appeared thus? Nangong Qian chuckled, never having considered that the enigmatic elder could possess such an endearing naivety. As a cultivator, one must sever desires and first fast. Jingli shook her head, her tone resolute. Yet, the next moment, an untimely growl from her stomach interrupted the moment. Here, Nangong Qian stifled a laugh and produced another package for Jingli. Having never encountered such an awkward situation, Jingli momentarily forgot that this body was not her previous one and still required sustenance. Thank you. She accepted the offering without refusal, her demeanor calm. Do you wish to check on your friends? Following the memory's guidance, Jingli tore open the bread, and upon tasting a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Why is this so delectable? The ethereal demeanor she once held dissipated. Slowly finishing the bread, she finally spoke, Oh, very well. After all, they shall not survive the night. Nangong Qian's heart raced at this revelation, her voice urgent. What do you mean they won't survive the night? Why will they not survive? Fearful, she set aside the bread, pressing for answers. They conducted their rituals in advance, Jingli remarked casually, as if unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. This bread you provided is quite delicious. Jingli gestured with the piece in her hand. Having long forsaken the need for food, she was astonished at how delightful this world's offerings were. With tension coursing through her body, Nan Gongqian rubbed her fingers together, unable to relax. Rituals in advance? What are we to do? My cousin remains there. Should she beseech the elder for assistance? Yet, judging by the elder's reaction, it seemed she had no intention of intervening. The only reason she had mentioned it was likely due to her fondness for the bread. Perhaps she could negotiate with the elder to save that scoundrel Xiao Feng. Bread? Clearly, that would not suffice. Money. I possess wealth, but would such an impressive elder truly require money? Carefully weighing her options, she tentatively proposed. Elder, I would like to request your assistance. Jingli raised an eyebrow slightly. I prefer to let fate take its course. If this girl were not somewhat connected to the original owner, and if she did not find her somewhat agreeable, she likely would not have bothered at all. Nan Gongqian discerned the implied refusal in Jingli's voice and hurriedly interjected. I am willing to offer compensation, although I possess nothing of value. My family is well off, and there's also Xiao Feng, that simpleton. His mother provides even more. I understand that you esteemed individuals are not in want of money, but if it truly comes to a standstill. As she spoke, her eyes dimmed with despondency, exuding an air of listlessness. A faint, ethereal voice enveloped Nan Gongqian's ears, tinged with an almost surreal quality. Chapter 15. My divination never fails. Gu Feng, wake up. Wake up. Please don't frighten me. Why you Manwen gently slapped Xiao Feng's face, his youthful, handsome features contorted in anguish, eyes tightly shut as if ensnared in a nightmare. Why you Manwen's downcast gaze brimmed with anxiety and concern. At that moment, they were concealed within a pigsty, where a few pigs outside were busily munching on their feed, the sound of their gnawing filling the air. The two appeared quite disheveled, their clothes soiled with an unidentifiable mix of dirt and pig excrement. The stench decidedly unpleasant. Why you Manwen grasped Xiao Feng's arm, dragging him further back into the sty, as the muffled sounds of footsteps and curses occasionally pierced through the air, causing her to cower behind the pigs. The two plump sheep had vanished without a trace. Who knows? What a pity for that woman. The man isn't half bad either. The village head relies on outsiders to beseech the copper god for continued life. Unfortunately, it simply doesn't involve us. Theo, be honest. Don't you aspire to be the village head? A group of individuals murmured amongst themselves, discussing Yu Manwen and her companions while cursing the village head's family. Tonight, they were to present offerings to the copper god. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they would uncover them. Otherwise, considering the village head's temperament, one among them interrupted the conversation, their haunting voice recalling the village head's usual demeanor, prompting all to suppress their own thoughts. Just then, Xiao Feng jolted awake, and Yu Manwen, who had been observing him, swiftly covered his mouth to stifle any startled cries. However, the brief sound still reached the ears of a few nearby. What was that sound? It seemed to come from the pigsty. A bald, portly middle-aged man directed those around him. You, go check it out. The one commanded appeared distinctly reluctant. The pigsty was indeed fouled. I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. The two engaged in a futile argument. Why Yu Manwen's heart raced, and her typically reserved demeanor gave way to wide-eyed fear. Xiao Feng remained in a dazed state, sweat-soaked clothes clinging to him as he gasped for air through the hand covering his mouth. Enough. What's there to see in a pigsty? That was just a noise made by the pigs. Why would city folk be in a pigsty? You don't want to go in, so why would you think they'd be inside? Someone quickly analyzed the situation, breaking the impasse. Let's search elsewhere. Move. Once the footsteps faded, Yu Manwen's tensed body finally relaxed. She released her grip on Xiao Feng's mouth and anxiously inquired, Gu Feng? How are you holding up? However, they did not encounter Chuxia. Instead, they found themselves face to face with a group of aggressive villagers. Without uttering a word, they immediately bound the two in the wood shed. They attempted to question the village head's wife regarding the reasons behind this, but Zhou Hua's gaze lingered on Yu Manwen with increasing satisfaction. Sacrifice, that certainly doesn't sound like a good thing. Afterward, Xiao Feng retrieved a utility knife he had concealed on his person and cut through the ropes, leading Yu Manwen in search of an escape. Their guards were lax, as if preoccupied with more pressing matters. Initially, Xiao Feng had thought Zhou Hua referred to Chanqian, but soon realized it was more likely Chuxia and Zhao Yinqing. The more he pondered, the more he felt that Chuxia had deliberately lured them here. Despite her evident disdain for Qianqian, why did she insist on mentioning her when calling him? He resolved to inquire about this when he eventually saw her. Unexpectedly, during their escape, Xiao Feng was struck by a splitting headache, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, prompting Yu Manwen to lead him back into the pigsty. Yi Feng, what happened to you just now? Yu Manwen stammered. A mix of fear and curiosity swirling within her. Was it because of that copper god? That fearsome copper god.yes. Why? Yu Manwen nodded gently, then recalled Nangong Qian, asking, what about them? Qianqian left early yesterday morning. She should be fine. As for Chuxia and her group, since they bound us, they likely haven't found them yet. Xiao Feng forced himself to remain rational, though his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Do ghosts truly exist? They do. His reverie was abruptly shattered by the sudden intrusion of a pig. Roar. Xiao Feng instinctively leapt to his feet as a pungent stench assaulted his nostrils, causing him to gag. At that moment, someone passed by, nonchalantly stating, over here. Startled, both Xiao Feng and Yu Manwen retreated in panic, huddling against the wall. Jingli pointed towards the pigsty constructed from yellow mud, standing at a distance to allow Nangong Qian to verify for herself. The pigsty! Nangong Qian exclaimed incredulously, stepping back in distaste. Why, second cousin would certainly not be here. She could hardly fathom that a prominent young master from the capital, belonging to the esteemed Xiao family, would find himself in a filthy pigsty reeking of muck and excrement. Nangong Qian glanced at Jingli, retreating further. She dared not venture in, fearing that a misstep could lead to her demise. Are you not going to take a look? Jingli, hands clasped behind his back, observed the turmoil on Nangong Qian's face, kindly reminding her, my divination never fails. For her, calculating a person's location was a task far too simple. Nangong Qian trembled in fear, horrified by the thought of the pigsty. Is he really inside? Then let him remain there. I refuse to enter. I am the young lady of the Nangong family. How could I lower myself to the filth of a pigsty? Nangong Qian babbled on, her words uncertain whether directed at herself or others. Qianqian. Xiao Feng emerged from behind the pigs, his face coated in grime, still clutching Yu Manwen's hand. Nangong Qian. Her expression cracked. She stepped back several paces, pinching her nose as she mumbled, stay away from me. Chapter 16. You have been borrowed luck. Xiao Feng's stomach churned violently, and he could not suppress the urge to bend over. Struggling to contain the rising bile, gag. Yet he failed to hold it back. Having fled since yesterday without sustenance, he expelled a stream of yellow liquid onto the ground. Qianqian, gag. He attempted to articulate his thoughts, but was interrupted by another wave of retching. Nangong Qian recoiled further away, the oppressive stench overwhelming. Xiao Feng held his breath, propping Yu Manwen up. After yesterday's fright and her naturally reserved disposition, Yu Manwen seemed to take the environment in stride, providing little complaint as she steadied herself against the low wall, aided by Xiao Feng. Before long, she climbed over the wall effortlessly. Yi Feng. Yu Manwen called out, just as the pig he had disturbed became irate. Stamping its hind feet and charging towards him, beast. The already low wall proved insufficient as Xiao Feng was knocked over, sprawling onto the ground. Ow, my backside. My. The unfortunate animal seemed to target his most vulnerable areas. After regaining her footing, Yu Manwen rushed to assist him. Cleverly, Nangong Qian found a bamboo pole from an unknown source, likely provided by Jingli, and, holding her nose from a distance, poked at Xiao Feng with a hint of concern. Are you all right, second cousin? Do I look all right? Xiao Feng shot her a resentful glance, feeling the disdain radiating from her. He then turned to Yu Manwen, appreciating her support, while internally lamenting the contrast between her kindness and Nangong Qian's attitude. Nangong Qian, noticing his comparative expression, bristled with indignation, prodding him more forcefully with the bamboo pole. What kind of expression is that? Are you thinking Yu Manwen is better than me, as they had grown up together? Nangong Qian immediately discerned his thoughts. At this moment, Yu Manwen lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, feeling quite embarrassed. If you dare to blame me, remember that it was you who begged me to come to this wretched place. Nangong Qian tossed aside the bamboo pole, rummaging through a rectangular backpack until she unearthed something, tossing it towards Xiao Feng. Here is your cursed Ferrari. I nearly lost my life. Had it not been for Xiao Feng's insistence, a Ferrari would hardly be enticing enough for the lofty young lady. No, Xiao Feng stammered, struggling to interject. The key arced gracefully through the air, landing neatly at Xiao Feng's feet. It's he. The moment Nangong Qian produced the key, Jing Li's expression shifted subtly, his gaze sweeping over her face. The slight aura of misfortune that had lingered on her forehead dissipated, leaving him enlightened. Upon first encountering the young lady, he had sensed a deathly aura surrounding her. A person radiating golden light could not possibly be shrouded in darkness. His intervention had changed the course of events, yet that faint misfortune still clung to Nangong Qian. He had deemed it unworthy of his attention, considering it merely a minor inconvenience. However, the key held far greater significance. Once Nangong Qian tossed the key, she realized the influential figure had been watching her intently, leaving her bewildered and anxious at heart. Just now, I surely did not utter any profanity, did I? Upon careful reflection, the answer is a resounding no. With a sharp glare directed at Xiao Feng, she proudly lifted her chin, shouldered her backpack, and sauntered towards Jingli. Her demeanor had undergone a complete transformation as she cheerfully proclaimed, "Big shot. I did not speak any foul language just now." Her brows and eyes arched playfully, resembling a child yearning for parental praise. Indeed, Jingli had never been stingy with compliments towards her juniors. Xiao Feng was utterly perplexed by her demeanor. He had been so distracted by Nangong Qian's earlier interruption that he failed to notice the presence of another individual standing at a distance. Now, alongside Yu Manwen, he turned to look. The girl in the distance was lively and exquisite, her figure akin to an elegant painting. Even in a tattered dress, she could not conceal her ethereal grace. Reminiscent of the subtle ink wash in ancient art, fresh and transcendent, standing beside the strikingly beautiful Nangong Qian, the clash of their distinctly different styles was truly captivating. What an enchanting maiden! Xiao Feng, overwhelmed by her beauty, suppressed his discomfort and finally mustered the courage to inquire, Qian, did you not leave yesterday? Why are you still here?" He then cast a sidelong glance at Jingli, asking, "And who is she?" The terrifying copper figure from his dreams haunted him, compelling him to escape this bizarre place swiftly. Jingli accepted Xiao Feng's scrutiny with poise, remaining silent as she observed them intently. She did not reveal her identity, seemingly unaware of the big shot's name, which left Nangong Qian flustered. Mentioning Nangong Qinghe made Xiao Feng's heart sink. He was certain he would be in for a beating. Yet he felt relieved that Qian had not suffered any ill fate. The thought of the consequences following a kidnapping filled him with dread. Dejected, he picked up the Ferrari keys, prepared to hand them to Nangong Qian. Qian, this is for you, as promised. There's no turning back. At that moment, Jingli uttered words that left everyone present bewildered. "You have been borrowed luck? Huh?" Nangong Qian was the first to express her confusion. Xiao Feng and Yu Manwen exchanged puzzled glances. "Who is she? What is she talking about? Big shot. What do you mean by borrowed luck? Me? Who borrowed my luck?" Despite their limited time together, she had completely placed her trust in Jingli and believed her words wholeheartedly. Borrowed luck was a phrase she could grasp. Who would dare take her fortune without her consent? No wonder she had never won the lottery. "That key contains a luck talisman," Jingli remarked with a subtle smile. "Laced with mischief as long as you stay by my side. You shall not meet your demise. I promise to save your life. But your bad luck still lingers. I was merely curious to see how this misfortune would affect you. Perhaps that you might stumble?" Nangong Qian looked bewildered yet aggrieved, realizing that the big shot seemed to be eager to witness her misfortune. Xiao Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Was he truly that despised? He sniffed the air, feeling nauseated, and hastily moderated his breathing. "Fine. I find myself rather repulsive too. Heavens!" After observing for a while, Nangong Qian could not discern any abnormalities and raised her head to ask Jingli, "Inside? Indeed. Qian, how could there be a luck talisman inside? I just bought it a month ago. Could it be that I am harming you?" "Don't listen to her nonsense." Xiao Feng's expression darkened. Who exactly was this woman beside them? Why did Qian trust her so implicitly, especially when he had never seen her accompany anyone before? Chapter 17. They have arrived. Borrowed luck talisman? What nonsense. Surely, she is after our money? Just as he finished speculating, Jingli's nonchalant voice floated into his ears. "Hand me the key." "See?" She is clearly trying to swindle us. Indeed, the more beautiful the girl, the more likely she was to deceive. Xiao Feng immediately intervened, his tone unkind. Qian, who is she? Don't be fooled. In this day and age, many are merely beautiful con artists. Why you Manwen tugged at Xiao Feng, signaling him to soften his words. The girl across did not appear to be malevolent, her presence almost ethereal. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qian became even more incensed. Her second cousin had truly lost his mind, unable to distinguish between good and evil. Likely due to his aunt's indulgence, she had implored the big shot to assist them. What do you care? You are the one who cannot read people. Oh, by the way, where is your goddess today? This remark left Xiao Feng feeling suffocated, as if a dark cloud loomed in his eyes, stammering, Chuxia, she just got separated from us. Could it be she abandoned you? At this point, Nangong Qian almost reveled in Xiao Feng's misfortune. Mocking him as she unhesitatingly handed the keys to Jingli, Jingli took the keys, the rigid casing twisting in her grasp, revealing the yellow talisman to the air. Suddenly, the talisman ignited without flame, releasing wisps of black mist. Even though Nangong Qian had witnessed the big shot's prowess numerous times, her eyes widened in astonishment. There truly is a talisman. The other two were equally rendered speechless by Jing Li's display. Xiao Feng mused, could this be a practice trick? It seems someone is quite covetous of your luck, Jing Li remarked, raising an eyebrow before turning to Xiao Feng, her words causing his heart to seize. Perhaps it was indeed him. Considering he had given her the key, she regarded Xiao Feng silently, an inscrutable depth in her gaze. Hey, what are you insinuating? Qian is my sister. How could I possibly harm her? Moreover, luck is such an abstract concept. How could it possibly be borrowed? At that moment, Xiao Feng could no longer care about his own discomfort and attempted to approach Nangong Qian, clutching his backside. This inexplicable woman was undoubtedly after money. Nangong Qian raised her hand, signaling Xiao Feng to halt. She nodded awkwardly, her face displaying unwavering trust in Jingli, yet internally, she harbored her own thoughts. Her instinct for danger was acute. Her second cousin was unlikely to be the one to harm her. It was more likely that as for why the big shot would say such a thing. Judging by the mischief in her eyes, it was probable that her second cousin had offended her earlier. Qian, I am your brother. How can you trust a stranger over me? Xiao Feng, exasperated, glared at Jingli, his eyes aflame. Jingli crossed her arms, her gaze still fixed on Xiao Feng, her tone light yet tinged with an imperceptible chill. Besides, a sacrificial offering is nearly taking shape. Sacrificial offering? The words Jingli uttered sent shockwaves through the three of them. Xiao Feng and Yu Manwen were well aware of what a sacrificial offering entailed. They were, in fact, the offerings and having just escaped. How could this woman possibly know? Could she be in league with the villagers, one of them? Unperturbed by their astonishment, Jingli delivered another blow to Xiao Feng. It's you? Indeed, that wasn't the scene in your dream rather amusing. While she found Nangong Qian appealing, that did not mean she would take a liking to everyone. Money? There's always a way to earn it. How could she know about the dream? A sacrificial offering? Am I truly destined to perish here? The vividness of the dreamscape haunted him. That copper figure would not let them go. Jing Li's words plunged Xiao Feng into a profound state of panic. The calm he had painstakingly maintained was on the verge of shattering, his body trembling slightly. Feng. Why Yu Manwen's worried voice broke through Xiao Feng's tumultuous thoughts. He suddenly regained clarity, staring at the woman before him. Her lips curling in a smile that was neither here nor there, leaving him at a loss for words. He began to rationally analyze. If she were a con artist, with such exquisite beauty, would she really resort to deceiving women? Even if she were a scammer, how would she know about his dreams? Nangong Qian, observing Xiao Feng's reaction, realized that the big shot had indeed hit the nail on the head. Her second cousin was genuinely on the verge of becoming a sacrificial offering. At that moment, she could no longer hold back, seizing the bamboo pole he had discarded, and with all her might. Prepare to strike Xiao Feng, he dodged, clutching his backside, indignantly shouting, Nangong Qian, if you keep this up, I will not take responsibility for you. Xiao Feng, who asked for your concern? I kindly sought help for you. And yet you continue to doubt everything, calling others scammers. You ungrateful dog. If you do not apologize, you shall meet your end here. Nangong Qian was equally furious, and the two began to bicker, calling each other by their names. Xiao Feng clearly had yet to grasp the severity of the situation, stubbornly clinging to his temper, just like Nangong Qian, refusing to apologize. She was the epitome of social anxiety, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yet she understood that the girl across from her was inscrutable. Nangong Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed Yu Manwen apologizing to Xiao Feng. In her mind, the ultimate introverted girl had actually initiated conversation with the stranger. She glanced at Xiao Feng, her expression one of triumph over him. Then, feigning distress, she clutched Jingli, inwardly cursing Xiao Feng, that wretched man. Making us two girls apologize on his behalf. He deserves to perish. Jingli, helpless, pulled down Nangong Qian's sleeve, gently saying, being clingy is not a virtue. With a hint of intrigue, she turned to Yu Manwen and inquired, you are a practitioner of metaphysics? Yu Manwen, somewhat surprised but not shocked, merely nodded subtly, her thoughts contemplating how this girl was truly difficult to read. While she remained unfazed, the other two were taken aback. You are too? Nangong Qian puffed her cheeks in astonishment. Xiao Feng seemed to be overlooked. Unable to comprehend what a practitioner of metaphysics was, then why didn't you stop us when we first entered? Nangong Qian's temper flared again, adopting an attitude as if others were obligated to assist her. Her words becoming increasingly reckless. She was, in truth, oblivious to any troubles plaguing the village. She merely felt as though her senses had been shrouded. It was only upon discovering the copper doll yesterday that she truly sensed the imminent danger. Moreover, she possessed no remarkable abilities, save for her extraordinary spiritual sensitivity. Very well, very well. I harbor no resentment towards you. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Nangong Qian felt that her tone had been somewhat harsh, and she resignedly waved her hand. Fortunately, she had made the acquaintance of a formidable ally, which she considered a stroke of luck. Jingli gazed thoughtfully at the trio before her. Their team dynamic was quite intriguing. Let us proceed. They are approaching, the three silently pondered. Who is coming? Chapter 18. I will ensure their demise. No sooner had the words left her lips than a cacophony of hurried, fragmented footsteps echoed through the air. Shadows of a group gradually came into focus before them. Except for Jingli, each person's heart raced to their throats. The village chief, they are here. Wang Ergu pointed towards Jingli and the others, hastening forward, while the surrounding villagers immediately encircled them, brandishing an array of knives, clubs, and hoes. The village chief's countenance darkened, his gaze piercing like a dagger aimed at Jingli, sending chills down the spines of the other three. Where is Gao Lin? The village chief bellowed. Jingli, with a hint of deference, replied, he is, of course, dead. Such a nonchalant attitude only deepened the village chief's scowl. He intended to make this ignorant girl experience the bitter fruits of her folly. The other villagers displayed little sorrow upon hearing of Gao Lin's demise. Some even reveled in it, particularly Wang Ergu. That beautiful woman would soon be his, and he cast a furtive glance at Nangong Qian. It wasn't that he did not covet Jingli, but rather that he feared her. She was undeniably enigmatic, her very nature was uncertain. You wretched girl, there is no escape for you. You will die a gruesome death. Who's to say it won't be you who meets your end? Jingli dismissed his threat with a peculiar smile, her gaze fixed on the village chief as if assessing a corpse. You ought to have perished long ago. Clinging to life is hardly a blessing. Perhaps due to her exalted status in ages past, no one dared to show her disrespect. Now, repeatedly threatened, she found the situation rather amusing. The onlookers were taken aback. Unbeknownst to outsiders, they were aware that the village chief had relied on the copper deity to prolong his life. How could this girl know? Jingli had a knack for unearthing their deepest secrets. Even the village chief, this ancient creature, was visibly shaken by her words. Who on earth is she? Does she know everything about the village? Seemingly to satiate his curiosity, Jingli articulated each word with precision. Utilizing dark arts to extend one's lifespan comes with severe repercussions. She then turned her attention to the villagers. Are your children truly children? What is fabricated can never compare to that which is born of nature. She resumed her cheerful demeanor, yet her eyes held no trace of joy as she earnestly declared, I am privy to everything. Her proclamation irrevocably condemned the villagers' misdeeds. Each face reflected varying degrees of horror, but more prominently, an overwhelming malice. Their thoughts centered on how to eliminate this knowledge-bearer, despite their heinous actions eliciting no hint of remorse. Among those present, Only Nangong Qian grasped the meaning behind her words. Children created in the village. What could that possibly entail? A sense of inexplicable dread surged within her. Upon hearing Jing Li's remarks, the village chief's aged, wrinkled visage quivered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Regardless of her nature, be it human or specter, she must die tonight. He did not conceal the murderous intent in his gaze. Fixated on Jing Li, his visage resembling that of a malevolent spirit, his humanity seemingly more terrifying than that of a demon. Old fool, what sort of gaze is that? Be cautious, lest I gouge out your eyes. Jing Li's expression remained unnervingly calm, her depths as still as a placid lake. Her voice was unadorned yet carried an unsettling weight, flowing forth like a gentle stream, leaving all present in stunned silence. The villagers exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. The village chief of Hahuan village was a figure of reverence and fear. This young girl was indeed oblivious to the gravity of her situation. It would be best to eliminate her. Meanwhile, the other three felt a surge of dread, as if calamity were at hand. Nangong Qian tightened her backpack strap, beads of sweat dotting her forehead in fear. What on earth is the boss saying? Even if she is formidable, provoking all the villagers at this moment is unwise. The odds are stacked against us. How do we escape? Yet, their formidable ally showed no sign of backing down. The old man had called her a wretched girl, and she had retorted by calling him an old fool. Xiao Feng stood frozen, pondering whether this eccentric woman had lost her mind. We are all doomed. Could he possibly assert that he was not aligned with her? In truth, he had never been on her side. Yet he found himself regretting Qianqian's actions, feeling as though he had been led into a trap by this woman. Yu Manwen, who had been keeping her head down, now lowered it even further, cowering behind Xiao Feng, unsure if it was due to the overwhelming number of people or the fear instilled by those intent on capturing them. You will die. You will die. The village chief's eyes blazed with fury, his wrinkled cheeks quivering as he cursed Jing Li with fervor, his once calm demeanor evaporating. The villagers laughed sinisterly. This girl was finished. Seize them. I shall ensure their demise. The village chief's voice resonated with a wild, malevolent fervor, his words elongated and chilling. Anyone noticed as his murky black pupils dilated, nearly consuming his entire eye socket. It is over. Nangong Qian quietly lamented, and almost simultaneously, the villagers' faces contorted with madness, as if stripped of reason, surging towards them. You are far too noisy. A voice, laced with impatience, reached Nangong Qian and her companions as they were enveloped by the villagers' shadows. The speed was so swift that it felt as if the sky had suddenly darkened. Anyone witnessed how Jing Li struck. The once bright sky seemed veiled by a shroud of darkness. Exuding an ominous aura in the Qin family estate, the golden runes adorning Qin Ruolin's form vanished in an instant, revealing her sharp nails as she twisted her head, fixating on a specific direction before swiftly climbing out. Leaving behind a fleeting shadow, just as the villagers were about to seize the group, Jing Li, with remarkable agility, grasped Nangong Qian's backpack, kicking aside the villagers on either side and pulling her away from the encirclement. Wang Ergu's lustful gaze had never strayed from Nangong Qian. Upon seeing her with Jing Li, he momentarily quelled his desires but found himself inexplicably compelled, his lust intensifying, even overpowering his fear of Jing Li. With a fierce grip on his axe, he grinned maniacally, his energy surging as he charged towards Jing Li, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This woman would be his. The most unfortunate was Xiao Feng, who hunched over, cradling Yu Manwen in front of him. Shielding her from the chaos, a few villagers grasped his shoulders, attempting to drag Yu Manwen away. He endured strikes from the villagers, blood seeping from his back. Get away! The socially anxious Yu Manwen, upon seeing Xiao Feng grunting in pain, resembled a startled fawn yet instinctively unleashed an unusual ferocity, shouting at them to leave. All of you, get away from me. Yu Manwen attempted to pry Xiao Feng's hands apart, pushing back against the villagers, but Xiao Feng's reassuring gaze only deepened her sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably as she choked on her words. Feng G.its all right, don't move. The majority of the villagers bore down on them, leaving the two in a state of disarray, their expressions twisted in agony, as if engulfed by despair. Chapter 19. The copper deity will command your obedience. Bang. The violent impact momentarily stunned the frenzied villagers. Following closely was a cacophony of crashing sounds. Thud. Wang Ergu slammed against the wall, his gaze vacant as he spat several mouthfuls of blood, then began to scream in madness, "I will kill this woman. Kill her! Kill her! Enough with the noise!" Jingli approached Wang Ergu leisurely, placing her foot upon his chest. Although her actions appeared light, Wang Ergu soon realized he was utterly immobilized. She slowly bent down, her teasing tone sending chills down his spine. "If you continue to shout, I shall sever your tongue." Wang Ergu felt an overwhelming pressure at close range. His screams abruptly ceased, restoring a semblance of rationality. His arrogant demeanor dwindled. Even Nangong Qian, who had been closely following Jingli, was taken aback. The boss was truly terrifying. She had always thought of her as easygoing, but that a sudden realization struck her, recalling Qiao Feng. He too had been frightened, leaving her no time to concern herself with her cousin. Now, upon glancing over, his expression was one of sheer horror. Qiao Feng's forehead was bloodied, and the surrounding villagers, reminiscent of feral beasts, eyed them hungrily, poised to pounce at any moment. Through the gaps, she could vaguely see Qiao Feng being choked by a villager wielding a stick, his face turning ashen, struggling to breathe, while Yu Manwen was also being dragged away. Her situation dire, her body stained with blood. Whether her own or Qiao Feng's, she could not tell. "Cousin?" Nangong Qian, disregarding her own safety, frantically scanned her surroundings, her keen eyes landing on the axe in Wang Ergu's grip. Helplessly watching Wang Ergu being subdued, he could only watch as Nangong Qian seized his weapon and, emboldened, kicked his head, casually calling him a fool. Jingli subtly frowned. Wang Ergu, rendered mute by fear, could only retract his neck, unwilling to embrace death. This enigmatic woman was truly no ordinary person. Upon reflection, what had compelled him to act so impulsively? Nangong Qian positioned the chopping knife before her chest. Swallowing hard, fleetingly handsome yet quickly reduced to trembling under the gaze of the surrounding villagers. What to do? Should she rush forward? Would she end up losing her life alongside her second cousin? Perhaps it would be wiser to seek the aid of a powerful ally. Yu Manwen bit down on a villageress arm, causing them to release their grip in pain. Just as she prepared to dash forward, several slaps landed upon her face. Witnessing this, Nangong Qian felt her rationality ignite with fury. To hell with sacrificing lives, striking a woman. What a pack of beasts! Qiao Feng's eyes widened in rage as he exerted all his strength to wrench the stick from his neck. Just as Nangong Qian was about to recklessly charge ahead, she was restrained. Jingli cast a casual glance and stated coolly, "They cannot die just yet." Nangong Qian's taut nerves suddenly slackened. Fear overwhelmed her. The bizarre occurrences had surpassed her comprehension. The strain of enduring and the 2 nights of restless sleep were pushing her towards the brink of a mental breakdown. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Great One, please save my second cousin and Yu Manwen. They mean no harm, I beg you." Her voice, soft and trembling, evoked a moment of shock in Jingli. This girl was truly troublesome. What if she couldn't comfort her? Oh well, that moment, the village chief's gaze turned increasingly deranged, as if possessed by a mysterious force, bellowing, "Kill that woman." The villagers surrounding Qiao Feng, like puppets on strings, immediately obeyed the chief's command. Initially, some had retained their sanity, but now, their eyes brimmed with darkness, a clear indication of their aberration. Qin Ruolin. Jingli kicked Wang Ergu away and addressed the void above. "It is your turn." A golden light, intertwined with streaks of crimson, pierced through the black mist and flowed into Qin Ruolin's body. She felt the shackles binding her shatter instantaneously, her strength surging. The air grew frigid as ethereal red shadows loomed behind the villagers gripping Qiao Feng. Yu Manwen, possessing spiritual abilities, felt a dull ache in her head. After mere moments of probing, she fainted, too weak to establish a channel for spiritual connection. Spirit communication could only be mastered by a powerful sorcerer capable of controlling and conversing with spirits. Countless pale fingers rested on the villagers' shoulders, all belonging to women who had met tragic ends. Their eyes filled with blood tears, mouths twisted into grotesque smiles. The cacophony of ghostly wails and anguished cries filled the air, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Qiao Feng managed to break free from control, scrambling to Yu Manwen's side to carry her toward Nangong Qian. Overwhelmed by terror, he stumbled, nearly falling. but Nangong Qian swiftly rushed over to assist him. Qian, the villagers have gone mad. The bronze figure controls them, and they will kill us. The scene from my dream is unfolding. Xiao Feng's voice was laced with urgency as his face swelled, speaking in a hurried, indistinct manner. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qian felt her heart leap to her throat. What bronze figure? What have you discovered? The bronze figure worshipped by the village chief. It can move its eyes after I escaped. I dreamt we all perished. It was the bronze figure controlling the villagers to slaughter us. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted, his voice trembling in fear, seemingly sensing the bronze figure's eerie gaze upon him. Though his tone was accusatory, it was more laced with dread, as he anxiously sought Jing Li's assistance. Great One, Nangong Qian turned her head, only to find Jing Li had vanished. Another glance made her heart skip a beat. Qin Ruolin stood silently beside them, her malicious green eyes fixated upon them. Just when Nangong Qian thought she would pounce, Qin Ruolin averted her gaze, instead locking onto two shadows concealed in the darkness. One of the figures seemed to whimper in the next moment. The other figure dragged it into view. As it emerged, the familiar face of the village chief was revealed. He had just witnessed the vengeful spirits of the dead women entangling the villagers, and was about to use the bronze figure gifted by the bronze deity against the female ghost when Jing Li suddenly severed both his arms. Leaving them limp at his sides. That moment, he was howling, "Ha ha ha! The bronze deity is on our side. You shall all perish. You will all die." The village chief's nearly insane expression twisted his features, his throat unable to contain the manic laughter spilling forth. Jing Li, impatient, tugged at his collar, dragging him through the chaotic melee of villagers and ghosts. Any unobservant villagers or female ghosts that attacked were met with a searing golden light. Incinerated in its wake, the village chief, like a dead fish, left drag marks on the ground, lying prostrate, his eyes filled with malice. "The bronze deity will not spare you. I will kill you," Jing Li turned, making a shushing gesture. "Be quiet, or I may just end your stolen life prematurely." Her gaze, as calm as a still pond, held the village chief captive for a moment before he slowly replied, "The bronze deity will make you submit. Very well. I was just on my way to find it." Jing Li's tone brightened, revealing a depth of interest. Two little mice are playing hide and seek. Chapter 20. To meet their bronze deity, the group stood, stupefied, watching the girl approach them step by deliberate step, her icy demeanor resembling a star shining amidst the darkness, emanating a sacred radiance. Upon realizing how effortlessly she dragged the village chief, their preconceived notions shattered. How ruthless! How cold! Xiao Feng could no longer bear to look directly at her, his swollen face trembling as he carried Yu Manwen. The preceding events had transpired too swiftly. Having tasted the peril of life and death, even now, his heart raced uncontrollably. The incomprehensible phenomena, the villagers' uncontrollable madness, and the enigmatic being in red nearby rendered him utterly bewildered. The overwhelming shock left him momentarily dazed, and countless questions remained unanswered, his thoughts stagnating. While he had initially held doubts about Jing Li's courage, now he merely wished to quietly remain by Nangong Qian's side. He noticed that the woman seemed to exhibit some restraint toward Qian. If Nangong Qian had heard this, she would likely retort, "Elder brother, how can you see any restraint? I have been the one begging her. Let us proceed." Skirting past a few individuals, Jing Li continued her path toward the bronze deity. They had expected Qin Ruolin to lose her sanity and attack the village chief, but to their surprise, she merely glared at him fiercely without taking any action. The intensity of her gaze sent chills down the village chief's spine, rendering him speechless as he closed his eyes in fear. Qin Ruolin had truly emerged in contemplation. He resolved darkly that if he could wield the treasures bestowed by the bronze deity, he would annihilate them all. It was frustrating that this wretched girl had somehow turned the treasures to ash. "Xiao Chu, is this the place Master Huang spoke of?" Zhao Yinxing, tall and slender, expressed a hint of doubt. The two stood side by side, their clothing stained with indistinct blood, their faces marred yet exuding an air of deadly resolve. "Ah Chang, do you think Xiao Feng and the others will be all right?" Chu Xia's brow furrowed, her cold expression tinged with pain. Dried blood still clung to her lips, a sign she had recently coughed it up. They had narrowly evaded the villagers' pursuit and finally located this place, only to find it a futile endeavor. The sought-after location was none other than the village chief's residence. Let us not dwell on them for now. Your malevolent aura is becoming uncontainable. Zhao Yinqing's words were stern, focused solely on Chuxia's condition. Is this truly the place? Zhao Yinqing confirmed once more. Chuxia, clutching her chest, surveyed the surroundings. When they had arrived, the villagers had been shouting to pursue Qiao Feng. Leaving this area relatively empty, yes. She lifted her eyelids, nodding slightly. Her master had mentioned that the 8 palaces of the formation corresponded to Qin, Dui, Li, Jian, Sun, Can, Jin, and Kuren, with the village's focal point located in the Qin position. Years earlier, he had stumbled upon this place and discovered it concealed a massive formation. The most critical part of any formation is its focal point. While ordinary formations can be constructed from natural materials, the focal point of this forbidden mountain can only be formed from innate treasures due to its immense scale. They had come to seek the treasures within the formation, yet lamentably, they had no idea how to break it. All right, I will explore. You rest here. Zhao Yinqing assisted Chuxia in sitting down, retrieving a compass to examine the yard. Chuxia rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease about the day's ominous weather. Her master had known she was coming and assured her that all necessary preparations had been made, instructing her to bring Nangong Qian along, claiming it would facilitate their journey. She could not fathom why she was meant to accompany that annoying person. Hence, she had approached Qiao Feng, subtly suggesting he bring Nangong Qian, yet inexplicably, Yu Manwan, who struggled with social anxiety, had tagged along as well. For Yu Manwan, it was a surprise as she had her own undertaking and had naturally followed along to work with someone she admired. Chuxia indeed felt privileged. Upon entering the Forbidden Mountain, she was ushered directly to the village, guided by the villagers themselves. The process encountered almost no hindrance, even when the subsequent exploration alarmed the villagers and they attempted to pursue. There were several instances where they narrowly evaded detection. She could naturally comprehend the villagers' motives for chasing them. They must have known that treasures lay within this realm. To be frank, they were essentially stealing from others. Yet there was no alternative. Her malevolent aura was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. At this point, she and Zhao Yinqing still believed they had provoked the villagers, entirely unaware of the events unfolding on the other side. Ah Qian, do you not find this place peculiar? Chuxia gazed up at the oppressive sky above, a sense of foreboding washing over her, as if something ominous were about to transpire. And no sooner had she voiced this concern than Zhao Yinqing's compass went haywire. Spinning uncontrollably, run, Zhao Yinqing urged, pulling Chuxia towards the village chief's courtyard. Though they were merely a few steps away, the journey felt extraordinarily arduous, as if unseen forces were tugging at them from behind. Zhao Yinqing's expression turned grave, and with remarkable speed, he produced a talisman. Chuxia felt as though she had been struck in the chest by a heavy hammer. A warm liquid surged up her throat. Struggling to suppress the urge to vomit blood, she clumsily synchronized her movements with Zhao Yinqing's, her fingertips gripping the talisman as a glimmer of yellow light silently merged into it, shooting towards the two of them from behind. For a brief moment, the air felt suspended, and seizing this fleeting opportunity, the duo swiftly escaped the courtyard. Upon emerging, Chuxia could no longer hold back the metallic taste of blood in her throat and expelled it. Xiao Chu! Zhao Yinqing steadied her, his narrow eyes flashing with concern. Endure the pain, he admonished. There is an overwhelming aura of malevolence within. The courtyard, along with the entire house, was now shrouded in an indistinct darkness. Yet the sinister energy had not crossed the threshold. I just saw a copper doll, Zhao Yinqing spoke in a deep tone, burdened with gravity. A mere glance had nearly cost Chuxia her life. Who would have anticipated that this forbidden mountain would prove so challenging? Chuxia too had not foreseen such a turn of events. She had assumed that locating the core would allow them to easily dismantle the formation. Instead, they found themselves utterly at a loss. This was a stark deviation from her prior knowledge. The core was typically the most vulnerable point of a formation, yet this location was rife with malevolent energy. Nevertheless, she was determined to forge ahead. With that thought, Chuxia's expression hardened, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. "Do you desire immortality? What is it that you seek? I can provide it all." A sinister, seductive voice suddenly infiltrated their ears, echoing in Chuxia's mind, refusing to dissipate. One voice, two voices, three voices. An overwhelming cacophony enveloped them. Chuxia's gaze grew increasingly dazed and murky. The copper doll on the offering table wore a ghastly grin, and in an instant, its expression seemed to freeze, its rolling eyes morphing into a mocking visage, halting all movement. Begone. Chapter 21. The chosen one of destiny regaining her composure, Chuxia's eyes sparkled with intense fury as she directed a chilling reprimand at the copper doll. Begone. Her heart blazed with indignation. A mix of urgency and outrage coursed through her veins. The overwhelming fear and confusion that had nearly consumed her now transformed into an unarticulated aversion towards the copper doll. Having previously suffered from the intrusion of malevolent energy, she had never before been ensnared by such a sinister force, and this unforeseen sensation was far from pleasant. Xiao Chu, this is somewhat troublesome. Keep your distance, Zhao Yinqing urged, sensing the eerie danger permeating the air, tightly grasping Chuxia's wrist as he guided her backward. Qian. I almost fell prey to it. Chuxia retorted fiercely, her pride preventing her from acknowledging defeat. Zhao Yinqing's expression shifted subtly, his brows furrowing as he spoke gravely. It has affected you. She had indeed been affected. This sudden intrusion was an unfathomable experience for her, something that had never transpired in her 20 years of existence. Her world had always been governed by her own will. Zhao Yinqing, perceiving the tumultuous waves of emotion within Chuxia, refrained from further questioning, instead shifting the topic. Try the dispelling talisman. Xiao Chu, do you still possess enough spiritual energy? Zhao Yinqing's concern was palpable. Chuxia, as a practitioner of esoteric arts, naturally wielded spiritual energy, her innate talent unquestionable. She was undoubtedly the best among their generation. Yet now, plagued by the malevolent energy, each use of her power was a tremendous burden on her body. I can? Chuxia's piercing gaze fixed on the village chief's residence, her spirit ignited with righteous fury as she vowed to teach this malevolence a lesson and reclaim her dignity. While they deliberated on how to confront the copper doll, it wore a mocking expression, perplexed as to why the insignificant human outside had not succumbed to its influence. However, it was currently confronted by an aura it both disliked and felt compelled to submit to. Who could it be? Jingli glanced at the wound on her arm, the scar from the original owner's sacrifice showing no signs of healing, remaining shockingly vivid. Golden runes adorned the wound, visible only to her. Yet she could not fathom why she felt no trace of the original owner's soul. Upon arriving at the village chief's house, she noticed a wisp of mysterious purple aura gracefully rising, emanating from a nearby girl. This purple aura was exceedingly rare. In her era, it was typically born only by those of great fortune. Throughout history, purple aura had symbolized auspiciousness. Jingli couldn't help but click her tongue, a soft sigh escaping her lips, her eyes glimmering with complex and inscrutable emotions. Before her stood a man and a woman. The woman radiated a brilliance akin to that of the purple microcosm, with auspicious stars and benefactors harmoniously shining upon her, nurturing the sun's essence. An individual chosen by fate. The man was no less impressive, with high, well-defined brows and a prominent nose, possessing an equally outstanding destiny. Turning her gaze to Nan Gongqian and Xiao Feng, she secretly lamented, indeed, the fate of supporting characters is rather bleak, good-looking, yes, but destined for an early demise. The two felt a chill as Chuxia's gaze bore down upon them. Nan Gongqian sensed an oddity in the way the powerhouse regarded her, a blend of sympathy and pity. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that there was no emotion behind her eyes. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, was petrified. Carrying Yu Manwen on his back, with a ghost trailing behind, he felt as though the strange woman's gaze had never left them. Surely, she wouldn't cast him aside, would she? At that moment, the two across from her became aware of their presence. Who? Zhao Yinqing halted abruptly, turning sharply to look back, his fierce gaze sweeping over Qin Ruolin, who stood behind Xiao Feng, a vengeful spirit. The two felt a shiver run down their spines, exchanging glances that spoke of their mutual gravity and confusion. Chuxia quietly gripped the talisman, prepared for any sudden developments. Just as her mind raced with questions, Zhao Yinqing voiced her unspoken thoughts. Xiao Feng, why are you with a vengeful spirit? Vengeful spirits were notoriously unpredictable and would not linger behind ordinary humans without cause. Though the spirit appeared fearsome, it merely stood there, seemingly under someone's control. Zhao Yinqing took a step forward, exuding an undeniable aura of vigilance as he subtly shielded Chuxia behind him. His piercing gaze locked onto Qin Ruolin, only glancing at Xiao Feng with his peripheral vision. Xiao Feng felt a surge of anxiety. We have no idea how this happened. She seems to have latched onto us. After speaking, he covertly glanced at Jingli, who bore no expression, effortlessly holding the village chief as if he were a trivial trinket. Her eyes flitting between Chuxia and Zhao Yinqing, seemingly assessing something. Why should I tell you? Nan Gongqian erupted like a small bomb, questioning Chuxia vehemently. Chuxia, did you place a luck-boosting talisman on me? This remark left the others momentarily speechless, Jingli included. Why is this girl so straightforward? Though she has indeed guessed correctly. Xiao Feng thought, Nan Gongqian is being willful again. How could a goddess possibly do such a thing? What nonsense are you spouting? Chuxia's eyes brimmed with contempt and derision. Nan Gongqian, I am well aware that you harbor disdain for me, and I reciprocate your sentiments. A luck-boosting talisman? I do not comprehend where you obtained such an idea, but it is merely a figment of your imagination. I, Chuxia, conduct my affairs without resorting to such underhanded tactics. She held her chest high. Her voice, though seemingly frail, resonated with an undeniable authority. Moreover, you, a despicable young lady, how could you ever possess such fortune? Her words shattered the atmosphere, leaving both parties in utter shock. Even Xiao Feng, who had always viewed Chuxia as a goddess, was momentarily taken aback in his mind. Despite her aloof demeanor, she had always been gentle and understanding. How could she speak so harshly to his sister? Having grown up alongside Nan Gongqian, he understood her nature well. She was inherently good-hearted, merely prone to moments of capriciousness, and certainly not as unworthy as Chuxia had painted her. Feeling a sense of unease, he was about to step forward to mediate when he was abruptly interrupted by Nan Gongqian, who was now thoroughly incensed. Me? Despicable? Her eyes blazed with fury, her lips pressed tightly together, her cheeks quivering with indignation. She forcefully pushed past Xiao Feng, striding forward to confront Chuxia, while Zhao Yinqing positioned himself protectively between them. Chapter 22. It is you, indeed, Nan Gongqian. Your so-called not committing any heinous acts merely reflects your own standpoint, evaluated by your own standards. In this world, the dichotomy of right and wrong is not absolute. Should your obstinacy harm the innocent, it becomes malevolence. As for myself, I do not rely on fortune, for my destiny is dictated by my own will, not by the heavens. The base nature you speak of is nothing more than a divergence in our values. Regarding the insults, I am merely stating facts. If my words sting your ears, it is you who should engage in self-reflection, rather than bellow in outrage. Chuxia's tone was notably subdued, yet her sarcasm was palpable. Hearing this, Xiao Feng felt increasingly perplexed, her dissatisfaction deepening. Did she truly think so poorly of Qian? She had always presumed their conflict to be a trivial dispute between two girls. Nan Gongqian, in a state of exasperation, felt a surge of injustice, contemplating various retorts, yet found herself at a loss for words. She had always been verbally inept, unable to contend with the seasoned Chuxia. Yet her instincts told her that her suspicions were justified. The sheltered little princess, upon being bullied, instinctively sought her parents for support. Now, left alone, her ineffectual cousin provided no solace, leading her to glance helplessly at Jingli. Jingli, observing the scene, was suddenly jolted by the forlorn look in Qian's eyes. What was she to do? She even discarded the village chief she had been twisting in her left hand, making a gesture of encouragement. The gesture was from the original owner's memories, and she discerned it to mean cheer up. The supporting character had to rally for the favored child of destiny. Clearly, this girl, imbued with the essence of destiny, was quite audacious. Receiving Jing Li's radiant smile, albeit somewhat perfunctory, provided Qian with considerable reassurance. Without needing to speak, the response from the formidable one conveyed everything. Chuxia had borrowed her luck. Thus, Nan Gongqian turned to counterattack, enunciating each word. Ridiculous. I once believed you to be a person of high moral standing, yet you dare to do wrong and not take responsibility, and why instincts were indeed correct. Recalling Chuxia's lengthy admonition, Qian's fury morphed into a sardonic smile, further fueled by Jing Li's encouragement, her voice gaining a newfound firmness. You are merely a small-minded individual, parading your independence and strength while exploiting others. How absurd! Why should I engage in debate with someone like you? It is clearly your fault. Humph! Chuxia snorted dismissively, her demeanor exuding disdain and mockery. She held the utmost contempt for such overprivileged young ladies, seemingly adored yet ultimately reduced to pitiful creatures clinging to their family's coattails, forever oblivious to the world's hidden truths. A frog in a well. On one side stood the one she had long cherished, and on the other was her beloved sister. The village chief was abruptly cast aside, creating a commotion that drew the attention of others. Chuxia then scrutinized the unfamiliar yet exquisitely delicate girl before her. Upon first glance, every cell in Chuxia's body screamed with an uncontrollable aversion, as if she were a cat encountering a mouse. They were natural adversaries, despite the girl's seemingly harmless visage and ethereal, otherworldly aura. An unmistakable malevolence emanated from her. This malevolence was an instinctive reaction. In Chuxia's eyes, the girl who beamed at her was no virtuous being. The wariness and disquiet in her gaze did not escape Jing Li's notice, who responded with an even wider smile, her tone gentle as she remarked, "It is you who borrows luck, indeed. The chosen one, inherently virtuous, may possess a certain pride, yet such a heavy malice is rare." Chuxia's focus sharpened on the girl not far away, her mind swirling not only with confusion but also with a simmering indignation at the unfounded accusations. The girl spoke directly, as though she had thoughtlessly asserted a baseless claim, prompting Chuxia's tone to involuntarily take on a hint of impatience and coldness. "It is you who has spread rumors to Nangong Qian, claiming I borrowed luck? I advise you to choose your words with care. Do not let unfounded slanders become burdensome consequences for you in the future." With that, she instinctively brushed her fingers against the edge of her pocket, a subtle gesture revealing a hint of inadvertent wariness. Consequences? Threatening her? Jing Li's eyes narrowed slightly, her smile unwavering, yet an air of danger lingered. Witnessing this, Nangong Qian's fury intensified. How dare she? She tightened her clothing around her waist, adopting a stance akin to preparing for a fight. Her finely sculpted features animated by her anger, and she unleashed a torrent of rebukes. "Damn it, Chuxia! If you lack common sense, fine, but how dare you curse others? The formidable one is never in the wrong. It is you who has stolen my luck." How selfish! Previously, she had harbored doubts about these mysterious matters, yet now, with Chuxia naming names, her conviction solidified. Chuxia was truly no virtuous person. Back in school, she could discern a person's character swiftly. Even with Chuxia, her impressions were never favorable. Whenever conflict arose, everyone would side with Chuxia, even her closest friend, who ultimately assisted Chuxia. Everyone proclaimed her goodness, leading Qian to question her own instincts time and again. Enduring physical pain, Chuxia's words grew sharper. "Do you dare to insult me? Humph, without me, you'll all perish here shortly." Nangong Qian froze. What did this fool mean? Jingli disregarded her threat, finding it rather amusing. The chosen one seemed to be unraveling. She approached leisurely, casting a casual glance at the ominous village chief's abode, then shifted her gaze back to Chuxia. "Why did your master instruct you to bring Nangong Qian? And why did you choose to bring her along? Consequences? You cannot threaten me with that." Chapter 23. Your master is dead, just a regionally chosen one. Should she kill her, it would merely pose a temporary inconvenience. It does not imply she cannot eliminate her. Her own backlash was formidable. Should she desire it, coupled with this minor threat of consequence, what harm could it possibly inflict? The twofold rhetorical questions, combined with seemingly provocative remarks, caused Chuxia to hesitate. She scrutinized Jingli, puzzled as to how this girl knew her master had instructed her to bring Nangong Qian. Chuxia's thoughts spiraled. Could it be that her master had meddled? If not, why was her master so insistent on her bringing Nangong Qian? Had her master truly aided her in borrowing luck? A multitude of doubts tormented her mind. Yet, she remained unconvinced that her master could stoop to such despicable acts. In her heart, her master was a benevolent elder, wise and kind, a strict mentor, and a paragon of morality, utterly incapable of committing such a violation of natural law. How could she doubt her master? But what of the countless admonitions before her departure? Surely, it was due to Nangong Qian's numerous misdeeds that she had been sent here to face her just deserts. "I care not how you learned of my master. He has his reasons for his actions, and it is not your place to interject so easily." Chuxia's voice momentarily faltered as she cast a cold glance at Nangong Qian and the others. Finally focusing on Jingli, chuckling lightly. "I presume this malevolent spirit is your pet." What sort of good person would be accompanied by an entity radiating such malice? Surely, they had committed countless misdeeds and were destined for retribution. How remarkable that this girl could associate with a malevolent spirit. She was undoubtedly complicit in heinous acts, her hands likely stained with blood. No wonder she felt such discomfort upon encountering her. This sensation was peculiar, as if something persistently warned her. Eradicate evil. The girl before her embodies malevolence. Most astonishingly, she could not discern the malevolence enveloping the girl. It was merely an instinct deep within her soul. Those who are fundamentally evil often carry an aura of bloodlust. Yet, the girl before her did not exhibit such traits. Though Chuxia could not see others' destinies, as a naturally gifted practitioner of esoteric arts, she could still discern malevolence. Hearing these words, Jingli chuckled strangely. How intriguing! It appeared she was indeed unraveling. The naked truth lay before her, and her first instinct was to hastily refute it rather than thoughtfully consider the origins and conclusions of the situation. Those chosen by destiny are not so foolish. The wise person understands with but a single hint. The one she had encountered previously was indeed formidable. Ha! She nearly killed her. You dare to interject? The truth remains. Whether you choose to believe it is your own affair. However, you must understand that stealing another's luck invites backlash, does it not? Were it not for her interruption of that talisman, the one who cast the curse would ultimately rely on the power of the practitioner to counter the inconsequential backlash. Suffering merely minor misfortune, alas, she interfered and shattered the borrowing talisman. The backlash was probably the fate Nangong Qian was destined to encounter. Since time immemorial, no practitioner has escaped the constraints of cause and effect. As for her, perhaps she is an exception. Jingli no longer regarded Chuxia, refraining from explaining the matter of Qin Ruolin, silently calculating the time. Her nonchalant demeanor, devoid of mockery, thoroughly provoked Chuxia, who stepped forward. Her tone growing urgent. What do you wish to convey? As a practitioner of esoteric arts, she certainly understood the concept of backlash. Time was indeed of the essence. Facing the village chief's residence, Jingli's tranquil gaze rippled with subtle emotions. A genuine smile curving at her lips. Indeed, beneath this facade, she had overheard Chuxia's words. Slowly turning her head, whether out of good intentions or malicious amusement, she bluntly delivered a thunderous piece of news. Your master has perished. You know, my cause is generally unbearable for anyone. Moreover, she gestured towards Nangong Qian, remarking, do you not notice the merit surrounding her? Your body is in dire straits. The monotony of her tone seemed to betray a hint of delight, resonating in Chuxia's ears like the taunts of a petty villain. How could my master possibly die? Ha! Even if she is a mystical practitioner, can she surpass my master? Surely, this is mere fabrication and nonsense. At this moment, Nangong Qian's mouth fell slightly agape, her disbelief palpable. Even Xiao Feng, who had remained silent until now, widened his eyes, his heart tumultuous with shock. What had he just heard? If he was not mistaken, it was, Qianqian possesses merit, and Master Huang has died? Impossible. He had seen Master Huang. She appeared as a benevolent elder, embodying the essence of a celestial being. This bizarre woman surely had never encountered Chuxia before. How could she possibly know that Chuxia had a master, let alone declare that she was dead? Silence. Chuxia's gaze flickered, her tone abruptly shifting as she coughed violently, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. Her eyes ablaze with fury, eager to reprimand the ignorant girl who spoke without thought. I am merely offering you a kind warning, yet your temper seems rather excessive. You should depart swiftly. Your malevolent aura appears to be overwhelming. Jingli's voice paused momentarily, adding, and do not entertain thoughts of harming me. You are not worthy. Upon hearing this, Chuxia's pupils quivered, disbelief washing over her as she scrutinized Jingli. The shock reverberating within her mind rendered her incapable of coherent thought. How does she know everything? Who is she? Do I know her? Chuxia fixed her gaze on Jingli for a considerable time, mentally sifting through the identities of those around her, yet failing to unravel the mystery. She began to doubt whether something had indeed transpired with her master. Meanwhile, Chuxia's master, Huang Chuanda, was in the midst of offering incense. Huang Chuanda managed a Taoist temple nestled in a secluded mountain. Frequented solely by villagers seeking his healing touch, He practiced medicine and often treated villagers free of charge, as the hospitals in the county and city demanded exorbitant fees, compelling villagers to endure their ailments unless absolutely necessary. Thus, they turned to Huang Chuanda. His free treatments and competent medical skills endeared him to the majority of the villagers, who often visited the temple to pay their respects, sustained by the offerings that preserved the temple's incense. The two relied on each other for companionship. Under Huang Chuanda's guidance, Chu Xiao learned mystical arts that were inaccessible to ordinary individuals, thereby opening the door to another realm. In his early years, Huang Chuanda recognized Chu Xiao as an exceptional candidate to inherit the temple's legacy. However, upon discovering her extraordinary fortune and abilities, he reconsidered and sent her down the mountain to explore the unknown facets of the world. Regrettably, after an accident, malevolent energy infiltrated her body. He pored over numerous texts left behind, yet could not find a definitive method to eradicate the malevolent energy within her. The only recourse was to employ some esoteric techniques that defied the natural order. By borrowing fortune, one could not only siphon another's luck, but also their lifespan. Upon learning that a solution to dispel the malevolent energy had emerged, he instructed Chu Xia to bring Nangong Qian along, as his own abilities were not yet sufficient to allow the fortune borrower to stray too far from her. Thus, he repeatedly insisted that Chu Xia must accompany Nangong Qian, whom he had selected as the fortune borrower. However, at this moment, an ominous premonition grew increasingly potent. He sensed that he could not evade his fate. As the incense wafted into the air, Huang Chuanda bowed 3 times before the incense burner, muttering incantations under his breath. After completing his rituals, he reverently inserted the incense into the burner. Suddenly, his gaze flickered in astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. The incense was repelled, unable to enter the burner. Zhao Yinqing remained wholly focused on Qin Ruolin, not daring to relent for even a moment. Yet, the anticipated attack from the vengeful spirit never came. Qin Ruolin stood there, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, prompting him to feel that the spirit was biding its time for an order. Perhaps an intense battle awaited them. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged through Chu Xia's body. Her complexion paling as fresh blood erupted from her mouth. "Xiao Chu!" The violent commotion startled Zhao Yinqing, his taut expression shifting to one of alarm. He hastily retrieved a red pill from his backpack and rushed to support Chu Xia. Placing the pill in her mouth, he remained on high alert, acutely aware of Qin Ruolin's possible sudden aggression, while simultaneously worrying about Chu Xia's condition. A tremendous pressure loomed over his mind, enveloping him in anxiety and an unnameable dread. It was that woman. Once this ordeal concludes, he would ensure she experiences unspeakable agony, teaching her that not everyone is a foe she can provoke with impunity. Chu Xia's sudden spitting of blood left everyone momentarily stunned. No way! The formidable figure presents you with information, and you respond by spitting blood. This is not how one engages in deceit. Regardless, the powerful figure stood at a distance, and yet Chu Xia still bled. Do not emulate those elderly individuals online attempting to swindle the influential. Nangong Qian exclaimed, startled by Chu Xia's sudden hemorrhage and devoid of any sympathy, immediately suspecting that she was feigning. Chu Xia, dazed by the remark, felt the malevolent energy surging within her, and her anger nearly caused her to spew blood once more. Jingli, speechless, absorbed the comment, the final inquiry about her supposed poverty striking a nerve. How hurtful, Jingli paced restlessly. Her intentions concealed from those around her. If a formation master were present, they would perceive the invisible force emanating from Jingli, expanding outward. She was about to set up a formation. Jingli casually dragged the village chief, whom she had just knocked unconscious, and nonchalantly remarked, "If fortune cannot be borrowed, the suppressed malevolent energy will inevitably surge forth. I advise you, leave swiftly." Subsequently, she unceremoniously tossed the village chief into the courtyard. As the chosen one, even when beset by evil forces, one would ultimately emerge unscathed. It would not be difficult for Chu Xia to depart from this village. It merely required enduring some hardship. Those selected by fate would undoubtedly possess capabilities beyond ordinary comprehension. In contemporary terms, one might say they are overpowered. Chu Xia swallowed the pill, her complexion improving slightly, yet her trembling form indicated that her condition remained precarious. Jingli appeared to find amusement in the situation. Her refined features adorned with a smile as she encouraged, "Very well. I await your display." Whether one dies early or late, death is still death. Your master's early demise may indeed be a stroke of fortune for him. Jingli pondered briefly before earnestly stating, throughout history, few have dared to challenge her. Encountering one now was rather amusing. Alas, those who had previously failed to recognize her worth, well, none of them remained alive that I wonder if that person still exists. Having lingered in the realm of spirits for too long, many memories have begun to fade. Seeing her so serious and earnest, Nangong Qian and the others were left astounded. The formidable figure would not speak falsely, nor would she stoop to deceit. It appeared that Chuxia's unknown master was indeed deceased. Chuxia felt the blood surge within her, a numbing sensation coursing through her body, and with each movement, unbearable pain assailed her limbs. Her eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent that seemed to penetrate Jingli's very being. Zhao Yinxing, observing this, supported Chuxia's back with an assuring gesture, indicating that he would handle the situation from here. Chuxia finally steadied her mind. Xiao Chu, I will surely acquire that item to cleanse your malevolent energy. His deep voice resonated in her ears, soothing her frayed emotions. Before Zhao Yinxing could elaborate further, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The dark energy that had initially lingered within the village chief's courtyard began to spread outward, morphing from a dull gray to a profound black. Soon, the dark mist enveloped the area. Extending several meters beyond the courtyard, a deafening roar erupted from within the courtyard, the dim sky and encroaching black fog rendering the air thick and murky, nearly obscuring visibility. More roars followed. Startled, Nangong Qian instinctively slapped her head. Doubting her hearing, "Cousin, did you hear that noise?" Her voice trembled, associating any abnormality with impending doom, especially with the presence of the vengeful spirit nearby. "I heard it," Xiao Feng replied, scanning the surroundings, his tone unsteady as his heart raced in fear. At that moment, Yu Manwen also began to awaken, her gaze blankly fixed on the head in front of her. "Iasit, Feng Go?" Her cheeks flushed, but the invisible, terrifying force bore down upon them, causing her to faint once again. The final roar resonated throughout the heavens, triggering alarm bells within the group. Zhao Yinxing's compass shattered once more, shards flying and slicing across his face. Chapter 25. Zhao Yinxing is inside. The beastly roars intertwined with the sounds of grinding teeth emanated from the courtyard. Suddenly, countless strange, shadowy figures resembling children burst forth from the courtyard, their infantile wails mingling with piercing screams, echoing relentlessly. The overwhelming spectacle left several individuals momentarily breathless, even the seasoned, who had long been in contact with the supernatural, displayed an expression of incredulity. "What on earth is this? Come in and play with us. Come on." The varying tones of voices intertwined, enticing the group to step toward the courtyard. Shadows fluttered around them, refraining from any immediate attack, merely swirling above their heads. At this moment, the eerily quiet and sinister seemed to have been activated, revealing a grotesque grin as she lunged into the dense black mist. Her sharp nails leaving 5 distinct claw marks upon the amorphous shadows. Seizing a clump of the mist, she brought it to her mouth, where it writhed and trembled before being consumed. Witnessing this gruesome scene, S' complexion turned ashen as he helped the still suffering to her feet, placing a jade token into her hand before they both hastily retreated further from the courtyard entrance. A vengeful spirit is indeed a vengeful spirit. It must be eradicated swiftly, and those who harbor such spirits must also be dealt with. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he contemplated the need to eliminate. After ensuring safety, he warily focused on, while simultaneously casting glances at, searching for a means to sever her connection with the vengeful spirits. Yet, every movement of the girl betrayed no flaw. She remained still, offering no commands to the lurking shadows, merely observing the direction from which the mist poured forth, even bestowing a gentle, albeit detached smile when their gazes met. A smile that, despite its apparent coldness, was not devoid of courtesy. Around her, it was as if a sanctuary existed, with shadows within mere meters being torn to shreds by, unable to encroach even slightly into her vicinity. 3 small tails followed her closely, with almost pressing against her side. Though the girl seemed somewhat disdainful, she did not push her away. The moment she sensed something amiss, swiftly aligned herself with, and upon witnessing this, followed suit without hesitation, realizing that some matters could no longer be explained by science. His sister's companion likely possessed significant power, and even the goddess he had long admired was evidently not an ordinary individual. Evidently, had knowledge of these matters. Was their presence here a prearranged agreement between the two? Was he merely a stepping stone for them? Such thoughts filled him with both sorrow and rage. Misjudging people was one thing, but allowing his sister to be exploited was utterly intolerable. His emotions were tumultuous, yet he had no time for contemplation. The strange sounds persisted, prompting an instinctive urge to follow the seemingly gentle yet profoundly aloof. He discerned that the girl was indifferent to their lives or deaths, yet she would not reject their company. Conversely, exhibited remarkable tolerance towards her, was correct in this assessment, was indeed very accommodating toward those she found appealing. Meanwhile, continued her savage assault on the shadows, some of which appeared to gain sentience and began to retreat. Realizing they could not easily overpower her, they turned their aggression toward the other two. Though they bore no discernible features, a malevolent grin was unmistakably visible on the shadowy heads, an ominous malice radiating from them. Upon sensing the anomaly, quickly produced a yellow talisman, attempting to utilize it against the shadows. The talisman seemed to have an effect, provoking a shrill, eerie laughter from the shadows as they surged forward, sprouting unknown tentacles that swiftly tore the talisman apart. A closer inspection revealed that each shadow was encased in a thick, dark mist, through which one could faintly see what resembled blood clots writhing within. Before he could fully grasp the situation, found himself encircled by a throng of shadows. A muffled groan escaped him, akin to being torn apart. Desperate, who had been suppressing the malevolent energy with pills, felt a surge of anxiety. If she were to forcibly use her spiritual power after consuming the pills, all would be in vain, and the suppressed malevolence would likely rebound with greater ferocity. She dared not act hastily, yet the sight of being assaulted made it impossible for her to concentrate. "Damn it!" exclaimed, witnessing the horrifying scene that would haunt anyone's nightmares. She seemed momentarily at a loss, was acutely aware of the surrounding turmoil. Upon hearing's habitual exclamation, she slightly furrowed her brow. It seemed the original owner of her body occasionally used such phrases. Was this a trend of the times? As for whether he lived or died held no significance for her, and she remained unconcerned, burdened by the weight of and the strain of running, found his strength nearly depleted. Forcing him to sit upon the ground to recuperate, propping against a nearby tree, he could only hope that the girl before him would remain in this spot a while longer, granting him a moment of respite. Exhaustion washed over him, and just as he was about to close his eyes, startled cry jolted him awake, drawing his attention to her line of sight, where countless small shadows coalesced into a towering figure. Approximately 3 meters tall, demanding one to look up at it, accompanied by the sounds of anguished moans. He clutched at his racing heart, the remnants of fatigue vanishing instantly as he scanned his surroundings. Spotting only a wave of shock and terror coursed through him, was within. In the next moment, a vivid crimson hue began to seep through the gaps in the shadows, shimmering ominously in the faint moonlight, spreading forth and staining the surrounding air with an unsettling scarlet hue. For those who had never faced adversity, sheltered by their family, this scene was undoubtedly terrifying. They would likely never forget this moment. Though harbored disdain for and by extension, she had never wished for him to perish before her eyes, let alone seek revenge against them. Her prideful nature merely craved an apology from them. Frantically shoved a red pill into her mouth, attempting to shorten the suffering. Agony and struggle flashed across her face as represented the brotherly figure in her life, and she could not permit any harm to come to him. Her loud cry drew the attention of the other shadows, which writhed in the air, exhibiting a bloodthirsty excitement. "Eat! So delicious! Mine! It's mine!" They jostled against one another, beginning to turn on themselves. So delicious, so good. The cacophony abruptly fell silent. Another tempestuous wind swept through, and, driven mad by bloodlust, frantically stuffed her mouth, visibly consuming more than before, the malevolent energy around her intensifying, her power surging as she transitioned from tearing apart fragments to devouring them whole. Do not overindulge. Gluttony is not a virtue. Chapter 26. I will slay. Its calm voice infiltrate its mind. Yet, actions did not falter. Instead, her exhilaration grew, the spirit's unique malevolence manifesting in full force. She craved more. All these enriching materials were for her consumption. This was the power of the bronze man. As her desires deepened, the remnants of her prior obedience faded away. She swung her sharp nails wildly, her disheveled hair intertwining with the shadows like candied hawthorns, piercing through her scalp. Like an insatiable beast, she retained a shred of rationality but was unwilling to heed directives any longer, and the next instant, the defiant found herself bound once more. The golden chains handed to her by, who stood in a daze, were reminiscent of a familiar scene. As she hesitated, had already placed the chains into her hands, stating, "Where there is one, there is another. With practice, you may learn to condense golden light on your own." Upon hearing this, S' eyes sparkled. Did this imply she could learn such fantastical abilities in the future? She grinned as she tightened her grip on the chains, initially reluctant to accept them due to's now terrifying demeanor. Who would dare take them? After suppressed the last vestiges of malevolent energy. Her complexion drained of color, her once pristine high ponytail now a chaotic mess. She had no time to attend to the pain that felt as though she had been crushed. She produced a dozen yellow talismans, spreading her fingers and flinging them into the air, where they floated without wind, emitting a golden glow, interspersed with hints of purple. Observing this, remained poised, eager to witness the powers of this era's chosen one. Raised her index and middle fingers to her chest, her face contorted in pain while her body trembled, as she summoned all her strength. In the next moment, the floating talismans transformed into razor-like blades. Swiftly slicing toward the massive black mist, the talismans cut through the mist effortlessly, revealing his disheveled form within. His body bore numerous wounds, blood staining his skin, with the most severe injuries around his shoulder and neck, flesh torn open, bone visible beneath, and the ground littered with charred talismans. He had evidently endured much in this battle. Smirked, acknowledging the prowess of the favored child of destiny. Even a few talismans could breach the corporeal manifestation of the ghostly doll. Being a high-level vengeful spirit infused with resentment and having shed her seal, was naturally capable of overpowering the bronze-manufactured specter. Typically, individuals wielding insufficient spiritual energy would find it impossible to dismantle such a creation. The bronze figure's inherent abilities were formidable. Even Qin Rulin could contend with it to some extent. However, the true challenge lay in the formation known as the Gathering Array, which amplified the bronze figure's strength. It was evident that the bronze figure understood that departing from this location would diminish its own power, hence it remained ensconced within the courtyard, harboring no intention of emerging. Although this merely required Qin Rulin to expend some spiritual energy, she was reluctant to do so unnecessarily. Jingli ambled around the walls of the village chief's residence, occasionally pausing to gesture absent-mindedly with her feet. When malevolent black mist surged toward her, the chains binding Qin Rulin would loosen momentarily, only for the black mist to be devoured in the next instant. After the silence, Qin Rulin would find herself restrained once more. Nangong Qian followed her closely, as did Xiaofeng, who faced the additional burden of carrying Yu Manwen. The cycle of binding and releasing continued, exhausting even the once furious Qin Rulin to the point of resignation. Ultimately, she had to curb her impulses and maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Chuxia released several yellow talismans, which instantly formed a circle in the air before swiftly descending upon Zhao Yinqing, erecting a barrier around him. The black mist could not advance another step. She approached Zhao Yinqing, gently patting his cheek, her voice laced with concern. "Yiqing, can you still move?" Zhao Yinqing smiled weakly at her, his right hand resting on his left shoulder, assuring her he was fine. However, upon seeing the talisman surrounding him, his dark eyes froze, his smile faltering slightly as he hoarsely inquired, "How can you wield such immense spiritual power?" "Your malevolent aura." Before he could finish, Chuxia pulled him out of the black mist's embrace, saying, "Let's talk outside." The surrounding ghostly figures roared in frustration, violently colliding against the yellow talisman barrier, unwilling to let their hard-won prey escape. They would not tolerate the notion that this woman could be easily dismissed, nor that this man could also attempt to flee. They were determined not to allow it. They were so close to exhausting all of the talismans on this man. The black mist clawed at them, countless tendrils of darkness striking the barrier even after sustaining injuries. Chuxia had no choice but to retrieve the jade tablet she had recently acquired, positioning it above to enhance the power of the yellow talismans. This jade tablet, made from stone imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, could channel its spiritual energy for defense, and typically, malevolent entities dared not approach it. Yet, even with the Jade Tablet's support, the black mist showed no signs of retreating. Its relentless, clawing demeanor provoked Chuxia's ire. Bronze figure, bronze figure. I must destroy this bronze figure. It is this bronze figure that has deceived me. It is this bronze figure that has harmed Aicheng. This unknown malevolent entity must be eradicated. Her eyes turned crimson, her teeth clenched, and her chest heaved rapidly as she struggled to contain her seething rage, ready to erupt at any moment. Her gaze locked onto the village chief's courtyard. Fixated on the room where the bronze figure stood, Xiaochu, your malevolent energy is overwhelming. Do not act impulsively, Zhao Yinqing warned. Having sensed the shift in Chuxia's aura die in that fleeting moment, he realized the profound impact of the malevolent energy upon her. Had it truly altered her so drastically? She had always been a person of restraint, never acting without certainty. Her rationality and wisdom were her unparalleled virtues. However, if Xiaochu found herself in peril, he would protect her. For the artifact he had brought should be able to contend with the bronze figure. This bronze figure was indeed peculiar. Conventional talismans were ineffective against it. I will slay it, Chuxia declared, channeling greater spiritual energy as she cast forth several yellow talismans. Finally escaping the black mist and settling beneath the tree where Yu Manwen had leaned moments earlier, where the mist was at its weakest. She glanced around, failing to spot Jingli and the others, and coldly remarked Aicheng, if Qiao Feng and the others perish, it shouldn't concern me, right? Zhao Yinqing's expression faltered in surprise. He bit his lip, contemplating for a moment before responding, Xiaochu, whatever you choose to do, I will support you. He believed that even if Xiaochu had changed, it was merely a consequence of the malevolent energy, and he would always stand by her. It's his words. Chuxia's icy demeanor gradually warmed, and she replied calmly, Aicheng, I am grateful for your support. They had already been ensnared by the malevolent woman controlling the vengeful spirits. Even if they were not slain here, they would emerge from the mountains mentally unbalanced. I will let them fend for themselves. A disdainful voice interjected, Humph. Nangong Qian's derisive tone echoed. Chapter 27. The law-abiding Jingli. The group followed Jingli in a convoluted circuit, utterly bewildered by her actions and intentions. Yet they understood one thing. They would stick close to Jingli. Numerous tendrils of black mist loomed menacingly over them. Thankfully, Qin Ruolin had managed to ward off all attacks. Qiao Feng's gaze toward Qin Ruolin had lost some of its apprehension. Her words seemed to convey the ease with which she could determine their fates. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qian immediately retaliated. Who do you think you are? You think we can just be left to our own devices? If it weren't for your deception, would we be in this predicament? Xiaochu, do not act with such a lack of conscience. Nangong Qian, I advise you to tread carefully with your words, lest you find yourself the first to perish. Chuxia retorted, her voice low and ominous, as if the air around them were charged with impending violence. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Have you lost your mind? This is a society governed by law. Nangong Qian seethed, launching a tirade against Chuxia, and instinctively reached for her phone to call for help, declaring, I will call the police right now. You are truly insane. However, upon retrieving her phone, she realized it had been devoid of signal throughout. The black mist swirled around them, eager to attack. The bronze figure controlling the mist lurked in the shadows, channeling the energy of the gathering in array, causing the formless ghostly children to surge even more violently. They nearly shattered the yellow talismans encircling Chuxia and Zhao Yinqing. The outermost talismans had already succumbed to numerous assaults, some reduced to ash, scattering to the ground as the acrid scent of charred paper filled the air. Zhao Yinqing's expression darkened, his body tense, prepared for any sudden crisis. More talismans materialized around them, while the jade tablet above connected to the incoming talismans, supplying them with spiritual energy. After surveying her surroundings, Chuxia's countenance grew exceedingly grim. The malevolent energy surged from the depths of her heart, no longer suppressible, and she clenched her teeth in fury, declaring, I will kill you right now. Dying here would be a fitting end for you. In an instant, she drew the dagger she always carried, slicing through the encroaching black mist. The skinless ghostly child screeched, revealing a blood-soaked visage, and lunged at Chuxia with its gaping maw. The blade shimmered with a faint yellow light as Chuxia swiftly slashed at the skinless ghostly child. and upon contact with the bloodied blade, it shrieked in agony before exploding into fragments. Nangong Qian and the others were engulfed in the gruesome scene, their minds racing, yet their trembling bodies and ashen expressions betrayed their inner terror. Even Chuxia's fierce warning was cast aside. Previously, they had only perceived a mass of black mist, but the sight of the bloodied remnants had truly rattled them. That moment, they could only lament Yu Manwen's fortunate circumstances. Having been suspended in peril for so long, Jingli withdrew a wooden stick from the fence, drawing the final stroke on the ground. Sensing the commotion, she cast a sidelong glance at the bloodied dagger in Chuxia's hand. Her lips curling into a smirk. See, this is what it means to hang by a thread. As expected, the blood of the chosen one can dispel all malevolence. How is this fair? Why am I not granted such power? By all accounts, I should be favored by fate as well. Otherwise, why would fate keep its eyes on me? Jingli mused, glancing at the cut on her arm, unable to suppress her envy. Suddenly, a red glint flickered in her eyes as she regarded Chuxia with an unusual intensity. If she could seize Chuxia's fate, could she not assume her place? After all, no one had ever attempted such a thing in millennia. Perhaps it was worth a try. However, the dangerous thought was quickly quelled. As she found herself somewhat disdainful of this so-called favored one, alas, what a pity, die, she exclaimed, thrusting the stick directly at Nangong Qian. Qianqian, Xiaofeng shouted, his mind blank. Nangong Qian's body stiffened, paralyzed by fear, her heart racing as she felt it rise to her throat. She wanted to evade, but her body refused to obey. With wide eyes, she stood frozen in place, fearfully closing her eyes as she awaited the anticipated pain. Yet, the sensation of a blade piercing her chest never came. A familiar voice reached her ears. You cannot kill her. Jing Li's languid demeanor shifted. She no longer bore the guise of an amused spectator. The warmth faded from her gaze, leaving only a hint of coldness. She seized Chuxia's wrist, effortlessly crushing it with a crack. Chuxia, wincing in pain, released the dagger, which Jing Li preemptively caught. Then, in the astonished gaze of Chuxia, she plunged the dagger into Chuxia's arm, blood gushing forth. At that moment, every individual froze, as if the world had come to a standstill. Zhao Yankin, upon hearing the commotion, struggled to rise, yet the encroaching black mist enveloped him, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the occurrences outside. The departure of Chuxia had only intensified the surrounding darkness. Hiss! She was wary of the blood that possessed the ability to slay demons. Fortunately, Chuxia had not yet fully matured. While the blood could indeed harm malevolent entities, its effectiveness was contingent upon the user's capabilities. Otherwise, it would merely serve as an auxiliary tool. Chuxia's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, her cracked lips devoid of color. She staggered back, but the girl before her grasped her injured arm with the ferocity of a demon, as if that hand weighed 1,000 pounds, rendering her struggles futile. The demon smiled, a grin that sent chills deep into her heart. Even though her beautiful eyes glimmered faintly, to Chuxia, they reflected the manic delight of a fiend. Apologies, but this is my employer. You cannot kill her just yet. The sarcastic voice of Jing Li re-emerged. You should consider yourself fortunate that I am a law-abiding citizen. Otherwise, you would have already met your demise. The fallen chosen one, if slain, would surely earn gratitude from the heavens. Alas, in this society, murder is a crime, and the original owner aspired to lead a new life as a good citizen. Besides, a group awaited her lessons outside. Suddenly, a crack echoed. Chapter 28. The Offering. Xiaofeng Jingli released Chuxia's arm and handed a dagger to Nangong Qian, saying, "Take this. Someone is providing you with gear. Keep it for self-defense." The original owner's voice was naturally sweet and clear. Yet when spoken through Jingli's lips, it acquired an inexplicable sardonic undertone. The tone and words often felt slightly dissonant, yet oddly melodious. Nangong Qian's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, whether from fear or genuine grievance, as she sobbingly accepted the dagger, not forgetting to express her gratitude. Xiaofeng also came to his senses, moving closer to inspect whether Nangong Qian bore any wounds, then fixating his gaze on Chuxia. His expression a complex mix of disappointment. Chuxia, once we are out of here, the Nangong family and the Qiao family will not let you off lightly. How dare you attempt to harm Qianqian? Even if Qianqian's temperament is a bit spoiled, it is not for you to dictate. Moreover, How callous can one be to view murder as so effortless? Is this truly the Chuxia I once knew? Xiaofeng was consumed by regret, lamenting that he should never have listened to her and brought Qianqian along, thereby dragging Manwen into this predicament. Chuxia, influenced by the malevolent energy, regarded this with disdain, utterly indifferent to Xiaofeng's words. She was determined to eliminate the wretch who dared to wound her. The suppressed force within her suddenly surged, and Chuxia immediately clutched her other injured arm, her eyes brimming with vengeful fury. Although she sensed that the girl before her was formidable, it did not deter her murderous intent. She could not flee. The means to dispel the malevolence remained here. The ghostly dolls hovered nearby, wary of the blood on Chuxia, circling but hesitating to advance. Meanwhile, Jingli had completely dispelled the black mist. Qin Ruolin's hair had grown longer and more resilient. Trailing behind her were remnants of snacks she had failed to consume. Another crack resounded. Though she wished to eliminate Jingli, she did not engage in conflict at this moment. Realizing that Zhao Yanqin was still under attack by the black mist, she redirected her focus toward the copper figure. Once she acquired the tool to dispel the malevolence, she would return to deal with this insufferable wretch. Thus, she swiftly tossed several blank yellow talismans, using her own blood to inscribe them in the blink of an eye. The yellow talismans seemed to come alive, radiating with formidable energy alongside her. Only Jingli raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, observing Chuxia's maneuvers with a relaxed demeanor. The moment Chuxia boldly entered the courtyard, Qin Ruolin seemed to receive some command, swiftly darting into the main hall with remarkable speed. The intrusion of one human and one spirit did not faze the copper figure, which perceived them merely as nourishment. Strangely, regardless of how many ghostly dolls perished outside, the copper figure showed no signs of depletion. Upon entering the main hall, Chuxia found the copper figure had long since vanished from the offering table. Suddenly, an icy chill swept through her back. She turned swiftly to see the village chief, now devoid of will. The chief wore a grotesque smile, his eyes completely white, as if intent on choking Chuxia, yet he grasped at nothing to that moment. Qin Ruolin entered, their gazes locking. Tob scrutinized by two entities that were neither human nor ghost would unnerve anyone. Chuxia took the initiative, hurling the yellow talisman, which transformed into a tangible blade aimed at the two. The enhanced Qin Ruolin reacted swiftly, maneuvering around to appear behind Chuxia, seemingly uninterested in killing her, but rather in searching for the copper figure. Sensing something, she vanished from the main hall in an instant, leaving the village chief, without a doubt, no match for Chuxia, who soon exploded him into fragments. Chuxia pondered for a moment. It seemed the village chief had been thrown into the fray. But why would anyone toss an innocent into the conflict? That wretch was indeed a thoroughly despicable person. She obsessively contemplated Jingli's actions, entirely forgetting that it was she who had killed the village chief. The moment the chief exploded, Jingli was aware, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. I told you, those who struggle to survive will meet a grim fate. The ghostly dolls outside, the offerings sought by the village of Hahuan, the ghostly dolls created by malevolent forces are truly spine-chilling. Even I find them terrifying. She glanced at the unfortunate souls, her expression one of amusement as she turned to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze, nearly stumbling over Manwen, who was slung over his back. One must admit, his stamina was commendable. Once he steadied Manwen, he hesitantly inquired, Master, have I done something wrong? His tone had shifted smoothly, devoid of the earlier arrogance. Nangong Qian, equally puzzled, tightened her grip on the dagger, trembling as she asked, Cousin, is something going to happen? Jingli shook her head before nodding, indicating that trouble had already arisen, not that something was about to occur. This statement left both of them exceedingly anxious. Xiaofeng gasped, abandoning any pretense of inquiry, Master, save me. He was, after all, an offering, young and vigorous. The copper figure would certainly find him appealing. Jingli continued her leisurely banter, utterly unconcerned about Xiaofeng's fate. He lamented, I do not wish to become an offering. Nangong Qian interrupted Jingli's incantation, bluntly stating, Cousin, do you still have 3 million in pocket money? Just as Xiaofeng was about to plead for Jingli's help, Nangong Qian quickly interjected, Master, he has 3 million. He will give it all to you. Is that acceptable? Jingli was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing to calculate the value of 3 million. Suddenly, her lips twitched. The largest sum the original owner had ever seen was 2,000 in her memories. The bank card held a mere 200. What was this madness? Come on, hurry up. Nangong Qian took Manwen from Xiaofeng, urging him to follow Jingli with an urgency that suggested she feared Jingli might suddenly retract her agreement. Xiaofeng stood bewildered. Did this count as an agreement? Shouldn't such masters be indifferent to wealth, dwelling in seclusion and difficult to persuade? He was prepared to learn the art of persistent pleading from his younger sister, yet was astonished that 3 million had sufficed. Although it constituted his entire annual allowance, when faced with the prospect of death, who cared about 3 million? Xiaofeng positioned himself before Jingli, who scrutinized him from head to toe. Under her gaze, Xiaofeng felt increasingly uneasy. What others could not see was the myriad of luminous points converging within Jingli's eyes. These points methodically illuminated every corner around them, interconnected by countless strands of golden light, forming an immense cage-like space. The village chief's home was similarly ensnared within. Xiaofeng's entire being appeared almost transparent to Jingli's eyes. Soon, writhing blood clot within him was ensnared by the luminous points. Jingli's fingers deftly pinched, seemingly grasping the light that enveloped the flesh, swiftly extracting it. Chapter 29. 2 against 1. Qin Ruolin is wounded in an instant. Xiaofeng felt a clarity wash over his muddled mind. Despite having witnessed many spine-chilling sights, the sight of the flesh extracted from his body made him retch. Having been on the run, he had long been famished, and all he expelled was bile. The golden points flickered in the air before vanishing. To the others, the flesh appeared to materialize and then dematerialize as if by magic. Nangong Qian shivered, goosebumps rising as she covered her nose, exclaiming, "That's disgusting. Cousin, you're filthy." Xiaofeng wore a look of despair, wiping his mouth and muttering in a muffled voice, I really am filthy." Oddly, he did not engage in banter with Nangong Qian. He resembled a wilted flower. Dejected and spiritless, utterly unwell. It was not mere petulance. No one could accept harboring such loathsome entities within their body. The time stretched on. All right, Jingli, with her left hand behind her, extended her right index finger, gliding it through the air. The two wisely refrained from interrupting her. The entire village chief's residence had been engulfed by the black mist, rendering the interior completely obscured, silent, as if utterly isolated from the world, devoid of any sound. After Chuxia had slain the village chief, she relied on instinct to search for the copper figure. Upon finding the secluded chamber, Qin Ruolin was under attack by a mass of malevolent energy. Clearly outmatched by this dark force, 4 of her sharpest fingernails had shattered, and her pale, spectral hands were grotesquely bent at a 90-degree angle, elongated and dragging upon the ground. After a considerable time, her ghostly hands emitted a series of unsettling cracks as they twisted back to their normal state. The sinister energy enveloped her once more with a perverse delight, subsequently breaking her hands again. In the realm of spirits, the law of the jungle prevailed. Each entity sought to devour the other. Qin Ruolin, born of accumulated resentment, emitted a shrill wail, her hair cascading in countless strands through the dark mist. "Kill it! Kill it! Kill it!" The essence of the malevolence was but a fog, and tangible harm was utterly ineffective against it. The copper man lurked in the shadows, grinning sinisterly, expertly manipulating the dark energy that ensnared Qin Ruolin's limbs. Pulling with force, while the skinless ghost children occasionally advanced to gnaw at her, signs of disintegration appeared in her ghostly form. Suddenly, her hair surged wildly, even spilling outside the courtyard, intertwining with a multitude of skinless ghost children, voraciously absorbing them. Even those encircling Zhao Yinqing were consumed in the process. With her strength restored, Qin Ruolin broke free from the control of the dark energy, only to realize that the mass of malevolence drew from an inexhaustible source. As she grew stronger, so too did the dark force. She had no understanding of what the copper man was, possessing such boundless power. Aware that she was no match for him, she yearned to flee. But the copper man would not let her escape. Moreover, behind her, that practitioner of arcane arts, in a moment of weakness, Chuxia seized the opportunity and hurled several thunder-inducing talismans. Gloating silently, with the vengeful spirit vanquished, the external reliance of Jingli would cease to exist, making it a simple matter to teach her a lesson. As the talismans fell, The sky bore no sign of lightning, nor even a flicker of spark. Chuxia's body stiffened momentarily, astonished. How could this be? The talismans had never failed in her possession. Evading a tendril of the dark energy, she performed a swift somersault and flung another series of talismans towards Qin Ruolin. Yet again, there was no response. Before she could ponder the reason, her cheeks flushed crimson from the inability to breathe, a chilling sensation piercing her neck down to the marrow. Her gaze shifted, revealing an unusual glint. A strange smile forming upon her lips. Without pausing her actions, her left hand suddenly produced a copper sword, as long as a dagger. With a swift thrust, it pierced Qin Ruolin's ethereal form. The unique sound of the ghost echoed throughout the courtyard. Qin Ruolin's spectral body flickered, and in a piercing scream of anguish, she vanished, leaving behind only a splatter of crimson. Fool. With a moment's respite, Chuxia touched her neck, her eyes gleaming with calculation. Did she truly believe she could ensnare me? Ghosts are of no value. Henceforth, I shall eradicate all malevolent spirits, and this damned copper man shall not escape my wrath. But why did the thunder-inducing talismans fail? I must devise a way to eliminate the copper man and find a means to cleanse the malevolent energy. Seeing Qin Ruolin's form begin to dissipate, the copper man's eyes widened in shock. The body concealed behind the cabinet turned towards Chuxia. Despite the wall separating them, it could see clearly everything occurring outside. Chuxia, wielding the copper sword, slashed at her palm. The blade once again drenched in blood. Dealing with spirits, her principle remained. Eradicate the root. Under the assault of the copper man and Chuxia, the severely injured Qin Ruolin found herself cornered by the dark energy. Curling her body as several tendrils occasionally emerged from the shadows, tearing at her form, akin to a cat toying with a caught mouse. Eerie, sinister laughter emanated from the dark energy, and Qin Ruolin's spectral form grew increasingly translucent. As if a mere gust of wind could disperse her entirely. The copper man chuckled malevolently, anticipating the moment to eliminate this soul and then discover the true value of the little mouse endowed with extraordinary blood. If it proved beneficial, Chuxia cast several talismans around her, intending to tear through the dark energy to deliver a finishing blow. But the copper man, directing the dark energy, wisely allowed a passage, eager to observe the copper sword's true effect. Hoping to refine this astonishing remedy, as a sacrificial pawn, Chuxia had not anticipated the dark energy's yielding. In her eyes, both entities needed to be slain, and the conflict between the spirits would only serve to her advantage. Her dark gaze radiated a chilling aura as she charged forth, imbued with murderous intent. Qin Ruolin sought to resist, letting out a fierce roar as her hair lengthened, only to be seized by the copper man, who violently tore away part of her scalp, releasing a torrent of blood. The fragmented Qin Ruolin could only glare with venom at the advancing Chuxia as the copper sword swung forth. Clang! It met an invisible barrier, sending a tremor through Chuxia's wrist, causing her to tremble slightly. The tendrils gripping Qin Ruolin were repelled. The copper man's expression shifted dramatically, its smirk morphing into a tight line. What is this? The dark energy surged, attempting once more to assault the partially disintegrated Qin Ruolin. The attack was again ineffective. Qin Ruolin's form stiffened, her eyes momentarily forgetting to move. Enveloped in confusion, her vengeful spirit's malevolence diminished considerably. How could this be? How could this be? The copper man raged, demanding to know who was protecting her. It must die. It must die. Chapter 30. They are my employers. The dark energy swelled exponentially. Crashing against the barrier with unrelenting force, Chuxia's heart raced with astonishment. Such immense dark energy. The copper man must be obliterated. Her eyes narrowed, flickering with a murderous glint. What manner of entity is this vengeful spirit? Protected by such power, such overwhelming dark energy that even she would struggle to withstand. Yet Qin Ruolin, on the brink of annihilation, could endure it. Stepping out of the dark energy's reach, Chuxia contemplated seizing the moment of discord among the spirits to locate and eliminate the copper man. She retreated stealthily, quickening her pace. Outside the courtyard, Jingli leaned casually against a stick, her eyes reflecting myriad luminous dots, gazing at the encroaching black mist with a sigh. Ultimately, I must rely on myself to carve out my own dominion. As her voice faded, countless invisible points swiftly connected in a rhythmic pattern, yielding an inscrutable transformation. A golden thread suddenly enveloped Qin Ruolin, one strand seemingly pulled by an unseen force. Qin Ruolin was about to tug at this unfamiliar golden thread. She found herself inexplicably lifted into the air. Although she was a spirit, this lifting sensation felt like a gentle pull, devoid of any discomfort. However, the Copper Man was relentless. It would not allow its quarry to escape so easily. It unleashed an array of dark energy from the gathering shadows, attempting to compress her with an invisible barrier. Yet, witnessing its prey fleeing, it grasped Qin Ruolin, striving to counter the force of the golden thread. Jingli chuckled. Ha! The surrounding environment fell silent, as if devoid of any life, rendering Jingli's laughter starkly out of place. What is the big shot laughing about? Such sudden mirth is rather unsettling, having observed Jingli. Nangong Qian felt perplexed, sensing an eerie quality to the big shot's laughter. Unaware of the implications, Jingli tugged gently, and Qin Ruolin, along with a massive surge of dark energy, was abruptly extracted. With a flick of her left hand, the dark energy dissipated entirely. The emerging Qin Ruolin floated lightly to the ground. Upon recognizing Jingli, her once horrific visage returned to a semblance of normalcy. Her nearly transparent form indicated her extreme frailty. In this moment of damage, however, there was a silver lining. Her rationality returned, and her human memory sharpened. The malevolent essence of the spirit lingered in her consciousness, and she fixed her gaze intently on Nangong Qian and the others. Her eyes filled with hunger. Big shot! A terrified Nangong Qian exclaimed. She wants to eat us! She indignantly pointed at Qin Ruolin, who froze, seemingly grasping the human feeling of exasperation. Internally mocking, she thought, Sister, I haven't even eaten yet. Jingli turned her head, and Qin Ruolin felt a pang of guilt as the girl's voice reached her ears, laced with warning. They are my employers. If the cooked duck flies away, I will offer you as a sacrifice. Nangong Qian and Xiao Feng exchanged glances, their expressions filled with a desire to escape. This ghost still intends to consume them. Do not worry, a certain individual replied, her demeanor calm. There are indeed ungrateful beings. I shall provide you with nourishment later. Qin Ruolin felt a moment of confusion, struggling to comprehend Jingli's words. After a pause, realization dawned, and her emerald eyes widened in shock. Are you referring to the Copper Man? Indeed, but he is formidable. Qin Ruolin's spirit drooped, her ghostly head hanging low. The other half of her scalp had begun to sprout hair, appearing less terrifying than before, yet the Copper Man seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of dark energy. She had not anticipated the Copper Man to be so perplexing. She could not defeat him. Initially, she had not sensed such overwhelming power. Qin Ruolin could not unravel this mystery. She did not believe the girl could contend with Jingli. While she might best her, the Copper Man wielded a relentless source of strength, an entity beyond the capabilities of any practitioner. If the girl before her could indeed confront the Copper Man, it would imply that she was a formidable figure among practitioners. Then why would she still seek her ghost pearl? The ghostly orbs are beneficial to humans, yet they hold little significance for them. This sensation is rather peculiar. For her, the opportunity to eliminate the bronze figure is at hand, but capturing it alive would be more advantageous, allowing her to replenish Qin Ruolin with ghostly energy. Left behind, Nangong Qian and Xiao Feng were in a state of panic. Big shot! The figure of Jingli had long since vanished, and they wished to follow, yet they were paralyzed by the piercing gaze of Qin Ruolin. Nangong Qian swallowed hard, gripping the dagger she had taken from Chuxia, brandishing it defensively, stammering, "Don't come any closer. You know how formidable this dagger is." Qin Ruolin's attention was drawn to the dagger, her gaze sharpening. Who is this sorcerer, and what is the source of that blood? It was so potent that it nearly cost her life. Mistaking Qin Ruolin's momentary stillness for fear, Nangong Qian straightened, exclaiming, "The big shot said we are sitting ducks. You cannot move." Her words tumbled out too quickly, and she inadvertently referred to herself as a sitting duck. "Qian, I am not a sitting duck," Xiao Feng retorted, and the two began to bicker again. Qin Ruolin rolled her eyes in exasperation. However, as Nangong Qian glanced back, she was met with the unsettling sight of Qin Ruolin's green irises having vanished, leaving only hollow whites. "Ah!" The two screamed in unison. Crouching behind a tree with Yu Manwen, Qin Ruolin found herself at a loss for words. She had merely rolled her eyes, yet her soul had been damaged. weakening her control over her ghostly form to the point that her eyes could not revert. Now, she experienced a disconcerting sense of blindness. Were it not for the lingering spiritual energy of the ghostly body, she would be utterly unable to discern anything. Jingli stepped into the courtyard, her feet moving without pause. The earlier miasma of negative energy had transformed into a suffocating atmosphere that enveloped her, yet it seemed unable to encroach upon her. They roared and howled in fury, powerless to act. After much tumult, they realized that Jingli was walking directly towards the bronze figure. The bronze figure was taken aback. That peculiar mouse from earlier had turned the place upside down. Yet how did she seem to know its whereabouts? What manner of creature was this mouse? Chapter 31. Your ancestor Jing Li's steps were light and unhurried, as if time itself slowed in her wake. With each stride, she drew nearer to the bronze figure, instilling it with dread. She toyed with a wooden stick in her hand, striking anything obstructive with force. What appeared to be an ordinary stick in her grasp wielded immense power, sweeping away the surrounding miasma. The anguished cries of numerous skinless, ghostly children echoed from within the mist, a cacophony that was grating to the ears. The bronze figure, hidden within a cabinet, trembled slightly. An inexplicable fear washing over it could not comprehend the source of this dread. It had never felt such terror even in the face of malevolent forces. This was a primal fear, as if it were instinctively aware of a natural suppression, rendering it uncomfortable merely by being present. This sensation was strikingly similar to a fleeting aura it had encountered before. The bronze figure, which had previously dismissed Jingli, was now in a state of panic. "Who are you?" it uttered, realizing it had been discovered, shedding all pretense. Its voice was eerie and sharp, devoid of inflection, yet laden with oppressive weight. As soon as the words left its lips, a chilling wind swept through the room. Bang! The door of the side room shattered into splinters, and the ceiling above transformed into a monstrous vortex, pulling in the bed, table, and various pieces of furniture. The powerful gusts threatened to tear the room apart, yet Jing Li's garments remained undisturbed, each strand of hair hanging peacefully behind her ears. The bronze figure shrank down to the size of an ant, hiding in a corner, suppressing its fear as it hissed, "Die, you insignificant human. How could you possibly contend with a natural gathering of negative energy?" In the next moment, waves of miasma surged forth from the side room, the biting chill making the bronze figure feel unwell. Unperturbed by its taunts, Jingli pressed on, when suddenly, puff, Chuxia, who had been searching for her, was hurled back several meters by the onslaught of negative energy. Landing awkwardly on the ground, blood spilling from her lips, the blood-soaked ground dissipated some of the miasma, but new waves continuously replenished it. Wiping the blood from her mouth, she attempted to rise, only to find herself under constant assault from the miasma. She coated her bronze sword with blood, invoking her talismans to charge forward, but with so few yellow talismans remaining, she was unable to cleave through the overwhelming tide of dark energy. The encroaching miasma left her in a precarious position, and wounds began to materialize on her body. Her senses dulled to the point that she could no longer discern her surroundings. "Xiao Xiao, ice stone." Zhao Yinqing appeared from an unknown direction, his long fingers clutching a smooth, jade-like orb. He muttered incantations, and the dull surface of the ice stone suddenly emitted a bright light, darting into Chuxia's brow. "How did the ice stone end up here?" Zhao Yinqing's expression was grave, his brow furrowed with concern as he urged, "There's no time for that. We must escape. Absorb the spiritual energy." Understood. In no position to ponder further, Chuxia summoned the extra spiritual energy within her, producing a complex talisman that she waved in the air, shouting, "Freeze." For a brief moment, the miasma seemed to solidify, the swirling energy freezing in place. The talisman followed Chuxia's movements, hovering before her and immobilizing the negative energy ahead. "Go!" she cried, the remnants of purple energy swirling around her. Zhao Yinqing, not daring to delay, dashed forward. However, it wasn't long before the still miasma began to stir again, its anguished howls echoing like the whispers of demons, capable of inducing nightmares that lasted 3 days and nights. "Where is everyone?" roared the miasma, growing ever more furious. Jingli, in a state of boredom, tapped her stick against the ground, watching the spectacle unfold. Clicking her tongue, muttering, Oh, here we go again. This hardly seems fair. She felt a twinge of jealousy. The chosen ones have it so easy. She wanted that too. If anyone could see, a vast golden net surrounded her, with dozens of bolts of lightning circling outside, all thwarted by the golden barrier. Within, the lights danced and shifted. As a formation master, within her own array, she was a deity. What of the heavenly mandate? She was the strongest formation master. Poor Chuxia still believed her lightning talisman had failed, unaware that even the thunder had no means to contend with her. The bronze figure, seeing Jingli's apparent inaction, assumed she was intimidated and maliciously summoned another wave of miasma towards her, retreating into the corner to diminish its presence. The miasma coalesced countless souls, and had the small ghost been present, it would have been torn to shreds in an instant. Ghostly hands emerged from the miasma, reaching out to grasp Jingli. The bronze figure snickered, envisioning Jingli's demise, convinced that this diminutive human was doomed, that the sorceress was nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Ha ha ha! The laughter was abruptly cut off, replaced by the sound of a stick striking the ground. For the bronze figure, that stick felt like a colossal weight pressing down upon it, its rolling eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Did I make you laugh? Jingli twirled the stick, seizing the opportunity to mock. Your laughter is quite dreadful. It's rather irritating. For a moment, the bronze figure was stunned. How could this be? The surrounding miasma was tightly entwined with golden threads, thrashing and writhing in vain. Any ghostly hand that ventured forth from the golden light would be severed, leaving only the sounds of its anguished cries. The bronze figure, pressed down by the weight of the situation, managed to utter a few words. Who are you? Having lived for so long, it had never encountered anyone capable of surviving in such conditions. When the miasma leaked out, even the malevolent forces could not maintain control. Why was she unscathed? Its voice was garbled, yet Jingli understood clearly. I told you, I am your ancestor. How can you not believe me? With a casual poke of her stick, the bronze figure attempted to flee, but the stick remained glued to its movements. Jingli, slightly annoyed by the commotion, felt a flash of red light in her eyes and impatiently scolded. Be quiet! Instantly, the ensnared miasma ceased its movements, falling silent as if it had received a command from a superior. The golden threads tightened further, swallowing everything in darkness. Only around Jingli did a vacuum form, repelling anything that dared approach. The vortex above, at some point, had been covered by luminous points, and the escaping miasma was once again confined within. With a slight exertion, Jingli plunged the stick into the ground, immobilizing the bronze figure, rendering it incapable of movement. At this moment, silence enveloped the space. The bronze figure, gripped by fear, dared not utter another word. This human was truly peculiar. It needed to devise a means of escape, for perhaps that great entity below could contend with her. Chapter 32. Can we descend the mountain now? Jingli circled a few times, tilting her head as she pondered the vortex for several moments. Suddenly she smiled. Ah, the key is right here. Breaking the formation is quite simple. The souls remained unstable, and exhausting substantial merit to confine the miasma felt somewhat disadvantageous. Jingli withdrew her stick, performing an intricate hand gesture. Slowly uttering two words, soul locked I in. The next instant, the bronze figure, believing it could escape, was immediately ensnared. Golden light wrapped around its grotesque head, and its eyes were forcefully extracted. The apex of the light, a red butterfly fluttered its wings, as if the golden threads were its antennae. Soon, Jingli stepped out of the courtyard. The moment she crossed the threshold, it was as if the world had transformed in hue. The dark mist that lingered behind her dissipated entirely. The evening sun painted the sky in a warm golden hue, reminiscent of a splendid oil painting, evoking a sense of tranquility and warmth. Dispelling any lingering chill, the few onlookers gazed in astonishment at the surrounding transformation, their eyes wide with disbelief. Cousin, is there lightning over there? Under the sunset, bolts as thick as arms crackled at the horizon, appearing somewhat out of place. Indeed, it's lightning and quite substantial. Xiao Feng rubbed his eyes, looking again in disbelief. How could there be lightning? He shook his head, unable to provide an answer, before adding, shouldn't we be more concerned about why the moment the big shot appears, the sky changes? At this, Nangong Qian's haughty expression was on full display. She puffed out her chest and brandished her dagger with a rather juvenile bravado. It must be because the big shot is extraordinarily powerful. No doubt about it, silly. She carried an air of prideful entitlement. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes and pouted, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. But the big shot sees you as a mere duck. Believe it or not, I'll knock you out. Nangong Qian shot him a cool glance, the thought causing her heart to ache slightly. But I still have my dagger, and you don't even have one, she declared triumphantly, waving the dagger in the air. TCH. Xiao Feng ignored her, turning his attention to Yu Manwen, yet his heart simmered with envy. Why did Qian always have better luck than he did? When they were young and rode horses together, her steed had lost control and crashed into his. She landed gracefully without a scratch, while he ended up with a broken leg and a hospital visit. Even during outings, she somehow ended up with more meat on her plate than he did. Now, in this cursed village, while he remained dutifully in place, he encountered spirits before her, falling prey to their malevolence. And what did she do? Stumble upon a formidable big shot right away. Sigh. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. She was still spotless, while he looked like a wreck, his face swollen, clothes torn, and an odd odor clinging to him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt unfortunate, casting a resentful glance at Nangong Qian. He recalled hearing the big shot mention that Qian possessed merits. Could it be that he lacked enough good deeds? Thus began his self-reflection. Was it his overly arrogant conduct that led to his lack of merits? No. That Nangong Qian made quite a fuss just to go to school, far more than he ever did. Could it be that he hadn't performed enough good deeds? No, he had helped an elderly lady cross the street when they were young. Qian had never done such a thing, he was certain. What had she said back then? Her exact words seemed to echo in his mind. That old lady is too dirty. I want to help her. Teske. Reflecting on all these events, he had done more than she had. Why should his merits be less than hers? He felt like overturning the table in frustration. However, unbeknownst to him, the elderly lady he had assisted had, not long after, aided her son in murdering her daughter-in-law. Big shot. Nangong Qian bounced over like a little rabbit. Xiao Feng could hardly bear to watch. The sight grew more exasperating. Who would have thought that a stunning beauty from another realm would behave like a starry-eyed fan? Can we descend the mountain now? Jingli, somewhat aware, tapped her wooden stick, contemplating for a while before uttering an unexpected remark. Is there anything to eat? The two tilted their heads, wide-eyed in surprise. Jingli sighed internally. It seemed the original owner of this body had been starved for too long. After using a bit of spiritual energy, she felt as if she might fall apart, likely due to hunger. All the memories of low blood sugar, big shot. Have you overexerted your abilities and become weak? Should be considered so? Jingli nodded half-heartedly, realizing that if she hadn't used her spiritual energy, she could have held out in the original owner's body. There is. Nangong Qian nodded eagerly like a chick pecking for food, rushing to the big tree to rummage through the backpack she had carelessly thrown aside. After searching for quite a while, she could not find the bread she had previously given to Jingli, as she had not packed much. The bag was overflowing with items, and as she pulled things out, they were tossed onto the ground. Quickly covering the area, it was all a mishmash of odds and ends, lacking anything edible, however, that did not deter Nangong Qian from her enthusiastic search. Seeing this, Xiao Feng sat back, lamenting that if it weren't for his lost backpack, he could have provided food for the big shot too. Found it? Nangong Qian held up a precious item as if it were a treasure, ready to present it to Jingli, only to turn around and find Jingli standing right behind her. Jingli, puzzled, asked, "What is that?" Nangong Qian beamed, holding up a dark pill, a comprehensive tonic. Xiao Feng's jaw nearly dropped in shock. That wasn't given to you by Chu Yang, was it? Nangong Qian nodded enthusiastically. I snatched it. Chu Yang said this is a precious item, filled with rich medicinal ingredients, truly beneficial for replenishing the body. He wouldn't give it to me, so I took it when he wasn't looking. Jingli, doesn't that sound like you're selling counterfeit medicine? Xiao Feng thought to himself, feeling a bead of sweat form on his forehead. He dared not say aloud that this was a supplement for men. Just as Jingli, with a look of confusion, was about to take the pill, Xiao Feng swiftly snatched it from Nangong Qian's hands, scolding, Qian, how can you give the big shot such an unknown pill? There's no manufacturer. What if it's expired and causes poisoning? There is a manufacturer, I checked. Nangong Qian quickly retorted, as she was meticulous about what she offered to the big shot. No. We need to go to a proper pharmacy to buy something safe. Don't eat anything with an unknown origin. Xiao Feng smiled ingratiatingly. Big shot. Why don't we go to the village chief's house? Manwen's backpack has plenty of food. He said this apologetically. It's fine. We can look later, she responded, somewhat unconvinced by the odd dark pill. Yet she sensed no immediate danger. Jingli's gaze scanned the shadows among the trees, speaking slowly. The bronze man has arrived. Give me the ghost pearl. The sun had not yet fully set, and Qin Ruolin could only conceal herself in the shadows of the tree. Who is the big shot speaking to? Nangong Qian, ever perceptive, immediately grasped Jingli's words. Ghost pearl. The female ghost is still here. Hadn't she just vanished? She tentatively glanced in the direction Jingli was looking, feeling faint with dread. Curiosity had indeed led her to a perilous situation. She shouldn't have looked. Qin Ruolin hung upside down from the tree, her thick hair cascading down. When Nangong Qian gazed at her, it seemed intentional to frighten her. Her head abruptly twisted 90 degrees backward. Perpendicular to her body, her pale eyes fixed on Nangong Qian, silently observing a ghost. Nangong Qian clung to Jingli like an octopus. Xiao Feng, startled by the sudden scream, jumped back in shock. Ghost? Where's the ghost? In his distraction, he accidentally stepped on Yu Manwen's hand, eliciting a muffled grunt as Yu Manwen stirred awake. Xiao Feng rushed over to check on her, realizing the ghostly figure of Qin Ruolin was no longer playing games. The last rays of the sun still lingered on the horizon as she turned her back to it and floated down, stating stiffly, I'm stuck. I can't turn over. Jingli inquired with genuine curiosity. Can't you just pry it out and put it back in? Not only was Qin Ruolin taken aback, but Nangong Qian also looked astonished at Jingli. What a dangerous statement from the big shot. Amidst their differing emotions, Qin Ruolin's ghostly face froze for a moment, as if enlightenment struck her. The next second, her sharp nails plunged into her eye socket, twisting and turning as blood gushed forth. She felt no pain, and after much rotation, her greenish eyes finally aligned, though still not perfectly symmetrical. Nangong Qian could no longer endure such a bizarre supernatural scene and moved closer to check on Yu Manwen. Deliberately standing further back, Jingli grimaced, speaking to Qin Ruolin with exasperation, cross-eyed. Enough! The bronze man is here. You eat it, she commanded. With that, red butterflies enveloped the bronze man, who grew larger, struggling against the inexplicable golden light. Yet, as it expanded, the golden light tightened its grip. Upon hearing Jingli's words, the struggling intensified, the eerie bronze face tinged with fear, realizing it could not escape. The bronze man began to intimidate Qin Ruolin. Eat me? That guy Qingyi Wanti let you off? It screeched. Jingli turned to Qin Ruolin, casually inquiring, Qingyi? Oh, Jingli nodded, seemingly lost in thought. The bronze man, misinterpreting her silence as fear, cackled menacingly. Are you scared? There is saying among humans. The wise adapt to circumstances? If you're smart, you should release me. The last sentence rose in pitch, spoken with a self-satisfied tone that made Qin Ruolin grit her teeth in frustration. The evil entity possessed many treasures to restrain her. Which was why she hadn't swallowed the bronze man immediately. Quickly eat it. Give me the ghost pearl. The girl's voice, clear and ethereal, interrupted Qin Ruolin's hesitation, causing the previously smug bronze man to freeze momentarily. Accompanied by the bronze man's piercing shouts and screams, Qin Ruolin, no longer hesitating, swallowed the bronze man whole. A surge of dark energy erupted from her, her green eyes shimmering with an eerie glow, creating a truly unsettling sight. After a short while, Qin Ruolin's malevolent aura gradually subsided. The presence of the vengeful spirit would never truly dissipate. Her earlier hesitation and rationality were merely a reflection of her newfound frailty. Having consumed the bronze figure, Qin Ruolin became increasingly sinister, fixating malevolently on Jingli, her entire being brimming with power. Kill her, slay her, devouring her will render me stronger. A voice within her mind incessantly tempted Qin Ruolin to eliminate Jingli. Jingli's eyes flickered momentarily as she took a step back, casually resting her stick on the ground. As if she had anticipated such a scenario, she sighed softly, not willing to comply. Breaching a contract is hardly commendable. You know, alas, I am so famished. Why must humans consume food? Nevertheless, the cuisine in this world is indeed delightful. Ultimately, unable to withstand the temptation, Qin Ruolin lunged at her with clawed hands. The influence of the bronze figure had affected her. Yet she would settle down after a brief period. The ghost orb was not a mere bead, resembling an irregular stone instead. Jingli stowed the ghost orb away, glancing at Nangong Qian and then towards the village chief's abode, her eyes harboring an unfathomable depth of meaning. Let us dine first. Jingli approached the trio and inquired, "Can you cook?" She had just observed that there was food in the village chief's home, but it required cooking, a task she was incapable of. Yu Manwen was still somewhat dazed, failing to catch Jingli's words, and the other two distinguished young ladies and the young master were even less likely to know. Both shook their heads awkwardly. "No, we cannot." However, Yu Manwen could cook. Suddenly, Nangong Qian pushed Yu Manwen forward, causing her to regain her senses somewhat. The loud voice had caught her attention. Yet, Manwen was still not fully recovered. Feeling rather weak, Xiao Feng spoke weakly. If he could assist the esteemed one, he would be elated, but Manwen's condition appeared rather unwell. Moreover, he had just stepped on her hand, which was now swollen. Jingli sighed. "Finding a meal is so arduous," she muttered, prompting the two to feel even more embarrassed. In truth, they were quite hungry too. I can." The socially anxious girl raised her arm, stuttering as she spoke. Upon hearing that there was food, Jing Li's face instantly lit up with a cheerful smile. "Then let us proceed." She revealed a long-awaited, genuine smile. The village, now devoid of dark mist, was exceptionally tranquil, and the three followed Jing Li, embracing the final fiery hues of the setting sun. Unaware that this was a turning point in their fates, at the foot of the mountain, "Captain, shall we enter the mountain now?" Gao Yao organized his gear as he stepped down from the army green off-road vehicle. Addressing the robust and handsome man who was on the phone. Noticing the phone, Gao Yao quickly fell silent. Several off-road vehicles parked along the village road drew the curious gazes of passing villagers. These villagers had lived at the foot of the mountain for years and seldom witnessed such a gathering, especially with over a dozen individuals clad in peculiar gear rummaging through their trunks. Which intrigued them even more. "Yao Go, do you think we will make it out alive?" One of the younger boys approached Gao Yao, a look of concern etched on his face. "Perhaps we can, or perhaps we cannot." Gao Yao's expression flickered with momentary confusion as he gazed at Nangong Qinghe's silhouette, his dim eyes igniting with a glimmer. "Chan Zi, we must learn to trust the captain." Gao Yao patted Lin Xiaoqing's shoulder. In the face of life and death, fear is universal. Their profession was destined for a life of unrest. He Xiaoqing responded softly. "Xiaoqing, come help," a teammate called, dissipating a large part of He Xiaoqing's worries as she turned to assist her fellow team member. Nangong Qinghe stood tall and straight, exuding a cold demeanor, his long fingers gripping the phone as he quietly listened to the voice on the other end. "Qinghe, has Qianqian been found?" Shui Muting's voice resonated from the phone. Laden with concern, Nangong Qinghe lifted his gaze towards the towering, enigmatic peaks, frowning. "Not yet. Not yet entered, I see." Shui Muting continued to chatter on the other end. After offering some reassuring words, Nangong Qinghe ended the call. Gao Yao, observing him conclude the conversation, quickly stepped forward. "Captain, are we heading up the mountain now?" "Wait for Qian Rue to bring the people over." Gao Yao questioned. "Vice Captain? Who are we bringing?" "They have arrived." Nangong Qinghe's obsidian-like eyes scanned the distance, his noble aura starkly contrasting with the village road. Gao Yao sighed inwardly, marveling at his captain's looks. He had heard his sister was equally stunning, likely also within the Forbidden Mountain, and the pressure on the captain must be greater than anyone else's. The Forbidden Mountain was a well-known fact among their internal personnel. Nearly all who entered never returned. The only team to emerge alive had been an expedition group that had ventured less than 150 meters from the mountain's foot, and several members had gone mad. Qian Rue was a towering figure, forcefully dragging a man who was acting suspiciously, shouting, "There are ghosts, ghosts, come here." As Qian Rue tugged at him, he reprimanded, "Boss, he seems to have gone mad." Qian Rue's expression darkened. This man was Li Dazhuang, the son of Zhang Ronghua. What surprised him most was that the informant claimed his wife had been possessed by Qin Ruolin and had killed her own mother. In a panic, he fled down the mountain to save himself. According to the villagers below and the investigation, it was evident that Li Dazhuang was not a good person. He had previously committed crimes of human trafficking. Yet every time he was apprehended, he would flee into the Forbidden Mountain, leaving the police with no choice but to keep watch. But the hidden exits were too numerous to capture him. Qian Rui, being impulsive, recalled the investigative data and the innocent women who had perished and stepped forward with a kick. Did you think you could escape? Where do you think you can run to? Stop pretending to be mad. Li Dazhuang, muttering incoherently, attempted to flee but was kicked to the ground, groaning in pain. Gao Yao winced at the sight. Everyone knew the vice captain was incredibly strong. Qian Rui remained skeptical, doubting that Li Dazhuang was truly insane. He was convinced the man was faking it. Boss, he is definitely pretending to be mad to evade legal repercussions. He intended to deliver another kick, but was halted by Nangong Qinghe. With a glance at Qian Rui, Nangong Qinghe said in a low tone, "Rein in your temper. You need to temper that fiery disposition of yours. There are still passers-by." Gao Yao readily agreed, nodding in affirmation. Qian Rui, chastised, immediately tempered his demeanor but continued to glare angrily at Li Dazhuang. The next moment, Nangong Qinghe approached Li Dazhuang, his tall figure slightly bent, eyes sharp as he leaned down, stepping on Li Dazhuang's hand and stating, "Lead us up the mountain, or I will break your hand." His voice was low and cold, an oppressive presence that rendered one breathless. Gao Yao nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Was this truly the captain? He was actually a fan of Nangong Qinghe, having been dispatched for this operation, and this was his first close encounter with his idol. Qian Rui, however, was not at all surprised, smirking, "I knew it. I knew he would teach me a lesson. The boss is even more ruthless than I am." They were all members of the Spirit Group, an organization established by the state, simultaneously an entity unknown to the public. Their duty was to handle all bizarre and extraordinary matters. Formal organizations adhere to discipline and protocols, and they are even less permitted to employ violence against ordinary citizens. Yet their leader was an exception, known internally as the Living King of Hell. Amidst the howls of ghosts, Li Dazhuang's face twisted in agony. Unable to endure any longer, he finally sputtered, I will take you there. Please don't kill me." He would rather be imprisoned than face this terrifying man. "Had you said so earlier, we wouldn't have to endure this suffering. Lead the way." "Yes." Qian Rui, elated, dragged Li Dazhuang to find the chains, asserting, "I told you this brat was faking it." Gao Yao observed the unfolding drama in shock. "Wow, he really was faking it. Let us set off, boss. When will we descend the mountain?" Xiao Feng was savoring a rare dinner, hastily shoving food into his mouth as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days. Speaking of which, it hadn't been 3 days, but it felt close. He gnawed on chicken, his mouth greasy with oil. This chicken was from the village chief's backyard, one he had slaughtered himself, though he was terrified. He still fulfilled his duty as MAN. In truth, it was because the 3 of them were watching him that he had mustered the courage to do it. He could brag about it on the way down. Right, boss. When will we come down?" Upon broaching the topic of descending, Nangong Qian paused her eating, involuntarily glancing at Jingli. This dreadful place cast shadows even with a moment's stay. Perhaps only Yu Manwen felt the most comfortable. Just thinking about the scene in the dark mist sent shivers down her spine. "You can leave any time. You can set off now." Jingli leisurely munched on chicken leg meat, looking exceptionally pleasant. The 3 decisively offered her one of the chicken legs, reserving the other as a reward for the cooked. "Aren't you joining us?" Nangong Qian seized on the point. Hearing this, Xiao Feng halted his chopsticks. Confusion etched on his face. Jingli, having finished chewing, finally spoke, "Of course, I mentioned before that I have significant matters to attend to." "What significant matters are you referring to?" Nangong Qian cradled her chin, her expression one of eager anticipation for important news. "Dio, you want to hear it?" The 3 of them, obedient like students, nodded dutifully. Even the socially anxious girl, Yu Manwen, cast curious glances. "Are you sure you won't leave?" Jing Li's lips curled into a faint smile as she blinked. "My big news may not be good for you." For them, descending the mountain sooner would be the prudent choice. She intended to indulge herself before fortifying her spirit, planning to retrieve that certain item the next day. After all, it was just in the side room. It wouldn't escape. Upon hearing this, the 3 seemed to have an epiphany, their expressions turning peculiar. If the boss said so, it surely must be something of great significance. They dared not voice their inquiries any longer, each engrossed in their meal. After dining, they deliberated about resting for the night. deciding to depart at dawn. After all, who could guarantee what might transpire in Hahuan village at night, particularly with Jing Li's presence? When it came time to assign rooms for rest, Jing Li, hands behind her back, headed toward the side room. Nan Gongqian, having procured a blanket from somewhere, followed her eagerly, declaring, "What are you doing?" "Of course, I'm going to sleep with the boss." Nan Gongqian's smile was endearing, her bright eyes sparkling. "I can't. I won't. I mustn't." Jing Li vehemently refused, her protests ringing clear. Nan Gongqian's once bright eyes visibly dimmed as she clutched the blanket, awkwardly standing there. "But I'm scared, so much has happened these past 2 days." Her tone was filled with grievance, appearing quite pitiable. Still not possible. Jing Li quickly stepped into the room, adding, "This room has a broken door. It's clearly unsafe for a girl to stay inside." "Aren't you a girl? I can be exempt." Jing Li's response was resolute, leaving Nan Gongqian speechless. "Well then," Nan Gongqian lowered her head forlornly, "I'll just sleep outside the door." She remained undeterred, painting herself as a pitiful figure. "Isn't this the room you first stayed in when you arrived?" Jing Li shifted the conversation, causing Nan Gongqian to appear bewildered. "Yes." She looked up at Jing Li, cautiously probing, "Is there a problem?" Though she seemed normal after all they had endured, she was clearly fragile. Jing Li leaned closer, arms crossed, her gaze teasing yet serious. "There is something watching you. Are you sure you want to stay?" The delicate, fair face of the girl suddenly drew near, startling Nan Gongqian, her heart skipping a beat. "Oh my, how can anyone be so beautiful?" A beauty that defied description, seemingly untouched by the world. For a moment, she didn't even register what Jing Li was saying. "Let us go. I promised I wouldn't let you die. No matter where you are now, you won't perish," Jing Li urged Nan Gongqian with a tone that commanded respect. On her first day in the side room, she indeed felt an unsettling presence. It seemed something had been lurking. Dark clouds loomed overhead, ancient trees towered, and an indescribable chill enveloped them, brushing past the group with a bone-deep coldness. "Boss, this place is truly extraordinary." Qian Rui's coarse, resonant voice seemed jarring in the atmosphere but helped soothe the growing unease among the others. Luckily, their journey had been smooth thus far, devoid of any bizarre occurrences, and certainly no tales of ghostly walls. The villager they had captured proved somewhat useful. "Everyone, stay alert. If you encounter anything amiss, eliminate it immediately," Nan Gongqian commanded, her voice icy and confident, instilling a sense of safety among them. By now, everything around them had been enveloped in darkness, obscuring any view of the path ahead. Gao Yao held onto Li Dazhuang, restraining him, asking, "How much farther until we reach your village?" Li Dazhuang stammered, glancing around nervously, his anxiety palpable. "I'm asking you a question." Qian Rui, irritated by his demeanor, kicked at him in frustration. Thankfully, Gao Yao held him back. Otherwise, he might have fallen. "Deputy, can we not be so?" The prisoner hesitated, attempting to imply something. "Do you have an objection?" Qian Rui's loud voice drew all eyes to him. "No," Gao Yao quickly replied, casting a furtive glance at Nan Gongqian. If the captain had no objections, he certainly wouldn't dare voice any, though he couldn't help but think the deputy's temper was rather explosive. After a series of stops and starts, they finally caught sight of a dilapidated village sign that read Hahuan Village. They had arrived. The others heightened their vigilance, scanning the surroundings and whispering about the oddities they observed, as each person's abilities varied, leading to differing perceptions. Nan Gongqian crouched before the sign, her fingertips brushing its surface before bringing them to her nose for a sniff. She raised her hand, signaling silence. Suddenly, urgent and chaotic footsteps approached, growing louder by the second, accompanied by frantic cries. "Help! Someone! Help! Quickly find the bronze man. Where's the village chief? The chief is missing. Help! There are ghosts. We're all going to die." Despair, terror, and confusion erupted around them. The sounds reached their ears with alarming swiftness. Nan Gongqian immediately led her group towards the source of the commotion. As they passed rows of low-roofed houses, they stumbled upon a scene of carnage. The ground drenched in a vivid crimson, as though an entire barrel of blood had been spilled, oozing everywhere. The ground was littered with mangled corpses. Most had lost their hearts, while others were missing limbs and eyes. Yet, many villagers still fought back stubbornly. Countless eerie, identical red-clad female ghosts were feasting upon the villagers, growing increasingly bloodthirsty, devoid of reason. Upon sensing Nan Gongqing's group, their blood-stained, tear-filled eyes snapped towards them in an instant. The number of terrifying female ghosts before them multiplied, each wearing a hauntingly similar appearance. Holy smokes, vengeful spirits! Why are there so many? Qian Rui was the first to strike, drawing out a jade stone. Channeling its spiritual energy into his fist, he struck at the nearest ghost, but it merely dimmed slightly. Boss, these vengeful spirits are formidable, Qian Rui exclaimed, his face grave. How could this be? My punch didn't annihilate a single spirit. What are these things? Ghosts? Ghosts? Li Dazhuang went mad, and in a moment of distraction, Gao Yao lost his grip on him as he struggled to escape. The others also drew out identical jade stones. Showcasing their unique abilities, they were startled and terrified, but there was no time for fear. Vengeful spirits were already fixating on them. Nan Gongqing narrowed her elongated eyes, strategy swirling in her mind. With so many female ghosts appearing simultaneously, it seemed something significant had transpired in this village. Hold your fire, everyone, assume a defensive stance at her command. Even those who questioned the decision followed suit, harnessing the jade stone's energy to conjure a protective barrier that formed a unique space. As the energy surged, they found a momentary reprieve. Qian Rui was the first to voice his confusion. Boss, why are we using the jade stones for defense? This will likely complicate things later. Without the spiritual support from the stones, they would be no different from ordinary people when facing these spirits. Moreover, many villagers outside still needed saving. The others echoed their concerns, looking to him for clarity. Especially Gao Yao, who admired Nan Gongqing. He believed his idol was someone who would decisively overcome any challenge, regardless of the opponent's strength. Nan Gongqing continued to analyze the overall situation outside, gleaning insights from the panicked cries of fleeing villagers. Perhaps the ghosts, realizing their attacks were futile, had turned their aggression towards the villagers, who scattered in terror. Some villagers, maintaining a semblance of composure, saw the spirits ignoring them and the glowing protective talismans hovering above. Rushing over in desperation, Master, help, save us, please, boss? Nan Gongqing remained unmoved. Help, Master. They're all female ghosts. You must kill them, another man, with his wife in tow, pleaded. Yet Nan Gongqing continued to give them not a single glance. Having followed her closely for years, Qian Rui immediately understood her intent, recognizing that her silence was purposeful. Captain, should we let them in? Gao Yao, lacking insight and unfamiliar with Nan Gongqing's reasoning, couldn't help but interject. Are you questioning my decision? Nan Gongqing's piercing gaze swept over him, leaving him flustered. Lin Xiaoqing tugged at Gao Yao, cautioning him to hold his tongue. The remaining individuals were all part of the same team as Gao Yao from before. Upon witnessing the scene, they felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction and were resolute in their belief that Nan Gongqing was indeed a living embodiment of the King of Hell, a being who disregarded the value of human life. They realized that he would show no concern for their fates either in an instant. A deep resentment towards Nan Gongqing brewed within them, and they silently cursed his lack of humanity. However, Nan Gongqing remained indifferent to their shifting sentiments. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the villagers pleading for help. An increasing number of villagers approached, yet none received any acknowledgement. Do you possess any compassion? As masters, how can you stand by as we ordinary people face death? The god of bronze will condemn you to hell. The woman beside the man glared at them with venomous eyes, her icy demeanor seemingly piercing through to their bones, while the others were still engulfed in shame for their inaction. Qian Rui's fiery temperament was ignited in an instant, his anger palpable. How dare you speak to us like that? Do you believe I won't beat you to a pulp? Qian Rui, regardless of gender, was inclined to resolve any provocation with his fists. His furious expression silenced the woman. The god of bronze? The haughty man spoke as if bestowing a favor. These vengeful spirits must have been slain by you in their past lives. Correct? Nan Gongqing surveyed the villagers ensnared by the vengeful spirits with a disdainful glance, declaring, kidnappers, murderers, unworthy of my assistance. As these words escaped his lips, not only did the villagers stand frozen in shock, but those who had previously questioned Nan Gongqing exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Had they misjudged their leader? Qian Rui, however, bore no expression of surprise. He held an unwavering loyalty to Nan Gongqing's commands. Even when doubts crept into his mind, He followed Nangong Qinghe's words without question. The villagers, stung by the revelation of their secrets, were filled with indignation, and some advanced, intent on tearing down the protective talismans. The charms were effective against malevolent spirits but offered little protection to ordinary people. Qian Rue, do not strike too hard. If they perish, it will complicate matters, Nangong Qinghe cautioned at the opportune moment. The villagers, already on the brink of losing their sanity under the fright of the female ghost, found the terror she instilled far more formidable than the few individuals before them. Thus, led by the first man, the villagers lunged towards them. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the night, startling countless creatures of the dark with a gun in hand. Nangong Qinghe stood with a rigid posture, clearly displeased. Flee, and you may survive. Charge, and you shall meet your demise. Everyone froze. The villagers had not anticipated that they would possess firearms. The members of the team also momentarily forgot their own weapons, and what was even more shocking was that their captain had resorted to murder. Yet, this was self-defense. They had the right to eliminate any threats to their safety. This gunshot prompted the others to remember their own equipment, and they emulated Nangong Qinghe, drawing their weapons towards the villagers. This night was destined to be tumultuous. Amidst the villagers' screams, frantic escape, and curses, they endured until the first light of dawn. The unrest of the night did not disturb the tranquility of the four within the village chief's home. The formation set by Jingli could isolate everything on the outside. Naturally, she was fully aware of all that transpired during the night, including the times when Qin Ruolin in the tree shed blood tears and let out cries of anguish. She had divided her power several times to assist the female ghosts. Everything she wished to know was within her grasp. The following day, Jingli gazed at the swirling vortex above her head, a massive red butterfly clinging to it, as if siphoning energy, while the escaping yin energy was confined within the vortex. Should I take it or not? She pondered, somewhat troubled. Being a good person is indeed challenging. One misstep could lead to becoming the villain. Boss, are you descending the mountain today? The first voice of the early morning was that of Nangong Qian. Chapter 37. Something is influencing her. Jingli cast a sidelong glance as Nangong Qian jogged over, her spirit vibrant, devoid of any trace of her previous listlessness. Her disheveled hair was braided into two pigtails, cascading adorably on either side. The sun has risen. Aren't you free to leave? The expression seemed to inquire why she was still there. I wish to accompany you down the mountain, boss. Moreover, we still owe you 3 million, upon mentioning money. Jingli's demeanor shifted, her tone softening. Oh, when do you plan to make the payment? After descending the mountain, Nangong Qian smiled triumphantly. She knew the boss would not care for them but would certainly be concerned about the money. She aimed to entice the boss down the mountain to accompany her, and she had her own private property to offer the boss a place to stay. Then I can cling to the boss and have her teach me the mystical arts. Nangong Qian cautiously observed Jingli's expression, fearing she might see through her intentions, and quickly added, we don't have that much cash on us, and our phones have no signal to transfer the funds. I am worried that once we descend, you might not be able to find us. Before Jingli could respond, she hurriedly continued, Boss, do you have a phone number? I could add you on a certain messaging app. The app was a popular social platform used by almost everyone. Jingli considered this and recalled that the original owner seemed to possess such a thing, though she had apparently not brought her phone. Finding it bothersome, she lazily replied, no matter where you are, I will find you to collect the debt owed to me. Rest assured, your home is in the Jinyuan Villa district, and I will come by. What? Nangong Qian exclaimed in shock, her words slipping out instinctively. How would you know that? As Jingli exited the room, brushing past Nangong Qian, she confidently replied, I know everything. How unfortunate it would be, perhaps you wouldn't even know how you perished. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, you will not wish to witness what comes next. What comes next? It won't be like yesterday, will it? The thought of the previous day's events sent a chill down Nangong Qian's spine, and she felt the side room growing unnaturally cold. She refrained from inquiring why the three had not departed, as it seemed futile, and she was not particularly inclined to meddle in such trivial matters. The meal remained the same, and one less chicken was now on the village chief's table. At this moment, steam still rose from the dishes, and it was clear the three were waiting for her. Xiao Feng emerged from the earthen stove room, carrying a large bowl of soup, and upon spotting Jingli, he called out loudly to Yu Manwen, encircled by the village chief's wife's apron, inhaled the aroma wafting from the food. evidently having mastered the art of cooking on a rural stove, as the dishes looked delectable. This made Jing Li acutely aware of her hunger. So hungry, so hungry. Useless body. As the saying goes, one who eats soft food must give a hand. Jing Li shook her head, crossing her arms as she sat down, letting out a deep sigh. Now, speak. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? The three rejoiced at her seating. Boss, I wish to learn the mystical arts from you. Nangong Qian declared first, voicing her desire. Me too. Xiao Feng immediately echoed. Jing Li then turned her gaze towards the silent Yu Manwen. Feeling shy under her scrutiny, Yu Manwen blushed and timidly spoke. I wish to learn more from you. Boss, my spirit communication skills are inadequate. I will not teach you. The indifferent tone of Jing Li shattered their fantasies. Given this meal, I can offer you a warning. This is a massive grave, beneath which lies a formidable entity. It is only due to the constraints of the formation that it remains imprisoned. Jing Li spoke casually, each word deliberate, and soon, I shall release it. The three were taken aback, not only shocked by the existence of something strange trapped below, but also by Jing Li's last statement. As a practitioner of mystical arts, the socially anxious girl had been taught from a young age to assist those weaker than herself. If she could not do so, she must not take advantage of their misfortune. Jing Li's words stood in stark contrast to her beliefs. Driven by curiosity, she summoned her courage to ask, why release it? Won't that pose a danger to society? I do not know, Jing Li replied sincerely. But, boss, can you defeat it? Nangong Qian quickly followed up, her concern still lingering that of course. Jing Li turned to Nangong Qian, her eyes filled with incredulity. As if to say, why would you doubt my abilities? As long as the boss could handle it, there would be no issue. Jing Li continued, however, I do not intend to fight it. Why? The three exclaimed in unison. Their shock palpable, because it's a bit troublesome, Jing Li explained patiently. After contemplating for a long time the previous night, she concluded that being a good person was exceedingly difficult. Thus, she chose not to be either good or bad. After all, no one had died by her hand. All right, Nangong Qian muttered, her lips twitching, forever unable to predict what the boss would say next. The boss was quite capricious, and she could not offer any counsel. But once the entity below was released, would it not feast upon humans? Xiao Feng struck the crucial question. That is precisely why I urge you to descend the mountain quickly, Jing Li shrugged, her expression one of resigned helplessness. This statement undoubtedly confirmed Xiao Feng's concerns, and the three felt a chill run down their spines, their faces turning pale, their minds flooded with images of ghosts. Especially considering that a figure still dangled from the trees outside. Was this not a dereliction of responsibility towards ordinary people? The socially anxious girl, Yu Manwen, articulated her discontent with Jing Li's approach. Xiao Feng stared at Yu Manwen in astonishment, surprised by her newfound assertiveness. Jing Li's calm eyes held no trace of emotion as she countered coolly, why should I be responsible for them? This question struck a chord with Yu Manwen. However, she quickly regained her composure and boldly remarked, because the release of malevolent spirits will bring calamity upon ordinary people. If misfortune befalls, it is the consequence of your actions. Why? That is no longer a question for you to ponder. Jing Li reigned in her gentle and indifferent demeanor, now displaying a hint of irritation. A flicker of crimson light flashed in her eyes as she subtly channeled her spiritual energy to suppress the flicker of impatience rising within her. Something was affecting her. Chapter 38. The villagers were captured in another villager's home. Chu Xia was weakly coughing up blood, her pallor resembling that of a ghost. Previously, she had expended considerable spiritual energy to forcibly suppress the malice. And although she had somewhat recovered by harnessing the power of the ice stone, the bloodthirsty aura within her seemed on the verge of breaking free from its confines. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the creaking of the door opening. Creak. The sound of the decrepit door was particularly jarring. Chu Xia furrowed her brow, wanting to say something, but in the next moment, a sudden pain engulfed her heart. As if something were grinding her bones to dust, causing her to collapse onto the bed. Xiao Chu. Zhao Yinqing entered, carrying a bowl of black broth steaming in his hands, clearly scalding hot. Anxiously, he placed the bowl down and rushed over to inspect the curled-up figure of Chu Xia on the bed. The malice, has it struck back again? Concern etched on Zhao Yinqing's stern face as he deftly retrieved a jade tablet, addressing her. Xiao Chu. I have this jade tablet. Its spiritual energy should suffice to help you hold on for a while. He promptly pressed the jade tablet into her hand. Chu Xia's eyes darkened, and in an instant, she shattered the jade tablet into pieces. Get lost? Zhao Yinqing stared in shock at the broken shards, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, as Chu Xia's turbulent energy gradually stabilized, she gazed at the shattered jade with profound guilt. She opened her mouth, deliberating for a long time before speaking. Chin, I just its nothing. Zhao Yinqing gently stroked her head, offering comfort. Your malice has intensified. I do not blame you. There was no hint of reproach in his eyes, only a soothing intent. This demeanor only deepened Chu Xia's feelings of guilt. All her darker sides were laid bare before Chin. Xiao Chu, I never anticipated that this village harbored such formidable malevolence. Now, due to your expenditure of spiritual energy, the malice is surging even more violently. Zhao Yinqing paused momentarily. If we do not acquire that artifact this time, your body may not withstand it, Emma. Chu Xia lowered her gaze, the sunlight streaming through the window casting small patches of shadow upon her face. She was acutely aware that the malice was increasingly affecting her. At times, she even questioned whether this was her true nature. The thought of her current mental state filled her with profound dread. Would she ultimately transform into a complete specter? A malevolent spirit? It was all that strange woman's fault. If it weren't for her, perhaps she could have obtained the artifact when she had been battling the bronze figure. The silver bell given by her master had reacted, pointing toward the side room of the village chief's house. She needed to return once more to retrieve that item, at the village entrance. The villagers who had fled the previous night were preparing to escape the mountain at dawn, only to find themselves blocked at the village gate. They were all shackled, a group of uniformed officers escorting them. One particularly robust officer approached Nangong Qinghe with a polite tone. Team leader Nangong, thank you for your timely notification. We shall take these scoundrels down the mountain for legal proceedings. Nangong Qinghe nodded, maintaining a courteous yet distant demeanor, much obliged. They had just confessed that the missing girls were all murdered by them. Superstition is a bane. Their desires had clouded their judgment, believing that sacrifices could grant them sons. Not everyone in this world can bear sons. Nangong Qinghe remained as indifferent as ever, merely nodding politely in response. The special department was beyond the reach of insignificant figures, so the robust officer was oblivious to the peculiarities of this world. Nangong Qinghe's true identity commanded great respect. The officer had the fortune of meeting him once and could not comprehend why so many revered him, considering he was merely a team leader of equal rank to himself. Yet, in the realm of officialdom, individuals are acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. He merely assumed that Nangong Qinghe had influential backing. Ghosts? There are truly ghosts, a villager, in a frenzied state, was shouting from afar. Nangong Qinghe inclined his head slightly. Please. The robust officer immediately approached. What happened, Captain Gao? He has been shouting uncontrollably. A junior officer stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Even if the criminals were convicted, they still had rights and could not be handled indiscriminately. The deranged villager continued to resist, hurling insults and shouting, even attempting to strike out. Gao Lin kicked out, behave yourself, or I'll beat you to death. His reprimand startled Qian Rui, who glanced over with an expression that seemed to say it was about time. This captain was quite commendable, resonating with him. Gao Lin cast a sidelong glance and remarked, Isn't this much better? The junior officer immediately understood but remained fearful. Captain, but he says there are ghosts, and that they'll kill me. He stammered, lowering his head, not daring to meet Gao Lin's gaze. How can you call yourself a people's police if you believe in superstitions? Gao Lin chastised him loudly, ensuring that others could hear. As soldiers of the state, we should not indulge in superstitions. Anyone who babbles nonsense will face disciplinary action. He followed up with a loud warning. Surely, no one believes in the superstitions about sacrifices granting sons. Right? I tell you, we must believe in science. There are no ghosts in this world. The other officers escorting the villagers lowered their heads in shame upon hearing this, while Nangong Qinghe's group wore expressions of incredulity. Ah, but there are indeed ghosts. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, let alone speak out. Before long, the villagers were escorted down the mountain by the police. Whether to prison or execution was beyond their concern. Their next task was to figure out how to deal with the vengeful spirits in the village. Judging by the captain's demeanor, It was uncertain whether he intended to execute them directly or had other plans. After this incident, no one dared question his decisions, especially after being publicly humiliated. Nangong Qinghe led several people into the village, and suddenly, the clear sky was shrouded in thick clouds, a chilling wind swirling around them. As if they had entered a realm steeped in mystery, a cold sensation rose from their feet, gradually enveloping them in a pervasive chill. Chapter 39. Her belongings are not so easily obtained. Jingli stood atop the red-walled roof. An invisible force emanating from beneath her feet, and the courtyard was devoid of Nangong Qian and the others. With each expansion of the aura, a corresponding point resonated inexplicably, forming luminous pillars. Upon the completion of the expansion, 8 luminous pillars emerged, one of which marked the location of the side room. The lower halves of each pillar exuded wisps of black mist, which subtly climbed upward. Jingli smiled, having located it. The critical position to suppress that entity, the heart. She then leaped gracefully, landing steadily on the ground, and made her way toward the side room. A massive butterfly remained coiled above the vortex, its antennae forming countless golden threads. Weaving a web that obstructed the emerging malevolent energy, it swiftly vanished into Jingli's palm. Simultaneously, at the moment the butterfly disappeared, the 8 luminous pillars extinguished in an instant. The suppression array was broken. Suddenly, the vortex began to rotate clockwise, a powerful suction sweeping up all surrounding objects, causing the side room to collapse. The entire village fell into an eerie silence, despite the absence of anything around. An unsettling feeling permeated the air. Jingli moved with the wind, a smile dancing in her eyes as she caught sight of something hidden deep within, the blood orchid, one of the materials needed for collection. This could serve as a substitute. Boom! The sound of a massive rupture sent chills down spines, followed by a chilling aura that sliced toward Jingli from behind. Sensing it, she turned her head, and with a flick of her hand, a resounding metallic clatter echoed against the ground. Turning slowly, she glanced behind her, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The world dimmed, as if forming an alternate space. The surroundings were devastated, resembling a village ravaged by a natural disaster. Littered with ruins, in the distance stood a shadowy figure, its form indistinguishable, yet beside it stood a large blade gleaming with metallic sheen. Planted firmly in the ground, the shadow absorbed the surrounding malevolent energy, gradually becoming more solid, its features becoming clearer. Suddenly, Jingli's heart jolted violently. She pressed her hand against her chest, incredulous. No way! Does this body have a heart condition too? Thump! Thump! Her heart raced uncontrollably, the sound echoing in her ears as if it were about to leap from her chest. Dizziness followed. Her chest felt constricted, and pain shot through her heart, causing her lips to twitch. What a wretched body! I'm done with this. The scars on her arms seemed to stir, as if to express their dissatisfaction, tearing wider. Jingli furrowed her brow even deeper. Could it really be handled this way? As she discerned the source of the white glow, it became clear that it was the blood orchid. Yet, she also recognized the fleeting silhouette of a general statue, a formidable spirit, suppressed here after death. Reaching the level of a ghost general, its imposing figure, crowned with a crane headdress and clad in armor, wielded a massive sword, its hollow, lifeless eyes resembling 2 cold steel beads, ever poised for the formation of battle. Just as Jingli intended to seal the blood orchid with a gesture, someone beat her to it. Got it! A voice of delight emerged from behind the ruins. It was Chuxia. The two crouched behind the debris, fixated on the blood orchid. Seizing the moment, a talisman darted toward the white light, enveloping the blood orchid, which promptly fell to the ground. Chuxia, still immersed in joy while clutching the blood orchid, noticed a reaction from the ghost general, who swung his sword, generating a gust that carved a deep scar through the ruins. The blade's energy surged toward Chuxia's position. Xiao Chu, be careful. Zhao Yinqing swiftly pulled Chuxia aside, but they lost their balance and tumbled to the ground before looking up. At this moment, Jingli, surprisingly unperturbed, suppressed the agitation within her chest, crossed her arms, and gazed thoughtfully in that direction. Her belongings were not so easily claimed. The chosen one sought to take advantage. Ha! Jingli scoffed dismissively. But the ensuing breath left her heart aching. She gritted her teeth and muttered a curse. Turning her face, she quickly covered her mouth. Was that her own utterance, No, it was the original owner's words. Absolutely not mine, she calmly reassured herself. The original owner's will was troublesome. Meanwhile, the ghost general loomed like a towering mountain, each movement accompanied by a thunderous roar that sent stones scattering across the ground. Come and face your doom. He frantically swung his sword, targeting only Chuxia. It seemed he had not fully regained his original form. The ghost general, now unusually heavy, wielded tremendous force in his strikes, yet Chuxia managed to evade them with ease. Even finding time to discuss with Zhao Yinqing Chun, have you seen any records? Clutching the blood orchid with her left hand, Chuxia fled frantically, realizing something was amiss. Why was he only pursuing her? Why not the one who had been shattered? Upon their arrival, they discovered the formation had collapsed, leading them to the shadow. Initially, she intended to use that woman to divert the ghost's attention, to stealthily retrieve the artifact and depart swiftly. After all, that woman was destined to die. Those who nurtured malevolent spirits had no right to live. Yet, unexpectedly, this ghost had fixated on her. Zhao Yinqing launched a surprise attack on the ghost general from behind, tossing talismans one after another, but they merely left faint marks on the armor. Ghost general, upon uttering this, Chuxia momentarily froze, her heart racing. She was born of the wild, unfamiliar with many things, and had blundered through her journey thus far. Too proud to join the Metaphysic Society. However, she had heard her master speak of the ghost general. Such a being possessed indestructible strength, could only be suppressed, and could no longer be classified as a mere malevolent spirit. For only those with immense merit in life had the chance to become a ghost general. It was evident that the entity attacking them was surely an ancient general who had safeguarded the homeland. As for why he had not passed peacefully into death and instead became a ghost general, that remained a mystery to them. The blade's energy swept across Chuxia's back, sending her crashing to the ground. Cough. Cough. The dust irritated her throat and nose, leaving her unable to stop coughing. Fortunately, leaning against an icy stone, her body regained some strength. Otherwise, she might have been spitting blood again. She propped herself up with one hand, nearly rising, but another chilling blade of light came crashing down, compelling her to dodge aside. This was wrong. Ah Qian, he lacks thought. While glancing at Jingli, wary of a sudden attack, she continued to evade the ghost general's strikes. Yet she clung tightly to the blood orchid. Chapter 40. As long as you kill her, I will grant you. Dust swirled around, and Jingli disdainfully retreated to the edge, her heart racing uncomfortably. She grimaced, utterly speechless. The unfortunate original owner had heart issues? That shouldn't be the case. There were no such memories. Nothing good ever came. Yet there had never been a heart condition. Jingli attempted to divine her fate, but found it obscured by a veil of mist, impossible to unravel. Sigh. She was not one to dwell on trivialities. If she couldn't figure it out, she would not. Resigned, her lips barely parted as she uttered a single word, seal. A golden rune instantaneously embedded itself at Jingli's heart, and in an instant, the pain dissipated, the tumultuous rhythm of her heartbeat calming to tranquility. With a half smirk, she crossed her arms, observing Chuxia as she fled. Fiske. The chosen one had serious issues yet remained sprightly. She glanced skyward, her tone laced with indifference and a hint of mockery. It seems you truly have an affection for her, daring to steal what belongs to me. How audacious. Jingli tilted her head back, sighed, and her indifferent gaze suddenly turned serious as she murmured, Then I shall not grant you your wish. With that, her figure flickered and vanished in the blink of an eye. The original form had not been restored, had it? And still devoid of thought. Then let him gain consciousness. Jingli felt a surge of discontent. Why should the chosen one have all the advantages while she, a mere commoner, struggled to survive? Henceforth, with mischievous intent, her fingers danced slightly, and a blood-red heart floated forth from the formation, swiftly entering the ghost general's body as per her direction. In an instant, the ghost general, who had been swinging his sword, suddenly froze, the hollow depths of his eyes seemingly filled with color, gaining a semblance of humanity. Chuxia flipped over, clutching the blood orchid, gasping for breath. Zhao Yinqing, sensing the ghost general's anomaly, quickly warned, Xiao Chu, there's an issue. He seems alive. Just moments ago, he had seen something dart into the general's body. Jingli raised her hand, a smile brightening her face as she greeted Chuxia from a distance. Her words indistinct, However, for Chuxia, with her keen eyesight, it was evident that the woman was mouthing, "No need to thank me. It's her. It's her, madwoman." Chuxia's face flushed with rage, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. She longed to eliminate this woman. Questioning why she persistently opposed her, even cursing her master, she was determined to kill her. "Xiao Chu, run." Zhao Yinqing utilized his Jade Talisman's power, casting several defensive talismans to counter the Ghost General's fierce blade winds. The sword never reaching them, yet the blade's energy made it hard to breathe. Chuxia's thoughts lingered on Jingli, oblivious to the situation unfolding around her, when Zhao Yinqing suddenly yanked her back, nearly causing her to stumble. Steadying herself, she leaped from the shattered pit. Her chest heaved rapidly, unsure if it was from anger at Jingli or the strenuous escape. "You pests, come and face your doom." The Ghost General, retracting his massive sword behind him, presented a formidable presence, his blade scraping against the ground, sparking as he ran with newfound speed. The earlier stiffness vanished. He has accelerated. "We must flee. The Ghost General is immortal. We cannot kill him." Zhao Yinqing's voice was urgent, anxiety palpable on his face. What to do? Could he escape with Chuxia? Xiao Chu was losing herself more and more. The imminent crisis surpassed his expectations. He had anticipated the greatest danger would be the Copper Man, only to find that the Copper Man had long since vanished, replaced by this insurmountable Ghost General. Had the Ghost General dispatched the Copper Man? How had he emerged? Questions swirled in his mind. But the pressing urgency left no room for deeper contemplation. Unable to kill him, then let us all perish together. Chuxia's fury erupted, her anger surging through her brain, no longer suppressible. Suddenly, she turned and raced toward Jingli. Upon seeing her move, Jingli arched an eyebrow, her smile widening. However, Chuxia was unprepared for the Ghost General, who leaped and blocked her path. With a resounding crash, the ground split open, a fissure wide as a fist forming, causing Zhao Yinqing to lose his footing, nearly toppling into it. Yet he managed to steady himself with one hand, keeping Chuxia secure. "Hand over the blood orchid, and I shall spare your life." The Ghost General's deep, resonant voice rang out like a solemn bell, reverberating within their very souls. Unlike typical malevolent spirits, Ghost Generals possessed their own thoughts, capable of controlling their actions most of the time. Yet when confronted with the pains of their past, they would lose their reason and succumb to brutality. Jingli silently observed the Ghost General from behind, even leaning slightly to one side, her gaze mischievous as she watched Chuxia. Many sought to kill her, yet none had ever succeeded. Not even that chosen one. Chuxia faced the Ghost General, his imposing armor and massive sword evoking an instinctive desire to submit. Truly, the fallen of great merit, even in death, exuded an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The Ghost General advanced, dragging his blade closer, the sound of metal dragging along the ground akin to a death knell, constricting Chuxia's heart. Just as the blade descended, a flash of calculation flickered in her eyes. Wait. Seizing the moment, she pulled Zhao Yinqing with her, forcing herself to calm, suppressing her unease, and shouted loudly, as if that might bolster her courage. "What is the blood orchid?" She vaguely understood what it was. It was likely the artifact in her hand that made her comprehend why the Ghost General would relentlessly pursue her alone in an attempt to buy time. She pressed her lips together and tentatively inquired, "Are you thinking of that?" She pushed the blood gourd forward, trying to persuade the Ghost General. His forward motion abruptly halted, accompanied by the clanging sound of his armor. A flicker of joy ignited in Chuxia's heart as she eagerly exclaimed, "If you kill her, I will give it to you immediately." The Ghost General turned to look, his unsettling gaze fixated on Jingli. Chuxia raised her arm, her finger pointing towards Jingli, her expression radiating triumph as if Jingli were on the brink of death. Zhao Yinqing furrowed his brow in dissent, whispering, "You cannot give it to him." Upon hearing this, Jingli's smiling face stiffened. Indeed, the chosen one had crumbled, and her mind seemed equally deranged. Did she truly believe she could command the Ghost General? She boldly met the Ghost General's gaze, which resembled two steel balls, his mask obscuring any trace of his features. Just when Chuxia thought she could use this opportunity to strike, the Ghost General, initially looking back, suddenly swung his imposing blade towards her with the speed of lightning. Her pupils constricted. How could this be? Chapter 41. The blood-gored acquired Chuxia let out a piercing scream, unable to react as the blade loomed larger in her sight, ultimately consuming her vision. She froze. Crack! The sound of metal colliding, a faint golden light enveloped both of them, blocking the Ghost General's immense blade aura, though the blade continued its descent. Pausing momentarily, Zhao Yinqing stood before her, seemingly enduring excruciating pain. Blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and ears, staining his collar crimson. The luminous glow of the ice stone gradually dimmed, expending its last vestiges of power. The ancestral heirloom shattered just like that. Zhao Yinqing felt a pang of regret but did not overreact. He was dizzy, perceiving everything around him as if it were swaying. The Ghost General seemed to multiply more and more. Chuxia, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her senses, pushing Zhao Yinqing aside to evade the massive blade. Yet both were still knocked to the ground by the blade's aura. Zhao Yinqing had already lost consciousness. The events unfolded in mere flashes of flame, and Chuxia's resentful eyes turned icy as she furiously contemplated her strategies. She could not afford to die. She wanted to live. Jingli stood with her hands behind her back, displaying an expression of inevitability, realizing that killing the Chosen One was indeed somewhat challenging. After all, luck, popularity, and spiritual energy converged within her. Difficult to slay. The Ghost General did not even glance at Zhao Yinqing, striding directly towards Chuxia, his entire armored form resembling a demon, each step echoing against Chuxia's heart. Wiping the blood trickling from her mouth, she coldly gauged the distance between herself and Jingli. Tightening her grip on the blood gourd, she seemed to have thought of something. "Here," she shouted, and then forcefully tossed the blood gourd into the air. Its arc targeting Jingli. How could Jingli refuse such a gift? However, she did not catch it with her hands. Golden light particles converged once more, ensnaring the blood gourd in midair, and in an instant, it vanished as if devoured. Upon witnessing this, Chuxia's expression soured. She could not fathom why this woman possessed such strength. She could manipulate malevolent spirits, and even in the face of this entity, she displayed no signs of fear. Who exactly was she? Yet, contrary to Chuxia's expectations, the Ghost General did not redirect his attack towards Jingli. Instead, his gaze, like a venomous serpent, remained fixated on her. Such behavior caused the usually composed Chuxia to feel a twinge of panic within her heart. She had to escape. Ants dare to toy with me. The colossal blade, like a mountain, stood upright, causing the ground to tremble. The Ghost General seized Chuxia's throat, not delivering a lethal blow. Chuxia's pallid face flushed crimson. Blood rushing to her neck, the sensation of suffocation rendering her voiceless. The chilling touch froze her, causing her teeth to chatter, and as she struggled to break free, it was in vain. Just as she was on the verge of being crushed, a thick purple lightning struck the Ghost General's wrist. Lightning inherently possessed the power to counteract malevolent forces, and the purple lightning was even more formidable, serving as a natural nemesis to evil spirits. Her body lacked the stamina to sustain itself, and the formation was disrupted, granting her a fleeting opportunity. Jingli, resting her chin on her hand, felt troubled. Her body was far too weak and needed proper recuperation. The Ghost General's arm was cleaved apart, and Chuxia seized the moment, gathering all her strength to flee to Pacheng. Save? Or not save? After a brief struggle, she ultimately chose to carry Zhao Yinqing on her back, using talismans to augment her strength as she dashed in the opposite direction, casting numerous explosive talismans along the way. The Ghost General roared, his severed arm reconstituting as he swiftly positioned himself before Jingli. A distance of less than a foot separating them. Give it to me. He possessed his own independent thoughts, the cold and cruel aura emanating from the girl before him evoking both familiarity and fear. A sorcerer, how could one wield such terrifying influence? The blood gourd? Jingli's lips parted slightly, tilting her head with an expression of feigned ignorance. The Ghost General gazed at her for a moment, his aura growing increasingly frigid. Yet he did not strike. It belonged to him. Jingli smiled. Is it not an item meant to suppress you? How can it then be yours? Her words struck deeply, or do you enjoy being subdued? She showed no concern for the Ghost General's potential retaliation. Humph, little girl, no matter how powerful you are, I can still kill you. I am indestructible. Do not be ungrateful. The Ghost General remained surprisingly composed, not succumbing to Jingli's provocations, still presenting his cold demeanor. Yet his imposing figure rendered Jingli seem notably diminutive. "The blood gourd, I claim it." Jingli declared her sovereignty outright, adding, "I have seen your wife." The final statement caused the towering ghost general to momentarily freeze. As if recalling something tragic and despairing, his furious aura swelling. "My wife has long since perished, killed by them. Ha ha ha, they are all beasts. Beasts, do not be overly agitated." Jingli softly warned, then sighed. "What a coincidence. Never mind. I shall demand more compensation later. Your merits do not lie with her." Her words abruptly silenced the ghost general's coarse, raspy laughter. "How do you know?" He bent down suddenly, the metallic sheen of his mask nearly brushing against Jingli's forehead. The smile vanished from Jingli's face as she took a step back. "Next time, do not come this close to me. Furthermore, I know everything. I in the ruins." The girl stood like a sovereign, despite looking up at him. She exuded an air of superiority, her words devoid of arrogance. "I can help you see your wife, but I have a condition." "What condition? The blood gourd? Or something else?" The ghost general was somewhat intrigued. Maintaining his bent posture, his voice gruff enough to shatter Jingli's eardrums. "You humans are all hypocritical scoundrels. How can I trust you? Yet, have you not already chosen to believe in me in your heart?" Jingli replied with a knowing smile, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with composure. The ghost general straightened, gripping his blade at his side, the sound reverberating like thunder. "The blood gourd, I can offer it to you. As long as you help me find my wife. No, my request is not that. It is something else." Jingli raised her index finger and shook her head. "Then what must this general do?" The ghost general suddenly adopted a stern tone. His pitch rising, Jingli remained unfazed by his intimidation, waiting for him to finish his outburst before saying, "I want you to tell me how this blood gourd came to be here." A hint of seriousness filled her gaze. She had calculated this event, yet a veil of mystery obscured her understanding. She could not deduce it as a formation master. Her instincts were always precise, and this matter was connected to her. The blood gourd should have been an artifact from her era. How did it end up here? Moreover, it had become the focal point of the ceiling formation. There must be some hidden truth behind it. Chapter 42. Where is Qianqian when the blood gourd was mentioned? The ghost general could not contain his fury, his expressionless mask vibrating with the force of air expelled through his nostrils. It was a bald-headed man. He looked like a monk but wore Taoist robes. "He deceived me." The massive blade was thrust into the ground, creating a long gash. Jingli quickly stepped aside to avoid that spot. A bald head. What did he look like? A bewitchingly handsome young man. He struggled to describe it, his appearance evidently indicating he was no good person. Bewitchingly handsome? A pretty boy. Jingli pondered for a long time but could not recall such a character. Did he leave anything behind? Jingli cast him a sidelong glance, no longer engaging in banter, and stated, "I can take you to see your wife, but you must follow my lead. After all, because of you, this blood gourd has absorbed the life essence of all the male infants in this village, causing immense harm to the living. Harmonious Village has long been cursed, merely a consequence of a sun-devouring formation. Here, no male babies can be born, as all their life essence has been devoured by the formation. With the blood gourd absorbing the life essence of male infants to suppress the ghost general, that bald man is somewhat interesting. Such a heinous formation, yet the karmic retribution has not found him. Perhaps he is dead, but Jingli's keen instincts warned her that this person was definitely still alive. The sudden change in the sky terrified Gao Yao and the others, causing cold sweat to break out. "Brother Yao, is this the ghost wall?" He Xiaoqing asked nervously, scanning the surroundings in fear. He had never encountered such a scene before. It was as if he had stepped into a hellish battlefield. The chilling atmosphere alone made it hard to breathe. No, Gao Yao had witnessed ghostly walls before. As long as he marked his path and walked through it a few times, he would eventually find his way out. Alternatively, he could simply walk with his eyes closed and still have a high probability of escaping. However, in this place, the surroundings varied so greatly, each corner saturated with a sinister aura, truly foreboding. His grave countenance intensified He Xiaoqing's anxiety, causing her to shrink her neck and draw closer to the group. They had never before seen so many vengeful spirits manifest simultaneously, which surely indicated that a far greater entity lurked in hiding. Nangong Qinghe also sensed the strangeness. This aura was unlike anything he had experienced before. In previous encounters with various supernatural events, he had never felt such profound unease. This was not like him. He was typically composed and self-restrained, yet this atmosphere amplified everyone's negative emotions. His primary concern was for his sister and Xiao Feng. At that moment, two figures burst forth from the dark corner. Who? Nangong Qinghe halted, eyeing the source with caution and wariness. The others, noticing his utterance, also paused, their gazes fixated in that direction. Who dares to play tricks? If I catch you, I will make you rue the day. Qian Rue bellowed, his fists itching for action. The air crackled with palpable tension. Chuxia, bearing her exhausted form, disregarded the threat and raced out of the darkness alongside Zhao Yinqing. She had nearly exhausted all her spiritual energy to save him. The malevolent aura surrounding her was about to become overwhelming. Thankfully, Zhao Yinqing had awakened midway. Otherwise, she would have been unable to carry him any longer. Zhao Yinqing felt a surge of blood rushing through him. His head still in a daze, bloodshot eyes, marred by the splintering debris, made him appear quite terrifying. Fortunately, he could still discern shapes around him, but if he did not receive timely treatment, he risked losing his sight. Among the group at the forefront, Nangong Qinghe exuded a unique aura that immediately captured the attention of the two. Undoubtedly, they recognized him. Qinghe, it's me. Zhao Yinqing, seeing Nangong Qinghe take the initiative to speak, shattered the tense atmosphere. He gritted through the sharp pain in his chest and stepped forward, struggling to articulate his predicament. Yet, he was sharply halted by Nangong Qinghe's commanding voice, "Halt!" as his words fell. Those behind him raised their weapons in unison. Qian Rue was perplexed. Though he was familiar with Zhao Yinqing, the others were not. He remembered this was the young master of the Zhao family, who shared some acquaintance with the leader, yet he appeared so disheveled, and the leader's eyes were filled with vigilance. Zhao Yinqing thought that Nangong Qinghe would treat him with some courtesy due to their family's connection. But to his astonishment, he was met with such hostility. His expression darkened, casting a frosty glare at Nangong Qinghe. "What do you mean by this?" His voice was low and dripping with intensity. "First, tell me where Qian has gone." When Nangong Qinghe only saw Zhao Yinqing and Chuxia, his mind raced through various possibilities, with the singular intuition that they had abandoned Qian. If Xiao Feng was also involved, it could only imply Qian's misfortune. However, with both of them absent, there was no doubt they were connected to her disappearance. He held the gun, his shadowy demeanor suggesting he might execute them at any moment. Chuxia, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of hatred. Anger and unwillingness swelling within her, compelling her to retort with a scornful tone, "You are Nangong Qinghe? Is Nangong Qian your sister? Truly, no good fruit can come from such a family." She did not know Nangong Qinghe personally, but she had heard of his notoriety, a living demon in the realm of supernatural arts, often disregarding the lives of others. Such a person, despite having solved numerous paranormal cases, was a thorough madman. What kind of wild girl dares to insult the leader? Qian Rue, towering and hot-tempered, could not contain himself. His explosive temper flared, as if he were eager to end this unknown girl's life. In contrast, Nangong Qinghe remained remarkably calm, responding with an air of indifference. "Qian's disappearance is related to you." His tone was chillingly detached, with piercing eyes that seemed to see right through one's soul. Zhao Yinqing pulled Chuxia closer, positioning his body to shield her from Nangong Qinghe's gaze while warning in a hushed tone, "Nangong Qinghe, neither Xiao Chu nor your sister's disappearance has anything to do with her. And do not forget your Nangong family standing in the capital." The implied threat was clear to all. In the capital, the Zhao family was a prestigious aristocratic lineage, while the Nangong family, though affluent, could not compete in the realm of opulence. Yet, it was evident that Nangong Qinghe was unfazed by this intimidation, responding nonchalantly, "If you clarify your part in this, truly, if it has nothing to do with you, I shall choose to let you off." This was directed at Chuxia. Zhao Yinqing's expression turned frigid. This indicated he was being underestimated. Just as he was about to voice his displeasure, Chuxia interjected, "What does her disappearance have to do with me? Let me tell you, as the captain of the Xinling team, your priority should be locating your sister. Nangong Qian has colluded with a ghost-controlling sorceress, resulting in the deaths of many villagers." Chuxia stood firm, recalling Jingli, filled with resentment and bitterness. "Blood Jade. After much effort to acquire a talisman that suppresses the array, it slipped right from my grasp. she thought, her expression growing increasingly grim. Chapter 43. The confrontation between Nangong Qinghe and Chu Xia. Oh, so, Miss Chu, do you believe that my sister, an ordinary person, can command spirits? A complex mix of emotions flickered in Nangong Qinghe's eyes, inscrutable to others. He had never met this woman. Yet he was aware that the young master of the Zhao family had a talented girl by his side, one who could naturally harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That girl was named Chu Xia. Chu Xia articulated each word with conviction. It is not that she can command spirits, but rather that she has conspired with the sorceress who does. With ulterior motives, she had always enjoyed bullying her classmates, had she not? The implications of her words were unmistakable, reminding Nangong Qinghe of the true nature of his sister. Her gaze was piercing, seemingly passive. Yet her words were filled with resolve, leaving no room for Nangong Qinghe's dignity. Nangong Qinghe, however, remained unperturbed, exuding an air of tranquility. Qian Rui, on the other hand, was visibly enraged, tightening his fists and advancing menacingly. Don't think for a moment that I won't strike a woman. He was prepared to confront anyone who dared speak disrespectfully of the leader. He had caught on to the fact that she was accusing his leader's family of being no good. Just you? Chu Xia scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. You're not even worthy. Qian Rui, incensed, roared, I'll take you down right now. Just a girl born with the ability to wield spiritual energy dared to act so arrogantly. Nangong Qinghe, keep your subordinates in check. Zhao Yinqing rubbed his forehead, still feeling dizzy and disoriented, but his cognitive abilities remained intact. Qian Rui? Nangong Qinghe extended a hand to halt Qian Rui's advance while grasping his firearm with the other. Suddenly, he smiled, his tone chillingly detached. Miss Chu, I wonder what grievance my sister has caused you that would lead you to slander her. You must know that she entered this forbidden mountain under someone else's persuasion. Do you believe it was Qiao Feng or you? He leaned slightly forward, his words carrying an immense pressure. Upon hearing this, Chu Xia's heart skipped a beat. Had he uncovered everything? Although she had intended to bring Nangong Qian along, it had been her master's directive. Moreover, Nangong Qian's inherently wicked nature meant that even if she perished here, it would be a deserved fate. With this thought, any fleeting guilt she felt vanished. This momentary flicker of uncertainty did not escape Nangong Qinghe's keen observation. And he smiled even more elegantly, turning to Zhao Yinqing, young Master Zhao. Oh no, now it is Master Zhao of the Zhao family. You are fully aware that Qin Qian is an ordinary person? Yet you still allowed this Miss Chu to lead her into danger. What does this signify? His words, though seemingly courteous, were laced with an icy undertone that indicated his patience had reached its limit. Only Qian Rui grasped that the leader was genuinely angry. Meanwhile, the uninformed team members believed they had misjudged Nangong Qinghe. The living demon seemed rather unassuming. Despite being insulted, he calmly reasoned with them, leading them to think that previous rumors were unfounded. Zhao Yinqing's complexion darkened. It was not merely because he had been called out, but also because Nangong Qinghe had referred to him as the Zhao family's eldest son. To conceal this matter, the Zhao family publicly announced him as Zhao Jin's younger brother, a sickly child raised abroad, with few aware that he was the illegitimate son of a mistress. Everyone spoke of the Zhao family's eldest son with awe, speculating how extraordinary he must have been had he not died. He lived perpetually in Zhao Jin's shadow, in every endeavor. His grandfather would compare him to Zhao Jin, and any slight misstep would result in harsh criticism. He toiled day and night to escape Zhao Jin's curse, and only in recent years had his grandfather begun to acknowledge him. Yet, Nangong Qinghe had unveiled the very insecurity that lay hidden in his heart. He knew he was the illegitimate son. Blood surged through Zhao Yinqing, and the overwhelming strain caused him to spit blood, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground. Chu Xia rushed to support Zhao Yinqing, allowing him to lean his entire weight against her. With anger flaring in her eyes, she glared up at Nangong Qinghe. Captain Nangong, is this how your family bullies others? Without evidence, you seek to place blame? Or is it your standard to speak without basis? Even if she had suggested that Qiao Feng take Nangong Qian with him, what of it? Did he have any proof? After all, it was Qiao Feng who had led Nangong Qian up the mountain. Bang! The gunshot startled everyone's nerves, as the bullet zipped past Chu Xia's cheek. A deafening hum resonated in her ears. She wore an expression of disbelief. Nangong Qinghe had gone mad, daring to pull the trigger. Nangong Qinghe, Zhao Yinqing finally managed to squeeze out a few words after a prolonged struggle. He intended to intimidate Nangong Qinghe, yet his voice faltered entirely. Miss Chuxia, you are mistaken. My investigative style is one of coercion. The cold smile at the corner of Nangong Qinghe's lips faded, his tone shifting from gentle to overtly threatening. You would be wise to divulge Qianqian's whereabouts. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to apply the same methods to you. The boss has gone insane. The captain has lost his mind. The immediate reaction from everyone echoed this sentiment. How could one resort to vigilante justice against civilians when the law of the land still stood? The living demon, Qian Rui, known for his fiery temper, suppressed his anger, standing quietly behind, diminishing his presence. It had been a long while since he had witnessed the boss in such a rage. This moment. The boss was not to be trifled with. Chuxia's cheek twitched, her chest rising and falling rapidly as fury ignited within her. Indeed, none of this family were virtuous. How despicable they were, sooner or later. She would seize the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Nangong Qinghe maintained his stance, the gun now aimed squarely at Chuxia, his expression devoid of emotion. Speak? It was as if a single erroneous word from Chuxia would seal her fate. Chuxia's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Reasoning with villains was futile. Uncertainty gripped her regarding whether Nangong Qinghe would truly kill her. Zhao Yinqing, summoning the remnants of his strength, steadied himself in front of Chuxia. His demeanor hardening as he met Nangong Qinghe's gaze. Do you dare to shoot? Seeing Zhao Yinqing's defiance stirred Chuxia's emotions, and guilt washed over her as she recalled her earlier thoughts of abandoning him. That was not who she was. Surely, the malevolent atmosphere had clouded her judgment. How could she have even considered forsaking Yinqing? Click. The sound of the trigger being pulled reverberated through the tense air. Silence enveloped the scene. Qian Rui, now frantic, gripped Nangong Qinghe's arm, exclaiming, Boss, murder is against the law. Moreover, this is the Zhao family's grandson. The atmosphere hung thick with tension, palpable and suffocating. Chapter 44. Nangong Qian complains. The few individuals behind them exchanged furtive glances, joining the pleas for reason. Yes, Captain, finding Miss Nangong is of utmost importance right now. Indeed. Others, unsure of how to contribute, echoed their agreement. Nangong Qinghe remained unmoved, the gun unwavering in its aim. Last chance, speak or remain silent? There was no sign of him lowering the weapon. We are doomed. Qian Rui's first thought screamed in his mind. He could not budge the boss's arm. The atmosphere was so charged it felt as if time had frozen. Brother, brother, brother. A breathless yet excited voice broke through the standoff. Qian Rui lowered his hand and turned to look. Nangong Qian, burdened by a large bag, appeared visibly stronger, moving quickly. Like an elegant antelope, she dashed into Nangong Qinghe's embrace, bowing her head to rest against his chest. Overwhelmed by a sense of grievance, her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks and quickly soaking Nangong Qinghe's front. Sniffling and sobbing, she complained, Big brother. Second cousin is bullying me. He even wanted to abandon me. With each word, her cries grew more fervent, akin to a child lamenting to a parent, unabashed by the presence of others. In an instant, Nangong Qinghe relinquished his grip on the gun, his previously sullen demeanor softening. Faced with Nangong Qian's pitiful state, the reprimand lodged in his throat could not be uttered. He sighed deeply, attempting to maintain a facade of seriousness. Stand straight. How can someone your age still cry so easily? Big brother, why are you still scolding me? Do you know I almost died? The proud little princess wiped her tears, though still yearning for her brother's embrace. She complied with Nangong Qinghe's request to stand tall. The excitement had overwhelmed her, and only now did she notice the many people standing behind her. She pouted apologetically, first glancing at Qian Rui. Qian Rui, why didn't you warn me about so many people? UVE made me look foolish. The young lady was once again causing a ruckus. Qian Rui grimaced, turning away, unwilling to engage. Nangong Qian, familiar with Qian Rui's temperament, continued to converse with him, not genuinely blaming him, merely attempting to alleviate the tension. Nangong Qinghe scrutinized Nangong Qian, then slowly spoke, all limbs intact, complexion rosy. It appears you are faring rather well. This. Nangong Qian became agitated, pointing to her bruised arm and the small cuts on her legs from stones, minor injuries that would heal by the next day. Look at this, here and here. They're all bruised, big brother. How can you say I'm doing well? Qinrui discreetly rolled his eyes behind her. The young lady was indeed a young lady. Comparing her to the two others behind her was like comparing apples to oranges. He had heard tales of her extraordinary luck, how she could turn misfortune into fortune, and now he witnessed it firsthand. In this malevolent atmosphere, an ordinary person would have suffered a scratch. Even the typically composed Nangong Qinghe pinched the bridge of his nose, interrupting Nangong Qian's display. Enough. Where is Xiaofeng? Nangong Qian, deflated, let her sleeves fall, murmuring, second cousin is behind. Big brother didn't even care about her. Before long, Xiaofeng cautiously approached from where Nangong Qian had dashed. Leaning on a stick, Nangong Qinghe's gaze fell upon him, taking in Xiaofeng's trembling form. Qinrui stared at Xiaofeng, his mouth agape in astonishment. Was this the young master of the Qiao family? Xiaofeng's face was swollen, his body marked with numerous injuries, and his demeanor bore no semblance to that of a wealthy heir. Qinrui thought to himself, the injuries were indeed severe. Glancing back at the young lady, she babbled on, her spirit seemingly more vibrant than his. Come here, Nangong Qinghe commanded, and Xiaofeng's legs trembled at the tone, though he was still supported by Yu Manwen. Big brother, Xiaofeng summoned the courage to call out. Xiaofeng, thought the sky had fallen? Nangong Qinghe often used training as an excuse to beat him. Each time, he would emerge with bruises, yet thanks to the numerous beatings throughout his life, he had developed a certain resilience. How could they be here? Nangong Qian had been too excited to notice Chuxia and Zhao Yinqing standing behind them. Seeing them now, emboldened by her older brother's presence, she erupted, Qinrui, how did they get here? Qinrui, perplexed, wondered what was troubling the young lady. Nangong Qian, disregarding everything, pulled Nangong Qinghe's arm and pointed at Chuxia, asserting her case. I have evidence here. This key contains yellow talismans. The big shot said she used the yellow talismans to borrow my luck. Nangong Qian began rummaging through her bag. Borrowing luck? The crowd's expressions turned to astonishment, sensing the air of gossip. Nangong Qinghe took the keys from the Ferrari, and upon seeing the yellow talismans within, his pupils constricted, a dark aura radiating from him. The young master of the Zhao family. Now we have both witness and evidence. I shall take her away. Bring them all down the mountain for interrogation. With Nangong Qinghe's command, the others abandoned their curiosity and moved to apprehend Chuxia and her companions. Chuxia's gaze flickered, her eyes betraying the malice she could no longer conceal, her violent aura growing insistent. She felt the urge to kill that it was all they're doing. Zhao Yinqing suppressed his agitation, whispering, they are forcing my hand. Upon hearing this, Chuxia's wrath gradually subsided. Yinqing was indeed her eternal safeguard. Though Qinrui was not particularly fond of the proud little princess, upon hearing she had borrowed luck, his expression shifted instantly. He rushed forward to bind Chuxia, employing no gentleness in his methods. Once, Chuxia's eyes reflected her disbelief and indignation. Chapter 45. A meal invitation. Jingli had already descended the mountain while Nangong Qinghe and the others were investigating the village. Initially, she was eager and quite unruly. However, upon the appearance of the ghost general behind her, she wilted. The hierarchy of spirits was clear. A ghost general was nearly invincible, which naturally instilled fear in Qin Ruolin. Not only did Jingli acquire blood essence from the ghost general, but she also obtained a tailbone bag, an item she recognized well, intricately patterned with incomprehensible script. How could an artifact over 10,000 years old remain in such pristine condition? The ghost general claimed to have seen it on him after being sealed away. She suspected it might be related to that bald-headed individual, and since she could not decipher it, she decided to wait for future developments to reveal clues. Fortunately, the bag possessed the ability to collect souls, making it convenient for her to transport the two ghosts down the mountain. When she arrived at Qin Ruolin's location, her first thought was to eliminate her. Considering the effort it would take to conceal the two ghosts, thankfully, this bag alleviated her murderous intentions. If Qin Ruolin were to discover her thoughts, she would likely cease her meddling entirely. The first thing Jingli did upon descending the mountain was to find something to eat. Now, she sat on the swaying rural bus, the smell of gasoline making her head spin, a testament to the frailty of her current form. The atmosphere is filled with the lively chatter of elderly folks, particularly the gentleman nearby, who speaks loudly on the phone, yet is hard of hearing, causing him to raise his voice even more. Alas, I wish I could cast a silencing spell upon them. but it would be a waste of energy. Most others are engaged in gossip about their neighbors. Today, one family's daughter-in-law has run away, while tomorrow another's son is caught in drug use. Conversations revolve around a pig's demise or the price of today's groceries. These indomitable, elderly men and women would surely make excellent informants if only the intelligence agency would recruit them. Many frequently glance towards Jingli. A bus full of elderly folks with a beautiful young lady inside is indeed a sight to behold. A group of matronly women chatters away, their words a blur. Jingli is well aware of their topic of discussion. They are speculating about whether she has a boyfriend and considering matchmaking for her. One lady, unable to contain her curiosity, proposes a seat swap with the elderly man beside Jingli. "Old Zhang, let's switch seats. I want to chat with the young lady." Clearly, she is quite familiar with this old Zhang, who, not fully grasping her request, follows her gesture and takes her previous spot while clutching his phone. The matron beams at Jingli, her satisfaction almost written on her face. Jingli rests her chin on one hand, lifting her gaze to meet hers. The matron, with thinning yet lustrous black hair, a broad and ample forehead, and a countenance that suggests a life of abundance and longevity, radiates warmth. However, the lines on her face tell tales of hardship, as her family has seen few descendants. "Young lady, do you have a boyfriend?" she inquires in a thick dialect, leaving Jingli momentarily perplexed. The matron's enthusiasm is palpable, perhaps fearing she might frighten Jingli, and she shifts slightly away. Upon hearing this, the matron's smile widens, and she expresses a desire to hold Jingli's hand but hesitates. "Your voice is quite lovely," she continues to compliment. The conversation shifts to mundane matters. "Where are you off to?" Perhaps feeling bored, Jingli engages with her. "I don't know. I'm just looking for something to eat." Truth be told, she is unsure where to go, her pockets empty, as one might say. A penny can thwart a hero. The look of bewilderment on her face must seem like that of a lost girl without a place to call home, especially in her tattered white dress. The matron's mind races with sympathy, imagining Jingli's plight as she struggles for food, and without hesitation, she declares, "You should come to my house for a meal. I cook quite well." Jingli promptly agrees. Her response swift, "All right." After all, she had just overheard the crowd discussing food, and the matron's culinary skills seemed genuinely impressive. The original owner of this body had not fared well, resembling a starving ghost. One wonders how many meals she had gone without before Jingli's arrival. The matron, as Jingli perceives her, is indeed a kind-hearted soul. Upon hearing Jingli's eager acceptance to dine at her home, her eyes brim with compassion. One can only wonder what hardships this young lady must have endured to be unable to afford a single meal. The surrounding elderly men and women, having overheard their conversation, share looks of astonishment. How could such a beautiful young lady be unable to afford a meal? Their sympathy is stirred, and their voices lower considerably. The vehicle sways as it approaches town. Compared to the remote village, this place appears much more modern, with a hodgepodge of billboards cluttering the walls and tangled wires overhead. "Young lady, come, let me take you to my home for a meal," the matron, Lu Linghua, declares as she steps out of the vehicle, leading Jingli towards her abode. Many acquaintances greet her along the way, suggesting she is quite well liked. However, some cast curious glances at Jingli, teasingly remarking, "No ill intentions here." Jingli merely offers them a fleeting glance. "Don't speak nonsense. This young lady is innocent. Refrain from gossiping," Lu Linghua warns with a slightly stern tone, yet her smile remains. This young lady is strikingly beautiful, and Lu Linghua finds herself quite taken with her. Jingli's expression remains neutral, revealing no joy or sorrow. After a moment of observation, she speaks, "Your grandson is a police officer named Louisa." Her words are delivered with unwavering certainty. Lu Linghua is taken aback by Jingli's sudden and seemingly obscure statement. "How do you know?" she asks, her surprise evident. While most in the area are aware of her grandson, few know his name. Could it be that this young lady is acquainted with him? Jingli continues, "You should call him and advise him not to drive tonight." As the most powerful diviner, she has reached a level where she can discern the general fortunes of others simply by observing their faces. Of course, the weaker the fate, the easier it is to see through. This is somewhat akin to the superficiality of feng shui. However, to achieve her goals, she must establish a proper arrangement. The appearance can only reveal the basics. Lu Linghua is filled with questions upon hearing this. Divination? Mem. Why do you speak so mysteriously? Jingli, looking at the two-story exquisite villa, shows no signs of surprise. This piques Lu Linghua's curiosity. The young lady's demeanor is difficult to associate with that of a destitute individual. Surely, she isn't trying to gain sympathy, is she? Chapter 46. An unseen fate. Lu Linghua's wariness rises instantly, especially since she had recently been swindled. Her family is among the wealthiest in town, with her son and daughter-in-law having built this villa for her. The renovation cost them 5 to 6 million. The villa is pristine, regularly maintained, and well-furnished, suggesting her son and daughter-in-law frequently visit. Lu Linghua prepares a few simple dishes, their presentation modest but their flavors rich and delightful, which Jingli accepts without hesitation. After all, she had reminded Lu Linghua, and whether or not she heeded it was her own choice. Jingli eats at a reasonable pace, yet her table manners are quite pleasing, prompting Lu Linghua to inwardly marvel. This young lady is extraordinarily beautiful, and despite her hearty appetite, she maintains an elegant demeanor. Perhaps she is simply a wealthy child who has quarreled with her elders and run away in a huff. As Lu Linghua observes her, her heart aches. Eat more, thank you. Jingli replies politely yet distantly, subtly reminding her, as a narcotics officer, danger often lurks. The food is too delicious for her to feel at ease. Lu Linghua is utterly stunned, her chopsticks pausing mid-air. How do you know? Jingli continues to eat, not pausing her movements, smiling as she finishes her mouthful. I know everything. The statement is somewhat whimsical. Lu Linghua. Is it a guess? How could a guess be so accurate? The identities of narcotics officers' families are typically kept under wraps. They had already lost one grandson, and the thought of losing another is too dreadful to contemplate. An unease settles over Lu Linghua as she completes the meal, while Jingli savors every bite. The food in this era is genuinely delightful. She feels fortunate to indulge. With a sense of propriety, she finishes and expresses her gratitude for the hospitality, never once addressing Lu Linghua by name. Is not that she does not wish to, but rather she considers Lu Linghua a younger generation, making such formalities feel awkward. Yet the original owner is merely a 20-year-old child. Young lady, wait, it's getting dark. I have a guest room. You should stay the night. Lu Linghua, with a kind heart, overlooks the issue of a dress, her heavy thoughts indicating she has taken Jing Li's advice to heart. No, thank you. After leaving Lu Linghua's home, Jing Li strolls leisurely through the town. Beyond the modern streetlights, the town retains its primitive charm, exuding a sense of history. Young master, please don't make it difficult for you. I said easy for us subordinates. Who hires a bodyguard to capture their own subordinates without resorting to force? The rich really are willful. As Jing Li contemplates her future plans, she overhears a somewhat resigned voice. Following the sound, she sees a dozen brawny bodyguards clad in black, wearing sunglasses, encircling someone. At first glance, it resembles a scene from a gangster movie. Behind them, a group of electric bikes trails behind, creating a rather bizarre and incongruous scene. Have your eyes grown into the ground? I'm just a sickly person. Who is really making things difficult for whom? A clear, melodious voice emerges from within the circle of bodyguards, exuding a casual yet assertive tone. Under the sparse streetlights, a young man leans casually against a pillar, his face shrouded in dim light and long shadows. Only the outline of his features is visible, resembling an unfinished sketch, strikingly captivating. Even Jing Li cannot help but steal a few extra glances. Throughout history, the world has always bestowed special privileges upon those deemed attractive. Jing Li holds no specific requirements for appearances, yet she cannot deny her appreciation for beauty. The bodyguards exchange looks, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. They have come to understand the torment of dealing with this sickly young man. Have the wealthy begun to walk their dogs among them? They simply cannot keep up with him. Damn it. They say Yun Qi, the lifeblood of the Yun family, is a sickly child, reliant on countless precious herbs for survival. Yet he runs faster than these fitness enthusiasts. The young man seems to make a move, signaling the speaking bodyguard to step aside. The bodyguard hesitates, caught in a dilemma, and remains motionless. When the young man turns his head, Jing Li finally sees his face clearly. His skin is pale, almost unhealthily so, adorned in a white shirt paired with casual black trousers, exuding youthful vigor. Upon seeing this, Jing Li is left utterly astonished. The youth possessed a well-rounded countenance, with prominent cheekbones, a raised nose bridge, and flourishing earlobes, indicative of a fate destined for great wealth and longevity. However, the aura of impending death that clung to him, with his celestial crown appearing faintly, contradicted his auspicious fate, presenting an intriguing juxtaposition that captivated her attention. Jingli subtly stirred her spiritual energy to set up a formation for observation. She found herself unable to decipher the situation. The young man lifted his gaze, his deep, dark eyes locking onto Jingli's. Suddenly, he flashed a smile, leveraging his foot against the thigh of a bodyguard to perform a nimble roll. Swiftly extricating himself from the encirclement and kicking aside a sparse electric bicycle, he shouted, "Help me, obstruct them." It was clear that Yunqi was addressing Jingli, frantically gesturing for her to topple the wooden board beside her to shield him from the relentless pursuit of the bodyguards. "Young master!" The bodyguards gasped in astonishment at his actions, fearing for the frail boy's safety. As he passed Jingli, Yunqi felt a sudden tug from behind. Following his line of sight, he noticed porcelain-like fingers tightly grasping the hem of his clothing. The owner of that hand was a girl, grinning mischievously at him, her expression teasing. "Hey, I asked you to block them, not to cling to me," Yunqi exclaimed, his shock evident, bewildered by her striking beauty and apparent lack of comprehension. "Why should I assist you?" Jingli retorted with a playful smile. "Then don't cling to me." Yunqi's brows furrowed in displeasure. "You appear to hold significant value," Jingli remarked nonchalantly, her gaze suggesting that he was akin to a prized possession awaiting a buyer. The implication of her words nearly sent Yunqi into a fit of rage. At that moment, he ceased fleeing, standing tall, his demeanor transforming from lethargy to icy resolve. "Are you cursing me? Indeed. Are you not aware of it yourself?" Jingli responded, seemingly unfazed by his reaction, preoccupied with the prospect of a transaction. "If I help you capture him, would you be so kind as to give me a ride? I need to go to the capital." Chapter 47. "You can pass out now." The girl wore a smile that hinted at mischief, as if she were not the one committing any wrongdoing, and she beamed at the bodyguards. "I found a ride." Yunqi was aware of his frail condition but did not believe he was on the verge of death. Jingli's words were undeniably provocative. Everyone knew of Yunqi's weakness, yet no one had ever dared to voice it so brazenly in his presence. As the bodyguards pursued them, they overheard her audacious remarks. "This crazy girl has a death wish. Being pretty won't save her." If the elders of the Yun family caught wind of this, she would likely find herself in dire straits by morning. The Yun family's reputation was not to be tarnished lightly, especially not by a lunatic who dared to utter such curses. "Miss, what are you insinuating?" The first bodyguard to arrive, removing his dark sunglasses, stared wide-eyed, his rugged features betraying a fierce demeanor, though his words were surprisingly innocent. "Are you selling the young master?" He stuttered, "Yeshing. Can you not speak? If you can't, then kindly keep your mouth shut." Another bodyguard interjected, swiftly covering his companion's mouth. They then bowed in unison, stating, "Young master, we apologize." With utmost care, they grasped Yunqi's arm, their movements cautious and subservient, their tone deep and authoritative. The stern-looking bodyguard also turned to Jingli, thanking her, before promptly sealing his lips, as their captain had instructed them to refrain from needless chatter. Jingli regarded him with a quizzical expression. "Graduate? Might it be that you have yet to graduate after all this time?" Yunqi found himself completely encircled by bodyguards, and as he struggled to break free, a swell of resentment toward Jingli brewed within him. He shot daggers at the bodyguards, his handsome visage radiating menace. "I have treated you well. Do you really think you can play this charade? Who is truly your employer, my grandfather or myself?" The bodyguards were momentarily taken aback. "Your employer is indeed you, but their task is to restrain the employer." They were acutely aware of their own capabilities. They knew all too well that they were dealing with a frail young master. The bodyguards dared not feign ignorance. The old patriarch of the Yun family would hold them accountable, and the consequences could range from losing their lucrative positions to potentially never finding work again. "Young master, it's not you who is paying us," one bodyguard muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Yunqi's sharp hearing caught the words, and as he struggled against the restraints, his complexion grew even paler, his frail form appearing as if it could collapse at any moment. A peculiar glint flashed in his deep-set eyes as he spoke in a notably irreverent tone. "I'll offer you a bonus. Just get rid of this woman." He cast a smug glance at Jingli, his youthful gaze filled with mischief. However, the bodyguards remained unmoved. They were bound by their professional ethics. They were not thugs. Furthermore, they suspected that this girl possessed considerable strength, which explained Yunqi's earlier struggles. Upon realizing that the bodyguards made no effort to act, Yunqi's frustration escalated. Fine. It seems I have lost my say in this matter. If you discard her, I will comply and get into the car. If I continue to resist and my blood pressure drops, none of you will want to bear the consequences. The bodyguards exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The young master truly might faint. They had heard tales of his propensity to collapse at a moment's notice, be it from anger, excessive emotion, or even laughter. The Yun family had nurtured him for years to manage his delicate condition. If he were to faint during their pursuit, they dared not take that risk. The bodyguards hesitated, weighing their professional integrity against the importance of their job. Ultimately, they concluded that without their jobs, their ethics held little value. Jingli noticed their indecision and, unfazed by Yunqi's challenging expression, casually remarked, "Are you contemplating betrayal?" With a tilt of her head, her face emerged from the shadows, revealing a striking beauty that left the bodyguards in awe. The young master was undeniably handsome, but this girl was equally enchanting. Together, they seemed to belong to a realm beyond their own. "You cannot renege on your promises," she added. In the next moment, Jingli walked towards Yunqi, her expression a blend of surprise and triumph, and with an unhurried motion, she raised her right hand. With a swift chop, Yunqi promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. His final expression was one of disbelief. "Want to faint? I can make you do so right now." All the bodyguards stood frozen in shock. Bai Yesheng was quick to catch Yunqi, casually remarking, "The young master is asleep." No one paid him any mind. All were engulfed in a state of astonishment and panic. "The young master won't come to harm, will he? Ah, what a mad girl." Their expressions clearly conveyed that if anyone refused to take her along, she would not hesitate to incapacitate them as well. Where did this fierce girl come from? The young master had requested to faint, and she had made it happen. Now he would no longer suffer from his illness. It appeared that this manual method of inducing unconsciousness was quite effective. The young master would no longer be a burden. Yet, would he really be all right? The victim, Yunqi, was gently placed in a seat, while the perpetrator, Jingli, sat beside him, utterly unfazed, devoid of any remorse. Such remarkable psychological fortitude. Was she not afraid of the Yun family? After Jingli departed, Lu Linghua felt an unsettling anxiety wash over her. Her mind preoccupied with the words Jingli had spoken. "Do not drive." The more she pondered, the more alarmed she became, hastily retrieving her phone to call her grandson. After several failed attempts, her heart raced with increasing trepidation, prompting her to contact her daughter-in-law instead. This time, the call was answered after a few rings. A female voice came through. "Mom, what's wrong? Shuchi, can you reach Isa?" Lu Linghua's tone was laced with urgency, her words tumbling out hastily. Chen Shuchi grasped the gravity of the situation, immediately sensing her mother's distress. "Mom, is something wrong with Isa?" As Lu Linghua was about to explain, another call notification appeared on her phone. It was her grandson. Without further ado, she hung up on Chen Shuchi and answered the incoming call. "Isa?" Upon answering, she exclaimed in a rush, "Grandma, what's wrong?" A gentle voice emerged from the other end, as Lu Isa inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Chapter 48. Do not drive. Grandma knew his profession and typically refrained from calling him, fearing it might disrupt his work. Today, however, after several attempts to reach him without success, her first instinct was to assume something was amiss with her health. No, Grandma is perfectly fine," Lu Linghua quickly denied, but upon hearing the sound of an engine starting, her expression shifted to one of alarm. "Isa, where are you now?" "I'm driving, Grandma, if you're all right. I'll contact you later," Isa replied, intending to end the call as he had urgent matters to attend to. Isa, hearing that her grandson was driving, sent Lu Linghua into a panic. Her usually gentle and calm voice vanished, replaced by sheer urgency. "Please, do not drive. Get out of the car." Isa sensed something was off with his grandmother today, but remained patient as he explained. "Grandma, I have something pressing to attend to. If everything is fine on your end, I'll come see you as soon as I finish." With that, he attempted to hang up the call. "Isa, heed your grandmother's words and step out of the car. She has something to say to you." Lu Linghua's tone was unusually grave. Typically gentle and soft-spoken with her descendants, she rarely displayed such seriousness. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Iza complied with Lu Linghua's suggestion, turning off the engine, engaging the handbrake, and unbuckling his seatbelt before exiting the vehicle. Holding his phone in his left hand, he swiftly made his way out. Once he had reached a quieter area, he spoke, "Grandmother, I have exited the car now, and there are not many people around. You may speak your mind," Lu Linghua warned. "Very well, Iza, you must not drive anywhere tonight. You are to remain at home, and I forbid you from stepping outside." Lu Iza frowned. There was something distinctly amiss with his grandmother today. Her tone was off, and her demands were peculiar. He had been summoned on short notice to address an urgent matter, making it impossible for him to stay home. Rubbing his temples, he reiterated, "Grandmother, I have work obligations. It is simply not feasible for me to remain indoors. If you dare to leave, I shall break your legs." Lu Linghua's words were sharp. Lu Iza was left speechless. His grandmother seemed to be experiencing a rebellious phase. Realizing that reasoning with her was futile, Lu Linghua recounted her encounter with Jingli that day. Lu Iza felt even more exasperated. As a police officer, he found it hard to believe such claims. His faith lay solely with the nation. After all, his grandmother had recently fallen victim to a scam. "Grandmother, have you forgotten that you were just deceived not long ago?" he reminded her, seeking to elicit sympathy from the elderly woman before gradually persuading her. "This time is different. That young lady does not seem to be a fraud." "You said the same last time," Lu Iza replied, feeling somewhat helpless. "It truly is different. That young lady is exceptionally beautiful," Lu Linghua mused, her thoughts drifting to Jing Li's appearance. "I was even considering introducing you to her. But I forgot to mention it," Lu Iza sighed. "Grandmother, let us leave it at that for now," he concluded, eager to attend to his pressing matters. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed. Bang! Another urgent sound followed. "Iza! Iza!" Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Linghua's heart clenched tightly. "Can you hear me, my dear?" she called out anxiously into the phone. After a long pause, a voice finally came through. "Grandmother, I'm here to its nothing serious." The car exploded, and coughed, was caught in the blast a bit, but it's coughed. "Nothing major," he stammered, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at the flaming vehicle. Hadn't his grandmother just warned him not to drive? Was that inexplicably accurate prediction from the mysterious girl true? The flames soared skyward, accompanied by the sounds of panicked fleeing. Thankfully, his car was parked in a secluded area of the community, preventing widespread damage. He had been positioned not too close to the vehicle when it detonated. Without warning, it had exploded. The final beeping of the car's alarm had felt like a ticking bomb. As he contemplated this, Lu Iza's expression soured. Amidst the cacophony of the night, various unsettling thoughts flashed through his mind. His identity had been exposed. To prevent Lu Linghua from worrying, he provided a brief account of the situation before hanging up. Upon hearing of the explosion, Lu Linghua felt even more alarmed. The warning from Jingli had materialized. She shuddered to think what might have happened if Iza had driven today, and if she hadn't urged him to get out. Would he now be a mere corpse? The thought sent chills down her spine. Lu Linghua's gray hair seemed to age her further, the pain of having lost her first grandson weighing heavily upon her. Yes, the young lady from today? Lu Linghua wished to find Jingli to express her gratitude, but realized she hadn't even gotten the girl's contact information. Remembering the surveillance cameras at home, she thought she could identify the girl through the footage. The cameras had been installed to monitor Lu Linghua's well-being in case of emergencies. However, when checking the footage, she found that Jing Li's image was too unclear to discern. It seemed as though she had been too preoccupied to notice the young lady's presence. Was that girl some sort of celestial being? She never entertained the notion of her being a malevolent spirit. For demons were not typically so beautiful. Before long, Chen Shuqing called, inquiring about the phone call. Lu Linghua briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing, Chen Shuqing's hair stood on end. She could hardly fathom the possibility of her son perishing, leaving her in a state of dread. Aware that her son and daughter-in-law possessed some capabilities, Lu Linghua enlisted their help to locate Jingli. After reviewing the surveillance footage multiple times, yielding no results, she resolved to leave the matter to Chen Shuqing and her husband. She intended to personally thank the master, for in her heart, Jingli had already transformed into a mysterious and formidable figure. Meanwhile, Jingli, having settled into a luxurious business vehicle, experienced the life of the elite. Upon awakening during the journey, she delivered a sharp slap, sending shivers down the spines of the bodyguards. That young lady was truly fierce. Chapter 49. The big shot is remarkable. Nangong Qinghe informed the Xinyin group to dispatch personnel to deal with a multitude of vengeful spirits. Though weak in power, their sheer numbers made them challenging to manage. The Xinyin group had to deploy nearly all their resources to resolve the situation. The villagers at the foot of the mountain confessed to their crimes but refused to accept culpability. They felt no remorse for their heinous acts, believing that birthing sons was a perfectly normal endeavor. In their eyes, human trafficking was merely a transaction, reasonable expectation. The Xinyin group was taken aback by this state of affairs. They had encountered many peculiar cases, but one of such magnitude, especially one of human origin, was exceedingly rare. Moreover, the tales of the impoverished and wicked were unheard of in the area. Ultimately, the Xinyin group established a task force for Hehuan village to investigate the matter further. After the resolution, Nangong Qinghe drove Nangong Qian and several others down the mountain. Inside the vehicle, Nangong Qian dozed off, occasionally startled awake to scan her surroundings. Upon spotting Nangong Qinghe in the passenger seat, she resumed her nap. Xiao Feng sat quietly behind the driver's seat, afraid to make a sound, resembling a quail. Once the car was filled with only a few people, Nangong Qinghe decided to give Xiao Feng some face and, glancing in the rearview mirror, asked gently, "Is the Ferrari comfortable to drive?" Xiao Feng's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he woke up. What did this mean? He straightened his posture instinctively, pondering for a moment before responding timidly, "Big brother, if you like it, I can drive it for you." The dim-witted boy thought that Big brother didn't want a used car, adding, No, Big brother. I'll buy you a new one." He stole a glance at the rearview mirror and noticed Nangong Qinghe's expression growing increasingly somber. The shadows of the trees illuminated by the streetlights cast an unusual demeanor upon him. After a prolonged silence, a faint sigh escaped Nangong Qinghe, seemingly exasperated by Xiao Feng. Yu Haven T inherited a single gene from the Nangong family. As he thought of his aunt, his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. She was just as foolish. His next words were laced with a heavy tone. The dim-witted boy interpreted this as a different meaning. Concluding that Big Brother had not scolded him because he was considering gifting him a Ferrari. Ecstatic, he thought of buying one for Big Brother upon returning, even if it meant depleting his allowance. He would save up to buy it later. Nangong Qinghe was baffled. When had Xiao Feng become so enthusiastic about training? After answering the phone, Xiao Feng cheerfully opened his mother's contact, only to be met with a barrage of weeping and curses. Filled with both concern and anger, Nangong Shuyu chattered incessantly on the other end, showing no signs of ending the call. Nangong Qinghe signaled for Xiao Feng to wrap up the conversation and hang up. His aunt was truly unbearable, which was precisely why he hadn't informed her. He simply did not wish to engage with her much. "You do possess some self-awareness," Nangong Qinghe scoffed. "Huh? Big brother, what are you talking about?" Xiao Feng replied, looking utterly clueless, entirely unaware that his days ahead would be drastically different. He believed he could continue living a carefree life at his uncle's house without any reprimands from his mother. Nangong Qinghe was left speechless. It turned out he was not enthusiastic, but rather clueless. So foolish, he would need to ensure that Qian spent less time with him. Foolishness was contagious. Xiao Feng's smile faltered in an instant. What? Training? His voice nearly erupted into a shout. The sky felt as if it was collapsing. Nangong Qinghe's training. Nangong Qian was startled awake, her forehead slick with cold sweat, as though jolted from a terrifying nightmare. Glancing at Nangong Qinghe, who was driving, she expressed her concern. "Big brother, I almost died in my dream. I'm a bit scared." Her gaze remained fixed ahead, her expression appearing utterly dazed. Her vulnerable demeanor was laid bare before her family, causing Xiao Feng to lower his head in guilt, feeling as though he had caused her distress. Nangong Qinghe's exterior remained as tranquil as ever, yet an overwhelming ache surged within her heart. For the beloved little princess of the family had endured unimaginable peril. She was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the forbidden mountain. Though her face betrayed no emotion, she cast another glance at Xiao Feng, her displeasure returning upon seeing his bruised visage. Yet, as she observed him, her anger dissipated like mist. Even she could not help but reflect on her younger sister's astonishing fortune. The treacherous Forbidden Mountain had spared her from severe harm. This lad, however, had certainly suffered his fair share of trials. Xia, everything that transpired within is but a dream. You need never remember it again. As an older brother, he wished to shield his sister from this perilous, unknown realm. Once one stepped into it, countless dangers awaited. The more one knew, the greater the risks incurred. As a member of the Shinling group, he was obliged to fulfill his duty, urging ordinary citizens to forget the incident. They were to sign a confidentiality agreement and never speak of the supernatural events they had experienced. But brother, this is not a dream at all. They are vividly alive in my mind. Including this key. Nangong Xia stretched out the Ferrari key. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Feng dared not utter a word, shame nearly engulfing him. And the big shot, she said she would come to find me. Big shot. This was the second occasion Nangong Qinghe had heard Nangong Xia mention this person, leaving him puzzled. Nangong Xia thought of Jingli and smiled. Big brother, you have no idea if it weren't for her. I would have already perished. She saved me. She grew increasingly animated, recounting how the big shot had assisted her. The big shot is incredible. She can transform my merits into chains, and I can see those chains. They can even bind malevolent spirits. How amazing! Nangong Xia gestured excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration. Hearing this, Nangong Qinghe's previously calm demeanor shifted. Merits can be transformed into chains? Is such a thing possible? How can one perceive another's merits? While fortune can be discerned, merits are ethereal and elusive. How can they be wielded? Chapter 50. Is it her? Nangong Qinghe dismissed the notion that his sister had been deceived by some bizarre trinket. He wished only for them to completely forget the events of Haihuan village. He spoke dismissively. When she arrives, she will explain everything, distribute the funds, and you shall not see her again. Nangong Qinghe interrupted Nangong Xia's incessant chatter. His words rang out like a command. Xia, you must forget everyone and everything that transpired in Haihuan village. Nangong Xia immediately grew sullen, expressing her discontent with her brother's order. No, I must see the big shot. I want her to teach me the mystic arts. She spoke with utmost sincerity. Nangong Qinghe suddenly slammed on the brakes, his gaze darkening as it fixed on Nangong Xia. She felt a surge of fear under his intense stare, yet remained defiant, holding his gaze. For quite some time, Qiao Feng was too startled by the atmosphere to utter a word. A car horn blared incessantly behind them, prompting Nangong Qinghe to silently resume driving. Gradually pulling away, upon returning home, Nangong Zheng was absent, leaving only a few servants bustling about in the hall. Nangong Qinghe entered, his mood heavy, followed closely by the furious Nangong Xia and the speechless Qiao Feng. As they stepped fully into the house, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the second floor. You nearly frightened your mother to death, Shui Muting exclaimed, rushing down the stairs and enveloping Nangong Xia in her arms. Upon seeing her mother in tears, Nangong Xia's nose grew tender, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Mama, you don't know. I've missed you so much. She buried her head in Shui Muting's shoulder, sobbing. You have no idea. I almost died. She hiccuped intermittently, devoid of the typical restraint children often show when sharing their fears and anxieties, behaving like a child confessing her terrors. She spoke of her minuscule injuries, eager to display them. Shui Muting's heart broke at the sight, and she gently stroked her daughter's head, murmuring, My dear Xia has suffered. Qiao Feng stole a glance at Nangong Qinghe, and only when he saw him ascend the stairs did his tense body relax. He then called out loudly, Auntie, why are you only looking at my sister? Look at me. He also showcased his wounds to Shui Muting. Almost all of Shui Muting's attention was directed toward her daughter, neglecting Qiao Feng. Realizing this, she wiped her tears, chastising herself for forgetting the little one. How could I overlook Qiao Feng? I'm such an unfit aunt. She began to self-reflect. However, upon lifting her head, she was taken aback. What happened to you? How did you get hurt like this? The sight of his battered face was truly alarming. Qiao Feng. Shui Muting froze, unable to recognize him. She had thought her daughter was the one grievously injured. But little did she expect Qiao Feng to be in such a state. In that instant, she cast aside her concern for her daughter and hurried to examine Qiao Feng. Like Nangong Xia, he too began to cry out in pain, though his cries were genuine. Observing the multiple bruises on Qiao Feng, Shui Muting's tears cascaded down once more. How could she not feel heartache for her nephew? whom she had cared for over the years. Seeing his aunt cry, Xiao Feng panicked, awkwardly scratching his head. "Aunt, please don't cry." He merely wished to draw attention to himself, to annoy Xiaxia, whose minor injuries had become known to all. "Get the car ready. We're going to the hospital." Shui muting caressed Xiao Feng's face, her expression filled with concern. "No, no need. Big brother has already taken me to see a doctor, got the medicine, and I'm fine." Xiao Feng felt he had overreacted and quickly declined. Noticing her mother's attention diverted, Nangong Xia rolled her eyes at Xiao Feng, muttering, "Drama queen. Only kids act like this." Xiao Feng retorted, "Who asked the drama queen? I'm really hurt." Shui muting offered some soothing words before notifying the family doctor to come. Xiao Feng grinned, relishing the sight of Nangong Xia's discomfiture, his smile widening. He inadvertently tugged at his wounds, eliciting cries of pain. Nangong Qinghe ascended the stairs, ready to address the matters concerning Hehuan village. "Qian Rui, have you found anything?" He sat on a Nanmu chair, his slender fingers scribbling notes on the table while the other held his phone. Communicating with Qinrui. "No, boss, it's truly strange. It's one thing that there are no cameras in such a remote area, but why is there also no footage on the road leading to the city?" Qinrui shared the discrepancies he had discovered. Nangong Qinghe continued his work, flipping through documents until he abruptly halted on the page regarding kidnappings. "Qinrui, compile a list of reported kidnappings for me." "Yes, right now." After hanging up, Nangong Qinghe pondered the inconsistencies Qinrui had mentioned. Near the Forbidden Mountain, it indicated she hadn't entered the mountain alongside Xiaxia. Could it be someone from the village? Xiaxia had not fully disclosed her information. A girl, good-looking, quite powerful. This is all the description Xiaxia provided. This was also what he had gleaned from eavesdropping. Most of what Xiaxia recounted revolved around events in the village, yet she hadn't even mentioned the girl's name. If Nangong Xia were aware of Nangong Qinghe's thoughts, she would likely feel powerless, for she herself did not know the big shot's name. Soon, Qinrui sent over the files. After scanning through them, Nangong Qinghe's gaze fixed on a photograph of a girl with bangs on the second line of the last page. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Could it be her? Coming from a troubled background, sold by her father, scorned by her mother, beaten by her brother. This series of events could indeed serve as a catalyst for awakening. Mystic practitioners are not only born with their abilities, but can also awaken them later in life. Often, if not properly guided after awakening, they can be maliciously exploited, ultimately committing acts that endanger society. The Xinling group must not only eradicate malevolent spirits, but also capture those mystic practitioners who threaten societal safety. Those who awaken later often darken due to various suppressions, embarking on a path of no return. In the initial hours following their awakening, they can harness some spiritual energy from the air for their own use. Chapter 51. "I must find her. Where is she?" The young man stood in the study. Leaning on the table, his extraordinarily handsome face marred by fury, with faint traces of blood visible in his eyes. The pale and elongated neck bore clear red marks. He had been struck by Jingli. At this moment, the young man resembled an enraged lion, instilling fear in those around him. "You useless fools! How dare you let the one who knocked me out escape? What are you good for?" The frail body of the young man could barely withstand the intensity of his emotions. After a few rapid breaths, he sank into a chair. The family doctor, who had been monitoring his condition, remained still, casting a few glances and internally lamenting, who could possibly have incited such fury in the young master? Their young master was always the one to torment others. Never before had he been seen in such a rage. "If you can't find her, don't bother coming back." The madwoman not only obstructed him but also dared to knock him unconscious. After all, it was the young master who had acted unreasonably first. Yet he could neither say nor dare to voice this. His earnest demeanor left Zhang Ji utterly stunned, his expression cracking, as everyone turned their gaze toward him. Bai Yesheng's fierce countenance was momentarily frozen. "What are you staring at, Zhang Ji?" A book was hurled at Zhang Ji's forehead, visibly swelling up. As expected, the young master has erupted in fury. What followed was a tumult of chaos and disorder. The other bodyguards stood anxiously at the foot of the stairs, occasionally stealing glances at the situation above. "Greetings, esteemed head of the family." The bodyguards respectfully greeted in unison. Yun Linyue, being the father of Yun Qi, represents the Yun family's lineage, which has been passed down through generations. The current generation of the Yun family, Only Yun Linyue has the privilege of having the young master, Yun Qi. However, the health of the young master is a cause for great concern. It seems as if the family is beset by some curse, resulting in a scarcity of male heirs. The sole male descendant, Yun Qi, is also frail in constitution. Since his birth, he has relied on medicinal herbs to sustain his life. Having nearly succumbed to death on one occasion, only to be saved by the family patriarch with a precious ancestral remedy. Consequently, Yun Qi's daily life is meticulously managed, with a host of attendants and steward ensuring that his every outing is prearranged. And he must adhere to the family's directives. His weak constitution makes him prone to fainting, and after years of careful nurturing, his health has improved slightly. During his teenage years, the young master was obedient. However, it seems he has now entered a rebellious phase, causing distress to those toiling behind him. Yun Linyue wore a stern expression, the weight of his authority pressing down on the bodyguards, who dared not utter a word. Behind him, Steward Wang, observing the tension, interjected with the demeanor of a seasoned employee, "Is the young master angry again?" Sensing the bodyguard's discomfort, he sought to lighten the atmosphere. With someone to alleviate their plight, the bodyguards formed a line and nodded in agreement. Yun Linyue was well aware of his son's character. With a scowl, he ascended the stairs, muttering to himself about the audacity of the brat to show such anger, vowing to discipline him. The staircase echoed with the sound of his heavy footsteps. Just as Yun Linyue was about to open the door, it swung open, revealing Zhang Ji, who emerged with a woeful expression, while Bai Yesheng was pinched in his grasp, nearly at his wits' end. 2 months' worth of wages were at stake. Oh, the cruelty of capitalists. Upon seeing Yun Linyue, Zhang Ji immediately released Bai Yesheng, stood upright, and respectfully bowed, "Greetings, esteemed head of the family." Bai Yesheng, lacking awareness, stood still, only to be pushed down by Zhang Ji. "You fool!" Yun Linyue disregarded them, his gaze fixed upon the young man seated on the intricately carved Nanmu chair. Yun Qi appeared to have calmed down, undergoing examination by the family doctor. His complexion was pallid, with a vibrant flush of health conspicuously absent, presenting a sickly demeanor that tugged at one's heartstrings. He glanced casually toward the door. The atmosphere was fragile and serene, too beautiful to disrupt, yet his words shattered this seemingly compliant image. The things he uttered made others desire to reprimand him. "Humph!" Yun Linyue scoffed, questioning who truly lacked a sense of belonging. He stepped into the room, and Zhang Ji hurriedly ushered Bai Yesheng aside. "What is the condition?" Yun Linyue inquired of the family doctor. "The young master is currently stable," the doctor replied. With his kind of reckless behavior, he could exhaust multiple lives, the family doctor thought, suppressing a roll of his eyes. As he was bound by the obligation of his employment, he added, however, "Esteemed head, if this continues, I will be at a loss." "Administer the eye drops," he concluded, realizing he was on the verge of becoming Yun Qi's personal caretaker. Moreover, the Yun household was where he faced the most tumult. Yun Qi shot a sharp glance at the family doctor, who, unperturbed, smiled at him. The household staff knew a universal truth. Despite the young master's apparent mischief, he was often the most forgiving towards them. Talkative, indeed, the family doctor bowed repeatedly. Those who earned wages understood that while the young master was forgiving, he would not tolerate any ill intentions in his presence. Should anyone dare to cross that line, they would awaken the young master's second persona, cold and unyielding. Such a contradictory individual could evoke both affection and ire. "Brat, if you dare run away again, I shall break your legs, ensuring you cannot escape." Yun Linyue's temper flared at the family doctor's words. Yun Qi, momentarily startled by the raised voice, rubbed his ears to alleviate the ringing, then casually retorted, "Those words are becoming monotonous. Could you perhaps introduce some novelty? You?" Yun Linyue was about to kick out in anger. "Esteemed head," the family doctor exclaimed, well aware of Yun Linyue's immense strength. Such a kick could easily injure even a healthy person, let alone a frail one. Yun Qi remained seated, unfazed, even responding clearly to the imminent threat. Sighing, he remarked, "Stop pretending." Indeed, Yun Linyue's leg halted midair, showing no intention of delivering the blow. "Humph!" Yun Linyue maintained his stern demeanor, stating, "Do not think for a moment that I lack the resolve to discipline you. Old man, if you truly intended to strike, you would have done so long ago. Why orchestrate such theatrics every time? Enough, I need to rest." Being knocked out by a madwoman and then watching your drama has worn me out. Yun Qi's delicate features bore an expression of helplessness. Yun Linue. Brat, you offer me no face whatsoever. Chapter 52. Do you still wish to pamper me? He cleared his throat softly, attempting to alleviate his embarrassment, for he still desired to maintain the authority befitting the head of the family. What are you all still doing here? Leave at once. With a sweeping glance, the others promptly took their leave. Yun Linue wished to impart a few more words, but the young man appeared fatigued and reluctant to engage further. I shall take my rest. Yun Qi languidly rose, massaging his neck as he moved toward another door, which led to his bedroom. Standing with his back to the group, he spoke in a tone devoid of joy or sorrow. Dad, you know I may not have many years left. If possible, let me enjoy a few years in ease. The young master's softly spoken words pierced Yun Linue's heart like a knife, revealing the weariness of a man who commands respect yet now felt like an aging beast of burden. His mouth opening to speak but faltering in the absence of words. Ultimately, he could only muster a single word. All right. Turning to leave, the once robust figure stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Yun Qi, with his head bowed, allowed his long eyelashes to shield the somber expression on his face. The madwoman was correct. Even if he felt capable of living a few more years, he could not guarantee he would not perish at any moment. If death could strike at any time, why not savor life while he could? After a moment of melancholy, Yun Qi recalled the incident of being knocked unconscious, his expression brightening. He would seize her. It had been years since he encountered someone daring enough to lay hands on him, and to think it was a woman. After disembarking from the vehicle, Jingli was met with a robbery. A misfortune attributable to her ill luck. The residence of the original owner was situated in a rather undesirable location, a narrow alley bustling with a mix of unsavory characters, punctuated by sounds of lewd activities. How did the original inhabitant manage to survive in such a place? Ugly. She recalled the attire she had donned, hideously garish, complete with a wig that looked as if it had been chewed by a dog. Paired with long garments, it appeared that the original owner possessed an entire arsenal of unattractive outfits. Additionally, the original owner typically did not traverse this route. It was no wonder the bodyguards had displayed such complex expressions when escorting her here. They could hardly consider her well. It was understandable why they might think so. Ahead loomed two thugs. Initially, they had eyed her as a person of interest, but now it seemed they were more fixated on her shoes. This was quite unacceptable to Jingli, as she had a particular fondness for the pair she wore. Hey, little lady, have you thought it over? The two thugs whistled, leering at Jingli with lecherous eyes. Old three, make your move. I can't wait any longer. The other thug, with a greasy appearance, spat on the ground and rubbed his hands together, oblivious to the fact that they were dealing with a rare gem. Hold on, don't rush. Those shoes she's wearing have diamonds on them, worth a fortune. Though they were thugs, they had seen their fair share of wealth in their time. What if she is the daughter of a wealthy family? The mention of this possibility made the first thug hesitate. What if she is indeed the daughter of a rich family? The thought struck him with fear. So what? There's no surveillance here, and besides, we have already crossed her. Let's take her shoes first. If we wait, the diamonds might get damaged and lose their value. Old three exhibited a ruthless demeanor, clearly relishing the prospect of the encounter. The two thugs openly conversed in front of Jingli, fully confident that their prey was as good as captured, showing no concern that the young girl might escape their clutches. Jingli regarded them with a cold gaze. Don't you think you're being a bit too loud? She remarked casually. Laughter erupted from the two thugs, their mirth growing louder. It was a stark reminder that the weak, even when resisting, often become the subject of ridicule. You'd best comply with us, or you'll face worse consequences, Old Three threatened, making a slicing motion across his throat. The other thug, consumed by desire, was eager to execute his lewd plan, fixating on the idea that this girl was a true prize. Although they had encountered attractive women before, none compared to her beauty, which surpassed even that of celebrities. Her aura radiated an air of untouchable grace. In an instant, he was spellbound. Why did he feel such a strange sensation? His heart trembled, and he felt a twinge of fear. Old Three, do you think this girl is a bit strange? He stammered out, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The delicate features of the young girl exude a piercing aura. Her lightly smiling eyes resemble the pitch-black night sky, yet they convey an icy chill akin to that of snow. instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dare to meet her gaze. Yang Fong, filled with suspicion and devoid of rational thought, noticed that Liang Jinliang appeared dazed. Trembling, she fumbled for her phone to call for help, only to have her device swiftly snatched away by a pair of alabaster fingers. "It's mine now," the girl said in a voice so faint it hardly seemed to belong to one who had just inflicted harm. "He won't die. At least not right now." She smiled brightly at Yang Fong. "You too are enveloped in a continuous haze of misfortune. If you do not mend your wicked ways, your doom is inevitable. Those entangled in her fate will not meet a good end. This includes that little thug from last night." Yang Fong was convinced that Jingli was cursing them, her words laced with venom. "You little wretch, if it weren't for you, how would your father have ended up in prison? You are a harbinger of calamity, bringing misfortune to your family wherever you go. Ts, no wonder they abandoned you. You should have perished in the outside world from the very beginning. What a detestable burden you are. And who knows who you've been consorting with to act so brazenly and strike them?" Yang Fong's eyes were filled with spite. This, Jing Li's smile abruptly vanished. Her dark eyes turned crystalline and frigid, reminiscent of mountain ice, evoking an immediate chill in those who dared to glance her way. She grasped Yang Fong's chin and said, "Some words should not be spoken carelessly. The tragic fate of the original host is a consequence of your actions. Accepting money while failing to fulfill your obligations is hardly commendable." Yang Fong's pupils dilated in shock. How could she know? No wonder she had gone mad today. The original host had been entrusted to them, receiving a substantial sum annually, enough to sustain their entire family. However, the host's adoptive father was a notorious drunkard and gambler, squandering every penny. A few years prior, the source of their funds had suddenly ceased. And in the ensuing years, no further assistance came. Driven by his gambling addiction, the adoptive father accrued significant debt and ultimately sold the original host for 50,000 yuan. Thereafter, the ensuing events unfolded. After dealing with the two, Jingli showed no haste in departing. She ordered takeaway using Yang Fong's phone, recalling that a person is made of iron and a meal is steel. One cannot function properly without sustenance. Since arriving in this world, she had often found herself hungry. What drove Yang Fong to despair was that the girl had dislocated her other arm, merely for being too loud. She dared not speak, only glaring fiercely at Jingli. Liang Jinliang, dazed and unable to articulate a word, lay sprawled in a heap. Jingli had even locked him on the balcony to bask in the sun. Reminiscent of how he had previously confined the original host, in this world, there were scarcely any who treated the original host with genuine kindness. Liang Jinliang longed to curse, but he lacked the strength. As Yang Fong was dragged away, her tirade of insults transformed into desperate pleas for mercy, yet Jingli remained indifferent, observing them quietly. Occasionally, when their noise grew unbearable, she would dislocate Yang Fong's arm again, the pain from the contorted bone striking fear into her, silencing her cries. "Your fates are of no concern to me. However, I pride myself on being polite and trustworthy, so you shall endure some suffering." As Jingli savored her meal, curiosity led her to order nearly everything she could see. She indulged in the delicious dishes, discarding those that failed to please her palate. Once she finished her meal, she patted her backside and prepared to leave. As for the two, should they exhibit some sense of awareness, they might be spared. If not, she would not hesitate to dispose of their bodies, Jingli mused darkly. However, she suspected they would not survive the month. Uncertain of the location of Nangong Qian's residence, she only had a general sense of direction. Upon hailing a cab, she realized she had no specific destination, so she relied on her phone to navigate the map until she pinpointed a location and prepared to call for a ride. Once in the vehicle, she dialed 110. "Hello, I would like to report an incident." Standing at the curb, her phone in hand, the young girl attracted the attention of many passers-by who couldn't help but whisper among themselves about her peculiar attire. The police dispatcher was momentarily taken aback by her choice of words. Such terminology seemed outdated. The operator quickly regained composure, adopting a calm and professional tone. "May I ask what the matter is?" "Well, I reside in a small alley behind Jing'an community, and today my mother and brother got into a heated argument over family matters, resulting in a scuffle. You may need to come and mediate," she stated nonchalantly, her sweet yet icy voice betraying no hint of concern. The dispatcher, perplexed by her wording, this body, recognized the oddity of the girl's statement. After gathering the basic details, The operator ended the call, requesting that she keep her phone available for follow-up. Jingli politely acknowledged this, and just as she hung up, her ride arrived. Unbeknownst to her, someone had already captured her silhouette and posted it online captioned, "The strangest fashion of recent years." The comments flooded in rapidly. Commenter 1. "My eyes are blinded." Commenter 2. "The quirky girl is out and about." Commenter 3. "Get these hideous clothes away from me. My eyes are offended." Meanwhile, Nangong Qian scrolled through her phone, nearly choking with laughter upon seeing the post. She could not fathom how such atrocious clothing existed in the world. Her friend, Jean Lingling, joined in her laughter, leaning over to see the screen. "Qian, what is so funny?" Nangong Qian quickly flipped her phone around, showing her friend the appalling outfit. "Just look at this clothing and this combination. My great-grandmother Wudanti even wears something like this." Jin Lingling burst into laughter. "What on earth? Where did she buy that?" "Ha ha ha." After exchanging jests about the hideous attire, their conversation shifted to the individual in question, dubbing her a peculiar character. Nangong Qian set her phone down, her expression turning serious as she glanced at Jean Lingling. She felt compelled to share her experiences, only to find that Shanshan was unresponsive to her calls, which was unusual since she used to answer immediately. The young lady felt a twinge of displeasure, believing she was being overlooked. Chapter 55. Big Shot. "Why are you avoiding me, Shanshan? I haven't been in touch lately. If it weren't for your urgent call, I wouldn't have come out." Jan Lingling took a sip of juice from the table, her tone tinged with annoyance. "Why, dear young lady, what exactly do you want to tell me?" Nangong Qian sighed in frustration. "Let us discuss it the next time you and Shanshan come over. It's too troublesome to explain, and repeating myself is exhausting." "Well, I might not be available next time," Jane Lingling drawled, her demeanor hinting at fatigue typically reserved for her interactions with Nangong Qian. "You know my family." The Jin and Nangong families rose to prominence around the same time, with the only distinction being the simplicity of the Nangong lineage compared to the convoluted nature of the Jin family. The Jin clan was vast, generations deep, with numerous offspring, particularly in Jean Lingling's generation, which boasted over a dozen cousins, not to mention those from outside the family who were never welcomed home. Jan Lingling's father, Jan Yongkong, was the third born in his family, his maternal lineage modest, comprising intellectuals. Both grandparents were teachers, lacking any significant influence. Additionally, Jan Yongkong was not particularly adept in business, resulting in a low standing within the family hierarchy, leading to exclusion from many familial affairs. The Jean family was a ruthless environment. To survive, one had to climb the ranks, making Jean Lingling's life quite challenging as she strived to secure a place for her underage brother. "Your family is a bunch of fools," Nangong Qian remarked bluntly, rolling her eyes. "Ha ha ha," Jean Lingling laughed again, finding solace in Nangong Qian's company, as it was the only time she felt at ease. "Be careful. Your brother may intervene." She cherished her time with the young lady, as it was the only moment she felt genuinely relaxed. "Why, brother isn't here?" Nangong Qian nestled against a cushion, her legs crossed as she scrolled through her phone. Opening Lin Zishan's chat interface to initiate a video call, "I'll call Shanshan. She hasn't answered my calls this morning." Nangong Qian muttered, her tone displeased. She wouldn't let herself become like Zhou Sini, who shamelessly ingratiated herself with Chu Xia. Zhou Sini had once been Nangong Qian's closest friend, yet she ended up befriending Chu Xia instead. Jan Lingling, upon hearing this, refrained from commenting further, her body slumping on the sofa as her thoughts wandered. Her own family situation seemed rather bleak. "Qian, I think I heard someone mention she might have a boyfriend." Jan Lingling suddenly turned her head, breaking the silence as the call continued to ring unanswered. "A boyfriend?" Nangong Qian sprang up, exclaiming, "That little brat. Why didn't she tell us she was dating someone? She's probably off having fun with him." Jin Lingling sighed, knowing it would come to this. "Don't be so agitated. Maybe it's not serious yet, and she's just hesitant to let us know." Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly from outside the villa. As the servant tidied up the garden, she approached with scissors in hand, only to behold a young girl clad in peculiar attire. Though she did not see her face directly at first, when Jingli turned her head, the servant was momentarily stunned. The girl was fair-skinned and exuded an air of casual languor, her demeanor strikingly distinctive, yet her clothing was undeniably bizarre. Was this the latest trend among the youth? The servant could not comprehend. "Who are you looking for?" she inquired, leaning closer through the walnut wood gate in this affluent neighborhood. Visitors often held themselves aloof, rarely extending courtesy to the likes of them, the servants. Even their own young lady possessed a rather difficult temperament. "I am looking for the young lady. Please wait a moment. I shall convey your message." The servant hurried off, setting down her scissors and wiping her hands before entering. "Why, lady, there is a young girl outside who wishes to see you." Nangong Qian was in the midst of passionately rebuking Lin Zishan when the servant interrupted her train of thought. She looked questioningly at the servant. "Who is it?" "A young girl." Most of her friends and classmates who visited were already known to their household servants. And typically, there would be no notification. They would be escorted directly inside, much like Jean Lingling, who had come straight to her bedroom. What does she look like? Jean Lingling, too, was curious. She was acquainted with all of Qian's friends. The servant could not provide a clear description, only stating, "She appears well-behaved, but her attire is rather strange." She felt awkward labeling the clothing as ugly. Somehow, it seemed less unappealing on the girl's delicate figure. Strange attire? Nangong Qian pondered. Being a beauty herself, her sharp features often made her seem unapproachable. When she wore a neutral expression, even the servants tended to feel intimidated by her. The servant hesitated. Observing the servant's discomfort, Jean Lingling spoke up. "All right, let us go take a look." Nangong Qian initially had no desire to go. Someone who arrived unannounced was surely not someone she knew, and she was reluctant to make the effort, hoping to dismiss the visitor through the servant. However, upon hearing her friend's suggestion, she reconsidered. Today, the house was empty. Xiao Feng had been taken away by her elder brother, her mother was preoccupied with social engagements, and her father was busy as well, leaving only her, the idle one, at home. The two girls stepped outside together, and Jean Lingling was the first to glance over. "Qian, do you recognize her?" "The style is hard to describe. It seems like the girl we just saw." Nangong Qian chuckled in agreement, realizing it was indeed the same peculiar figure. "What an oddball. What brings her to our home?" With her back to them, Jingli scrutinized the surroundings of the affluent neighborhood. Upon hearing their voices, she turned to look. Nangong Qian, upon seeing her face, was taken aback. "Big boss?" "Ah, big boss." Nangong Qian excitedly dashed over, nearly losing her shoes in the process. "Quick, open the door." Upon hearing the employer's voice, the security guard pressed a button, and the gate creaked open. Unfamiliar with such a figure, the girl displayed no emotion, her expression neutral. In response to Nangong Qian's exuberance, she merely offered a faint smile, her eyes revealing little sentiment. As Nangong Qian rushed toward her, Jingli subtly shifted her stance, evading her grasp, leaving Qian feeling despondent. "Big boss, why are you avoiding me?" Chapter 56. You should return home at once stabilized. Nangong Qian added, "Big boss, we are close friends. How can you hide from me?" Succinctly stated, the creditor refrained from engaging emotionally with the debtor. Nangong Qian felt disheartened, sensing that the big boss was merely there to collect her dues, a thinly veiled reminder to repay her debts. Jean Lingling stood there, astonished. Has the young lady changed today? Typically, others cater to her whims. When has she ever pressed her face against a cold shoulder? This was a side of her that Jean had never witnessed before, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. The garden servants were equally perplexed. They had yet to see such a side of their young mistress, who, aside from her dealings with the madam, had never revealed this aspect of herself. Who, then, was this oddly dressed girl? Nangong Qian eagerly proclaimed, "Come, I shall take you inside, and no need. Just give me the money," Jingli replied coolly. Her long fingers pointed directly at Nangong Qian, reminiscent of a debt collector. In truth, she was there to collect a debt. The young lady has not repaid her debts," the servant interjected, taken aback. Nangong Qian felt deflated. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Previously, her brother had mentioned he would convey the message, and she had never anticipated the big boss would find their residence so swiftly. Thus she was unprepared. "Wait a moment. I will make a phone call." Hearing the mention of money, Jean Lingling's demeanor shifted to one of caution. She turned to Jingli with a polite smile and whispered, "Who is she, and why is she asking you for money? Are you in debt, or is she trying to extort you?" She feared for Nangong Qian's safety. Ultimately, the three of them stepped into the house. For the sake of the money, Jingli could wait. They settled onto the sofa, with Jingli sitting apart, her attire clashing starkly with the surrounding decor, rendering her presence particularly jarring. Upon seeing her face, one could not help but feel a sense of inexplicable acceptance. "Big boss, Why are you dressed so, artistically? Nangong Qian pondered for a moment before finding the right words. Is it not appealing? Jingli glanced down at her attire, accepting a glass of juice that the servant had brought, thanking her with a gracious nod. The servant was taken aback. Haha, it's beautiful. Nangong Qian uttered the insincere compliment. It's what the big boss chose. How could it be anything less than beautiful? Jian Lingling was astounded. Her eyes wide with disbelief. This was beyond her understanding. The young lady had never uttered a disingenuous word before. The notion of her being courteous was utterly foreign to her. I have no other clothes. This is all I possess, Jingli remarked, her lips forming a thin line. A hint of a smile creeping in. I must collect the money today. Otherwise, I shall go hungry. Experiencing hunger is rather unpleasant. Nangong Qian had not anticipated such reasoning. Her heart instantly aching for Jingli. She hastily called Nangong Qinghe. Just moments ago, she had mocked the big boss's attire online. I truly am despicable. Jian Lingling observed Jingli with a scrutinizing gaze, then inquired. May I ask your name? Jingli's earnest response seemed to Jian Lingling a tale of woe. The young lady, known for her compassion towards the unfortunate, would surely not believe that such a beautiful, able-bodied girl could be in want of a meal. Jingli, fearing for her well-being, Nangong Qian summoned the kitchen staff, who promptly brought forth an abundance of afternoon tea, originally intended for her and Jian Lingling but left untouched. It was only then that Nangong Qian realized she had yet to introduce the two to Big Boss. This is my good friend Jian Lingling. It dawned on her that she had only just learned the Big Boss's name. Jian Lingling nodded politely, though her wariness remained intact. Jingli rested her chin on her hand, savoring the pastries. Upon her first bite, her eyes sparkled with delight, unable to resist indulging in another. The culinary delights of this era were indeed remarkable. The items ordered online paled in comparison. Miss Jing, may I inquire how much Qian owes you? Jian Lingling asked in a low, serious tone. Jingli's indifferent demeanor momentarily threw her off balance. Was this a ploy to dismiss her? To further deceive Qian? Jian Lingling's expression darkened, her tone growing defensive. Miss Jing, while Qian possesses a kind heart, it does not grant anyone the right to exploit her. This assertion was blunt. Anyone could discern her meaning. Jian Lingling seized Nangong Qian's hand, exclaiming, You are being deceived. Don't you see? This woman is a fraud. Your kindness must change. When has anyone ever repaid your favors? Her rapid-fire words revealed her indignation, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Nangong Qian, alarmed, swiftly turned to Jingli. Big Boss, has something happened to Lingzi's brother? If we delay, we may miss seeing him one last time. Perhaps if we hurry, we might even save him. Jingli, with a cheerful demeanor, continued relishing the pastries, her expression radiating joy. Brother? How does she know I have a brother? It must have been hearsay. Jian Lingling, hearing this, felt as though her brother was being cursed, her anger flaring. What do you mean? Are you cursing him? She was nearly driven to slap Jingli, as Nangong Qian attempted to intervene. Jian Lingling was on the verge of exploding. Fine, fine. Nangong Qian, do as you please. Let us not associate with each other any longer. Years of friendship shattered. She could not bear to help someone who would curse her kin. Jian Lingling grabbed her bag and stormed out, not waiting for Nangong Qian's explanation. Aren't you going to chase after her? Jingli teased Nangong Qian, likening her to a scorned lover. Nangong Qian felt momentarily speechless. The big boss is merely watching a spectacle, yet she still had pressing matters to address. Lingzi's brother is in trouble? Yes. The pastries were delightful. She expressed her gratitude for the hospitality. The polite girl appeared to be in a state of bliss. Chapter 57. The second material emerges. Liang Jingli. Nangong Qinghe entered to find the girl leisurely enjoying the pastries. Her appearance markedly different from the photograph he had seen. What had changed? Her aura felt veiled, yet he could still recognize her. Jingli raised her gaze, her eyes exuding a cold indifference. I do not recall our acquaintance. The memories of the original owner do not include a person named Nangong Qinghe. Perhaps Miss Liang has made an error in her recollections. Nangong Qinghe did not acknowledge having investigated her. Waved her servants away, and then inquired, Miss Liang, are you familiar with the practitioners of Xian arts? The question was rather straightforward. Of course, she replied, reaching for the juice on the table, taking a sip, and savoring the sweetness. Aren't you part of the Xinling group? Oh, the Xinling group. What a uniquely distinctive title. Nangong Qinghe's expression shifted momentarily before quickly returning to its previous state. It appeared that Miss Liang was well informed. Jingli, with a smile, took another sip of juice and remarked, "I know far more than you can imagine." At this moment, Nangong Qian was inwardly astonished beyond words. Wasn't her elder brother in the military? How did he become associated with the Xinling group? Was her brother truly that formidable? It seemed he had always been impressive, but why would such a big shot be aware of it? Overthinking left Nangong Qian feeling as if her brain cells might explode. Nangong Qinghe snorted internally but maintained a composed exterior. "Are you a newly awakened practitioner of Xian arts?" Though phrased as a question, it was delivered with utmost certainty. For the sake of monetary considerations, she decided not to hold the brash youth accountable for the moment. Miss Liang, many things in this world are not as you might conceive. You may be aware of certain matters, but that does not warrant blind confidence." Nangong Qinghe removed her outer coat, her expression inscrutable, as if she was issuing a warning to Jingli. Jingli tilted her head to regard him. "Oh, considering the exquisite cuisine from your household, I shall issue a warning. Do not entertain thoughts of investigating me, for none of you would stand a chance against me. Anyone who dares to provoke me shall surely meet with misfortune. It can be stated that I am an existence beyond your wildest imagination." The girl continued to smile brightly, for even in her time, she stood at the pinnacle of power. The middle school girl spoke with a sense of arrogance. Nangong Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain why she felt awkward hearing words that seemed to belong to a big shot. Glancing at her brother, she noticed his expression had changed. Half an hour later, Jingli emerged from the door, calmly holding 5 million. The additional 2 million served as gratitude towards her. Jingli, unfamiliar with the concept of money, indeed found herself in need at the moment. Deeming it unnecessary to be coy about it, Nangong Qian attempted to follow but was halted by Nangong Qinghe, who advised, "Limit your interactions with her." With that, he ascended the stairs, leaving Nangong Qian standing below in confusion, still wanting to ask her brother about his true identity. Just as Jingli settled into the car, Yang Feng's phone rang, summoning her to the police station. The vehicle had been dispatched by the Nangong family. The young lady had a bit of foresight, specifically sending someone to observe the Big Shot's residence to ensure she could find her later. On the way to the police station, she idly scrolled through Yang Feng's phone. The first short video showcasing a man walking birds in Bishi district, trending in the headlines. His face and private areas were pixelated, and upon observing the surroundings, Jingli easily recognized it as the two small-time thugs from last night. She casually swiped through a dozen or so videos featuring middle-aged women blooming in wealth and middle-aged men dancing and singing. It was utterly mundane. Just as she was preparing to rest her eyes, a humorous video caught her attention. The clip featured 3 seemingly robust young men in their 20s, the building not resembling any region of Huaxia. The lower right corner indicated the location as southeastern Huaxia. Diani country? Jingli gazed at the opulent temple behind several individuals in the video, lost in thought. The second piece of information seemed to have materialized, just as she intended to search for more information regarding that place. The car arrived at the police station, forcing her to abandon the thought. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, respectfully opened the car door for her. The sudden appearance of a luxury vehicle immediately drew the attention of police personnel and staff at the station. Their gaze traveled from her diamond-studded shoes, prompting them to muse over the fates of individuals, and the next moment, their cheeks began to twitch slightly. What an outfit! A wealthy person's peculiar taste. A style that ordinary folks could hardly appreciate. When Jing Li's entire face emerged, they gasped in unison, exclaiming how ethereal the young girl appeared. Yet that indifferent expression made her seem quite formidable. "Thank you." The young lady's voice was somewhat sweet, contrasting with her frigid demeanor yet not dissonant. The driver was taken aback. Although they worked in a wealthy household, everyone was human, and even the servants longed for a modicum of respect, as a driver. He had long been subservient to the affluent, seldom encountering a lady so courteous in their eyes. Jing Li did not resemble a pitiable soul devoid of wealth. Even in her plain attire, her commanding presence made her radiate brilliance. Jing Li turned to instruct the driver, then stepped out and walked toward the police station. The driver bowed politely before returning to the vehicle. Inside the police station, Louisa was filling out paperwork, diligently searching for the information his grandmother had requested. He remained skeptical that a young girl could be a master, perhaps merely a coincidence. Moreover, the home surveillance footage did not reveal the girl's presence. He suspected his grandmother's memory was muddled. Thus, he had enlisted a friend to check the surveillance around the vicinity. Upon Jing Li's entry, a spirited female police officer approached her, exuding an air of righteousness. Upon seeing the girl's attire, she was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her smile. Liang Jingli? The aura surrounding her appeared even more commanding than that of the police officer. Liu Yize instinctively glanced up at this peculiar girl before returning his focus to the computer screen. The reason for your summons is to address matters concerning your mother and brother, I know, Jingli replied, raising her chin as she made her way toward the mediation room. The female officer watched the seemingly obedient girl. Sensing a hint of coldness, the officer followed closely behind, as if Jingli were the one in authority. Inside the mediation room, a male officer addressed Jingli upon her arrival. Miss Liang, according to your mother and brother's accounts, they accuse you of having assaulted them. His voice was booming, and his words exuded a firm, imposing presence. The male officer's expression was tense, his brow furrowed, and his gaze sharp and profound, as if scrutinizing every subtle reaction from Jingli. Jingli remained unfazed by the scrutinizing gaze, merely tilting her head to glance at Yang Fong and her SON. At that moment, Yang Fong's complexion was ashen, likely overwhelmed by her first visit to a police station. Cowering with her head lowered, Liang Jinliang's lips were chapped from exposure, his body bruised and battered, yet his spirit seemed to have recovered somewhat. Perhaps out of fear, he hid behind Yang Fong, too timid to speak. Do you have evidence? The male officer presumed Jingli was threatening Yang Fong and her son with her gaze. He did not judge based on appearances, thinking Jingli looked innocent, leading him to form premature conclusions. The female officer standing beside Jingli instinctively shielded her, admonishing Yang Fong sternly, "This is a police station, not a place for you to act recklessly." Suddenly, Jing Li's expression turned icy. The male officer, noticing this, solemnly called for his colleague to observe the two mother and son. Nevertheless, the police proceeded to follow the usual protocol and questioned Jing Li again. With a cheerful smile, she replied, as a frail young girl, "How could I possibly overpower two individuals? Moreover, one is my mother, and the other is my brother." "Yes, it was her. Just look at my injuries," observed Jinliang's state. "If not her, then who? It was that little wretch." Yang Fong's bloodshot eyes fixated on Jing Li, her gaze filled with venom, as if she wished to devour a piece of flesh. "Mind your words. Continue to insult, and we reserve the right to detain you." The male officer reprimanded sternly. Upon hearing the word detain, Yang Fong immediately ceased her raucous behavior. "Team Tan, we have the investigation results," a voice called from outside as someone entered, delivering a stack of documents. Among them were details concerning this family, revealing that Liang's father was in prison and had a history of gambling, drinking, and violence. There were multiple incidents of physical abuse against Liang Jingli. Shocking Tan Xin. This family truly did not regard their daughter as a human being. If there had been any lingering doubt about the girl's potential culpability, it was now obliterated. How could a girl who had been repeatedly beaten possibly overpower two adults stronger than herself? Furthermore, the records indicated that Liang Jinliang had threatened to kill Yang Fong just half a month prior due to gambling disputes. Both mother and son had motives for mutual violence. This family was clearly not composed of good people. Tan Xion's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming far less courteous. It was her. Yang Fong continued to adamantly accuse Jing Li. "She even stole my phone." Jing Li calmly crouched down, asking, "Do you have evidence?" "The phone. I merely borrowed it. It doesn't count as theft." She then handed the phone back to Yang Fong, blinking innocently. "As for hitting people, I generally prefer to be polite. I wouldn't resort to violence." Her directness infuriated Yang Fong to the point of contorting her face. While Yang Jinliang, perhaps intimidated by Jing Li, merely sat there, breathing heavily without uttering a word. "You ungrateful girl, if it weren't for us raising you all these years, you would have perished long ago. Your survival until today is entirely our doing. You are a calamity. If it weren't for you, how would your father have ended up in prison? You deserve this." Yang Fong raved, her words increasingly unhinged. Liang's father had trafficked the original owner shortly before descending into gambling, only to later injure someone in a fit of desperation, resulting in incarceration. Tan Xian listened to these revelations, her brow furrowing as if it could crush a fly. Uncovering the hidden darkness within this family. People tend to empathize with the weak, and hearing this ignited a sense of outrage within everyone present. They could sell their own daughter. The female police officer, also a mother, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy in her heart. Were it not for her identity as a public servant, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a good punch to them. In stark contrast, the girl exhibited little expression, her gaze calm and devoid of emotion, as if she were merely a spectator to another's plight. Surely, her heart had grown cold, or so the onlookers surmised. Very well, you shall handle this according to the law. If you wrongfully accuse anyone further, you will be detained. The resonant and earnest voice of Tan Xine rang out, abruptly silencing Yang Fang's cries. After Jingli exited the mediation room, her penetrating gaze lingered on Yang Fang and her son for a moment. A dark aura enveloped her brow. Perhaps death would come sooner than expected. Following the incident, Jingli was questioned as per usual, though this time the police spoke in a notably gentle and compassionate tone, their eyes filled with palpable concern. After she had rambled on with a serious demeanor, she took her leave. As she stepped outside, she fortuitously encountered the driver still waiting. He approached her swiftly, courteously inquiring, "Miss Liang, has the matter been resolved?" "Yes," Jingli replied, not delving into why he had not departed. Merely providing him with an address before getting into the car. "Let us go." "Understood." The small schemes of Nangong Qian were plainly visible on her face. However, it mattered not that he knew where she resided. The young lady was quite likable. Subsequently, the driver wound through the streets, eventually delivering Jingli to her residence. After surveying the surroundings, he felt an odd sense of unease, but wisely refrained from inquiring further. Performing his duties was his primary concern. Yet, he felt compelled to inform the young lady of his thoughts. Miss Liang appeared to hold great significance in the eyes of her elder sister. So why was she residing in such an unsafe area? Baishi district was notoriously chaotic. What frustrated her more was her good friend's disbelief and the defense of others. It was evident that he was nothing but a fraud, a swindler who had taken her money. Henceforth, she vowed to sever ties with Nangong Qian. She needed to find her brother to ascertain the truth behind the rumors of his troubles. If he was unharmed, she would expose the true face of this con artist. Thus, Jian Lingling hastily discarded her bag, scarcely pausing to change her shoes before racing upstairs to find Jian Xuanja. "Brother? Brother?" she called out, her voice filled with confusion. After several attempts, silence greeted her. Panic gripped her heart. Could it be? Her footsteps quickened as she ascended to the third floor, hastening to her brother's door. She grasped the doorknob. It wouldn't budge. She knocked urgently, calling out, "Brother?" Her insistent pounding startled her second aunt, Wang Yingyue, who was downstairs. "Lingling, this old residence is not inhabited solely by your family. Do you intend to disturb everyone with your racket?" Jian Lingling paid no heed to the reprimand. After her attempts at the door proved fruitless, she dashed downstairs, urgently calling for the butler, Lin Bo. "Fetch the spare key for Xuanja's room." Wang Yingyue's dissatisfaction only deepened. Has the Jin family's upbringing been thrown to the dogs? You can't even greet the elders properly. She sipped her coffee at the dining table, her eyelids lifting in disdain. The girl clearly lacks proper etiquette. I wonder how she expects to marry in the future. Chapter 59. Everything she said was true. Jian Lingling, frantic with worry, almost forgot to make a phone call. She hastily retrieved her bag, rummaging for her brother's contact information. Dialing his number, she was met with a series of beeps. The line was busy. Though Jian Xuanja was still a minor, he was approaching his 18th birthday, and typically, she had no reason to fret. A normal person might not answer a call or might find themselves unable to open the door. Perhaps merely sleeping inside. Yet, recalling Jing Li's words, Jian Lingling felt a rising dread. How could this be mere coincidence? She desperately needed to see her brother to quell her mounting anxiety. Perhaps you will not see your brother one last time. That phrase echoed ominously in her mind. Wang Yingyue's incessant nagging felt like the buzzing of a mosquito, utterly unignorable. Observing Jian Lingling's distress, Wang Yingyue perceived it as an affront to her dignity. She slammed her coffee cup down, the clash of ceramic producing a sharp sound that underscored her irritation. "Oh, so now you think you can disregard me, your second aunt?" Wang Yingyue crossed her arms, directing a scornful gaze at Jian Lingling. "It's one thing for your brother's wife to be ignorant, but now you, her daughter, have also turned out to be uncouth. I truly wonder why we even bothered keeping you around." "Second aunt," Jean Lingling could no longer restrain herself, feeling as though her deepest secrets had been exposed. As an elder, could you not extend some respect to your juniors? Respect you? You think I regard you as my second niece? It is you who lacks shame. Am I mistaken? Wang Yingyue rolled her eyes and returned to her coffee. Jian Lingling trembled with rage. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Wang Yi. Do not look at me with that expression. Otherwise, I shall speak to your mother about it. Upon uttering those words, Jian Lingling felt as if the air had been let out of her balloon, turning away in resignation. She did not wish to provoke further trouble for her mother. Ha! A derisive laugh escaped Wang Yingyue's lips. Oh, not flaunt yourself before me. Leave at once. Wang Yingyue was thoroughly exasperated. Her tranquil afternoon tea had been disrupted by the antics of these two siblings. Jian Lingling, upon spotting Chenbo's figure, rushed forward before he could reach her, snatching the keys from his hand and darting upstairs. Chenbo remained perplexed. What could have transpired? Young Master Xuanzhe had not gone anywhere. He had even joined them for lunch. What could possibly have caused Miss Lingling to be in such a hurry? Xuanzhe! Her voice thundered, loud enough to rouse the entire Jin household. However, it seemed only Wang Yingyue remained within. While the others were merely servants, the maids exchanged glances, bewildered by the commotion. Wang Yingyue, startled by the sudden outburst, spilled her coffee. Just as she contemplated reprimanding her niece, she caught sight of Jian Lingling at the staircase. Frantically calling for the household staff. Someone, quick, someone, Jian Lingling shouted. The servants remained still, hesitating to respond. Go check. Wang Yingyue commanded, and they began to ascend the stairs. Wang Yingyue followed at a leisurely pace. The servants clustered around, unsure how to react. Upon seeing Wang Yingyue approaching, they parted to allow her through. Inside, Jian Lingling's cries echoed, call a family doctor. No, hurry, get a car. We need to go to the hospital. Chenbo, summon the driver. Quickly, no, call an ambulance. Jian Lingling was utterly panicked. What was happening? Tears of anxiety brimmed in her eyes. Wang Yingyue reached Jian Xuanzhe's door and was met with a shocking scene. Jian Xuanzhe was frothing at the mouth. Scattered pills lay across the table, and several empty bottles indicated he had consumed them all at once. Water pooled on the floor, and broken glass littered the area, while half of Jian Xuanzhe's body lay sprawled on the floor. Jian Lingling pressed on his chest, shouting at the servants, hurry, call a car. Wang Yingyue stood frozen in shock. However, as an elder, she managed to maintain her composure. Chenbo, notify the ambulance to come immediately. What on earth is happening here? Why are you all standing around? Get to work. If you do not want to, leave. Wang Yingyue scolded sharply. Unbelievable. Have you all lost your manners? The servants, chastised, lowered their heads and quickly dispersed. Just moments ago, it had been the second lady who commanded them to come upstairs. They felt a swell of resentment, but dared not voice it, for such a lucrative position was not easily attained. In the ensuing chaos, they hastily transported Jian Xuanzhe to the hospital. This was beyond the capabilities of a family doctor. Upon arrival, he was rushed into the emergency room. The situation was dire, and Jian Xuanzhe's vital signs were rapidly deteriorating. The doctors could only relay the grim news to Jian Lingling, doing everything within their power to save him. Jian and Jin's parents arrived post-haste. Upon hearing the news, their mother nearly fainted from grief, while their father trembled uncontrollably, his head bowed in suppressed emotion. Jian Lingling sat rigidly in a chair outside. Her body cold, the clammy sweat clinging to her skin making her uncomfortable. All she could think of were Jing Li's words from earlier. As a staunch materialist, she had never believed in such things. Yet her mind was in turmoil, her hands numb. Recalling her brother's face from earlier filled her with dread. She had been right. The atmosphere outside the operating room was thick with tension as she observed her mother weeping uncontrollably on Wang Yingyue's shoulder. While her father remained silent, she moved her lips, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent. She needed to confirm one thing. Picking up her phone, she had yet to dial when the personalized ringtone set for Nangong Qian began to ring. Nangong Qian hesitated, at a loss for comforting words, finally managing to say, Lingzi, the boss mentioned that your brother's situation is predestined. She has given you a hint. You have a certain opportunity to prevent your brother from coming to harm. But it is merely a chance. Now that this has occurred, regretting it is futile. Do try to be at peace. Jian Lingling broke down into tears. Lingzi, the boss assured that your brother will not die. Is that true? At that moment, Jian Lingling clung to the lifeline of hope. Nangong Qian affirmed, yes, the boss never tells lies. However, he will need 2 years to recover. It matters not, as long as there are people around. Just a moment ago, the doctor declared that he was on the brink of death, and Jean Lingling was overcome with tears. Chapter 60. A visit of gratitude. Nangong Qian let out a slow sigh. She too had found it utterly unbelievable that such extraordinary events could transpire in this world. You must remain composed. Once Xuanze pulls through, you must inquire about the reasons behind this, otherwise, there may be a second time. Before the big shot departed, she had posed a question, to which the reply was but a single sentence. Harboring such despair, one cannot revive another. Consequently, she suspected that Xuanze had taken his own life. And it turned out to be true. Yes, I understand. Jian Lingling wiped her tears with her palm, feigning strength as she comforted Jinim Yudum. My mother is feeling unwell. I must attend to her. I shall hang up now. All right. The following day, Jingli awoke to purchase a new phone. After a week filled with indulgence, she finally familiarized herself with the local takeout options, discerning which were delectable. The young lady, while engrossed in a domineering CEO drama, slurped her noodles, spicy yet thoroughly enjoyable, her face a portrait of bliss. The contemporary performances were truly captivating, so vividly lifelike. Just as she luxuriated in her leisurely reprieve, the doorbell rang. She checked her phone, confirming that all her takeout had arrived. Who could it be? A moment of contemplation led to clarity. As Jingli opened the door, she was enveloped in a grand embrace. The modesty of her abode left no room for evasion. Clad in casual athletic wear that exuded a relaxed charm, Nangong Qian was closely followed by Jian Lingling. Yet, a throng of individuals trailing behind them utterly shattered Jing Li's preconceived notions of the affluent. Such ostentation! She had never been one for extravagance. Not in the past and certainly not now. Did you miss me, big shot? Nangong Qian transformed into a refined young lady, speaking in a melodious voice. Jian Lingling wore an expression of disdain. Enough of this. Jingli routinely attempted to shoo away the young lady, yet the latter was impertinent, ignoring her pleas. Sensing Jing Li's changing demeanor, she quickly leaped forward, cheerfully beckoning those behind her. Come in. The attendants, burdened with an assortment of bags containing various garments and footwear, formed an orderly line, ready to enter at the young lady's command. Stop right there. Jing Li's expression shifted from amused to exasperated. Do you wish to be reprimanded? She retorted. How many people do you think this home can accommodate? Nangong Qian finally scrutinized the small space, recognizing that the modest 70 square meters only boasted 2 bedrooms, making it feel cramped with even a few guests. Fortunately, the lighting was pleasant, lending a warm ambience. However, it was indeed quite small. Jian Lingling followed suit, casting a glance and realizing that this room was even smaller than her own bathroom. Miss Jingli, with such impressive stature, how is it that you reside in such a diminutive abode? It had been 3 days since her brother had awakened. During this time, they had oscillated between panic and despair, only to return to hope repeatedly, enduring an unquantifiable cycle. Her brother's critical condition notice had been issued 3 times. Thankfully, he had ultimately been saved. Had it not been for Jing Li's assurance that her brother would not perish, she feared she might not have held on until the end. Although her brother currently lay in the intensive care unit, at least he was awake. She had come today primarily to express her gratitude to Jingli. Jian Lingling bowed her head in respect, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially after previously labeling her a fraud. Miss Jingli, thank you, there's no need for formality. It was merely fate. Generally, she refrained from meddling in the affairs of others. But that day, the food had been delightful, and in a moment of joy, she had spoken more than usual. Typically, secrets of the universe should remain undisclosed, yet such trivial matters bore little consequence for her. It was only that the beneficiaries would need to offer something in return, perhaps a stroke of good fortune or financial gain. Whatever it was, a sacrifice was inevitable. She believed it was fair to inform them. Knowing they could afford it, Jingli sighed lightly. You didn't suggest bringing all these items, did you? Jian Lingling answered candidly. Indeed. I did. As Nangong Qian wandered into the bedroom, her eyes widened in shock. How could it be so small? She exclaimed, her voice filled with incredulity. I can't bear it. Big shot. Come stay at my house. Miss Jingli. Jian Lingling felt a tad embarrassed, swiftly pulling Nangong Qian aside, asserting, I have another property where you can stay. That's not an option? Nangong Qian firmly rejected. That moment, Jian Lingling disregarded her friendship with the young lady and countered. What does it matter to you? She hasn't even voiced an objection. You mustn't interrupt. Nangong Qian grasped Jian Lingling's hand, insisting, how can it not concern me? I too wish to reside with the big shot. Not happening. The subject of their discussion remained unmoved, stating this with finality as she strode toward the living room of her 70-square-meter home. Ensuring those individuals could not enter, Jian Lingling circumvented a chair, suggesting, Miss Jingli, may I call you Big Shot as well? Suit yourself. She had no objections to what they called her. If they chose to address her as ancestress, that would be even better. Jingli set down her chopsticks, her expression grave. Jian Lingling's face froze. What? Ancestress? In contrast, Nangong Qian looked at Jian Lingling with a smirk, her expression seemingly saying, go on. Why don't you call her? After all, she had done so already. Under their gaze, Jian Lingling tugged at her hair, tentatively uttering, Ancestress? Indeed. Jingli accepted it nonchalantly, continuing to slurp her noodles. Ha ha. Nangong Qian erupted in laughter. Jian Lingling shot her an exasperated glance, struggling to suppress a smile. After a moment's contemplation, Jingli conceded that what she said was indeed quite reasonable, so she left behind a seemingly modest yet overflowing wardrobe. Transfer the funds. She had also learned to navigate the realm of online socializing. Both girls were reluctant to relent. Suddenly, Nangong Qian had a flash of inspiration and quickly suggested, just transfer it to me. She still lacked the Big Shot's contact information. Jingli manipulated her phone for a moment before handing it to Nangong Qian. Go ahead. The password is 69s.its too troublesome. Whatever amount you wish to transfer is fine. Jian Lingling, being Nangong Qian's longtime friend, understood her intentions with a single gesture and promptly joined in. I bought some of these too. I want to share that in the end. A few hundred yuan would suffice as a token of appreciation. The two competed to grab the phone, adding Jing Li's contact information. Nangong Qian even noted herself as darling baby. Jian Lingling felt a wave of nausea, rolling her eyes incessantly. How had the forthright young lady transformed into this? She was not like this before them. With this thought, Jian Lingling inquired, Qian, has Shanshan been in touch with you lately? The Jin family was considered a prominent clan. The news of Zishuan's illness and suicide was easy to conceal from the internet but difficult to hide from the aristocracy. During this time, many business acquaintances had come to pay their respects. Yet, Shanshan had not reached out at all. Nangong Qian paused. Chapter 61. Lu Iza pays a visit Shanshan? She hasn't contacted me recently. Nangong Qian answered, accustomed to her tendency to vanish once she started dating. Isn't she in a relationship? The implication was that it was not unusual for her to refrain from reaching out. However, my brother is in trouble and she hasn't checked in on me. While Shanshan might disappear during romantic entanglements, she was typically perceptive during significant matters. She hasn't? Nangong Qian was taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. I will pay a visit to the Lin family. Without hesitation, Nangong Qian resolved to act. After exchanging a few more words and gaining Jing Li's contact information, they departed with great fanfare, completely forgetting about someone capable of divination. Yet, if they didn't inquire, Jing Li would not intervene either, conserving her energy. Having familiarized herself with certain aspects of the modern world, Jing Li grasped the framework of this realm. The spiritual energy here was sparse, challenging to harness, yet not entirely unattainable. Most people could not discover methods to absorb it, relying instead on naturally endowed jade or rare magical artifacts to utilize spiritual power. As for the favored child of destiny, Chu Xia, she had the heaven's favor from birth, able to wield spiritual energy and absorb the world's essence effortlessly. In truth, it was not her own ability to absorb. Rather, the heavens bestowed upon her the spiritual energy. There was no need for her to seek methods. Destiny was indeed unreasonable. A flicker of peculiarity crossed Jing Li's eyes as she methodically tidied the dishes on the table, preparing to descend and dispose of the garbage. Upon reaching the ground floor, she was unsurprised to see Lu Iza approaching from the narrow canopy. The two were seated in a nearby CAF. Miss Liang, you seem unfazed by my presence. Lu Iza smiled as he took the menu handed to him by the waiter and placed it before Jing Li. Are the police so idle? Jing Li glanced at the menu, casually ordering a cup of coffee. Lu Iza was taken aback, realizing that she genuinely recognized his identity. She had never encountered him before. How could she possibly recognize him? Yet, upon their first meeting, There was no hint of surprise on her face. Fortunately, Louisa offered a faint smile and said with familiarity, "If you don't mind, I shall call you Jingli. Last time, my grandmother mentioned meeting a lovely young girl but lamented not having her contact information." Louisa began to engage in small talk, his chin resting on his hand, his handsome visage illuminated by a warm smile that seemed gentle. Though beneath the surface, a subtle probing glimmered in his eyes. Later, when his grandmother reviewed the home surveillance footage, she discovered that the young girl was conspicuously absent, which greatly distressed her. With an expressionless face, Jingli earnestly inquired, "Why is that?" Her serious demeanor momentarily caught Louisa off guard. Wasn't this a topic he should be questioning her about? He found himself at a loss for words. Just then, the waiter arrived with their coffee, alleviating his awkwardness. "It's amusing," he mused, recognizing the sharpness of a narcotics officer. It took little time for him to realize he had been ensnared by Jingli's cleverness. "Did you not find me through the surveillance footage?" she retorted, her clear eyes glinting. "Perhaps you should check if your cameras are malfunctioning instead of questioning me." Though she had tampered slightly with the footage, she hadn't anticipated the extent of the society's intricacies. She had been careless. Jingli took a sip of her coffee, internally grappling with its bitterness while maintaining a composed exterior, casting a puzzled glance at the dark liquid before her. "Next, you shall find yourself in misfortune," she declared, delivering what seemed like a self-curse without warning. Louisa's hand, suspended mid-air, froze. He had merely come to inquire about her. After all, vanishing from the surveillance was indeed baffling. There was no need for her to curse him. He believed he had been quite polite. He rubbed his temples, feeling vexed, and jested. "My grandmother even suggested I pursue you." Jingli lifted her gaze to Louisa. "Inquiring, pursue me?" Observing the girl's earnest yet bewildered expression, Louisa felt a rare spark of interest and playfully asked, "Indeed, will you accept my pursuit?" He stifled a laugh, holding it in. Oh, his surprise. Her next words left him utterly unprepared. "I haven't stolen anything. Why should you pursue me?" After contemplating the world's rules she had dutifully adhered to, she felt she had committed no transgressions and had never engaged in drug use. She had fulfilled her duties as a good person and could hardly remember what she ought not to have done. Cough. Louisa choked slightly. He realized the girl had misunderstood him. Changing the subject, he asked, "How did you know my identity?" Louisa gazed at her incredulously. "Do you claim that my misfortune is also something you foretold?" As a police officer, he could hardly believe that this young girl had predicted the previous incident. Jingli waved her hand dismissively. "That is not the case. Then is it a curse? Have my words displeased you?" Louisa smiled gently, his eyes sparkling. The girl was somewhat amusing. Jingli cast a sidelong glance, as if regarding a simpleton, though she obviously did not think so. Louisa found himself questioning his own existence. "He hadn't said anything?" "Transfer," she stated bluntly, leaving Louisa puzzled. "What? You just paid for the coffee. We should split the bill." She had learned this from a television drama. "Splitting the bill. No, I should be thanking you. Although I do not know how you discovered my plight, you truly saved me." Louisa declined her offer. "If I have caused any offense with my words today, I apologize." He had no intention of making things difficult for the young girl. His curiosity was purely innocent. Remembering what his friend had said about her family background, he felt even more regretful, fearing he had spoken too harshly. "Your grandmother has already settled the previous matter. No need for formality. Since I accepted your hospitality last time, we are even. The outcome of that incident is something Louisa must bear alone. No. One cup of coffee does not warrant such lengthy discussion," Louisa remarked, amused by the girl's earnestness. Jingli rose. "No longer reluctant. In gratitude for this cup of coffee, I shall share something with you, though it is not particularly pleasant. When on a mission, remember to wear your protective eyewear." Chapter 62. An encounter with acquaintances. With that, she prepared to depart. Louisa, momentarily dazed by her serious demeanor, hurried after her, but upon reaching the entrance, she had vanished from sight. Jingli found herself in an amusing situation at the mall, with herself as the protagonist. 3 impeccably dressed girls strolled by, each clutching a cup of milk tea. One, in a striking red sundress, sported a meticulously crafted visage, though her expression appeared somewhat rigid, indicating cosmetic enhancements. The 2 flanking her showered her with compliments, clearly positioning the girl in red as their leader. "Rani, I recently uncovered some intriguing information, remarked the girl on the right, taking a sip of her milk tea, her expression shrouded in mystery. The girl on the left, seemingly unable to contain her excitement, urged her, "What is it? Hurry and tell us." The spirit of gossip was palpable. "Guess." The left girl persisted, teasingly prolonging the suspense. After a prolonged wait, the girl named Rani, appearing exasperated, shot a cold glance and retorted, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, be gone." Her tone carried an edge of annoyance. The girl on the right's smile faltered, and she cautiously glanced at Meng Ran-yi. The other girl quickly intervened, attempting to ease the tension. "Sayu, do share. Don't keep us in suspense." Zhang Siyu complied, pretending to be nonchalant as she spoke. "Ran-yi, it's about Liang Jingli from our class." Meng Ranni cast a glance at her, her patience visibly waning. Zhang Siyu, sensing the interest piqued, hurriedly continued, "I've heard she has been behaving inappropriately. And now she is pregnant, but no one knows who the father is. Her family, unable to cope, sent her off to marry in a remote mountain area." Before she finished, the other girl exclaimed in shock, "Is that true? Could you keep your voice down?" Meng Ranni shot her a glare, her words dripping with derision. "I feel embarrassed just being seen with you." The sharpness of her tone rendered the other girl speechless, her resentment simmering beneath the surface, yet she dared not speak out. "Continue. Let us see if that little vixen dares to steal my man again." Meng Ranni's contemptuous gaze urged Wang Siyu to proceed. "That little vixen has no right to compete with her." Wang Siyu exchanged glances with the other girl, both reflecting disdain, yet none dared to oppose Meng Ranni. "I knew it. That little vixen has a heart as venomous as they come." Meng Ranni guffawed, yet her laughter was so forced, it appeared grotesque. Surrounding onlookers began to whisper, speculating whether she had undergone cosmetic surgery. "She certainly has. Her laughter is so false, her enhancements must have failed." However, some had managed to achieve beauty through surgery. Her own enhancements had gone awry, leaving her face caked in powder. Various remarks pierced her ears, growing sharper the quieter they became. "Get lost, you bunch of ugly wretches. You think you can critique me?" Meng Ranni had completely lost her composure, launching indiscriminate attacks on anyone within earshot, causing bystanders to hastily retreat, wary of encountering a lunatic. The two girls accompanying her felt a sense of relief, nearly unable to contain their laughter. This unpredictable maniac, ever since her failed cosmetic surgery and countless repairs, had become mentally unstable. When her mood was pleasant, she might treat them to something, but when it soured, she resorted to insults or, worse, physical violence. Had their family circumstances been better, they would have ignored her entirely. This lunatic thrived on bullying. If they didn't join in, they would become her next targets. Yet, as long as she had something to offer, they indulged her whims, but now, with her mental state deteriorating, they too were bound to suffer. Meng Ranni continued her tirade, hurling insults at those around her. "You're all just as poor and ugly," pointing at anyone she deemed more attractive than herself. Even Wang Siyu and her friend were not spared from her relentless tirade. Lowering their heads, they tried to distance themselves, striving to diminish their presence. Meng Ranni was spiraling into madness once more. Meanwhile, the subject of their gossip, Jingli, stood on the second floor, observing Meng Ranni down below, surrounded by a throng of mall-goers who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. The scene resembled a monkey on display, baring her teeth in aggression. Meng Ran-yi, the tormentor from her memories, had delighted in bullying the original owner of this body, a classmate from high school. Her presence had constituted a 3-year nightmare for the original owner. Just when the original owner had managed to enroll in the prestigious Beijing Film Academy through sheer hard work, believing she could escape, Meng Ranni had donated a property and followed her there. The original owner, an exemplary student, had been admitted without tuition fees, yet living expenses remained a significant burden. Thus, she worked diligently to fund her own living costs. Meanwhile, Meng Ranni spread malicious rumors about her. Gradually, the original owner became perceived as a promiscuous individual, known for staying out late, and her reputation was irreparably tarnished. The origin of it all can be traced back to a man. The original protagonist possessed remarkable beauty and attracted numerous admirers. However, due to her less than favorable family circumstances, she was often subjected to ridicule. The man in question was named Yin Anyang, the most popular heartthrob at Qingyi High School. Hailing from a privileged background, carefree and unrestrained, famously dubbed the Prince of Romance. Ming Rani naturally found herself entangled with him, even serving as one of his romantic interests. Yet, how could a prince of love ever truly fall for someone? He swiftly moved on to his next conquest. Each new partner was more beautiful than the last, and Ming Rani, feeling discontented, soon realized that the subsequent girlfriends were no less affluent than herself. Ultimately, the original protagonist suffered a crushing blow. How unfortunate to encounter a scoundrel! Jingli mused inwardly, yet this did not serve as justification for the original protagonist's plight. The worst fate befell her, by chance. A collision caught the scoundrel's attention. Perhaps it was the protagonist's reserved nature that piqued his curiosity, as he had never encountered her before, leading to an intense interest in her. He took the concept of relentless pursuit to its extreme. The protagonist transitioned from outright rejection to a state of helpless acquiescence. And how could Ming Rani, who was madly infatuated with Yin Anyang, allow the original protagonist to escape unscathed? Seizing the opportunity to bully a soft target, she unleashed all her pent-up resentment upon the original protagonist. Thus commenced the tragic and lamentable existence of the original protagonist. Zhang Xiyu pulled the girl away from the chaotic scene created by Ming Rani. She glanced around nervously, contemplating whether to leave, fearing that Ming Rani would unleash her fury upon them. As she looked, her gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar figure on the second floor. Chapter 63. The Three Defame Liang Jingli. Is that Liang Jingli? Zhang Xiyu exclaimed in a panic, rubbing her eyes to ensure she wasn't mistaken. The girl leaned on one hand, casually resting the other on the railing of the second floor, and upon noticing Zhang Xiyu's stare, greeted her with a cheerful smile. Liang Jingli! Zhang Xiyu gasped in surprise. The other girl followed her gaze but saw nothing and asked, "Where? I don't see her." Zhang Xiyu's eyes widened. Mouth agape, pointing at Jingli on the second floor, her expression incredulous. "She's right there." "There?" Her tone was astonished, her finger unwaveringly directed at Jingli. Her voice was not quiet, drawing the attention of those below, many of whom were already captivated by Ming Rani's antics. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the girl who should have felt embarrassed instead wore a radiant smile, calm, composed, and confident. Her effortless grace elicited admiration from the onlookers. Is that a newly debuted star? I don't know, but she's stunning. Those two girls must know her. Her aura is ethereal. Oh my, I wish to fall in love. Whispers of praise filled the art. The mention of Jingli, Ming Rani, driven by madness. Felt as though a switch had been flipped, the girl, once the center of attention, left her original position and quickly descended the staircase. "Did you throw your child away?" she taunted, laughter echoing in the air. The shoppers were filled with confusion, pretending to walk away but lingering to catch the gossip. Jingli stood with her hands clasped behind her, slightly leaning forward, her dark hair cascading down her back, illuminated by warm light, making her appear almost otherworldly up close. The crowd found her even more enchanting. But what did that remark mean? "Are you referring to me?" Jingli retorted. "There's someone behind you. What nonsense are you spouting?" Ming Rani, taken aback, turned to look behind her. The mall was bustling with people, but Jingli's cryptic words sent chills down her spine, a cold shiver creeping up from her feet. Startled, her tone became sharp and biting. "Are you trying to divert the topic, afraid I might expose your scandalous affairs, marrying and then abandoning your family?" Laughter erupted again, her mental state clearly unraveling. "What happened to that brazen attitude when you were stealing men?" The onlookers displayed expressions of shock. Scandals of infidelity, abandonment, and rivalry were explosive revelations. Suddenly, the gazes directed at Jingli turned from admiration to condemnation and resistance, with some men expressing regret. What a shame, a woman as divine as her, behaving so recklessly. "You will pay for your words." Jingli maintained her nonchalant demeanor, her tone icy. "You will come to apologize, but even then, I shall not accept it for you." Zhang Xiyu, unexpectedly singled out by Jingli, shuddered. Liang Jingli actually dared to retort. How different she seemed from before, her aura now somewhat intimidating. Merely pretending, she thought, spreading rumors about the original protagonist, and if she does not clarify, she might find herself in trouble too. Her sweet voice belied an underlying cuteness. "You dare to act innocent, but I speak the truth. You've been absent from school for long, not returning at night. Who knows what you're up to outside?" Zhang Xiyu dismissed her, scanning the crowd, intentionally raising her voice so that those around could hear. Your father spoke to us personally. Another girl, Huang Tao, chimed in at the opportune moment. However, upon meeting Jingli's calm, unwavering gaze, she quickly shrank back, feeling uneasy. The more she looked, the more unnerving it became. The one who usually kept a low profile dared not provoke them. Have you noticed how different she is today? Huang Tao nudged Zhang Xiyu with her elbow, whispering in her ear. Zhang Xiyu felt a twinge of doubt. Could she have a twin sister? The stark contrast in demeanor, expressions, and that inexplicable air of sanctity made Zhang Xiyu increasingly uneasy. What if she has a wealthy sister seeking revenge on us? Absurd, for even with wealth, could she rival Meng Rani's affluence? Meng Rani, overhearing Zhang Xiyu's comments, felt quite pleased with her follower, unable to suppress her smile. Liang Jingli, you've brought this upon yourself. No wonder others blame you. If you were to kneel and beg for my help, I might consider giving you some money to prevent your child in the mountains from starving. However, a person like you likely cares little for your child's fate. The trio reveled in their slanderous triumph, with Meng Rani seeking to subdue the original protagonist to reclaim her lost pride in Yananyang. Meanwhile, the other two found that bullying the original protagonist gave them a fleeting sense of superiority. Why should everyone else be destitute while only she could capture the heart of the school prince? There was also jealousy. Children? Ha, I have none, but didn't you have one before? Jingli remained unfazed by the suspicious, hostile glances directed her way. She glanced at the scars on her wrist, realizing she had found the right person. With a subtle movement of her fingers, a yellow talisman swiftly slipped into Meng Rani's vicinity. Suddenly, Meng Rani felt a chilling sensation wash over her. In the sweltering summer heat, a coldness emanated from her core. Behind her, an amorphous mass, grotesque and flesh-like, writhed, inching closer and tightening its grip. Meng Rani felt a surge of panic. How could she know about her past? That child had been a source of shame. What else did she know? Zhang Xiyu, equally stunned, exchanged incredulous glances with Huang Tao, both realizing the gravity of the situation. They were aware of it, but no one dared to speak of it, nor did they fully comprehend the truth. They only learned of it through their long association with Meng Rani. Meng Rani would never divulge such intimate details. You're talking nonsense. Meng Rani, struck at her most vulnerable point, lunged forward to tear at Jingli. Yet, her perfectly fitting high heels suddenly broke, causing her to lose her balance and scream as she tumbled to the ground. Chapter 64. Rumors spread like wildfire. The sight of her frantic state left the onlookers in a state of comprehension. The beautiful young lady spoke the truth. It was likely her words struck a chord, inciting such madness, and indeed, this woman had been acting erratically, her mental stability in question. In contrast, the beautiful young lady, though she had not defended herself much, exuded an air of calm indifference, embodying the essence of a clear conscience. Unlike the one sprawled on the ground, as for the other two women, they were undoubtedly no paragons of virtue. Remaining uninvolved when their companions spiraled into madness. Ghosts. Lackeys, the crowd, not foolish, grasped the unfolding situation. Moreover, the beautiful often receive preferential treatment, especially someone like Jingli, with her ethereal charm, provoking imaginations of men entwined with her. All bordering on sacrilege. Her aura was simply too enchanting. The girl on the ground, in a fit of jealousy, likely sought to tarnish the reputation of the stunning young lady. Some astute individuals began to analyze the situation rationally, while others, indifferent, watched the spectacle unfold, documenting it and live-streaming for friends and family. Some men, with lascivious gazes on Jingli, contemplated becoming her next suitor. Jingli sauntered over to Zhang Xiyu, advising, I suggest you retract all negative statements about me made in the past 3 days, and publicly confess to your accusations, or else you may find yourself in dire straits. Her power was formidable, and none could evade its consequences. Whether through significant backlash or minor repercussions, the ramifications would inevitably extend to all involved. Jingli consistently emphasized her misfortune, which only served to provoke Zhang Xiyu's dissatisfaction. Who did she think she was, daring to demand the deletion of posts and videos, utterly deluded? Whether you believe it or not. If this is unresolved in 3 days, no one will pardon you. From the scars, she could infer the original owner's resentment towards Zhang Xiyu. It existed, albeit not abundantly. Perhaps she was simply too benevolent. still wishing to extend another chance to her. Teske. After all, Zhang Siyu had once been her sincere confidant and a good friend for 2 years. Yet, she betrayed her, succumbing to the fear of being bullied. Defecting. Initially, she was coerced into bullying the original owner, and gradually, she lost herself. Before Ming Ranyi, she was akin to a dog, and though she didn't harbor great hatred for her, witnessing her subservience in front of Ming Ranyi brought a sense of satisfaction. The one she truly loathed lay sprawled on the ground. The original owner desired her to suffer a dreadful fate, and as a good person, she would endeavor to fulfill the original owner's wishes. Causality? It was hardly applicable, for Ming Ranyi inherently carried her own karmic retribution. The embryonic resentment behind her had been slightly intensified. A child seeks its mother. It is a natural order. Ming Ranyi's visage had already become a complete disarray. Her surgically altered face could not withstand her skeletal fortune, and her luck was waning. She would not enjoy many more years of good fortune. However, Jingli wished for her to face a swifter downfall. The original fate would entail a financial loss followed by the dissipation of the resentful spirit, which, during its attachment, could not harm her. Humans possess 3 yang energies, 3 flames of yang, residing atop the head and on both shoulders. As long as the yang flames burn brightly, the yin cannot invade. The resentful spirit lacked sufficient yin energy to infringe upon her. Now, it was permissible. You. This is all your father's words, Zhang Siyu stubbornly retorted. Deep down, you know it's not true, right? Jingli turned her head, suddenly breaking into an eerie smile. I am not a good person. The original owner might forgive her, but now, as she inhabited this body, she would not permit her to act freely. Both Zhang Siyu and Huang Tao trembled in response. How could her smile instill such unease? Their hearts raced. Are you both dead? I fell, and you didn't even come to help me. Ming Ranyi, now risen, scolded sharply, her mental state deteriorating once more as she began to pace and stomp in agitation. Suddenly, the other high heel broke, and she fell once more. Jingli lamented, such misfortune. What lay ahead could only be worse. Shock was etched onto every face. Could it truly be that they had encountered such bad luck? Had this girl predicted it accurately? How could her guesses be so precise? As Jingli turned to leave, her youthful voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Do not spread rumors about me. If misfortune befalls you later, I shall bear no responsibility. Some who wished to avoid trouble merely adopted a spectator's attitude, later advising friends and family against spreading the news. After all, some matters are shrouded in mystery. Observing the girl's confident demeanor, it was possible that she spoke the truth. Some who had recorded videos, unwilling to relent, embellished the story to attract attention. In less than 2 days, the short video had surged to the forefront of trending topics. The title read, "In these times, it's not only men who play games. Women do too, so please refrain from incessantly blaming men." This ignited a societal divide between the genders, each side comparing their respective cases. The internet buzzed with criticism. Jingli had unwittingly become an infamous internet sensation. Despite her desire for anonymity, the situation escalated dramatically. It spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge. Yet, it also drew many fans enchanted by Jingli's beauty, the so-called visual fans. At that moment, Jingli lounged inside, engrossed in a domineering CEO drama, slurping noodles with great satisfaction, just as a thrilling scene unfolded, where the CEO arrived in a helicopter to pick up the female lead. Numerous messages flooded the screen. The sender, Qin Baobei. Jingli's lips twitched slightly. She switched off the video and picked up her phone, her fair, slender fingers gracefully swiping the screen. Nangong Qian. Boss, is that really you, Jingli? Absolutely genuine. Nangong Qian. Jingli? Nangong Qian. Weren't you sold into trafficking? Jingli. Indeed. Nangong Qian. They are slandering you, Jingli. You only just realized? Nangong Qian. She merely sought confirmation. Nangong Qian. Boss, leave it to me. I'll have my brother send them both to jail, Jingli. No need. They will face misfortune. Jingli typed slowly, and Nangong Qian waited a long time, feeling somewhat flustered. And directly called, Jingli hung up immediately. Nangong Qian. Boss, Jingli. I need to eat. No one can interrupt my mealtime. As Jingli enjoyed her meal, an unknown number called. With an indifferent expression, she hung up. Unrecognized, a scam call. After downloading the National Anti-Fraud app, The phone rang again mere seconds later. Jing Li coldly hung up, ring, hang up, ring, hang up. This repetitive cycle continued several times. The other party persisted, not anticipating Jing Li's resolve. Ultimately, disturbed from her meal, she turned off her phone. The domineering CEO drama would have to wait. Absolutely no interruptions during mealtime. On the other end, a certain individual, holding the phone with a look of exasperation, directed his gaze at Bai Yisheng and inquired, "Are you certain the number you provided is correct?" Chapter 65. You disturbed my viewing of the CEO drama. Yun Qi glared at his phone. Teeth clenched. Exactly. Bai Yisheng scratched his head, convinced he had made no mistake. How could it be wrong? Come take a look. See how many calls I made. Did anyone pick up? Yun Qi sat at the dining table, phone in hand, his right leg casually draped over his left. Leaning back with an air of nobility bestowed by wealth, he beckoned Bai Yisheng over. Bai Yisheng, finally responding, approached with a blank expression. His gaze fixated on the phone screen. Upon seeing the multiple outgoing calls, he remarked, "This is indeed Miss Jing Li's number. Correct? Absolutely certain." Yun Qi shot Bai Yisheng a sidelong glance, speaking in a low tone. "Then why didn't she answer?" "I don't know." The straightforward boy answered earnestly, a stark contrast to his rugged appearance. "I don't know. I assign you a task, and you don't know?" Yun Qi's voice rose slightly, a desire to strike him surfacing. "Young master, should I take a swing at him?" Bai Yisheng's clear gaze, set against his fierce demeanor, appeared somewhat amusing. Yun Qi sat in silence, exuding an air of perfection, his straight nose resembling a mountain peak, his deep-set eyes exuding a mysterious charm. Yet, once he spoke, the entire image crumbled. "You think just because you call, she'll pick up?" "I wouldn't," he answered. "And you think she would?" Yun Qi's tone dripped with disdain as he sipped the milk on the table, even rolling his eyes ungracefully. "Young master, why are you staring at me?" the straightforward boy questioned, unafraid to speak his mind. His young master was the most handsome person he had ever encountered, but the dynamic nature of Yun Qi always shattered the mysterious and noble image he held in his heart. Akin to a filter being smashed, Yun Qi, he regretted assigning this task to this lad. "What are you looking at?" Bai Yisheng. The young master was being willful again. Yun Qi silently observed, his expression one of disbelief that this lad could actually connect. The next moment, the call went through. "Who is this? Scammers like you bombard me with calls. You possess no sense of professional ethics." Jing Li, disturbed from her viewing of the CEO drama, exhibited a hint of impatience. Yun Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether it was truly his luck that was so abysmal, or if this woman was simply his nemesis. Yun Qi gestured for Bai Yisheng to hand him the phone. "Jing Li, right? Why did you knock me out last time? Young lady, why don't you behave properly?" Yun Qi questioned angrily. "Oh, it's you. I thought it was a scam call. You interrupted my viewing of the CEO drama." Jing Li replied nonchalantly, as if it were not her doing at all. "CEO? What is that?" Bai Yisheng's voice chimed in. "Young master, I believe she means the domineering CEO, right? I love watching that too. Get lost." Yun Qi yelled back, "Fine, young master." Bai Yisheng nodded in confusion. After Jing Li finished speaking, she hung up the phone without allowing Yun Qi a moment to react. Yun Qi immediately redialed Jing Li's number. "You disturbed my viewing of the CEO drama." Jing Li's voice echoed in the phone, devoid of any emotion. Regarding Jing Li knocking him out, Yun Qi no longer held a grudge. What concerned him more was how this person could perceive the impending end of his life. Everyone knew of his frail health, yet no one had ever mentioned that he was teetering on the brink of life and death. His bodily functions, as confirmed by regular medical examinations, appeared normal, yet he could feel the flicker of vitality slowly extinguishing. Those around him believed he could live for another 5 years or longer. But no one knew he was truly nearing death. "I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I've added you on a messaging app. Please accept the request. I'll send my bodyguard to pick you up shortly." Yun Qi spoke as if she had struck a great bargain. "Not going," Jing Li replied coolly. "What? No one has ever turned me down. Woman, you are the first. I'll come to pick you up tonight." "I hope you don't fail to recognize a good opportunity." Yun Qi thought to himself, "This woman claims to adore the domineering CEO. I'll put on an act for her and see if she falls for it." With that, Yun Qi hung up, wearing a smug expression. Meanwhile, Jing Li, having been disconnected, pondered. Has he lost his mind? Did he really think only characters in dramas could be this abnormal? Nevertheless, it would be prudent to pay him a visit. particularly in light of the shared meal. Time swiftly elapsed, and the bodyguard had already knocked on the door of the Jingli residence. With the utmost respect, he inquired, "Is Miss Jingli at home? The young master has sent me to escort you for a meal. It is imperative that you accompany me." The bodyguard felt a pang of bitterness within. The ethereal beauty of Jingli lingered vividly in his memory, and he worried that she might disregard him entirely. Alas, tasks with generous remuneration are often riddled with challenges. "Very well, Miss Jingli, please step into the car." The bodyguard, elated, swiftly opened the car door and bowed in an inviting gesture. Half an hour later, a subtly elegant Bentley came to a halt outside a private dining establishment named Dingan Pavilion. As the vehicle came to a stop, a waiter clad in traditional attire approached and opened the rear door, saying, "Ladies first, please." Upon entering, one was greeted by a picturesque Chinese garden, with towering rock formations and the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves in the breeze. Lanterns illuminated the area, and tall trees stood majestically, while a pond adorned with lush lotus leaves offered a glimpse of a brightly lit pavilion in the distance, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. Through the waiter's introduction, it became evident that this pavilion only served esteemed dignitaries or affluent elites, with reservations required months in advance for a single evening of dining, accommodating merely one table of guests per night. Jingli found herself enamored with the garden, as it was her first encounter with the essence of her former world since her rebirth. Upon ascending to the pavilion, she found the table lavishly set with an array of dishes. With only Yunqi seated there. "Miss Jingli, please take a seat here," the robust Bai Yesheng said with a smile, gently pulling out a chair for her. "Everyone, please take your leave. You may wait for me downstairs," Yunqi instructed Bai Yesheng and the other bodyguards. Once they had departed, Jingli began to eat, seemingly indifferent to Yunqi's presence. Yunqi was taken aback. Is she truly dining without so much as a glance in his direction? Chapter 66. Early summer and current circumstances. Jingli consumed several bites without acknowledging Yunqi, causing his lips to twitch in irritation as he cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. "Is it to your liking?" he asked with a playful grin. "You seem to be quite enjoying yourself." Yunqi leaned back, casting a sidelong glance at Jingli. "Did you not invite me for this meal?" The young woman raised her eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. This fellow did not resemble the domineering CEO archetype from television dramas, who would typically threaten the heroine into submission. To her surprise, such a wealthy individual would be so concerned about something as trivial as food. "What is that expression on your face? Are you looking down on me?" Yunqi, the young master, retorted, incensed by her disdainful glance. "Are you curious about the matter of your lifespan?" Jingli paused, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze unflinching as she scrutinized Yunqi, who wore a cheerful demeanor. Yunqi's playful facade immediately shifted to seriousness, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face, quickly vanishing. "You truly know," he mused. "How long do you think I will live?" His eyes glinted with unspoken questions, yet he framed it as a casual inquiry. 3 months. Jingli's gaze remained fixed on him, intent on observing his reaction. To her surprise, he did not appear shocked. Rather, a mix of relief and melancholy washed over him. Was he truly seeking death, or did he yearn for life? Jingli found herself unable to decipher his intentions. She had calculated his fate but could not grasp it, much like her own, forever shrouded in obscurity, only revealing a vague outline. Ultimately, their meal concluded when Jingli finished devouring every dish laid before her. Yunqi's face betrayed the number of times his expression had twitched in disbelief. How long had she been starved to consume so much? Unbeknownst to him, Jingli had arrived after having a bowl of noodles. In the end, she displayed a look of destitution towards him, leaving her to contemplate his financial standing. In the capital, at the Royal Academy. "Xia, who is that?" a classmate exclaimed with sparkling eyes, utterly astonished. "Is he your boyfriend? He is so handsome." Early Summer's expression was far from pleasant. She appeared quite gloomy, her heart brimming with resentment. Can handsomeness fill one's stomach? She thought, furrowing her brow and attempting to circumvent the man, only for him to spot her. "Early Summer," he called out, his tone cold and devoid of emotion, merely fulfilling an obligation. Early Summer hesitated momentarily before reluctantly approaching him. "What is it?" "The old man of the Jiang family is celebrating his birthday." Early Summer's brow furrowed even deeper. Since descending the mountain, the events she had endured nearly drove her to madness. When interrogated by Nangong Qinghe, the malevolent energy within her had nearly overwhelmed her, and it was only through Zhao Yinqing's extensive connections that she managed to escape. The lingering malevolent energy, however, still loomed. Yet for reasons unknown, her spiritual essence had not diminished. Rather, it had grown stronger, firmly suppressing that malevolent energy within her. Yet she was acutely aware that her mindset had changed. It had become erratic, far from the purity she once possessed. The moment she subdued the malevolent energy, she sought out her master at the dojo, eager to inquire about the matter of Nangong Qian and whether it was indeed his doing. She had always held her master in high regard, and even now, she found herself less concerned about the matter. In her view, Nangong Qian deserved her fate. She had committed countless wrongs, and her continued existence was nothing but a stolen life. That woman had meddled with her destiny. Nangong Qian should have perished long ago, and her survival surely stemmed from borrowing another's fortune. However, the subsequent events unfolded beyond her expectations. Master is dead. The crematorium had inundated her with calls, urging her to handle her master's affairs, yet she found herself trapped by Nangong Qinghe, unable to escape. She could hardly believe it. She frantically searched for her master, inquiring with the villagers nearby the dojo, only to receive the same disheartening response. Master Huang had been crushed to death, and the incident occurred within the dojo itself, the very place that had been safeguarded by countless ancestors. What that woman had foretold had come to pass. No, she had done something to her master. She had caused his demise. Otherwise, how could he have died within the dojo? A relentless wave of resentment surged within Early Summer as she knelt amidst the ruins of the dojo, vowing in silence to avenge her master, no matter how formidable that woman might be. And as for Nangong Qinghe, had it not been for him, she might have had the chance to bid her master farewell. The Nangong family, what right did they have to be born into superiority? Her diligent efforts appeared as mere jest before them. How laughable and tragic! She was determined to rise above them, to look down upon their arrogant and tyrannical aristocratic youths. Gazing at the man before her, Early Summer's heart was a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. Yet her master's last words only deepened her confusion. This was found in the dojo. Little Chu, I know my time is short. If the malevolent energy within you remains unpurged, seek out an elder named Zhang Zhaolin. He is my best friend, and you have an engagement with his grandson. You have a fiancé, though I never revealed this to you, for I wished for you to find yourself. But now that I am no longer here, I hope you can go to the Zhang family for protection. In her anguish and despair, she found it hard to comprehend. A fiancé? She had never contemplated such a notion. She realized that when her emotions spiraled out of control, the malevolent energy would subtly rise, and her spiritual essence would occasionally falter. Yet upon laying eyes on this man, she felt the previously unstable spiritual energy surge into her being, solidifying and coalescing. It puzzled her. When not in the presence of Zhang Zhaolin's grandson, her spiritual energy would revert to its original state. Zhang Zhaolin's grandson, Jiang Shang, expressionless, opened the car door. Grandfather said that as a university student, you likely lack the means to prepare a gift for him, so merely your presence will suffice. No special offerings are required. He gestured for Early Summer to enter the vehicle. My time is limited. He seemed like a stranger fulfilling a formality. Despite having spent some time together, they found little to converse about. He held no particular opinion of Early Summer. He respected the elderly man's wishes, and as for whom he would marry, it mattered little to him as long as the person did not become infatuated with him. Early Summer would suffice. Having a close friend of the opposite sex was quite agreeable to him. Jiang Shang was not being vain. Rather, he possessed the capital to be so. Chapter 67. Diani, your dance is too intense. Jiang Shang was not only strikingly handsome but also possessed an exceptional physique. As the second most prominent family in the capital, trailing only the Yun family, his looks and lineage were enough to evoke envy from all. Yet, such a man had not attracted any rumors of scandal. At the age of 27, he had yet to engage in a single romantic relationship, devoting himself entirely to the family business. Marrying him was a dream coveted by many noble ladies in the capital. Yet, this opportunity had been seized by a girl of unknown origins. Early Summer had become the most despised figure among the noble ladies of the capital, her notoriety firmly established. Clutching a book, Early Summer entered the car, turning to gaze out the window, showing no intention of speaking to the man. Jiang Sheng paid her no mind as he started the vehicle and departed from the Royal Academy. At this moment, during the peak of school dismissal, vehicles choked the 3 traffic lights, leaving only one lane slowly moving. As the green light was about to turn, honks echoed behind them, urging them to advance. Yet no matter how extravagant the vehicle, it could only yield to the procession of electric bicycles. The cacophony of honks persisted, an orchestra of impatience as drivers refused to back down. Jiang Sheng patiently awaited the slow crawl of the vehicles ahead. As the yellow light flickered in its final moments, the car could not advance, and Jiang Sheng came to a halt, his focus unwavering on the road ahead, seemingly disinterested in conversing with early summer. Her thoughts were adrift as she gazed outside, her gaze fixated on a Porsche in the left foreground. It's Aiken. Jiang Sheng seemed to have noticed as well, shattering the seemingly harmonious yet mentally guarded atmosphere. I heard that the illegitimate son of the Zhao family has fallen out with his family over a woman. Does he have feelings for you? Do you reciprocate? His tone bore neither mockery nor jest, merely stating facts. Chu Xia's eyes narrowed, her lips pressed together, and for a long moment, she remained silent. Once the green light illuminated, and the vehicle passed the Porsche, she finally spoke. No, Ah Chan and I are just friends. She still needed the Zhang family. Regarding Miss Chu's personal matters, I am not particularly concerned. I simply wish to remind Miss Chu of one thing. Should you enter the Zhang household, I hope you will prioritize the family's reputation above all else. He was indifferent to whom Chu Xia favored, provided her affections did not lie with him. He would ensure her material comfort and grant her the status she deserved as Mrs. Jiang. Chu Xia clutched the book in her hands tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Although Jiang Sheng's tone conveyed no emotion, she still felt humiliated. Her gaze flickered slightly, eventually resting on her toes, suppressing her feelings. Unless she could find a way to completely eradicate the malevolent energy, she could not live authentically, nor could she seek revenge on that woman. The dark arts her master had employed, she would repay in kind. She concluded with a response she deemed humiliating. Thank you. I appreciate Miss Chu's support for my work. Polite yet distant in Jiang Sheng's eyes, the matters entrusted by his grandfather were merely official business. He would not defy his grandfather, yet he also maintained his own principles. However, this affair was just a trivial matter to him. At the Jiang residence, Chu Xia followed Jiang Sheng into the banquet hall. Jiang Sheng arranged for someone to assist Chu Xia in changing her attire in a private room. Inside the hall, the prominent figures of the capital were gathered to celebrate the birthday of Old Master Jiang. The entire Nangong family was present, except for Nangong Qian. The Nangong family was considered a pillar among families. Yet in the Jiang family, they remained somewhat overshadowed. Aristocratic families were ranked, with the Yun family at the pinnacle and the Jiang family in a close second. Not to mention the disparity between the Jiang family and other noble houses. The Yun family stood in a realm of its own, utterly unattainable. Other families were simply left in the dust. Shui Muting and Nangong Zheng were maneuvering among the elite. Those who looked down upon the Nangong family would often show respect because of Nangong Qian. Jiang Sheng strode over, his expression indicating familiarity with Nangong Qian. As the eldest son of the Jiang family and the focal point of the occasion, the crowd parted for him. Nangong Qian turned, holding a wine glass, and gestured to a nearby business associate, excusing himself. The associate, seeing Jiang Sheng summon someone, dared not keep Nangong Qian and politely urged him to go, smiling at Nangong Zheng. I've heard that your Qian has a close relationship with young Master Jiang. It appears to be true. Others looked on enviously, though their faces betrayed no signs in their hearts. They concocted various narratives about the two. If it weren't for having such a commendable son, Nangong Zheng's abilities alone would not have propelled the Nangong family to such heights. The legacy left by their ancestors could not be maintained solely by Nangong Zheng. Yet, there was little to be done, for Nangong Qian was simply too exceptional. Nangong Qian followed Jiang Sheng to a slightly quieter area, where others wishing to engage in conversation were subtly redirected by the bodyguards present. I heard the government plans to clean up DNE. Jiang Sheng inquired discreetly. He needed to obtain precise information. As many of his businesses were intertwined with DNE, a consummate businessman, he sought to seize opportunities while avoiding harm. His ambition was to become an unparalleled leader in the capital, not to remain under the shadow of the Yun family. The individual from the Yun family was, in his opinion, a genius. Had it not been for their frail health, he might not have had the confidence to surpass them. Though unspoken, Jiang Sheng grasped the underlying meaning. He then asked, "Are you going personally?" "Sounds quite serious." A flicker of a smile broke Jiang Sheng's perennial icy demeanor. Dianyi, a small nation located to the southeast of Huaxia, engaged in activities that held little significance for Huaxia. However, in recent years, an increasing number of Huaxia citizens had fallen victim to scams perpetrated by their own countrymen, driven by the lucrative profits from trafficking organs and people, leading many to entertain malicious thoughts. Initially, they lured Huaxia citizens through tourism, and upon reaping substantial profits, they continued to deceive yet another cohort. The government's anti-fraud campaigns were utterly ineffectual against the insatiable greed of these individuals. Human nature is divided between good and evil, and with greed reigning supreme, no one is willing to relinquish it. The most troubling issue for the state was that their operatives sent to investigate had themselves been ensnared. Ultimately, the Xinling team dispatched their also lost contact, confirming that formidable practitioners of the dark arts resided in Dianyi, emboldening them to challenge Huaxia's practitioners, whom they deemed mere pretenders to the craft, taunting them to return after decades of study. The deaths they caused were tragic in nature. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow, burdened by thoughts. The practitioners of Huaxia, while others may be unaware, he understood all too well. The formidable figures of the older generation had retreated behind the scenes, and the new era of strong practitioners had nearly vanished. Thus, they faced repeated ridicule from abroad. As the clamor escalated, upon recognizing his mother, he sighed and strode over. "Madame Jean?" Nangong Qian's tall and slender figure stood out conspicuously in the crowd, and Madame Jean immediately spotted him. Those whispering about Lin Zishan also retreated in dismay. Nangong Qian was not to be trifled with. He rarely showed leniency in his dealings, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to gain an advantage in his presence. Madame Jean, clearly overwhelmed by Shui Muting's formidable presence, offered no reply upon Nangong Qian's approach, merely huffing dismissively before striding away, casting a resentful glance at Shui Muting's son. Shui Muting felt slightly awkward. At her age, she still relied on her son to bolster her confidence. Aunt Qin. Nangong Qian greeted politely. Qin Shuqing remained unflustered. "Qian, do visit Aunt Qin's home sometime. I'll have Izay teach you a thing or two. He is quite gentle but lacks adaptability. Sure, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Please look after my mother." Nangong Qian nodded, his tone gentle. "Mother, I am no longer a child. You needn't worry that I will take care of your mother," Chen Shuqing casually affirmed, pulling Shui Muting along. "You should go ahead with your affairs. Thank you, Aunt Shun." Once everything was conveyed, Nangong Qinghe turned and departed. However, the events that unfolded next in the banquet hall remained unseen by Nangong Qinghe. The Zhao family, being a prominent clan, even held a status that surpassed that of the Nangong family. Having suffered such humiliation, old Master Zhao was nearly driven to the brink of breaking Zhao Yinqing's legs, even going so far as to declare his disownment of the grandson. The Zhao family also feared retaliation from the Jiang family. Shui Muting was unaware that it was Chuxia who had harmed her daughter, while Nangong Qian had been forewarned by Nangong Qinghe and refrained from mentioning the unscientific matters regarding the Forbidden Mountain. Had she known, she would likely have laughed about it, though she remained oblivious to the subsequent resolution. Recently, the online discourse in the capital was rife with complaints. Those who had previously posted videos disparaging Jingli, indiscriminately joining in the tirades against her, soon found themselves beset by a wave of misfortune over the past 2 days. Among them, the individual who had filmed and then deleted the video in a fit of desperation was particularly affected. They watched as the view count of the video surged, heedless of the damage it could inflict upon a young girl. The day the video was released marked the beginning of their misfortunes. Initially dismissed as mere coincidence. First, they lost money, then inadvertently stepped into a puddle while walking, splattering mud all over themselves. These were minor inconveniences, easily brushed off by the average person. However, soon they faced sprained ankles and continuous tumbles, their bodies marked with bruises and fractures. Some, upon recalling the girl's earlier words, hastily deleted their videos, yet the ill-fated consequences lingered, albeit slightly mitigated. Others stubbornly held their ground, ended up hospitalized. Some were knocked unconscious, while others were struck by vehicles. Those who had echoed the sentiments in the comment sections also began to experience inexplicable misfortune, though not as severe as those who had directly posted videos. Most merely suffered financial losses. These individuals took to the internet to share tales of their unfortunate experiences, and many lamented on social media. Chapter 69. The escalation of online discourse as the accounts of misfortune multiplied. A wave of resonance swept through the online community. Among the posts, another concerning Jingli surfaced, featuring the original video from that day. The most striking aspect was the girl's words, "Don't spread rumors about me, or you might find yourself in trouble, and I won't take responsibility." Her playful tone struck a chord with everyone. Had those unfortunate events not transpired, the crowd would have dismissed her words as mere idle threats, hardly worth concern. Yet now, trepidation gripped their hearts, and a chill ran down their spines. Could such mysterious occurrences truly exist? The thread grew increasingly lengthy, with the comment section abuzz with discussions about the matter. Many side threads began recounting eerie tales from their own lives, leaving viewers startled and sleepless once the lights went out. Those who believed in Jing Li's karmic consequences also voiced their opinions. And after several exchanges, it became apparent that the severity of the misfortunes varied. Those who had spread rumors and viciously condemned Jing Li found themselves in hospitals, while those who had merely made casual remarks faced milder repercussions. Losing only minor possessions, the events unfolded just as the girl had predicted. The video posters and those who had insulted Jing Li panicked. Overnight, all disparaging remarks vanished from the internet, leaving only the cautionary discussions that warned everyone, "Do not speak of the supernatural." In society, many dismiss such matters, yet when faced with even the slightest hint of misfortune, anxiety set in. The troubling aspect was that these calamities were entirely accidental, without any forewarning. Who could remain unafraid in such circumstances? Jing Li remained unfazed by the unfolding events online. She bore no resentment, patiently awaiting the downfall of unscrupulous businesses. She had evidently developed an impressive appetite in this new body, entirely oblivious to the implications of her culinary cravings. Jing Li, I refuse to acknowledge it. During this time, Louisa contacted her via phone, having procured her number through a friend at the police station, owing to his position and the fact that he claimed Jing Li was an acquaintance. The girl's sweet voice inquired, "Have you been dispatched abroad?" Her tone was questioning yet assured. He was certain he had never called Jing Li before, nor had he exchanged contact information with her. "You know it's me?" Louisa was taken aback. "Of course," she replied confidently. "For normal people like you, if I want to know, I can easily find out." Normal? The statement left Louisa perplexed. Who isn't a normal person? If Jing Li had heard this, she would have earnestly replied that the sickly young man she encountered was anything but normal. Meanwhile, a certain boy sneaking out unexpectedly sneezed. "Who is cursing me? You know I've been dispatched abroad?" Louisa had initially refrained from discussing this matter, but since Jing Li had accurately guessed, he couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's quite evident Louisa's call was not primarily to discuss this issue. In his mind, he still believed it was a mere coincidence. Faith cannot be extinguished. Even when faced with the bizarre, acceptance must come gradually. Is there anything you need help with regarding the online situation? This was the main reason for his call. As a police officer with a decent family background, he could leverage some connections to help her dispel the malicious rumors circulating about Jing Li. Though he hadn't interacted much with her, he firmly believed she was not the kind of person those rumors suggested. The ethereal aura she exuded was unlike anyone he had ever encountered. Jing Li placed her phone on the table, switched to speaker mode, and replied, "No need." Having uttered her words, she hung up without hesitation. Louisa gazed at the disconnected call and smiled helplessly. She truly was extraordinary. The comments praising Jing Li's beauty or offering apologies flooded in. Yet, the habitual online trolls, indifferent to the unfolding events, continued their vitriol. Among them was Wang Haoquan, one of Ming Rani's admirers and sycophants, who, aware of his modest background and unworthiness to pursue her, had quietly trailed after her as a devoted follower. After venting his frustrations, he felt confident about engaging in a verbal spar with Jing Li's fervent fans. To his surprise, his comments were met with a chorus of "You're going to be cursed. You're going to be doomed. Misfortune awaits you." The phrase misfortune echoed repeatedly. Seated before his computer, he seethed with anger at the sheer idiocy of these brainless fans who could only curse, devoid of any originality. Yet, as he typed, a sudden numbness seized half his body. His fingers could no longer move, and his body grew rigid. He struggled to regain control, attempting to reach for his phone to call for help. But his movements were too pronounced, and he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to dial for an ambulance, arriving just in time to rush him to the hospital. He had suffered a stroke. A day later, he silently deleted his comments, facing the merciless mockery of netizens. Most began to increasingly believe Jing Li's words, and gradually, a saying took root in the online community: "Do not provoke Jing Li." Some even created various memes featuring her, though only a few images existed, just those scant few. Yet, even those few images ignited a frenzy, admired for their beauty and ethereal quality, sparking a desire to engage. Albeit with trepidation, Jing Li's status as an internet sensation was firmly established, prompting various entertainment companies to eagerly seek to sign her. Nangong Qinghe had been exceedingly busy of late, preoccupied with numerous matters, and remained somewhat oblivious to the online happenings. Nevertheless, those who were fixated on Jing Li brought him news of her words manifesting into reality. Was it prophecy, precognition, or something else? Investigators racked their brains, unable to decipher the nature of Jing Li's capabilities. The powers of sorcerers were diverse and elusive. Unless they revealed themselves, outsiders found it exceedingly difficult to discern. Chapter 70. The unavoidable fate of the original host. Nangong Qinghe meticulously scrutinized the footage of Jing Li in the shopping mall, his fingers gliding slowly across the screen. Was there anything else unusual about her apart from this incident? Qian Rui sat across the long conference table, holding a tablet, having paused the video, which now lingered on Meng Rani's face. Qian Rui wore an expression of profound perplexity. "What is it?" Nangong Qinghe inquired. "I've heard she has quite an appetite. Nearby businesses that fail to meet standards have all gone under. I can't help but wonder if she's somehow behind it." While it was true that businesses closing down was commonplace, one could not definitively blame Jing Li for it. The demise of unsatisfactory establishments was entirely normal. However, the shuttered establishments had been operational for many years prior. Did she somehow intervene with those people? Nangong Qinghe's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, as if deep in thought. "Have we conducted an investigation?" Nangong Qinghe took the tablet, examining it for a few seconds, and spoke in a low voice. "Then we shall begin our inquiries with her. There must be some trace to uncover. Precognition? If such a fearsome ability truly exists, it must be controlled. Captain, Mr. Fu requests your presence." A voice called from outside, interrupting their discussion. "Increase the manpower and keep a close watch on her." Nangong Qinghe set down the tablet and strode purposefully out, his silhouette exuding resolute determination. Qian Rui, inherently disinclined to engage in critical thinking, raked a hand through his hair, suddenly overwhelmed with irritation. He had no desire to investigate. Whether it was a case or anything else, he preferred to let his fists do the talking. Why had his superior entrusted him with this matter? Reflecting on his superior's recent flurry of activities, Qian Rui's head drooped in exasperation, resting against the table, his hands idly swaying beneath it. When would those damned nuisances finally face justice? She was clad in a heavy overcoat, with a scarf wrapped tightly around her neck, seeking refuge from the cold air conditioning, yet still shivering in a fit of delirium. She exclaimed, "Go away! Leave me alone! Don't cling to me!" Her voice oscillated between frantic shouts and piercing screams. The mass of flesh behind her gradually took on a human form, pressing closely against her back, siphoning off her vitality. Meng Rani's mother, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly opened the door, her steps unsteady, her appearance frail. Rani, what's wrong?" The moment she entered, she was enveloped by an overwhelming heat, beads of sweat instantly trickling down her face. Each member of the family seemed to be afflicted by some malady. Earlier that morning, Meng Rani's father had met with an unfortunate accident on his way to the office, resulting in a broken leg. Shortly thereafter, numerous partner companies associated with the Meng family began to terminate their collaborations, throwing the company's finances into disarray. Fortunately, their eldest son, who resided abroad, temporarily assumed control of the company's affairs, stabilizing the situation for the time being. The Meng family was beset with misfortunes. Even the servants exhibited various ailments. "Rani, if you're feeling unwell, you mustn't cover up," her mother insisted, attempting to turn off the air conditioning, only to be thwarted by the frenzied Meng Rani, whose forceful intervention caused her already weakened mother to stumble and fall, striking her head and leaving her dizzy and nearly blind. "We can't turn it off." "We can't. If it's too cold, I'll see." Meng Rani babbled incoherently. She hadn't slept in 2 days, too terrified to close her eyes, for the child clung to her relentlessly, haunting her dreams with his bloodied visage. "Ronnie, you're ill. Let me take you to the doctor. Please don't resist." Ming Ronnie's mother had considered taking her daughter to seek medical help, but Ronnie vehemently refused, her behavior erratic and injurious. As Ming's mother staggered to her feet, intent on approaching Ronnie, the latter's pupils dilated in terror, as if she had witnessed something horrifying, clutching her head and shrieking, "Don't come near me. Go away, just go." She glimpsed a small figure crawling behind her mother, which suddenly turned its head, revealing a grotesque smile as it cackled. Overcome with fear, Ming Ronnie fainted, only to jolt awake again, screaming and collapsing repeatedly, her consciousness cycling between fainting and startling awakenings, causing chaos within the Ming household. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiyu was not faring much better than Ming Ronnie. Whether in her dreams or in reality, her mind was consumed by the tormenting memories of being bullied. The scenes replayed vividly, as if they were happening in the present. Gradually, her body began to manifest somatic symptoms linked to her emotional distress. Pain in the places she had been struck in her dreams materialized in reality. She could no longer distinguish between dream and reality. After enduring countless torments, she could bear it no longer and fled, seeking refuge in a crowded place. Zhang Xiyu's circumstances paled in comparison to Ming Ronnie's. She did not have loving parents and was the third daughter in a family where she felt superfluous. If it weren't for her association with Ming Ronnie, which granted her access to some valuable trinkets, she would have been relegated to the same fate as her elder sisters, forced to work to support their indolent younger brother. Thus, in her household, even if she were to meet a tragic end, it was unlikely that anyone would mourn her. They would only lament the loss of potential benefits. After dashing out, Zhang Xiyu immediately found herself in a bustling alley. Her body ached as if trampled by a vehicle. Struggling onward, she inadvertently wandered into a secluded side street, where a sudden realization struck her. This was the very place where Ming Ronnie had attempted to assault Liang Jingli, though ultimately she had not succeeded. As Liang had been rescued, Zhang Xiyu had been an unwilling witness to the entire ordeal. Her mind began to swirl, as if she were reliving the events, feeling the hands that had once bullied Liang Jingli now striking her. She wished to resist but could not voice her cries. Time ticked by, and the pain became increasingly tangible. Zhang Xiyu moaned in agony, feeling as though she might explode from within. This was Liang Jingli's retribution for her disobedience. Had she sincerely apologized, perhaps there would have been a chance for forgiveness, but Jingli had offered her no opportunity for contrition. Chapter 71. I am young Liang Jingli, ever progressive, ventured to the computer market to purchase a computer. Now, most young people recognized her. When they encountered her in person, they would quietly observe from afar, none daring to approach. She also visited a furniture store to acquire a new bed, as the one she currently used did not meet her preferences. Once she entered the vehicle, a small entourage trailed behind her. One man finally squeezed through the crowd, calling out loudly, "Miss Liang, wait a moment. Miss Liang." He raised his bag high, his glasses askew from the jostling. Nearby, others grumbled, "What's the rush? Stop pushing." Glares were cast in the man's direction. He adjusted his spectacles, awkwardly waving and repeatedly apologizing. Watching the vehicle speed away, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Liang Jingli feigned sleep in the car, while the driver stole glances at her through the rearview mirror. Distracted, he barely noticed when the vehicles ahead had come to a halt, causing him to slam on the brakes and nearly collide with the car in front. The sudden stop jolted his body forward, but fortunately, the seatbelt prevented any serious injury. After coming to a stop, he took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw the girl seated calmly in the back seat, seemingly unfazed by the abrupt halt, her tranquil expression resembling that of a beautiful statue. Just as he was lost in thought, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. In that instant, the driver felt dizzy, as though he had plunged into a whirlpool from which there was no escape. The car continued to move, sweat beading on his forehead as his hands trembled on the steering wheel. Liang Jingli smiled, her gaze fixed on the driver with a gentle yet knowing expression. Adhering to traffic regulations is what a good citizen does. The driver's skin crawled at her words. That previous ominous feeling had left him on edge now. Her demeanor, filled with kindness yet tinged with pity, seemed almost unrecognizable. The driver's palms were slick with perspiration, the steering wheel damp beneath his grip, with each turn accompanied by a faint sound of slipping. His anxiety surged. How does she know? Was it foresight? The earlier message felt like a premonition. Such a power was indeed extraordinary. His thoughts spiraled as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, the vehicle veering off its intended path. The cars nearby honked loudly, and as they passed, their driver shouted, "Can't you drive? Are you blind?" The curses jolted the driver back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to regain his composure, displaying the professionalism expected of a practitioner of metaphysics, and chuckled. "Miss Liang, you must be joking. I don't know anyone named Nangong Qinghe." Liang Jingli turned her head, countering with a question, "How do you know my surname is Liang?" The driver was momentarily caught off guard. Cursing his own foolishness, he tried to salvage the situation, recalling that she had entered his vehicle directly without calling for a ride, as if she had a purpose. Could it be that she had known all along? Liang Jingli smiled. "I am quite young." The implication being, she did not exhibit signs of senility. The driver, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean?" Was she mocking his age? Before he could unravel the meaning behind her words, Liang Jingli's next statement struck at his chord. "As for you, your marital prospects are not promising. At 35, neglecting your family for work has already led to a fractured home." The driver gasped in shock. She cursing me? Had she truly foreseen his impending divorce? The thought of his wife's recent unusual behavior sent a wave of panic through Zhao Ding, who had assumed the guise of a driver. At that moment, his focus waned. Driving on autopilot, he pulled the car over to the side of the road to temporarily stop. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Liang, do you foresee that my wife will divorce me? What about my child?" The infant was barely 2 months old, naturally favoring the mother. "Are you suggesting you want my child?" Liang Jingli replied with a knowing smile. "Given your unique profession, do you believe you can adequately care for a child?" As a practitioner of metaphysics, his work was inherently dangerous, often on standby for 24 hours, and while the pay was high, it came at a cost to family life. Zhao Ding fell silent, processing her words for what felt like an eternity before finally saying, "I will relay your words to Captain Nangong. Thank you, then I shall disembark here." Liang Jingli politely expressed her gratitude, and the sound of the car door opening followed. "Your driving skills leave much to be desired." Before the door had even fully closed, her voice floated into Zhao Ding's ears once more, striking yet another blow to his heart. The door slammed shut, and Liang Jingli's seemingly slow pace belied her swift disappearance into the bustling throng. As Liang Jingli arrived home, the delivery person with her computer coincidentally arrived as well. She accepted the device, plugged it in upon entering, and began searching for the temple she had seen that day. Amidst the chaotic information scattered across the internet, one must discern the truth from falsehood. The temple, having stood for over a century, welcomes those who seek blessings for offspring, wealth, and career advancement. It is said that those who offer incense and gain the deity's favor will see their wishes fulfilled. A phenomenon often described as infallible. Some fortunate souls may even receive sacred water from the divine, promising relief from ailments. Jingli gazed upon the temple's majestic form on her computer screen. The temple, resplendent in gold and grandeur, shimmered under the sun's rays, reflecting a dazzling light. Its main hall, adorned with gilded tiles, was captivating, surrounded by an array of smaller halls, prayer rooms, imposing pagodas, and red-roofed structures, all harmoniously complementing the central edifice. If one were to overlook the decadence hidden beneath its splendid facade, it stood as a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight. Jingli continued to click through the pages without uncovering anything unusual. Yet on that day, she sensed that the second material was indeed present here. In a year, the backlash would commence. She needed to obtain this material swiftly. Mere blood ginseng would not suffice. Just then, the phone rang. The caller ID read Qin Qin Bao Bei, and upon seeing this label, Jingli felt an indescribable sense of exasperation. As she answered, a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the receiver. "Big shot? Help me." Chapter 72. Nangong Qian has been kidnapped. Nangong Qian, displaying a cleverness of sorts, managed to steal a phone and escape, dialing her brother, Nangong Qinghe, who, perhaps too preoccupied, missed the call in a state of sheer panic. She was pursued by a group of assailants. Lingzi remained in the clutches of the captors, preventing her from acting rashly. Though she contemplated alerting the authorities, she overheard the gang colluding with the police, plunging her into despair. However, instinctively, she dialed Jingli. Her voice, frantic and stammering, conveyed her plight. "I've been kidnapped." "Yes, I can tell," Jingli replied with her characteristic composure. The background noise was chaotic, punctuated by harsh shouts and the sound of breaking objects. Jingli, maintaining her nonchalance, quipped, "Looks like they're about to catch you." Nangong Qian's anxiety was somewhat alleviated by this remark. As she ran, clutching the phone, her breath became labored. "Big shot, what should I do?" she gasped, a hint of vulnerability creeping into her tone. "Call the police," Jingli replied lightly. In this day and age, isn't kidnapping a matter for the police? After all, her own physical condition was rather fragile. The treachery of mankind was bewildering. Jingli's tone feigned indignation. Nangong Qian, feeling the pursuers closing in, kicked over a row of electric bikes to obstruct their path. A few members of the gang maneuvered around to intercept her from the front. She shouted for help, yet the passers-by remained indifferent, ignoring her cries. It was a disordered place. Her face flushed red, tears threatened to spill. Upon triggering a keyword, Jing Li's expression shifted significantly. "Dianyi? Is Jinjin Temple in that country?" "Yes, but why are you still focused on the temple when I'm in this situation?" Nangong Qian lamented. The path ahead was now blocked, leaving her terrified and pale. Clutching her phone tightly, she held on to her last hope. "Run! Why aren't you running?" A man with triangular eyes and a scar running down his left cheek spat. "Sister, once you're in my grasp, you can just relax and enjoy," he leered at Nangong Qian, declaring, "Such a beauty is rare indeed. After all these years, I've never encountered such a prize." Two other men behind her chuckled, making lewd comments about her long legs. Nangong Qian, aware of the depravity of her pursuers, refrained from provoking them, cautiously shifting to the left. As they drew nearer, she stumbled and fell, eliciting a chorus of laughter from her assailants. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Jing Li's cool, melodious voice rang out, suggesting that she could lure another girl for them. Nangong Qian steadied herself, bringing the phone to her lips, her tone softening considerably. "But I don't have another girl to bring." She grabbed a hat from the table, placing it on her head, and snatched her keys, hastily exiting her home. With little time to spare, she could not afford to be surprised. The men were already advancing, believing their prey had nowhere to flee. Showing no concern for the phone in Nangong Qian's hand, "It's pointless to call. Once they capture you, they cross the border and vanish into Dianyi, beyond the reach of even the gods." To ensure Nangong Qian understood, Jingli spoke plainly, instructing her to tell them she could deceive another girl into coming, making them wait the afternoon. Anticipating Nangong Qian's objection that they might not believe her, Jing Li's flat tone deepened the sorrow in Nangong Qian's heart. The big shot remained as unfeeling as ever. With gritted teeth, Nangong Qian hung up, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Refraining from shouting, her face streaked with tears, trembling as she pleaded, Could you please let me go?" Her recent exertion added a stutter to her voice, making her sound even more flustered. The men exchanged glances, erupting into laughter. The scar-faced man approached, lifting Nangong Qian's chin. "Don't tease us, sister. With your looks, who could resist letting you go? Please, big brother. I have an even prettier sister. If I bring her here, will you let me go?" Nangong Qian, desperate, quickly pulled up a photo of Jingli, showing it to them. "Look, is this good enough? No filters, just the real deal." The scar-faced man leaned down to examine the image, his eyes widening with astonishment. He signaled the others to join him in looking. They hesitated, exchanging wary glances, unsure of the ruse. Sensing an opportunity, Nangong Qian urged, "If you don't believe me, I can set a meeting place for her to come this afternoon. She gets along with me very well and can board a flight right away. I beg you, spare me." Her desire for survival was palpable, and the men glanced at one another. Finally, the scar-faced man declared, "All right, you can arrange for her to meet us at our warehouse. If you dare deceive me, I'll sell you into the black market." His voice was menacing, his scar twitching ominously. Nangong Qian, a cherished princess in her family, had matured through her experiences but was still just a young woman in her 20s, trembling at the harsh realities of the world. Satisfied with her fear, the scar-faced man ordered her to contact Jingli immediately. Chapter 73. The affected Jingli. "All right, I'll call her right now," Nangong Qian stammered, shaking with fear, internally cursing her own foolishness in labeling Jingli as big shot. The men watched intently as she navigated her phone. the label Big Shot causing the scar-faced man to scowl ominously. Big Shot, you dare deceive us? He brandished an electric baton, ready to strike. You ungrateful little wench. The other two men moved in closer. No, wait. Nangong Qian raised her hands in surrender, curling into herself, her mind racing with regret over her earlier choice of label. It's just a nickname between us. I'm not deceiving you. She's very wealthy. A formidable woman, known throughout the capital. Fortunately, this secluded area had not yet caught wind of Jing Li's online notoriety. Only the younger generation had taken notice of her as an internet celebrity, while most others remained oblivious. The scar-faced man hesitated, then call her now, and if a man's voice answers, I'll kill you. Nangong Qian, panicked, prayed for Jing Li to pick up. Just as the men's patience wore thin, Jing Li answered the call. Qin Qin Bao Bei, what's wrong? Missing me? Her affected tone resonated through the speaker, eliciting delight from the three men. Such a sweet voice. Nangong Qian was taken aback by Jing Li's theatrical demeanor. Referring to her so affectionately, flushing with embarrassment, she found herself at a loss for words. Why so silent, darling? Has something happened? Jing Li teased, her voice sweet and melodious, complementing the original owner's natural charm, creating an enchanting atmosphere. If one were to disregard the distorted visage of Jing Li on the other end of the line, the three men with scarred faces were overjoyed, their bodies turning weak with excitement. They yearned to seize this prized possession at once, certain it would fetch a handsome price. With their eyes, they urged Nangong Qian to speak. She feigned surprise, her performance remarkably convincing. Deep inside, she couldn't help but shed a tear. Her benefactor truly cherished her, willing to go to such lengths for her. Yet, she had matters of her own to attend to, and feared she could not join them. Jing Li continued to speak in a contrived voice, tactfully declining. The three men immediately panicked, glaring at Nangong Qian with expressions that suggested if she did not lure her in, they would resort to extreme measures. Nangong Qian felt despondent, wishing her benefactor had communicated his intentions to her earlier. She covered her phone, silently signaling to the three men. Wait a moment. Their expressions softened slightly. The young lady's demeanor suddenly shifted, her authority amplifying as she displayed an impressive flair for the dramatic. After a prolonged silence that nearly terrified Nangong Qian, she wondered if she had been too harsh. The scar-faced man was about to erupt when, in the next instant, a sweet voice resonated. Darling, I will come over this afternoon. I've already arranged for my flight. Jing Li, dragging her suitcase with one hand and holding her phone in the other, asked for her location. Upon hearing this, the three men were elated and immediately gestured for Nangong Qian to divulge the factory's whereabouts. She complied, relaying the location before ending the call. Once the conversation concluded, Jing Li cleared her throat. The tone of her voice was something she found utterly foreign, almost nauseating. She realized she could not emulate the antics of a scheming woman on television. Alas, such talent eluded her. Unfamiliar with the procedures of flying, she made the impulsive decision to purchase a first-class ticket, thereby sidestepping many unnecessary steps. As she waited in the lounge, her stylish attire attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Fortunately, her hat was pulled down low enough that most affluent individuals, exhibiting a commendable level of decorum, did not fixate on her, as it would be exceedingly rude. Therefore, none recognized her. Even if they had, Jing Li would have remained unfazed. She harbored little concern for Nangong Qian, for she was cloaked in divine protection. Individuals like her generally encountered no significant troubles unless maliciously targeted. This explained how, even after being kidnapped under the watchful eyes of so many, she managed to sneak out with a phone. Meanwhile, Jean Lingling continued to suffer in her binds, while a crowd endured beatings, and only the young lady was treated with a mere pinch on the face. Fortune truly was an elusive concept. However, her merits, the agreement with the ghost general remained unaddressed, and Jing Li rubbed her temples in frustration. Being a good person was exceedingly difficult. Was it possible to renege on the deal? After all, she was not human. But as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt a searing pain in her arm, causing her expression to harden. Very well, in this body, she could still be considered human. She would fulfill the original owner's wishes and lead a joyful life. Feeling bored, Jing Li stood and strolled around the lounge, coincidentally discovering that the first-class amenities were quite commendable, with a plethora of delectable food available. Thus, the voracious individual approached and selected a bowl of noodles that looked utterly delectable, beginning to slurp. Surrounding her were various snacks, her eating etiquette refined, yet her pace was decidedly brisk, capturing the attention of several others. What a healthy appetite that young lady has. Just as she finished her first bowl of noodles and was about to rise for a second, a sudden sound caught her attention. Looking in the direction of the noise, she noticed a beautiful woman seated across from her, adorned in an exquisite custom qipao. Every gesture exuded grace, and though time had left its traces upon her, her elegance remained undiminished. She gazed at Jingli with a gentle smile. Devoid of malice, Jingli, holding her bowl, felt an incongruous sensation, as if she were a celestial being experiencing mundane life. She ought to be untouched by the troubles of the world. Yet, the girl's demeanor was entirely natural. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, a flicker of surprise danced in Jing Li's eyes. What a small world it was, allowing for such an encounter. Intriguing and delightful. Jing Li walked back to her previous seat, where she had left her phone. She placed her bowl down and glanced at her phone, not rushing to engage with the beautiful woman. With half an hour left until boarding, she could still indulge in another bowl of noodles. It was undeniable that the noodle master had crafted something exquisite. She had not tasted such delicious food from any nearby takeout. Noticing the young girl's lack of interest in conversing, the beautiful woman curiously inquired, "Aren't you going to ask why I'm smiling?" "I might miss my meal," Jingli replied in a flat tone, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Even seated casually, her commanding aura was impossible to overlook. The beautiful woman paused, taken aback by the girl's perceptiveness. She found her utterly endearing. For some inexplicable reason, the moment she laid eyes on her, an unaccountable sense of familiarity washed over her. Now, Jingli was on her third bowl. 3 bowls of noodles would be quite a feat for an adult man. Yet the young girl savored them with unabated enthusiasm, showing no signs of being full. Lu Fucking, the beautiful woman, realized her previous comment might have been misconstrued and quickly added, "I didn't mean to imply you eat excessively. I simply think you're quite adorable." Jingli was momentarily speechless. It was the first time someone had called her cute, and it was due to her hearty appetite. Were she still her former self, she might have responded with sarcasm, but this beautiful woman, Jingli felt compelled to show some respect, especially since she was inhabiting the body of the woman's daughter. Indeed, Lu Fucking was the original owner's biological mother, though she seemed unaware of her daughter's substantial existence outside. "Thank you, but it's not that I eat a lot. It's just that she does. I used to skip meals," she stated, adamantly refusing to acknowledge her own gluttony. For countless years, she had abstained from food. Do not slander her. Jingli pointed to herself, her earnest expression eliciting laughter from Lu Fucking. From Lu Fucking's perspective, it appeared as though Jingli was gesturing towards her stomach. "No worries, dear. I find you quite delightful. Unlike my daughter, who is so picky with her meals. She refuses to eat this or that, always worried about gaining weight from the carbs or the oiliness of the meat. She is quite the fussy eater and is perpetually dieting." Speaking of her daughter, although Lu Fucking scolded her, it was evident how much she loved her. These young girls today, putting their health at risk just to lose weight. Jingli crossed her arms and suddenly asked, "Do you have another daughter?" "Indeed. She appears to be around your age. However, she doesn't possess your beauty. That child isn't very attached to me and gets along better with her father." Upon reaching this point, Lu Fucking sighed deeply, a trace of disappointment flickering in her eyes. She felt a strong affinity for Jingli, prompting her to share more. It wasn't that she loved her daughter any less. Rather, she often felt that her daughter bore no resemblance to her, both in appearance and temperament. "But do you love her?" Jingli pressed on. "Of course I do." She was carried for 10 months with great anticipation. "No matter how she changes, I will always love her. I am her mother." What mother does not love her child? Lu Fucking's gaze brimmed with affection, her entire demeanor softening. Upon hearing this, the scars on Jing Li's arm seemed to fade slightly, though they still appeared quite gruesome. This reaction stirred something within Jing Li, leaving her puzzled. Why would her soul's response resonate within her physical form? Moreover, she had yet to perceive the original owner's spirit. She began to utilize her abilities to probe further, but as expected, she could glean nothing substantial. Regarding the original owner, she could only uncover fragments of information when encountering those connected to her. As for more, she remained in the dark. She was not omniscient, lacking the powers to foresee her own fate. After all, she was now young Jing Li, and Liang Jingli was her. Traveling? Jingli interrupted Lu Fucking, who had drifted into a melancholic reverie. Are you too? She countered. Are you a person? Yes, I am. Would you care to join me? Lu Fucking's eyes sparkled with hope, her surrounding wrinkles appearing less pronounced, her spirit rejuvenated as she warmly invited Jingli. I apologize, but my friend is waiting for me over there. Jingli rejected her without hesitation. In that moment, Lu Fucking visibly wilted, her smile becoming strained, yet she responded gently, that's all right. Suddenly, Jingli, seemingly curious, asked, why aren't your husband and daughter accompanying you? She was acutely aware of the underlying truth. Lu Fucking's countenance revealed the signs of impending familial tragedy. As her biological daughter was no longer living, she still had a husband, the original owner's grandfather, who was likely suffering from grave ailments. Their home was a target of theft, destined to be plundered sooner or later. Lu Fucking was fated to be surrounded by treachery, her husband Yi Mingxing being the source of her misfortune. Presently, her daughter, Yi Feifei, was the offspring of Yi Mingxing and an extramarital affair, and Yi Feifei was undoubtedly aware of her true mother's identity. However, Yi Mingxing was a man who had married into the family. The Lu family's wealth had been secured by a prenuptial agreement, a precautionary measure set forth by the elder Lu. This led to a prolonged conflict between Lu Fucking and her elderly father, as she vehemently criticized him, revealing her infatuation with love. The elder Lu had only this single daughter, and thus, he doted on her fiercely, but he remained adamant regarding this particular stipulation. Yi Mingxing, ambitious and eager to avoid a prolonged struggle, ultimately conceded to the terms, thereby earning Lu Fucking's trust and a wave of guilt from her. Every time a quarrel arises, Yi Mingxing seizes the opportunity to suppress Lu Fucking, leaving her speechless. Aware of her own unreasonable stance, Lu Fucking gradually ceases to argue with him. Her status has sunk so low that she is beginning to show signs of depression. They are both exceedingly busy. With a resigned smile, Lu Fucking's eyes betray an undeniable sadness and disappointment. Having taken over the original owner's body, she feels a duty to care for her mother. In truth, she wishes to remain uninvolved in this convoluted web of familial relationships, as they are rather complicated to navigate. Yi Mingxing has taken their family of 3 on a trip elsewhere. What? Lu Fucking inquires, bewildered. Jingli, reluctant to elaborate, rises to leave, not wanting to acknowledge this mother-daughter connection. As such entanglements can be quite perilous. At that moment, the boarding time arrives, and airport personnel come to escort them onto the plane, interrupting their conversation. As soon as she boards the aircraft, Jingli senses an unusual aura. There is a practitioner of mystical arts aboard. Chapter 75. Encountering a plump target. This individual possesses considerable strength, far surpassing the driver who had been tailing her. Their ability is to probe, albeit with a limited range, monitoring the entire cabin situation, akin to surveillance cameras. A subtle smile graces Jing Li's lips as she strides confidently toward her seat. She finds it curious that this probing practitioner is not dispatched to tail her, but is instead monitoring the airplane. A puzzling situation indeed. Unbeknownst to Jing Li, the probing practitioner is merely regarded as an ordinary ability in her eyes. However, in present-day Huaxia, such individuals hold a prestigious status. Skilled practitioners can infiltrate any location they desire, as long as the distance is not too great, allowing them to gather information. This capability is applicable in various domains. During non-critical periods, the Spirit Affairs Group refrains from deploying such individuals, as the energy expended is threefold that of others, necessitating the use of more spiritually enriched jade stones for support. To them, Jing Li is merely an unassuming practitioner awaiting assessment, currently posing no threat to their operations. Utilizing this ability on her would be a considerable waste. Scanning the first-class cabin, Jing Li does not spot Lu Fucking. Both women had been in the first-class lounge, so it is impossible for her to be in another section. The only explanation is that she has not boarded the flight. Unobtrusively, Jing Li releases a hint of golden light, which passes through the glass and leaps toward the distance, blending with the myriad golden specks in the air, before vanishing moments later. This act of manipulating spiritual energy goes unnoticed by the practitioner. Despite their presence in the same space, he occupies the second row behind Jing Li, and she had briefly caught a glimpse of him. His face was ashen, clearly a sign of overexertion. The dark, inconspicuous stone at the base of his neck supplies him with energy. This stone is difficult to detect, yet it does not escape Jing Li's array. Shortly thereafter, All passengers are seated correctly. The practitioner is joined by an alluring woman with striking features. They appear to be acquainted, as she crosses her arms and rests her right leg on her left knee, her expression displeased yet lowering her voice. I truly do not understand why the organization has assigned me to accompany you. A skill that many envy, she finds somewhat redundant, perceiving the man as a typical burden. She champions strength above all, and subtlety is not her style. Suddenly, the man lifts his eyelids, seemingly unperturbed, cautioning her, "Watch your words. You wouldn't want to jeopardize the organization's mission. Your ability is probing, is it not? If you cannot handle such a trivial task, then you are worthless." The woman retorts without mercy, "As you say, I am worthless. Therefore, to prevent any secrets from leaking, I hope Miss Ya can keep her comments regarding the mission to herself. Let's each focus on our own tasks." The man touches his neck, removing the stone attached there, turning to the woman, his tone slightly irked. The charming woman finds herself momentarily speechless, her mood soured. She glances at him disdainfully, her thoughts confirming the rumors that those who pride themselves on their probing abilities are indeed arrogant. The man seems unwilling to engage further, turning away to close his eyes once more. The woman, seeing this, scoffs loudly. Such rudeness, however, no matter how she tries to provoke him, he continues to ignore her entirely. Once the plane takes off, the flight attendants remind passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Jingli dutifully mimics those around her, fastening her seatbelt. This marks her first flight, and also the original owner's first experience. She remains quite intrigued, as there are no memories of such an event, and she is curious about how people in this age of dwindling spiritual energy can still soar through the skies. Thousands of years ago, there were flying ships powered by spiritual energy, and the more formidable individuals could even soar freely in the air. Jingli, however, cannot achieve such feats. In this era of scarce spiritual energy, even the divine energy within her cannot sustain her flight. However, she can utilize a raise for instantaneous travel. As the plane ascends, the momentary jolt causes Jingli to pout slightly, nothing extraordinary. Seated beside her is a man in his 40s. An elite who, even in the absence of internet connectivity, is engrossed in his computer, seemingly preoccupied with something significant. His brow is furrowed, his left hand nervously rubbing the fabric of his attire, his expression an amalgamation of anxiety and discomfort, as if he is grappling with a considerable dilemma. Subsequently, his countenance shifts to one of heartache, then pain, and finally, anger, as the veins on his hands protrude. He appears desperate to reach Binan at once. Jingli observes him a few times, exhaling a sigh, ultimately succumbing to her own greed. She desires to switch to a larger residence, and this man beside her is a prime target. Thus, she clears her throat and states, "Sir, do you require assistance?" The sudden voice captures the man's attention. Clad in a tailored suit that accentuates his commanding demeanor, he harbors a tempest of unarticulated emotions in his eyes, as if on the verge of eruption. Anyone would find it rude to be interrupted by a stranger, leading to a palpable disdain. Yet, upon seeing Jingli's radiant smile, his reprimanding words become lodged in his throat. Unable to contain his frustration, he ultimately refrains from expressing it. This marks the first instance Jingli has been ignored. She continues to smile and inquire, "Are you truly in need of help? What about your daughter?" The mention of daughter strikes the man like a hammer, darkening his expression. "What are you talking about?" He grits out, teeth clenched, wishing to strangle Jingli in that very moment. "You're in league with them." The man erupts, his tone growing heated, startling everyone in the cabin, including those who had been sleeping in the back. All eyes turn toward them, including the pair of practitioners seated in the rear. The man awakens, gazing toward the commotion, detecting a trace of mystical energy emanating from the young girl. However, upon closer inspection, that aura has already dissipated. "Apologies, but if you wish to discuss matters, please keep your voices down. I still need to rest," a fellow passenger who has been awakened grumbles, maintaining decorum without resorting to insults. Merely issuing a normal reminder, Jingli, undeterred by the man's ire, responds as if admonishing a younger sibling, echoing the sentiments of the awakened passenger. One must maintain emotional stability. It is impolite to startle others with such outbursts. She even wags her finger disapprovingly. The man, exasperated, has already categorized Jingli as a villain. Were it not for their current situation aboard the aircraft, he would likely have dragged her to the police station. Chapter 76. Encountering an assault by a practitioner of mystical arts. The man is taken aback by the girl's audacity to turn the tables on him, further inflaming his anger. Do not be upset. Your daughter has merely suffered a broken leg. Her life is still intact. The girl's words, though seemingly comforting, only serve to infuriate the man further. Did you deceive my daughter? Are you all in cahoots? Sir, please refrain from making baseless accusations, Jingli replies, feigning surprise. How could you think that? I merely wish to offer my assistance. Her ulterior motive remains unspoken. Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, she continues, I do not know your daughter, but I am aware she has been kidnapped, and the location is in the factory area near Binan. The young girl's well-meaning attitude, however, provokes the middle-aged man. Little girl, spying is not a commendable habit. Li Zikai, as an adult, possesses his own judgment, having honed the skill of reading people in the business realm. Although the young girl speaks harshly, her eyes are clear and calm, and despite her smile, there is no hint of turbulence beneath the surface. She harbors no malicious intent. Rather, it feels as though she regards all beings as equals, unworthy of her effort. He initially dismisses her as a mere chatterbox with questionable habits. His frustration growing. With his daughter in peril and the kidnappers demanding a ransom of 10 million, he, despite being an elite, finds it challenging to gather such a sum in a short time. Fortunately, he has managed to amass the necessary funds. Jingli perceives his thoughts clearly. Even if you provide the money, the kidnappers will not release your daughter. Saving one is akin to saving two, and three is merely an extension. Jingli feels the weight of her responsibilities, grateful that the tasks at hand are consistent. However, she has no desire to deceive. Even if he pays, the kidnappers will not spare his daughter. The man's fate is already sealed, marked by the loss of his child. The man calmed his tumultuous thoughts and remarked, Little girl, with such beauty, if you seek to deceive for money, you should target those of your own age. Attempting to con someone like me is futile. Had it not been for the fact that the girl was of a similar age to his daughter, he would have reported her to the authorities as soon as he disembarked from the plane. It's up to you. Just as the man was about to impart a lesson to Jingli, the girl unexpectedly interjected with her words, interrupting him. He had not anticipated that if the girl were to conclude her deception swiftly, there would be no entanglements. Jingli waved her hand dismissively, suggesting that the consequences would be doubled later. Her utterances were becoming increasingly perplexing. To the left and behind, both men and women were asleep when suddenly, the man was jolted awake. In an instant, the aircraft began to shake violently, the severe turbulence rousing every passenger, save for Jingli, who remained peacefully reclined. Within the economy class, passengers sitting together in various arrangements were utilizing specific tools while conversing. As the turbulence intensified, one remarked, Surely we won't perish before reaching our destination. This is my first encounter with such violent shaking. Another echoed. Me too. Several others chimed in. The likelihood of a plane crash is minimal. Yet the probability of death is alarmingly high, one person rationally analyzed, attempting to comfort the others. The rest were left speechless. That last remark was utterly unnecessary. Suddenly, the aircraft plummeted. A cacophony of screams erupted, and a chaotic din filled the cabin. Some passengers complained, while others trembled in fear, and a few began to protest, lashing out at the flight attendants and the captain in a desperate bid to alleviate their terror and anxiety. Chaos ensued within the cabin, and amidst it all, he fainted on the spot. Despite numerous warnings from the crew to remain seated and maintain professionalism in offering comfort, their efforts proved futile. Despair enveloped the crowd. The process of awaiting death was excruciatingly torturous and fraught with panic. Those seated together scarcely had time to communicate through their devices, instead resorting to calling one another's names, seeking solutions to stabilize the aircraft. A few attempted rational analysis, but could not fathom any means of exercising control in midair. The group soon succumbed to hopelessness. They wished to reach first class to consult the other two passengers. Yet the violent turbulence rendered them nearly unable to stand. The talismans they held felt utterly useless in this moment, as they perceived that even those skilled in mystical arts could not prevent such calamity. The air was thick with screams, curses, cries, and sobs. Perhaps we should write our last words, someone sighed deeply, the sentiment hanging heavily in the in the first-class cabin. A pair of individuals bore solemn expressions. Xia Min, Do you possess the ability to navigate the plane out of this turbulent vortex? The man behind Jingli disregarded the secrecy of their conversation, speaking candidly in the panicked atmosphere. No, Xia Min, the woman in question, replied despondently, I can do so on land, but in the air, there is no solid ground to exert my power. She could not conjure her abilities from thin air. Especially since her powers were tied to the earth, it seems they are intent on ensuring our demise, Zhang Huayu deduced. The turbulence was not a natural occurrence but rather manipulated by a practitioner of mystical arts. What astonished Zhang Huayu the most was the sheer strength required to control the entire aircraft's movement. Such a reservoir of spiritual energy was unprecedented. Despite Zhang Huayu's usual rational demeanor in crises, he was now engulfed in despair. Their adversary was far too powerful. Had foreign practitioners reached such a level? Would they ever catch up? The psychological fortitude of those in first class was even weaker. They lamented their unspent fortunes and the luxurious villas they had yet to inhabit, weeping uncontrollably. One affluent woman even attempted to disrupt the cockpit in her panic. Jingli, growing increasingly irritable from the commotion, silently muttered, the airline should refund me. This experience is abysmal. Unbeknownst to others, a dense cluster of yellow orbs surrounded her, coalescing around a blood-red butterfly at the center, drawing all the light into a protective circle. The girl's expression was tense, her countenance exuding an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with. The middle-aged man beside her clutched his seatbelt tightly. He was determined not to perish. For he still needed to save his daughter. He could not allow himself to die. Doing so would shatter her life forever. His lips trembled, silent tears streaming down his face. They are doomed. Somewhere else? Laughter rang out, laced with arrogance. Indeed, they are utterly defenseless. Chapter 77. The man in the black robe. The Xin spirit group had dispatched two factions. One had already proceeded to Diani, while the other comprised the passengers on the aircraft. Tasked with eliminating the remaining fraud syndicates lingering along the borders of Huaxia, a fraud syndicate. It indeed seemed unrelated to the Xin spirit group. Their primary objective was to assist the police in their endeavors. As foreign practitioners had also appeared in the border region, including turncoats. Internal strife among practitioners was severe. In Huaxia, the competition was relatively fair, yet many succumbed to the temptations of foreign powers, aiding other nations. In recent years, the capabilities of Huaxia's practitioners had stagnated. The older generation, who could maintain order, had retreated behind the scenes, while the newer generation, though competent, was scarce. Meanwhile, abroad, the number of exceptional practitioners was on the rise. Many supernatural incidents had traces of foreign practitioners, leaving Huaxia in a position of suppression, leading to increased provocations. This infuriated many domestic practitioners, yet they felt powerless. They are merely a bunch of useless fools, daring to come and capture us. The leader of the fraudsters in the border region was situated within an opulent office, where a massive screen displayed a moving red, the airplane's trajectory. A figure clad in a black robe stood beside him, ambiguous in gender, possessing a physique that straddled the line between male and female. The voice of the figure was deep and gravelly, clearly altered with a voice changer. The remaining payment is due. They're not dead yet, are they? Once the news breaks, I'll settle the outstanding balance, the fraud leader declared, suddenly slumping into his chair, the gold jewelry around his neck clinking as he did so. He appeared reluctant to pay. Rubbing his thumb over a golden ring, the muscles in his face twitched, his words dripping with deceit. The man in the black robe turned to face him, his visage obscured in shadows, save for two chilling eyes that glinted ominously. Are you refusing to pay? The voice changer did little to mask the coldness of his tone. The fraud leader's confidence faltered, his arrogant demeanor quickly replaced with trepidation. No, I merely meant to say I would pay once they are gone. Though he spoke to placate the figure, his subordinates were already activating the alarm. A throng of armed individuals burst through the door. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the fraud leader's confidence swelled once more. I told you I'd pay once they're dead. You should have known better. Now, I shall teach you a lesson. The fraud leader, intoxicated by his own bravado, believed that the man in the black robe, having exerted such effort, could not possibly contend with them. He was on the verge of exultation when, in the next instant, he felt an unexplainable suffocation. Moments later, he collapsed, blood streaming from his eyes and nose. Now I am your leader. Anyone dissenting? None could comprehend how he dispatched the leader, and before anyone could react, the would-be attackers met their demise before they could even strike. An example was made, effectively subduing the unruly knaves. The second-in-command, recognizing the mysterious power of the man in the black robe, did not dare to oppose him and was the first to pledge allegiance. With his lead, the others soon followed suit, accepting the new order. The very chair once occupied by the fraud leader now belonged to the man in the black robe, who focused intently on the shifting red dot. Sensing the flow of energy in the air, he was ready to strike again. His original plan had been to eliminate these individuals, and though minor complications arose, they would not hinder his purpose. The plane traced erratic patterns through the sky, buffeted by powerful forces that had already damaged the wings. The captain held steadfast at the helm, never anticipating that a descending aircraft would encounter such unprovoked turbulence. Passengers transitioned from panic to a state of numb despair, their voices stifled, their surroundings a chaotic wreck. Jiang Huayu's forehead pulsed with tension as he attempted to distance his gaze, seeking the source of the unseen forces. All he could discern was the violent surging of air around the aircraft. The remaining passengers, utilizing their spiritual energy, stumbled their way to him, and Xiamin, one individual, suddenly retched, the acrid odor of vomit quickly permeating the cabin. One after another, others began to succumb to nausea. Captain Jiang, Captain Xia, what should we do? Their conditions were dire, yet a glimmer of hope still flickered within. This stems from a profound trust in their captain. However, they are also acutely aware that humanity possesses no means of resistance against natural disasters. The practitioners of arcane arts may still cling to a glimmer of hope, yet their power is ultimately insignificant. Jiang Huayu has already muted other perceptions, concentrating solely on locating the mage capable of controlling the airflow, oblivious to the discussions around him. Xia Min spoke rapidly, her voice trembling intermittently. This is a deliberate manipulation. Captain Jiang is searching for nearby mages. Does anyone possess the ability to control the air currents? The others displayed expressions of shock, pondering the grim possibility that someone intended to endanger everyone aboard the aircraft. Xia Min glared at her subordinates, exasperated. Find a secure place to sit. She then turned back to the other mages, some of whom were dispatched by the organization to assist in their mission. Is there anyone? I doubt I can manipulate the wind, but I can only stir a small area. I cannot affect the entire plane. Let us give it a try. A flicker of hope crossed Xiamin's face. Although it was but a small area, it was better than nothing. The others, seeing a glimmer of survival, hastily offered their spare jade tokens and stones to her. Here, take these, do your best. The girl felt an immense pressure weighing down on her. She focused intently, summoning the winds. The first attempt was successful. The plane stabilized for 30 seconds, but the girl's complexion turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat dotted her brow. The figure cloaked in black sensed a resistance and casually struck out. Continuing to concentrate on engulfing the aircraft in chaos, he was powerful enough to manipulate airflow to control the plane, yet simultaneously vulnerable. Pitted against nature's technology, he could not obliterate the aircraft in an instant. He could only gradually influence it, hastening its descent into calamity. Jiang Huayu located him, the figure in black, yet his features remained obscured. The individual was highly alert, shrouded in mystery. Surveillance? I possess that as well. The black-clad figure, sensing scrutiny, spoke into the void, as if deliberately taunting Jiang Huayu. Abruptly roused, Jiang Huayu opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath. That person possesses dual abilities? What's wrong? Someone approached, concerned about Jiang Huayu's state. The flight attendant, already preoccupied with her own survival, could offer no oversight. She could only cling desperately to anything around her. Dual abilities, dual abilities. Jiang Huayu murmured, still in a daze. They could distinctly feel the plane veering off course, plummeting as if in weightlessness. Time was running out. In this moment of chaos, Jingli was causing a scene. Chapter 78. Let me fly the plane. Someone was exceedingly impatient. Opposite her sat two men, presumably flight attendants. Despite the aircraft's tumultuous state, they diligently tried to restrain Jingli. I wish to lodge a complaint against you. Jingli maintained a serious facade. Her demeanor left the two flight attendants utterly speechless, diminishing even the inherent human fear of impending death. What baffled them most was how, amidst the aircraft's violent turbulence, this girl stood unwaveringly as if suspended in midair. They widened their eyes. Just as they intended to scrutinize her further, Another wave of dizziness washed over them, blurring their vision. Thankfully, as seasoned professionals, they recovered swiftly. "Madam, please have some consideration for our work." The flight attendant's ingrained professionalism compelled him to speak. "But according to the captain's piloting style, aren't you all doomed? What work could possibly matter now?" Jingli grinned maliciously, intrigued by the potential impact of numerous deaths occurring simultaneously. How does one evade the backlash of fate? Although the two flight attendants felt dizzy, they grasped her words. "This lady seems rather unscrupulous. If they all perish, will she not meet the same fate?" Jingli expressed her frustration, as she genuinely wished to avoid confrontation. One ought to be polite to others, however. The two men had obstructed her for far too long, and her patience was wearing thin. "Move aside. Since we're all going to die anyway, it's better to let me pilot the plane." "The captain is utterly incompetent." The two flight attendants exchanged glances, contemplating whether they might manage to live a few seconds longer. "You can fly? Do you even know how?" "I still intend to lodge a complaint against you." The girl spoke with unwavering conviction, reminiscent of her earlier demeanor. They were all facing death. Why should they fear her complaints? Amidst the turmoil, the aircraft suddenly pitched downwards, causing the two attendants to lose their grip and crash against the side of the plane. Jingli remained perfectly still, however. Those who had grown numb to danger were still seized by a primal fear, their screams echoing through the cabin. A true cacophony of despair. At that moment, the once picturesque blue sky and white clouds transformed into harbingers of death, reminding them constantly of their precarious situation, relying solely on the stricken behemoth beneath them. Hearts racing, they began to utter their final words. Jingli had no intention of intervening further. Whether they lived or perished held no consequence for her. Yet, as the appointed time drew near and the plane remained delayed, her mood soured considerably. The captain's incompetence was infuriating. She would fare better at the controls. With this thought, she stealthily rubbed her hands together, a hint of anticipation glimmering in her eyes. The aircraft, having never flown under her command, intrigued her. She had nearly forgotten how to pilot a spaceship. Millennia ago, she rarely ventured out, save for, with great effort. She pried open the cockpit door. The myriad instruments captivated Jingli's interest. Such intricate design. The captain, utterly absorbed, remained unfazed by her intrusion. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his collar and shoulders. The tension was palpable. The plane felt like a fragile leaf, vulnerable to destruction at any moment. The propeller had already set off alarm lights. "Seeing how poorly you pilots are managing, I shall take over." This time, Jingli's tone was surprisingly polite, her smile considerably more genuine. "What nonsense are you spouting? Get out this instant." The co-pilot, believing he had encountered a lunatic, attempted to expel Jingli. Her eyes narrowed, an unmistakable menace radiating from her. Before the co-pilot could fully comprehend, she effortlessly hurled him out of the cockpit and secured the door. "Madness! Madness!" he shouted from the other side, scrambling for something to hold on to, only to tumble down the corridor as the plane pitched upwards. "Madwoman!" he continued to scream. After a series of chaotic tumbles, he fortuitously landed in a seat, quickly fastening his seatbelt. "Everyone, listen. An unidentified individual has entered the cockpit, disrupting the captain's operations. Please ensure your safety. I am the co-pilot and currently unable to re-enter the cockpit." "Take care." The co-pilot let out a profound sigh. Death was inevitably approaching. Many passengers heard his words, including Xia Min and her companions. The cabin erupted into cries. Some were still cursing Jingli while others sobbed uncontrollably. Suddenly, they exchanged bewildered glances. "The plane? It seems to have stabilized. Is the aircraft stable?" Someone tentatively inquired amidst their tears. Upon hearing this, all sorrow was forgotten. They fell silent, attuning themselves to the plane's movements. It was steady, devoid of any turbulence. Had the air currents dissipated? A wave of joy washed over them, transitioning from despair to relief. Did that mage exhaust their energy? Xia Min pondered, unable to conceive of any other explanation. This could not have been caused by a natural disaster unless the mage had relinquished their control. No. Zhang Huayu's expression remained grim. He had not looked well since earlier, and he was certain that the force still lingered. "But there is another power at play that I cannot identify." "Still present?" the others gasped. Only Xia Min and Zhang Huayu remained. Xia Min inquired, "Is someone assisting us?" For the moment, they are not our adversary. They could not discern whether this force was allied with them or opposed them, for competition among mages was fierce, and foreign practitioners were often divided, frequently targeting their peers. Let us discuss this after we land. Xia Min concluded it was the only course of action. Zhang Huayu rubbed his temples and closed his eyes once more, attempting to delve deeper, but this time, no matter how he traced the direction, he could not uncover the source of that power. However, the individual who had entered the cockpit was highly suspect. The figure in black had already equipped the plane with various devices. Presently, the aircraft showed no signs of turbulence. Yet he continued to exert his energy, yielding no results. This is impossible. The only visible pair of sinister eyes momentarily reflected disbelief. A pack of useless fools. How could they possibly withstand me? Chapter 79. Waiting for her, the co-pilot was utterly bewildered. That girl truly knew how to fly a plane. He could hardly contain his immense surprise at being spared. Unfastening his seatbelt, he hurriedly dashed towards the cockpit, even muttering a curse under his breath. Damn. That's incredible. Despite the propeller being damaged, the aircraft still flew. He sprinted a few steps before stopping, pressing his face against the window to peer at the wing. Smoke billowed from the propeller's location, yet the plane continued to glide smoothly. That girl is a veritable goddess of aviation. But this defied logic. How was she accomplishing this? He could hardly wait to uncover the truth. Not only the co-pilot, but others were equally perplexed, especially those seated in the middle of the plane, who could clearly see a plume of black smoke swirling in the air. How much longer can the plane endure? The moment of joy from escaping death swiftly dissipated, as everyone fervently prayed for a safe landing. Meanwhile, on the ground, the personnel at the control tower were already in a state of panic. They had lost track of the aircraft's movements and were completely oblivious to the events unfolding above. The orchestrations of the figure in the black cloak were meticulously planned, intent on silently eliminating these individuals. Upon bursting into the cockpit, the co-pilot was met with the sight of a girl with a frigid demeanor. Her expression shifted to one of forced cheerfulness upon hearing the commotion as she turned to wave at him. Though her smile lacked sincerity. "Hello. Did you just get tossed over here?" The co-pilot, with a face betraying his apprehension, found himself at a loss for words. He sensed that despite her smile, the girl bore no goodwill towards him. Likely due to his earlier outbursts, the co-pilot appeared quite youthful, with striking features that indeed suggested he belonged in the cockpit. He was baffled as to how this girl had managed to stabilize the aircraft and turned to the captain, who bore a similarly bewildered expression. After the recent adrenaline-fueled ordeal, the captain looked somewhat dazed, his shirt nearly drenched, his arms still twitching. "Don't ask me. I have no idea." The captain's vacant gaze gradually regained focus. His throat parched, his voice raspy. "The plane is on autopilot." Autopilot? The co-pilot's head was filled with large question marks. "But the wing is damaged. How can it still fly?" he stammered. Incredulity etched across his face as he rushed to inspect the instruments. As expected, there were multiple malfunctions. The aircraft continued to operate smoothly, a true miracle. "How did you manage that?" Though he recognized the girl's disinclination to engage, he could not suppress his curiosity. "By luck," she replied, her head tilting slightly as she stood up with an air of nonchalance, glancing at the co-pilot and dismissively stating, "Make way." The co-pilot quickly stepped aside. Of course, Jingli would not pilot the plane. Its continued flight relied entirely on its own inherent strength, though she had provided some assistance. Unseen by anyone, a colossal blood-red butterfly hovered above the aircraft, manipulating it like a marionette in a shadow play. The figure in the black cloak, undeterred, coldly observed the aircraft's movements, attempting to identify the source of the interference. The exertion of his probing abilities was draining, and a hint of agony began to etch itself across his features as the strain of simultaneous powers twisted his countenance. "No one is stronger than I am." His voice erupted from his throat, almost a growl. "Die." The air currents around the aircraft surged, visibly forming a vortex. The black-cloaked figure expended all his spiritual energy to create an insurmountable barrier of turbulent air. Once his strength was depleted, he let his arms fall limply, collapsing into his seat, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "No one can escape my pursuit. Even those under my command who resist shall perish." The captain and co-pilot faced the vortex, their expressions frozen in shock, nearly speechless. The co-pilot pointed ahead, exclaiming, "What is that? An alternate dimension. We will vanish from this world." The co-pilot leaped up. "Captain, we may never see our families again." He lamented, his tone heavy with sorrow. Initially, he had sought to lighten the mood, but the notion of an alternate dimension was absurd. Natural disasters would not spare them. Who was the unfortunate soul destined for a second encounter with fate? Dragging them all down with him? Jiang Huayu and the others felt the overwhelming, fearsome power. The black-cloaked figure had not exhausted his spiritual energy. "We need a way to maneuver the plane past that spiritual barrier," someone suggested. Yet, that individual was aware that none among them possessed the requisite aerial skills. Their plans had been meticulously arranged. A traitor had emerged. No one knew their movements. It was clear someone had leaked their whereabouts. "Xia team?" Someone inquired about Xia Min. Xia Min turned her gaze towards Jiang Huayu, confident that this girl was a practitioner of arcane arts. Her suit bore a significant tear, her slicked-back hair disheveled, resembling a disheartened uncle with her pant legs tattered. "Jingli," she remarked earnestly, giving a thumbs dash up. Li Zikai, uninterested in the peculiar girl beside him, sat in silence. Jingli clicked her tongue. The hefty lamb showed no desire to bond with them, making it difficult to earn any money. The aircraft began an automated announcement, urging passengers to prepare for impending turbulence. The previously frightened passengers obediently fastened their seatbelts, holding their breath, bracing for a second impact. Unaware of the enormity of the challenge they were about to face, they realized a massive vortex of air awaited them. Jiang Huayu and the others kept a close watch on Jing Li's demeanor, only to find the girl making no movements, not even lifting her wrist. Understanding the severity of the situation ahead, they grew anxious, their palms sweating. They were entrusting their lives to another in mere seconds. The turbulent air was only 1,000 meters away from the aircraft, about to collide head-on. The captain and co-pilot had both attempted to evade it, but to no avail. The speed was too great. Their hearts raced, pounding in their throats, arms raised instinctively in a protective gesture. The black-cloaked figure revealed a sinister smile. "Death is your destined fate." But in the next moment, they experienced a sensation of weightlessness. Akin to free fall, it felt as though an unseen force propelled them downward faster than anything imaginable, like a roller coaster ride. "How can this be?" The black-cloaked figure's smile faltered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How is this possible? What is aiding them?" he muttered incessantly, pacing back and forth, scratching his head. Undeterred, he directed the turbulent air towards them again, reasoning that even if the plane did not disintegrate, it would lose its wings and plunge to destruction. "Begone!" A calm and clear voice pierced the black-cloaked figure's ears, akin to a command from a superior, tranquil yet imposing. Instantly, his head throbbed painfully, as if countless ants were gnawing at his brain, buzzing incessantly. The turbulent air was promptly consumed by the butterfly above. The aircraft continued its course, managing to reach the airport. Nangong Qian huddled fearfully in a room, nestled closely with Jean Lingling. The room was devoid of decoration. Spacious with several windows, resembling a makeshift workshop, around them were a dozen men and women. The men bore numerous wounds, while some of the women appeared emotionally numb, blood at the corners of their mouths. Their bodies marred with bruises, as if they had been violently abused. Among them, the young lady appeared the most composed. Even Jean Lingling's face was swollen. At that moment, the tightly locked door was suddenly flung open. A group of people entered, accompanied by 2 guards, who followed them in, pushing 2 men and 2 women inside, who fell to the ground. Light illuminated the newcomers. One man had a broken arm, helplessly sprawled on the floor. Unable to rise, another, in slightly better condition, gasped for breath, one eye swollen shut, blood filling his mouth. The women looked equally worse for wear, their clothes shredded into strips, having clearly not escaped the brutality. The newcomers laughed mockingly, whistling as they taunted the 4 on the floor. "Get up, keep resisting. Ha! Heroic rescue fantasies, fools, still dreaming of a heroic savior. I'll make you wish you hadn't." The 4 were subjected to a barrage of mockery and kicks. The boy with the broken arm had his head forcibly pinned to the ground. The man, a swaggering con artist, declared, "Those who disobey will meet this fate. The men will be sold as meat. And the women will face the same fate," he leered, his gaze drifting hungrily over the other women in the room. The ones under scrutiny lowered their heads, trying to diminish their presence. These ruthless beings cared not for the value of life. To them, human lives were worthless. You, come here. The man pointed at Nangong Qian, his eyes gleaming. What a find. I wonder if she's been used yet. Seeing her attire, he suspected she had not. Nangong Qian shuddered at the attention, thinking how the big shot had called for her at such a time. Qian Qian, Jian Lingling grasped her hand, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. We must escape. With that, she moved to step forward. What are you doing? Nangong Qian grasped her tightly. Regret flooded her. She should never have involved Lingling in this perilous adventure. Her brother had only just begun to recover, and there was much she needed to address. She should not have dragged Jian Lingling into this, never anticipating the severity of the situation. After Lin Zishan's disappearance, the two had followed leads to Binan. They later encountered a man who relayed messages. Learning about Lin Zishan's boyfriend, Yang Fei, who was part of a scam syndicate in Diani, specifically targeting unmarried women. Once in Diani, their rights would vanish. He had profited handsomely, viewing the two girls as mere prey. Too tempting to resist. Lingling, I shouldn't have involved you in this, Nangong Qian thought, guilt mingling with urgency. What nonsense you speak. Both you and Zishan are my dear friends, and I could never abandon you. I firmly believe that should I find myself in peril one day, neither of you would forsake me. Jian Lingling's words held not a shred of regret. Throughout the first half of her life, she relied on her friends as her pillars of strength, in that treacherous family of deceit. How could she ever relinquish her two closest companions? What are you dawdling for? The scammer shouted. Once I make my way over, you will regret it. Having uttered this, he strode towards Nangong Qian, and those who had been captured hurriedly made way for him. Some among them felt a pang of sympathy, yet at that moment, self-preservation took precedence. Most of the men, having been thoroughly intimidated, dared not step forward. The women, having endured repeated violations, were even less inclined to speak a word. Bingu Bingu. One of the guards quickly obstructed the scammer known as Bingu. What do you want? He bellowed, revealing yellowed teeth. Bingu, temper yourself. That is someone from Knife Brother's crew. Knife Brother, the one with the scarred face. His people? The scammer continued to roar. Am I to fear him? The doorman persisted. Knife Brother mentioned this girl could attract someone even better. Otherwise, why has nothing been done to her for so long? I've seen the picture of that better one, and she is as beautiful as a fairy. When will she arrive? The scammer asked impatiently. I care not for any fairy. Today, even if the heavens intervene, I shall have my way with her. He leered at Nangong Qian, lewdly licking his lips, clearly delighted at the thought of the impending encounter. Nangong Qian sensed the malice emanating from the scammer and instinctively took a step back. Wang Bin, how dare you? At that moment, Knife Scar approached, flanked by several others. The two factions were clearly at odds, their eyes locking with palpable hostility. Knife Scar continued, do not think that just because the boss has taken a liking to you for a few days, you can flaunt yourself before me. When I was taking lives, you were probably still wetting your pants. Ha ha ha. Knife Scar's crew echoed with laughter. Wang Bin's group wore grim expressions. Knife Scar, relying on his extended time here, was woefully inept. If I were the boss, I would have long since dispatched you for being utterly worthless. Now it was Wang Bin's group turn to boast. With your slick tongue, be careful not to fall into my hands, Knife Scar warned coldly. You, come here, he shouted, pointing at Nangong Qian. You little wench, are you trying to deceive me? The appointment was for 3 in the afternoon, and now it's nearly 5 with no sign of life. Are you just stalling for time? Waiting for someone to rescue you? Nangong Qian's heart sank. 2 hours had already passed. Would the boss still come? What if he didn't? She remained silent. The group seethed with rage, especially Knife Scar, who felt utterly disrespected. Chapter 81. The resistance of the victims. You filthy woman, you are indeed stalling for time. Aren't you trying to escape? Knife Scar kicked aside the chair blocking her path and slapped her with a swift motion. Lingzi, Jian Lingling stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Nangong Qian, but her feeble strength was no match for Knife Scar's strike, sending her sprawling. The young lady's voice trembled as she rushed to check on Jian Lingling's condition. Her face was swollen, bloodied, her mouth unable to move, yet Nangong Qian understood her intention. To endure, to avoid provoking these men. Nangong Qian turned to Knife Scar, her eyes blazing with fury. Rage coursed through her veins. her eyes bloodshot, wishing nothing more than to tear these men apart. She could no longer hold back. Shaking with anger, she shouted, "Beasts! What sort of men strike women? If you had any decency, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. You are nothing but a bunch of filthy rats, rotting in the darkness of the sewer, and your families would be forever shamed to see you." Standing tall, Nangong Qian summoned all her strength to lift the chair. "Will you all submit? Is it worth living the rest of your life in hell after compromising, sold off to the den of vice?" The other victims remained unmoved. "Ha ha ha! Knife Scar, where did you find this little minx?" "She has quite a handful, thinking of inciting rebellion," Wang Bin remarked, stroking his chin, his gaze fixed on Nangong Qian, filled with greedy anticipation. Laughter erupted throughout the room. The resistance of the weak appeared utterly charming in their eyes. Perhaps there had been others who resisted before, but they ultimately failed. The sight of a man lying on the ground with 2 broken arms spoke volumes. The men cowered, while the women stared blankly at the chaos. Knife Scar, mocked by his companions, grew furious, his hand seizing the chair and smashing it to the ground. "You filthy wench, I knew you couldn't be trusted. I will kill you today, Knife Scar," Wang Bin shouted loudly, lewdly adding, "Just don't ruin her pretty face. Let me enjoy myself tonight. To hell with you. This is mine." Knife Scar cursed vehemently. Despair engulfed the room, everyone resembling soulless puppets, staring blankly at the unfolding horror, having recently endured similar fates themselves. These people were depraved, sparing neither men nor women. Only those deemed unworthy escaped, but upon reaching the den, they were inevitably separated, slaughtered, or sold, with endings too grisly to contemplate. "Get lost. This lady is not someone you can touch." Nangong Qian swung her arm, attempting to fend off Knife Scar's reaching claws. Her loose ponytail hung limply behind her, the prolonged tension rendering her in poor condition. Jian Lingling, having regained her composure, rose to shield Nangong Qian once more. Seeing this, the young lady rushed forward like a fierce rabbit, dodging Knife Scar's arm and delivering a swift kick to him. Knife Scar's face turned an ashen blue, fury contorting his features. His authority was challenged, and he vowed to eliminate this little wench. "Ha ha ha!" Knife Scar's crew erupted in laughter, mocking him. "This won't do. This won't do," he whistled, shouting. Having lost face, Knife Scar's expression darkened further. Rolling up his sleeves, he fixated on the cunning prey. Taking a few strides to seize Nangong Qian, only to be struck on the head by a stone she had picked up from the ground. Blood gushed forth. "Ha ha ha!" Laughter erupted once more. Those around Knife Scar grew furious. "Big brother, I'll go kill this wench." In the midst of so many witnesses, Knife Scar, humiliated and furious, covered his head and shouted, "Everyone, get away from me. This filthy wench shall not escape my grasp." Nangong Qian felt an unexpected stroke of fortune, narrowly evading once again, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Could I have some hidden skill? What are you all doing? Resist. Only through resistance do we stand a chance of survival. After all, the end will be death regardless. Do you really wish to fall prey to these grotesque creatures?" The young lady continued her exhortation, raising her voice. The dazed individuals began to stir, yet still failed to take action. What followed was a game of cat and mouse, with Knife Scar repeatedly failing to capture Nangong Qian. Either he stumbled, or his limbs seized up, provoking continuous laughter. Knife Scar's chest heaved with mounting frustration. His pride trampled underfoot. Once again, Nangong Qian eluded Knife Scar's pursuit, having nearly traversed the entire room, bent over and gasping for breath. Knife Scar, bewildered, pondered how such coincidences could occur. Jian Lingling, watching the agile Nangong Qian, was equally taken aback. The others gradually ceased their laughter. "Grab her?" Knife Scar shifted his strategy, pointing at Jian Lingling. "Go. Capture them all." He was no benevolent figure. He had no concern for appearances. Nangong Qian's antics only exacerbated his fury. Following his orders, his men flexed their wrists and approached with ropes in hand. Jian Lingling took the initiative, grabbing hold of the person attempting to assist her, then shouted at Nangong Qian, "Run, Qian. Get outside and find the police." Though her words were unclear, her voice carried enough weight, and as Nangong Qian's longtime friend, she immediately grasped her intention. Nangong Qian, gritting her teeth, dashed towards the door. Now was not the time for hesitation. She had surveyed the surroundings earlier. Trees lined the outside, and as long as she avoided the main road, there might be a chance to escape. The victims, perhaps inspired by their friendship, gradually found a glimmer of hope in their eyes. No longer submissively allowing themselves to be bound in an instant, a chaotic struggle ensued. The women, unable to overpower their opponents, resorted to cunning tactics, biting and clawing at their foes' vulnerable spots. Get them. We will not let you live. Wang Bin, sensing the shift in power, felt a chill of alarm. Disorganized, they could sell the unassembled for quick cash, while the assembled could work for the din. Sparing their own hands, the room descended into chaos. Shouts, curses, screams, and cries of distress blended into a cacophony, rendering it impossible to discern who uttered which sounds. The pandemonium ignited the anger of the scammers. Having trafficked so many times, they had never encountered such united resistance. Some, in their rage, struck indiscriminately, leading to the death of a woman. Her lifeless form lay grotesquely still, eyes wide open, staring into the void, surrounded by a pool of her own blood. Chapter 82. Are you playing cosplay? Amidst the crowd, someone screamed, "A dead person? A dead person? I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." A man crouches down, clutching his head in a gesture of surrender. The unforeseen turn of events for the victims has extinguished the courage of those once eager to resist. They cease their actions, surrendering and huddling together. Get up, resist, shout. A bunch of cowards. The murderer and scam artist grins with a cruel joy. Piglets, you deserve to die. A group of swindlers, brandishing their daggers, bursts into laughter. Jean Lingling is restrained, her head shrouded in a black hood. She is drenched in blood, with long streaks of crimson running down her legs, yet a sorrowful smile crosses her face. Qian manages to escape. And that alone is worth it. She knows the hell that awaits her. Is she afraid? Yes, she is, but she harbors no regrets. Qian, such a beautiful soul, should not fall into the hands of these beasts. And she has long since rotted away. In the end, the young lady's stroke of luck does not materialize. Several men surround her, leaving her no avenue of escape, and then with a resounding bang, the door slams shut. Extinguishing the last flicker of hope for those trapped inside, a heavy silence lingers, weighing upon their hearts. It's over. Nangong Qian's pupils constrict, plunging into utter darkness as the final glimmer before the door vanishes. Tie her up, brothers, have some fun. We'll send her off tonight. Ha ha ha. Oh, how lively. What are you up to? A furry head suddenly peeks through the door. No one knows when the door was opened. The girl's voice is sweet yet slightly detached, her curious eyes sparkling as they take in the scene. Jingli strides forward, composed and unhurried, hands behind her back, stepping into the light. The occupants of the room pause, intrigued by the source of the voice. As a brilliant beam of light floods in from the doorway, they release the bound woman, and those who had been engaged in their vile acts in the corners cease their movements. While the girl struggles to clutch her clothing, whimpering as she inches backward. Nangong Qian is suddenly blinded by the bright light. After squinting, tears begin to flow as she recognizes the figure not far away. Several men still encircle her, one holding her from behind, but thankfully her clothes remain relatively intact, yet the situation leaves her feeling nauseated. Choking back sobs, she screams, "Boss, help me." The men surrounding her, along with the one still holding her, turn their gaze toward that direction, each revealing a look of astonishment. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Nangong Qian quickly breaks free from the man's grip and charges towards Jingli, still trying to run. Nangong Qian cries out in pain, "Let go of me, you beasts! You're in for it now. Just wait for the boss to teach you a lesson," she begins to boast, having picked up the phrase "in for it" from Jingli at some point. Jean Lingling also spots Jingli. She freezes for a moment before despair washes over her. What to do? Another lamb has walked into the lion's den. She knows Jingli is formidable, yet even the boss is merely human. A fragile girl, even if she can foresee their predicament, how could she possibly rescue them? Moreover, with the boss being so stunningly beautiful, these beasts would surely not spare her. Could it be that she has already predicted a way to lead them out? That the police have been called outside? Jean Lingling is filled with confusion, a flicker of hope mingled with fear that Jingli might encounter danger, leading to all three being captured at once. An inexplicable tension envelopes the atmosphere. The people inside seem to have been hit with a pause button, all heads turning in unison to look at Jingli. 3 seconds later, laughter erupts. Ha ha ha, knife brother. It's a girl, a self-sent little miss. Just the type to please my brother. I wouldn't even want to sell her. Knife brother. Is she the girl from the photo we've been waiting for? A man beside the scar-faced leader nudges another to let him down, then turns to inquire of the scarred one. The scar-faced man squints, examining her closely. Not quite, but she is undeniably more appealing. It's well known that the scar-faced man is blind to beauty, yet he can distinguish between attractive and unattractive. Capture her, Wang Bin, not to be outdone, declares, such beauty commands a higher price. I won't let Knife Scar have her. Scowling, he approaches the scar-faced man, his thick gold chain jingling as he walks, tauntingly adding, she is not yours to capture. She came right to us. Whoever catches her first wins. Excuse me, but are you all playing cosplay or something? Jingli interjects with a bright smile, eager to showcase her newly learned English phrase. If one overlooks the fleeting glint of murderous intent in her eyes, it could almost be seen as friendly. Everyone stares in disbelief. Is this girl for real? Can't she see the blood on the floor? The dead still staring at the ceiling? Yet, Nangong Qin gazes at Jingli with a pained expression, silently pleading, why did you take so long to arrive? Sorry about that, my flight was delayed. Jingli apologizes with a wry smile, acknowledging her tardiness. Having offered her apologies, she turns to the group of swindlers, saying, my sisters here don't look too well, so I want to join your little role play. Just hand her over to me. Jingli casually gestures towards Jin Lingling and Nangong Qian. To onlookers, she appears innocent, but only Nangong Qian grasps the gravity of the situation. These men are truly in for trouble. The more polite the boss seems, the more dangerous she becomes. The other victims, too, deem the girl mad. She is courting death, displaying such naivety. These men are beasts, devoid of humanity, and soon this girl will face dire consequences. After a brief silence, the air fills with explosive laughter. Is she out of her mind? Knife Scar, where did you find this foolish girl? Thankfully, she is quite the looker. Otherwise, we wouldn't make much profit. Ha ha ha, Wang Bin chortles, you want her and her? Knife Scar ignores Wang Bin, pointing at Jin Lingling and Nangong Qian, grinning lecherously, if you spend one night with me, I'll let them go. What do you say? His sinister grin, accentuated by his grotesque scars, turns his face truly repulsive. Jin Lingling, terrified, thinks, what to do? We can't heed their words. They want to spare us. She tries to speak, but with her mouth taped shut, she can only whimper at Jingli. Nangong Qian, unlike Jin Lingling, regards Knife Scar with pity. He is the first to go down. The boss clearly has ambitions, wanting to defile what is pure. Spend a night with you, that is fine. Jingli's smile vanishes, replaced by an icy demeanor. Her eyes, devoid of warmth, resemble a still lake that stirs no waves. Really? Knife Scar, taken aback, licks his lips. This pretty one knows how to play along. Those who resist are no fun. But you seem interesting. The others are equally unprepared for such a fall from grace. The girl stepped in merely to warm a bed. Ugh, Jin Lingling continues to whimper, clearly pleading for mercy. Yet, no one pays her any mind. Not even Jingli. Of course it's true. Two are better than one, Jingli states, her words measured and deliberate. Chapter 83. Did you think you could leave? Ha ha ha, this little girl really knows how to play. In an instant, Knife Scar's pained expression disappears. He wipes the blood from his hands onto a nearby man's clothing. He grins lewdly, declaring, I appreciate those who know their place. You are quite perceptive. Is that so? Jing Li's tone grows increasingly sweet, but you seem rather clueless. This statement carries a subtle chill, but Knife Scar and the others remain oblivious, except for Nangong Qian, who understands the implications. Wang Bin, with his lewd gaze locked on Jing Li, thinks, this year's goods are better than ever. Knife Scar, ha 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 ha, none of them take you seriously. Just moments ago, Knife Scar had found the girl astute. Now, Wang Bin's words cause his face to flush with anger. You filthy bitch, are you toying with me? Knife Scar erupts in rage. Filthy bitch, me? Jing Li tilts her head, pointing to herself, her tone icy cold. It's over for you, you fool. Nangong Qian thinks to herself, feeling a sense of dread. Insults are impolite. Discussing matters civilly is better. As her words trail off, Jing Li removes a cute rabbit hair tie from her wrist. gathering her long hair into a high ponytail. Once her hair is secured, she continues, "Now you have no chance to escape." Her voice, cold yet laced with the unique sweetness of youth, makes her sound almost delusional, prompting another round of raucous laughter from the crowd. "Knife Scar, where did you find this adorable girl? Now I want to keep her all to myself." Wangbin licks his yellowed teeth, his expression becoming even more lewd. Jean Lingling, exhausted, closes her eyes. She feels utterly drained, every part of her aching. The other victims no longer pay attention to the seemingly deranged girl, resignedly awaiting the disaster that fate will bring, accepting their fate. Meanwhile, Nangong Qian, hands still bound, wears a look of regret, sighing heavily. "Foolish girl, you all will surely meet your end. Still daring to threaten me, you filthy bitches." Bang! Ugh! Ah! Knife Scar is suddenly slammed against the wall. Everyone watches as the girl who had been standing by the door now occupies Knife Scar's position, while he slowly slides down to the ground. Immediately following was a heart-wrenching wail of pain. "Ah, my hand, it's broken." Scarred Hand braced himself against the wall, desperately attempting to rise, only to collapse once more. He felt as though his entire body had been mercilessly crushed, the agony threatening to convulse him. "Brother Dao." His subordinates gasped in disbelief at the scene before their eyes. Jingli rubbed her right wrist, quietly lamenting the frailty of the original body. Indeed, it required further fortification. She cast a sidelong glance at Scarred Hand and sauntered over leisurely. Little did she know, a nearsighted conman had risen, brandishing a weapon. "Little lady, quite the strength you possess. I wonder if you can endure your brother's affection." Wangbin sneered, a cunning smile plastered across his pockmarked face, eliciting a profound sense of revulsion. "You wish for this as well?" Jingli halted, crossing her arms, her icy gaze sweeping across the room, ultimately resting on Wangbin's face. "Very well, I shall indulge you." Caught off guard, Wangbin had no time to defend himself. He was bewildered by the girl's astonishing speed, which seemed far beyond that of a mere mortal. The moment her fist shattered his nose, he realized that not only was she swift, but her strength was also insurmountable. The pain was excruciating. His nose shattered, his yellowed teeth lay in ruins. Wangbin was sent flying, crashing against the glass. The glass splintered, scattering shards across the floor. He was in a worse condition than Scarred Hand, sprawled on the glass. His face embedded with fragments, he longed to scream, to make a sound, but his mouth couldn't part. His lips were a bloody mess, his visage unrecognizable. "Bin Gu." Everyone was astounded. Wangbin was no slouch. How could a girl possibly send him flying? Was she a force of nature? His subordinates wore grim expressions, tightening their grips on their knives and electric batons, apprehensive of the situation. The men and women who had been bound could scarcely react to this turn of events. What had they just witnessed? That girl had struck down two of their leaders. Nan Gongqian yearned to shout encouragement. "Go, big boss. Annihilate these scoundrels, a pack of scum." The very thought of the vile deeds they had committed filled her with a desire to dismember them. She discreetly observed the others, noting that their attention was entirely fixated on Jingli. Without delay, she turned and broke free from her captor, dragging her body towards a less populated area. There were far too many people around the big boss. She couldn't afford to be a hindrance. "Run!" Nan Gongqian shouted. Instantly, a wave of energy surged forth. Those who had been abducted jolted back to life upon hearing her voice. Their previously vacant expressions transformed, moving from stiff to agile, like rusted machinery suddenly oiled and set into motion. Ignoring their pain, they seized this singular opportunity and surged towards the exit. Alas, the room was vast, and the door was still a considerable distance away. However, a few individuals were relatively close, the last two men and women thrown in. The two women supported the man with the severed arm. Fortunately, despite his injuries, he could still move. The other man was in better shape. And together, the four charged towards the door. The entrance had not fully opened, and they exerted tremendous effort to push the heavy doors apart. How heavy? Was the collective thought of the four. How had that girl managed to open the doors alone? Previously, it had taken two men working together to force them open. At this moment, they had no time to ponder such questions. Once outside, they sprinted as if fleeing for their lives, the con artists. Two were too preoccupied with the chaos to focus on Jingli, their eyes filled with malice as they mercilessly struck at the fleeing individuals. Damn it, the piglets think they can escape. Their actions undeniably severed their source of income. They had been bound together by greed. When their mutual interests were threatened, they became reckless. Driven by greed, they transformed into beasts. The victims, unarmed and starved for days, resembled lambs led to slaughter, utterly defenseless and reduced to evasion and flight. The scene was so chaotic that it gave Jingli a headache. With a slight movement of her fingers, the doors slammed shut. Did you really think you could escape? Those left behind wore expressions of sheer despair. Why had the doors suddenly closed? The con artists were momentarily baffled, uncertain whether this girl was on their side or not. She had just warned them, yet now seemed to be aiding the fleeing victims. Is she out of her mind? Chapter 84. Why must you force my hand? Nan Gongqian first ran to Jean Lingling, who appeared dazed, her mind foggy, struggling to comprehend the events unfolding around her. The young lady, seeing her state, gently caressed her face, regretting having brought Lingling along. Let us revel. Jing Li's voice suddenly startled Nan Gongqian. Why did it seem to her that the big boss was acting strangely? As if she had gone mad? This statement caught not only Nan Gongqian's attention, but also that of the con artists. At this moment, Jing Li stood at the center of the room, with scarred hand pinned against the wall behind her and Wang Bin, flung against the glass to her left. The girl stood with her hands behind her back, resembling a regal figure before her subordinates. Such an aura of power, however, this feeling was short-lived, as the restless scarred hand, gathering his strength, grasped a nearby iron rod and charged at her with gritted teeth. Die, big boss. Nan Gongqian cried out. Yet, it was as if Jing Li had eyes in the back of her head. She swiftly seized the other end of the rod. I have already met the conditions for both of you. Why can you not simply comply and come with me? Her tone was laced with mockery, her words dripping with an otherworldly allure. Why must you force my hand? At this moment, Scarred Hand finally grasped the gravity of the situation. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. Just moments ago, the girl had spoken of the two of them together, implying she intended to kill him. What followed was a brutal and inhumane beating. She flung Scarred Hand from wall to wall, from the ceiling to the floor, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. His cries were reduced to mere whimpers until, at last, he fell silent. Even the most hardened of villains would cower before such ferocity. Wang Bin pressed his head down, feigning death. Yet Jing Li showed him no mercy in the territory of the con artists. Under the watchful eyes of all, she advanced with a few strides to Wang Bin's side, the sound of crunching glass beneath her feet resonating ominously. Each step tightened the grip of terror around Wang Bin's nerves. As expected, his suspicions were confirmed. The girl had come to teach him a lesson. Jing Li stepped onto Wang Bin's head, enunciating each word with precision. Does it hurt? She applied pressure, her heel grinding down, blood oozing forth, the glass shards glistening crimson. The pain contorted his face, as countless shards pierced through his skin. Please, I won't do it again. Spare me. It hurts, it hurts. Just moments ago, he had boasted of his affection for her. She, averse to owing anyone a debt of gratitude, returned the sentiment with interest. Her tone was laced with playful mockery, her expression shifting from cold detachment to a cheerful smile. The con artists' cohorts gritted their teeth. Let Bin Gu go. Loyal subordinates shouted in unison. Unlike the situation with Scarred Hand, no one dared to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Gongqian, along with others, concealed themselves beside Scarred Hand, carefully observing the unfolding situation, prepared to leap out the window at any moment. After all, leaving the door wide open was far too conspicuous. The victims, witnessing the calm and composed demeanor of the girl as she dealt with the con artists without a hint of mercy, began to realize that she seemed intent on eliminating every last one of them. The victims were taken aback. Such madness, even if she were incredibly strong, how could she possibly stand against so many? They were not the only ones thinking this. The con artists had also come to a realization. Two fists cannot match four hands. They collectively resolved to confront this insufferable woman. The con artists, united in purpose, surged towards Jing Li. What followed was a scene that instilled a profound sense of dread. Countless strands of hair sprouted from behind Jing Li, splitting into multiple tendrils that ensnared the necks of those who charged forward. They clutched at the hair, desperately attempting to pull it away. But the more they struggled, the tighter it became, until they could no longer scream, only gaze at Jing Li with terror. unable to comprehend the nature of her power. The hair was alive. Nan Gongqian was equally stunned. Is that Qin Rulin? No one among the con artists managed to escape. They screamed, "A ghost? A ghost? There's a ghost!" As they fled, the hair wrapped around their ankles, causing them to tumble to the ground. Struggling as their fingers clawed at the earth, leaving deep brown streaks of blood behind. No, help! What is this? Let me go! Help! Fear rendered them irrational, their instincts overtaking reason. Some even lost control of their bladders. The stench of urine filled the air, prompting Jingli to recoil in disgust. She stepped back, covering her nose, and abandoned the unfortunate soul to his fate. I said, not a single one shall escape. Qin Rulin communicated with her telepathically. You find it filthy. I do as well, but remember, my hair is of the utmost value. Ever since Qin Rulin absorbed the bronze figure, she had taken on an otherworldly aura. Jingli suspected that her own strength was still inadequate, having been influenced by the bronze figure, SK. However, releasing a captive was not her style. Then you catch them yourself, she spoke decisively, feigning ignorance of Jing Li's insinuation. Jingli, have even ghosts become so particular nowadays? Quite audacious. I find myself contemplating the slaying of a ghost. What should I do? Qin Rulin remains blissfully unaware of her intentions, restraining those individuals and swinging them about in the air. Some have even fainted. She continues to separate her hair to rouse them, joyfully shaking them awake. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, those individuals realize the precariousness of their situation and begin to leap from the windows. The scene is so bizarre that it sends shivers down their spines. However, whether the girl is human or ghost has become irrelevant to them. A tremendous desire to survive propels them to muster their last vestiges of strength and flee. Is that Qin Rulin? They stammer as they seize the opportunity to escape, while she remains at the window, stuttering in response. Fear still grips her. After all, Qin Rulin is the unpredictable kind. Upon hearing Nan Gongqian's voice, a strand of hair swiftly darts in front of her, tilting sharply as if to scrutinize her with a hint of malice. In an instant, a voice reaches Nan Gongqian's ears. Ah, long time no see. You still smell delightful? Nan Gongqian shivers. There is no mistaking it. That is indeed Qin Rulin's tone. How on earth did the boss manage to bring her out? Nan Gongqian squeals like a gopher. She's wealthy, with plenty of money, and rather na-ve. Plus there's an abundance of delectable treats at her home, which I find quite appealing. At this moment, a little girl's heart quietly shatters. Chapter 85. I am willing to be sold by you. It turns out I am a sister. Nan Gongqian wears a sorrowful expression, pondering what to do next. She gazes at the chaos strewn about, alongside a lifeless body, which looks utterly sinister, compounded by the fact that there is a real ghost present. Who knows if the corpse lying on the ground might suddenly rise again? Or worse, transform into a ghost and blow cold air on her back? Boss, Lingzi is not doing well. Jian Lingling has completely fainted. Nan Gongqian, lacking sufficient strength, cannot continue to support her, so she lays her flat on the ground. Jingli glances over, momentarily stunned. Has she passed away? Just moments ago, she was still making noises. How unfortunate. She even gifted her some clothing. Nan Gongqian, could you refrain from displaying such a mournful expression? She's not dead yet, quite alive. In fact, Jingli strokes her chin, purses her lips, and casts a glance at Jian Lingling before stating, she should still be alive. There's no dark aura surrounding her, just a bit of gray mist. She's merely unfortunate. Jingli's distraction does not dampen Qin Rulin's merriment. She has so many companions to amuse her. Being cooped up in that bag would have bored her to death, not to mention having to face that ascetic ghost general who is perpetually cultivating. She dares not act recklessly. Those individuals are flung about in the air. Some begin to vomit, while others have already fainted from fright. Only the lucky Wangbin quietly shrinks down to the ground. Compared to others, he has never felt so fortunate, at least he doesn't have to confront those strands of hair. A chill runs down his spine. His face feels ablaze, his eyelids droop, a few teeth mixed with shards of glass stained crimson with blood, and his body trembles uncontrollably. Witnessing such inhuman phenomena, he considers his mental fortitude to be quite robust. After all, that's a ghost. The mere thought of having touched something he ought not to have terrifies even the villainous. He has always been ruthless, instilling fear in others, but now, faced with such ghastly entities. He must bow his head. There is a possibility that the girl is not human either. Wang Bin attempts to feign death and faint, yet his mind remains unnaturally clear. He tightly shuts his eyes, hoping to project the image of having succumbed, but unexpectedly, a chill sweeps over him. Even though he is clothed, he feels an icy sensation penetrating to the bone. That thing slithers like a venomous snake. He dares not open his eyes nor look, until that chill creeps up to his neck. Ah! He begins to scream, trying to rise, but the girl's foot remains firmly planted on his head. The moment she lifts her foot, his body is propelled into the air, and he realizes his demise is imminent. Ice that strand of hair. Qin Ruolin complains, tinged with excitement. You stepped on him. I almost forgot about him. Qin Ruolin ominously remarks. Have they all returned to me? What a bounty. Were it not for this woman restraining me, I would have taken action without hesitation, rather than merely inquiring. She wonders why the ghost general listens to a metaphysician who appears weaker than himself. Clearly, he is more powerful. It would be a cinch to deal with this female metaphysician, but alas, she cannot yet overcome her. If only she could absorb a bit more, she might stand a chance. Such delightful thoughts are always fleeting. If Qin Ruolin were to absorb them, it would become her burden. They could be injured, even dead, but they must not die at her hands. She has yet to comprehend the backlash from her own actions. And adding human lives into the mix would complicate matters further. Moreover, she has utilized an excessive amount of spiritual energy this time. While Jingli was descending the mountain, she did not remain idle. Although the spiritual energy in the world is scarce, she has absorbed quite a bit, aided by the power of the blood lotus, yielding a surprisingly effective result. She must hasten to Jinzhan Temple. She cannot discern her own life fate, yet she has a premonition that something is guiding her forward. Call the police. Jing Li's ethereal voice wafts into Nangong Qian's ears. There are matters to discuss with the police. Jing Li's expression turns serious. Death is troublesome. She wishes to avoid entanglements, even more so to handle a corpse in this world. There are far too many surveillance cameras. One slip could lead to notoriety. The internet celebrity Jing Li knows this all too well. What if the police think we are the ones responsible for the deaths? Nangong Qian poses the question. Then let it be. The individual who suggested calling the police seems to forget her own suggestion upon realizing the ensuing complications. Nangong Qian. The boss is truly nonchalant. But what about Lingzi? Their foremost priority is to escape and take Lingzi to the hospital. Jing Li, hands clasped behind her back, cryptically states, someone will handle it. With a flick of her wrist, she casually gestures behind her, seizing a cluster of hair and letting them down. The hair struggles in her grip, clearly displeased. Qin Ruolin is intimidated. As a ghost, she cannot feel warmth. Yet this woman can evoke a sensation unique to humanity, coldness. Ghosts naturally exude a distinct chill. Human body temperature is warm. However, when this woman grasped her hair, that chill penetrated directly into her very being. The few individuals plummet from mid-air, landing with cries of shock, waking those who had fainted. The most unfortunate is Wang Bin, who was previously crouched on the ground, now landing squarely on his rear. Right atop the shards of glass, he has no words to express his suffering. Superficial injuries render him voiceless. Even if he wished to speak, he finds himself utterly incapable. The girl suddenly laughs, her gaze sweeping over them one by one, causing several to awkwardly lower their heads. None dare to meet Jing Li's eyes. Whether she is human or ghost remains uncertain to them. The eerie strands of hair, stealthily coiling around them like a hunting serpent, are utterly inescapable. Anyone would tremble in the face of the unknown. Once ruthless human traffickers, they now huddle together, appearing utterly ridiculous. They never imagined a day would come when they would transform from hunters into prey, especially at the hands of a seemingly delicate and helpless woman. Who among you can contact the smugglers to send me away? I am willing to be sold by you. Nangong Qian is momentarily bewildered. Unable to comprehend the boss's intentions, she's suggesting she wants to be trafficked to DNE? Why? The scammers wear baffled expressions. Does this woman have a screw loose? Willing to let us sell her? Yet she just beat us up? One of them, clutching his rear, even dares to inquire. Then why did you hit us? You could have just followed us peacefully. The woman, ever unpredictable, oscillates between innocent laughter and a terrifying coldness. Chapter 86. Smuggling. To Dian-E, and you were doomed from the start. I respect karma and take delight in helping others. These individuals carry an exceptionally heavy aura of bloodshed, having likely taken countless lives. Their visages reflecting that they deserve retribution. Helping them could be considered an act of kindness. Scammer? What the hell does helping others mean? You sick pervert. Ultimately, under Jing Li's imposing presence, the few individuals obediently divulged the details of the smuggling location and their contact person. Jing Li remarks, "You are quite perceptive. Never emulate the one sprawled on the ground, uncertain of whether dead or alive." Wang Bin's injuries appear severe, yet they have not penetrated deeply. He merely suffers superficial wounds. After locating a first aid kit and treating his glass cuts, he can still walk normally. The scarred man, on the other hand, is in a dire state, barely clinging to life. He'll minimize unnecessary trouble. Jing Li decides to bring along those few able-bodied subordinates to disguise their identities, preventing the contact person from noticing anything amiss. Disguise what identity, you ask? Naturally, the identity of victims. She does not appear in the least like a victim. Rather, the group of subordinates resembles those who have been through torment. Moreover, there is no need for concern that these individuals might rebel at the last moment. Each one bears a strand of hair wrapped around their necks. Should anything seem amiss, they will be instantly strangled. They have witnessed the power of that hair and dare not resist. Against mere mortals, they can manage. But against ghosts, they must seek the master. Jing Li paid little heed to their thoughts. Had she been aware of them, she would surely have laughed heartily, as the clues presented themselves so conveniently. The world had gone mad, and she had followed suit, daring to accompany the leader into territories that even the state could not govern. Should a mishap occur, there would be no avenue for escape. She reflected on how she had boarded the vessel that day. It was unclear who had alerted the authorities, but just as they settled into Wang Bin's car, the police arrived in swift succession. The timing was almost uncanny. The identity of the informant remained a mystery, and the subsequent proceedings were lost on Nangong Qian. She had initially played the part of an intimidating presence, compelling Wang Bin's underlings to transport them to the hospital. Though his subordinates seethed with anger, they dared not voice their discontent. Jing Li, however, remained nonchalant, displaying no dissatisfaction with her actions. This reassured Nangong Qian. The events of recent days had been overwhelming, leaving her somewhat fatigued. After ensuring Jean Lingling received medical attention, Nangong Qian enlisted 2 senior nurses to care for her. Fortunately, being in their homeland meant that these individuals could not act with impunity, operating only from the shadows, unwilling to escalate matters. Thus, the hospital remained a temporary sanctuary. To secure future assistance, Nangong Qian also informed Jean Lingling's parents, insisting they arrive without delay. Having completed all this, she inexplicably followed Jing Li away. Her mind fought against going to Diani, yet it seemed the leader had persuaded her otherwise. Why? Nangong Qian could not fathom. On the ship, she observed Jing Li, confined in the cargo hold, sitting cross-legged and idly toying with her hair. The underlings huddled in a corner, none daring to intrude upon Jing Li's solitude. Only Nangong Qian approached her, apprehensive of Qin Ruolin, yet unable to contain her curiosity. She yearned to inquire of Jing Li why she had chosen to bring her along. The leader was not one to impose her will upon others. She was known for her laid-back demeanor. If Nangong Qian had expressed her reluctance to accompany her, Jing Li would undoubtedly have responded with a casual, "It's entirely up to you." Yet instead, she had insisted, "It would be better if you went." "Why, leader? Must you take me with you?" Nangong Qian's expression was fraught with conflict. She had intended to tend to Jean Lingling a while longer at the hospital, planning to consider other matters once she awoke. To her surprise, Jing Li had insisted she accompany her. "You will understand once you arrive." Jing Li did not even lift her eyelids, absently swinging her hair. Qin Ruolin deliberately irritated Jing Li, exclaiming, "How can I sleep peacefully while you keep fiddling with my hair? Do you still require rest?" Jing Li did not indulge Qin Ruolin, of course. Her tone dripped with pride. "What is there to be proud of in needing sleep? I cannot comprehend such base foolishness." Qin Ruolin nestled into Jing Li's hair, draining her energy and shielding herself from the sun's heat. "You wicked woman, truly wicked." From that moment on, she spoke not another word. When Nangong Qian did not receive the answer she sought, she felt no discontent. She continued to trust the leader. If there were malice afoot, Jing Li could have easily disposed of her during their time in the Forbidden Mountain. with no need to lead her in such a convoluted manner. With this thought, Nangong Qian ceased her inquiries, quietly listening to the sound of the water, awaiting the ship's arrival at the shore. Name: Liang Jingli. Age: 20, currently a sophomore. 10 days ago, she escaped from the Forbidden Mountain, having been sold by her father. In the dimly lit conference room, 5 individuals were seated around a long table. Zhang Huayu, Xiao Min, and the 3 companions who had been on the plane that day. A presentation was being displayed on the large screen. Zhang Huayu, responsible for the team's information retrieval, stood at the podium with a makeshift baton, a rolled-up stack of paper, pointing at a photograph of a girl dining alone. She was a young lady with a radiant smile, fair-skinned and elegant, exuding the vitality of youth. Given her life experiences, it was hardly surprising that she would awaken her abilities mid-journey. As a child, she had been relegated to the role of a family servant, responsible for household chores, often going hungry and suffering abuse at the hands of her mother, while her father, a chronic gambler, would resort to violence when he lost. 10 days prior, her father, in debt, deceived her and sold her off, while her brother exhibited a complete lack of humanity, perpetually lusting after her. Xia Min's brow furrowed in disgust. What a vile family! One of the other 3. Ma Yiming voiced his indignation. How could they treat their own daughter this way? His casual remark prompted a moment of reflection among the group. Could it be that she was not their biological daughter? Chapter 87. Do you wish to descend and feed the fish? Regardless of whether she was their biological daughter, legally, they were indeed family, an unalterable fact. The discussion was veering off course. Zhang Huayu sighed. How did we end up discussing lineage? He tapped the large screen, his expression grave, and continued, Next, I must share something extraordinary. What is it? The group straightened, turning their attention to Zhang Huayu, who announced, She has a file with the Xinling group. Her ability is precognition. The room filled with disbelief. Precognition? Xia Min gasped, her alluring face reflecting shock. There is another ability. Since their narrow escape, her perception of Zhang Huayu had shifted dramatically, though no formal apology had been offered. Her attitude had undergone significant change. Zhang Huayu, being astute, did not shatter this newfound rapport. Their interactions had become relatively harmonious. Thus, when she posed her question, he graciously explained. According to historical records, such abilities have existed. But the last documented case was over a millennium ago. A millennium? Ma Yiming exclaimed, astonished. That is incredibly distant. How could such a legacy endure? Others among the group echoed his incredulity. Precognition? Could one not be invincible? Questioned Chao Kai, whose ancestry boasted martial prowess, his physique robust and filled with strength. How remarkable! How does such a legacy persist? Another chimed in, equally amazed. She was the gentle girl with the power to control the wind. Named Ran Jingwen. Another individual remained silent, carrying a small bag and exuding an air of earnestness. He was the type that seemed straightforward and unassuming, in stark contrast to Chao Kai. He was Lu Tun, a talisman master, essential for dealing with supernatural occurrences. Xia Min remained mute, her demeanor serious. She had always struggled with matters requiring analytical thinking. Most importantly, she was a survivor from the Forbidden Mountain. Regardless of whether she possessed precognitive abilities, she was undoubtedly a practitioner of Xian techniques. Her past was of little consequence now. Among those who emerged from the Forbidden Mountain, she recognized Chuxia, a prodigy hailed by the Xian community. Though they had never interacted closely, he was well regarded, and their only encounter had been at the birthday celebration of Elder Jiang, which had ended in chaos, provoking the Jiang family's wrath. Chuxia had left a less than favorable impression on him. Perhaps due to his role as an investigative practitioner, his innate perception was sharper than most. The girl exuded an aura that felt amiss, though he could not pinpoint precisely what was wrong. Prior to the meeting, he had spoken with Qin Rui over the phone, who remarked, Liang Jingli is extraordinary. To have escaped the Forbidden Mountain unnoticed is no small feat. Moreover, the situation regarding the plane is rife with suspicion. Qin Rui? Does Nangong know? Upon mentioning Nangong, Xia Min's expression grew noticeably uneasy. Liang Jingli slipped away right under his nose. He would undoubtedly investigate. This revelation suggested that the young girl was indeed remarkable, to have eluded the grasp of a formidable figure. Xia Min turned to him, unable to resist interjecting. Chao Kai was left bewildered. What happened? Shifting back to serious matters, Xia Min initiated. The figure in the black robe has vanished without a trace. following the plane's landing. Communication with the organization has yet to yield any results. His strength is formidable. He is likely a practitioner from Diani, and his status is not insignificant. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Even if he remained unfound, his current injuries presented a prime opportunity for them to assist the police in apprehending human traffickers and drug dealers. Run Jingwen also offered her perspective: the fewer threats we face, the better. Jingwen is not mistaken. Diani is currently not only trafficking our nation's citizens, but is also embroiled in a more pressing issue: drug trafficking. The most notorious drug lord in the country operates here. Having even hired Diani's sorcerers with his wealth, we must offer our utmost assistance to the police. Zhang Huayu made an immediate decision. Tonight, he would set off for Diani, the sooner the better. Indeed, several agreed. The cargo ship drifted across the boundless ocean. The night was deep, akin to a thick inkstone, so profound that it seemed impenetrable, enveloping the solitary vessel tightly. Jingli had gone an entire day without food, and her temper was far from pleasant. One had informed her that smuggling involved sitting in such a cargo hold. The environment was tolerable, but the lack of food was driving her to the brink of madness. "Sai, you?" Jingli extended her fair, rounded finger, pointing at a person in the corner. The individual replied cautiously, "Me? Yes." Jingli beckoned him closer with a flick of her finger. Immediately, he became anxious, hesitant to approach, standing awkwardly in place. Unsure of what to do, while stealing glances at his former boss, Wang Bin. Asking him was futile. He was frightened too. He was about to lose face. When had Wang Bin ever suffered such a disgrace? The man lingered without moving forward, prompting Jingli to express her dissatisfaction. "Do you wish to jump overboard to feed the fish?" Chapter 88. What a coincidence, fortune-telling girl. A chill gripped the man's hands. Prickling sharply, he froze, realizing it was hair. Moments later, he strode quickly to Jingli, bowing deeply, and stammered, "B-boss. What do you need from me?" His voice trembled as he struggled to articulate a few words. Jingli was thoroughly pleased. Having a lackey was certainly advantageous, saving her the trouble of taking action herself, a profitable arrangement indeed. Now, she had her own subordinates. It seemed wealthy individuals truly knew how to indulge themselves. That sickly fellow had how many underlings behind him? Alas, he wouldn't last 3 months. Those with striking looks tend to be short-lived. "Go find something to eat," Jingli said with utmost nonchalance. "The more, the better." Upon hearing this, the man exhaled in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his face. "All right, okay." Without a moment's thought, he readily agreed, initially fearing she might devour him, only to realize she merely sought food. What could possibly be the source of those moving strands of hair, if she were human? No one would believe it. Moreover, the girl possessed a strength that seemed superhuman. Any slight movement sent her companions into a frenzy of fear. After he acquiesced, the lackey's mind finally caught up. They were smuggling. Where would they find food? Previously, a night on the ship sufficed. There was no real need to eat, and no one would dine at night. The lackey had no choice but to muster his courage and disguise himself as a crew member to search for provisions. After a prolonged search, he found no food. With audacity, he pried open a shipment. The moment it opened, his eyes shone brightly. This was contraband. Posing as salt on the surface, beneath lay bags of drugs, he struck gold. If he could inform the brothers across Indiani and seize this cargo, there would be no need for human trafficking. They could all become wealthy and retire to enjoy life. Little did he know. The crew of the cargo ship was not clean either. On his second search, luck was on his side as he stumbled upon a box filled with bread. Elated, he tucked a bundle of bread under his arm and, hunched over, furtively made his way back to his original position. "We're rich. Grab him. Don't let him escape. Hurry." The sudden shout startled the lackey, causing him to jump. He had been discovered. What to do? Clutching the bread, he fled. The cargo ship erupted into chaos. Heavy footsteps echoed from all directions, with shouts and curses ringing out. A nimble figure darted through the crowd, encountering a blockade at a turn, yet remained composed. Nimbly hopping onto a container. Then came the sound of thudding footsteps as he ran atop the containers. The figure was discernibly dressed, sporting a loose-fitting white custom t-shirt adorned with a golden dragon pattern, paired with gray athletic pants, unmistakably exuding an air of uniqueness. Under the moonlight, he stood out even more, as he sprinted across the containers with remarkable speed. 5 or 6 crew members pursued him from below. Having failed to catch him after climbing up, faster, catch him before he escapes. They were frantic. Despite being seasoned laborers, they were being outmaneuvered by this boy. His glaringly bright attire made him impossible to miss. Below, many workers gathered, waiting for the figure to leap down so they could seize him. However, the youth showed no intention of jumping down. Reaching the edge of a container with a gap too wide for an ordinary person to leap across, he effortlessly vaulted over it. Not even a hint of breathlessness was visible on his face, though his complexion appeared alarmingly pale, as if he might faint at any moment. Where did that little brat come from? How could he have been spotted? The cargo ship's supervisor hurriedly emerged from his quarters, draped in a coat. Their vessel was quite large, sometimes spending months at sea. Each employee had accommodations and a designated cooking area. The supervisor wore a gold chain as thick as a thumb, and as he spoke, 2 large gold teeth gleamed in the light. An elderly man nervously trailed behind him, head bowed. It was said they had just discovered the intruder, unaware of when he had sneaked aboard. Having worked in the waters for so many years, they had never been caught before. At this moment, everyone's nerves were taut, panic evident. Wang Bin's lackey, clutching the bread and hiding behind, finally realized the person they were searching for was not him. He took several deep breaths before hastily sprinting in the direction they had come. However, increasingly more people flocked toward the commotion. He could only feign calmness, trailing behind them while pretending to pursue. The sounds of footsteps and running grew ever closer. The boy cast a curious glance at him. "Oh, a newcomer, huh? I haven't seen you before." Regardless, he couldn't let it end with just one capture. He needed to divert them, allowing them to witness the formidable woman in the cargo hold. Yunqi observed the lackey and curiously followed, completely unfazed by the chase. The crew aboard the cargo ship was searching everywhere for him, puzzled by the strange phenomenon. They could have sworn they had seen him moments ago, only for him to vanish in an instant. How bizarre. I feel the same. Where is he? I just saw him on the deck, and now he's gone. Useless. If we let him escape, our business will be ruined. What should we do? What do we do? The crew whispered among themselves, lacking a clear leader. Chase. Search every room. We must find him, even if we have to turn everything upside down. Someone called out. That kid runs very fast. His climbing ability is impressive. A few concluded that they should surround him with several people. Good. As the door swung open, the lackey rushed in, panting as he exclaimed, "We're in trouble. We're going to be discovered. They're looking for someone. And they'll find us soon." Upon finishing, he noticed everyone was staring at him, particularly Jingli, whose gaze seemed fixated on him, yet also appeared to look beyond him. Only someone at the corner, a friend of his, gestured subtly at him. He was perplexed. "It's you. What a coincidence, fortune-telling girl." Yunqi crossed his arms casually, leaning against the door, his gaze a playful mix of amusement and curiosity directed at Jingli. The world was indeed small. Fate had brought him to her once more. Chapter 89. "You certainly have issues." The sudden voice startled the lackey, causing the bread he clutched to tumble from his grasp. Someone was behind him. Jingli's attention shifted to the fallen bread, her brow furrowing with displeasure. Protecting food is everyone's responsibility. In such an environment, the girl's words struck an incongruous note. Even those lackeys she had once bested were left speechless. At this moment, they were concerned about food. Someone's coming. If they alert the crew on the ship, they will be discovered. Their contact had long warned them that they were only responsible for helping them board and hide. As for what followed, they would not assist. If discovered, they would provide no aid in the end. Yet, a man stood at the door. He was rather handsome. Had it not been for that troublesome woman ruining their plans, they would not have boarded this ship to Diani. They could have earned much more and hired a boat. "Miss Liang, you certainly have a hearty appetite." Yunqi smiled, but internally he ground his teeth. Unable to forget the last time she had mocked his poverty, in the past 4 hours and 3 minutes, he had not eaten a single morsel. Jingli rested her chin on her hand. Earnestly nodding, her sparkling eyes fixated on the bread. It was time to eat. She was famished. Yunqi visibly paused. The girl's words carried an undertone of complaint, and he could detect a hint of grievance in her tone. "Miss Liang, don't you possess the gift of divination? Can't you foresee when your next meal will be?" Yunqi raised an eyebrow. As she spoke, Jingli exhibited a reaction, her gaze coldly flicking towards him. I can predict that you won't last beyond 3 months. Your demise has come sooner than last month. Yunqi, the intense physical burden you bear is certainly not beneficial for you. The youth appears weaker than before. It remains a mystery how he manages to evade the sensation of his own deterioration. She finds it difficult to fathom this sickly individual. How can a life that ought to have ended long ago persist until his coming of age? He is unlike the doomed villagers of Huan village, whose lives are tainted with dark energy. In contrast, the youth, she cannot articulate it has been quite some time since she encountered someone so intriguing. Jingli couldn't help but offer a reminder. Being addressed by his full name for the first time stirred an unusual emotion within Yunqi, yet the admonishing tone was not to his liking. His smile faded as he replied, My affairs do not require Miss Liang's concern. The mention of his health evidently dissuaded Yunqi from continuing the conversation with Jingli, prompting him to shift the topic. What brings you here? He scanned the roomful of people, hesitating to speak further. Smuggling. The girl's unexpected declaration left everyone stunned. Intrigued, Yunqi deliberately teased her, leaning against the doorframe, casting a sidelong glance at Jingli with a languid tone. Aren't you afraid I'll call for someone to capture you? Seemingly indifferent, Jingli stood, brushing off her trousers and pushing aside the little brother who had frozen at the door. Picking up a piece of bread, she leisurely tore open the packaging, pausing momentarily. But those people are after you, right? Yunqi's interest evaporated in an instant, his smile flattening. How dull. Miss Liang truly knows everything in the exchange between the two. It became evident to those present that they shared an acquaintance. Though the words were not entirely comprehensible, it was clear that this woman was formidable. Nan Gongqian was utterly bewildered. Yunqi, the lifeblood of the Yun family, who in the capital does not know his name. While she had not encountered Yunqi frequently, his reputation was often whispered in her ears. It could be said that Yunqi was the undisputed prince of the capital's elite. Though she herself commanded respect in the city, she felt no inclination to overstep in the presence of a genuine aristocrat like the Yun family. Rumor has it that the prince is exceptionally aloof. With a volatile temperament, and his long-standing frailty has rendered him melancholic. Thus, encountering him warrants a strategic retreat. Yet, how does this big shot know the prince? Initially, she could convince herself that she had been mistaken, as she had only seen Yunqi a handful of times from afar, always surrounded by bodyguards. The Yun family guarded him closely, ensuring he seldom made public appearances. However, upon hearing the big shot mention Yunqi's name, her doubts were conclusively settled. It truly is Yunqi. And what remarkable news had she just overheard? The most cherished young master of the Yun family is on the brink of death. If this were to spread, the capital would be thrown into chaos. The prince has arrived and is conversing so casually with the big shot. What a bizarre sight. Is he truly so approachable? Can I have a piece too? Yunqi sauntered over to Jingli, naturally extending his hand to request a share. What delectable morsels could possibly warrant her neglect of him? The prince felt a twinge of displeasure. Though he could not quite pinpoint the source of his irritation, they're coming. Aren't you going to flee? Jingli, fond of food and unselfish, handed a piece to Nan Gongqian before generously offering one to Yunqi as well. Her expression was neutral, but a closer inspection revealed her subtle mockery. You haven't touched yours either. Yunqi maintained his languorous demeanor. Suddenly, everyone in the cargo hold grew tense. The casualness of their conversation belied the potential danger. Each word seemingly capable of inciting terror. What's coming? Are those outside trying to break in? The captain just said he saw someone run inside, came a voice from the front left. Jingli and the others found themselves at the very end of the cargo ship, hidden within a makeshift storeroom formed by stacked goods. This storage area offered little soundproofing, but typically, no one ventured this way, making them difficult to discover. It wasn't me. Yunqi suddenly bent closer to Jingli, whispering in her ear, They surely haven't seen me. It must be him. He maintained his posture, gesturing towards the little brother who was searching for food. The little brother, cowering, had yet to disclose anything about the drugs. Yunqi's warm breath brushed against Jingli's ear, causing an itch that prompted her to push him away, too ticklish. Her calm, indifferent tone left Yunqi momentarily at a loss. He instinctively grasped her hand. The warmth and softness sending a jolt through him. The previously lifeless organs seemed to awaken, exhibiting their original functions. How peculiar. In that fleeting moment, then, considering the differences between genders, Yunqi's handsome cheeks flushed suddenly. Fortunately, the dim lighting of the storeroom concealed his embarrassment. It was merely a touch. Why such a strong reaction? The young girl appeared unaffected. Wait. Yunqi glanced at Jingli. The young lady bore no expression, merely observing him with curiosity. Indeed, she exhibited no reaction whatsoever. You are indeed quite peculiar, Jingli mused. The sickly one, for a brief moment, seemed not sick at all. Chapter 90. Yunqi's secret striving to appear composed. Yunqi inhaled deeply, allowing a charming smile to grace his lips. Miss Liang, did you not notice? The young girl, after all, was supposed to be adept at calculations. I did not. Yunqi found himself at a loss once more, his lips twitching at her earnestness. Were it not for the presence of someone beside him, he would truly struggle to adapt to this sensation. The others were wholly focused on their surroundings, anxiously contemplating their escape route. Wang Bin's group took advantage of the momentary distraction between Jingli and Yunqi, concealing themselves behind cargo while devising a strategy. The little brother sent to find food remained paralyzed with fear, as Jingli and the others continued to watch him, muttering indecipherable words. The sudden appearance of that inexplicable man, who had pointed at him, sent a wave of panic through him. Were it not for that woman, they might have killed him, and the pretty young lady could have been dealt with afterward. Though the little brother lacked skill, his heart was wild with desperation. He hung his head, his eyes brimming with malice. No matter what, he could not afford to die. The group was on the verge of discovering them. Wang Bin, his face tightly bandaged, spoke indistinctly, the words difficult for others to comprehend. He resolved to act opportunistically, blending into the crowd, allowing those outside to confront the enigmatic woman. Big shot, they are coming. Nan Gongqian, stealthily hiding behind a crate, peered at the menacing group advancing towards them. At that moment, she passed by the little brother who had not joined the others. Suddenly, a force stopped her in her tracks. Stop! He barked at Nan Gongqian, a dagger glinting menacingly at her throat, pressing down with deadly intent, the crimson imprint already visible on her skin. His command was not loud, yet it was enough for Wang Bin and his men to take notice, turning their attention to the little brother. The scar-faced brother in their ranks was Wang Bin's spy, named Qian Yong. At this moment, Qian Yong disregarded everything, consumed by thoughts of the drugs aboard the ship. He was now desperate, knowing that discovery would mean death. Those men would not spare him, and if he could seize the drugs for himself, he would strike it rich. The dual stimuli of life and wealth sent Qian Yong's rationality spiraling. He forced himself to remain calm, addressing Jingli and the others. Make that man come out and surrender, or I will kill her. The dagger pressed harder against her throat. That woman cares for this young lady, even if she is moving hair assisting her. I don't believe she can act faster than my knife. Nan Gongqian tilted her head, too frightened to move, yet her heart remained steady, reassured by the presence of the big shot. Wang Bin and his men were utterly astonished. How had Qian Yong grown so audacious? You see, I was right. What you see is indeed him, Yunqi remarked, a playful smirk on his face as he observed the situation. What should we do next? The people outside are getting closer. He was curious about how the young girl would respond. The one being sought after was instead making light of the situation, while Yunqi, the one who should be worried, remained unperturbed. Whatever you stole, share half with me. Jing Li's audacious statement was directed at Yunqi, yet her gaze remained fixed on Nan Gongqian. Yunqi was genuinely taken aback. You know about this too, of course. The items aren't on me. I've hidden them in a container on the deck. Yunqi glanced at Jing Li, but you should probably resolve this matter first, right? That seems to be the sister of Nan Gongqing. Their relationship appears rather amicable. Aunt. Easily dealt with, Jing Li replied nonchalantly, having recognized the man's impending demise early on, thus providing him the opportunity for crime to facilitate a reasonable explanation of causality. Get lost? Qian Yong shouted fiercely. All of you, get lost. His shouts echoed loudly, confirming to those outside that someone was indeed inside, urging them to leave. Jing Li signaled to Qin Ruolin, who swiftly charged at Qian Yong, ensnaring his arm and quickly subduing the dagger. Nan Gongqian seized the opportunity to crouch down, clutching her neck as she wiped away the trickling droplets of blood. Though the pain was somewhat sharp, the young lady endured it in silence. After a while, A thunderous splash echoed from the side of the cargo ship, accompanied by a voice shrouded in darkness, cold and indifferent. I have always supported others in accepting their fate. I hope you have good fortune. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to swim. Qian Yong, with his mouth ensnared by hair, was cast from the cargo ship. The ruffians aboard, upon hearing the commotion, hurried to pursue. Quick, over there! That brat has stolen something. We absolutely cannot allow him to spread word of what transpired on the ship. Hurry, pursue him. If I catch that scoundrel, I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. The captain fumed with urgency. Qian Yong, unable to articulate a word, could only emit muffled sounds. He attempted to tear the hair away, yet it clung to him like a living entity, tightening its grasp. Behind him, others leapt down as well in a desperate bid to evade capture. He swam with all his might. The frigid depths of the sea sent chills through him, instilling a profound dread. He could not afford to slacken his efforts, for he did not wish to perish. Regret began to seep in regarding his earlier decision. Why had he provoked that woman? Wang Bin and his associates watched in dismay as Jing Li executed her actions. None had anticipated that Qian Yong would be discarded like refuse, rendered defenseless in the face of hostage-taking. Having experienced Jing Li's brutal beatings, Wang Bin instinctively recoiled. Once bitten, twice shy. Merely confronting that woman made him feel as if he were sitting on needles. Desperate to avoid her altogether, the pain from his injuries had yet to heal, serving as a constant reminder to keep his wits about him. Who would have thought Miss Liang could be so ruthless? Yuan Qi circled around Jing Li, occasionally making jest, his playful demeanor exuding an irritating charm. When silent, he appeared rather pleasing to the eye, almost intimidating in his presence. Jing Li cast a sidelong glance at him. Then why don't you dive in and swim? I never realized you had such altruistic intentions. Her expression suggested that uttering another word might result in his swift plunge into the water. Was it not he who had insisted he was not the one to be discovered? Yuan Qi was instantly rendered speechless. I was merely joking. This young lady genuinely wishes for you to swim. With that, he took his leave, instructing, when the time comes for the items, you can find me at the Yuan residence. Someone will assist you. Observing the chaos aboard the ship, Yuan Qi seized the opportunity amidst the distraction of Qian Yong's pursuit and swiftly disappeared into the corridor. Jing Li regarded him with curiosity. She could not discern the secrets he harbored. What could they possibly be? Chapter 91. Jianzhen Temple Dian A Jianzhen Temple, the Jade Buddha Hall. Outside the hall lay a grand platform adorned with resplendent structures arranged in a cruciform pattern, crowned by a towering pagoda. Surrounding the hall were 12-sided columns, each cap embellished with exquisite lotus carvings, radiating opulence. Within the hall, murals depicted revered ambassadors from various dynasties. The doors and windows were fashioned in a square, pointed style, bedecked with gilded frames and stained glass, while the door and window panels were inlaid with jade, epitomizing extravagance. At the center stood a solemn and sacred golden Buddha, supported by 20 golden monkeys. At that moment, the chime of the bell tower resonated, causing the devotees to disperse in succession. An elderly monk emerged from behind the statue, clad in a crimson robe, manipulating prayer beads in his hands. Though his hair was grizzled and his face bore the marks of age, his body remained spry. He stood before the Buddha, his gaze clear and focused, as he raised his eyes to the divine figure above. The wrinkles on his face were sharply defined in the intensity of his eagle-like eyes, giving the impression of an almost surreal human visage. As the final toll of the bell faded, a smooth-headed young monk hurriedly entered from outside, exclaiming, "Master!" before quickly stifling his voice. Silence was paramount within the Buddha hall. After calming his agitated emotions, he whispered urgently, "Master, something is amiss with third senior brother. He can no longer summon spirits, and his mental state is deteriorating." He approached the figure before the Buddha, which upon hearing his voice, underwent a swift transformation in expression, sharp as a blade, now softened into a compassionate gaze. Resembling that of a truly enlightened monk, with a stern countenance, he rotated the prayer beads in his hand and slowly turned, embodying the deliberate gait of an elder. "Yes, master." The young monk clasped his hands together, bowing deeply before the statue, though his face still bore signs of anxiety. But regarding third senior brother, his tone shifted, indicating the gravity of the situation. The elderly monk paused, glancing at the Buddha before saying, "Let us go see." "Yes." The young monk straightened and moved to assist. The entire Jinjin temple was surrounded by visitors. Some areas, however, were restricted from entry. The two made their way outside, weaving through the crowd until they reached a secluded hall. Most gazes in the throng were drawn to the pair, and as they entered a specific location, others attempted to follow but were halted. By the door of the side hall stood two young monks, who upon seeing the elder monk, opened the door for them. "Bien-yi, how is the situation?" "Bien-yi's condition is rather grave. He may have sustained a head injury." "Who harmed him?" The elder monk's gaze sharpened. "Has he been taken to the hospital? As for who inflicted the injury, we do not yet know." The elder monk strode directly to the bedside, halting a meter away, the rotating beads in his hand pausing as he spoke with solemnity, resonating like the distant tolling of a bell. "Bien-yi." Lying on the bed was a man clad in a black robe, only the upper part of his forehead visible, the rest of his skin concealed beneath the garment. Obscuring his features, his eyes were tightly shut, his body occasionally twitching. The man seemed to perceive the sound yet remained unresponsive. The elder monk instructed, "Help him sit up, let him rest on the edge of the bed." The young monk and an undercover man assisted Bien-yi, urging, "Third senior brother, awaken." The young monk's face reflected deep concern as he anxiously called out several more times, "Enough, do not trouble Master Hueda." The man in plain clothes carefully positioned Bien-yi at the edge of the bed, offering a hushed warning. The young monk covered his mouth, quickly silencing himself. "Master is about to guide the spirit. We must not disturb him." The prayer beads in the elder monk's hand encircled his wrist, and he extended 3 fingers, his gaze sharpening as he formed a seal, gently touching Bien-yi's forehead. Bien-yi, awaken. Yet time ticked by, and he remained unresponsive. "Remove his black robe." The elder monk issued the command. "Master, third senior brother." The young monk hesitated. "Remove it." The tone left no room for dissent. After a moment's turmoil, the young monk ultimately peeled away Bien-yi's black robe. Beneath the robe, the man's face, arms, and neck were laid bare to the air, revealing a patchwork of scars, varying in color and texture. A sight that would send shivers down anyone's spine. The elder monk formed a hand seal, his right hand tracing symbols before finally pressing his fingers to Bien-yi's chest. The man appeared overwhelmed by an acute sense of insecurity, as though compelled to awaken forcefully, yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not rouse himself. It was that woman, the one on the plane. In his struggle, he let out a cry, thoroughly awakening, "Third senior brother." After casting his spell, the elder monk stood aside, watching intently as the man expelled a foul breath from his mouth. It was gray, laced with an eerie red. The elder monk calculated with his fingers. Perceiving an anomaly, his eyes flickered with surprise. This reading was not empty. Bien-yi was in grave danger. For centuries, there has been a saying among the folk, if a person seeks out a fortune teller and, upon completion of the reading, the fortune teller informs them that no payment is required, the individual will burst into tears. Why, one might ask, does the absence of a fee elicit such sorrow instead of joy? One reason is that the individual is nearing the end of their life. Another is that calamity is imminent and unavoidable. Lastly, it could signify that they are devoid of good fortune. His disciple, unbeknownst of whom he has offended, seems destined to navigate the rest of his life devoid of luck. It nearly rendered the elder monk incapable of purging the murky energy surrounding him. "Master, I encountered a woman. She," Bien-yi, glancing at the black robe now discarded from his body, abruptly shifted his tone, his countenance transforming into one of madness. "Get out. All of you, get out. Where is my robe?" He pressed his face with great intensity, vehemently rejecting the young monk and the other man. "Bien-yi," the elder monk's voice lingered, subtly laced with admonishment, his gaze piercing as it bore down on Bien-yi's forehead. Chapter 92. Do not wail like a baby. He then feigned a sigh of resignation, addressing the two who had been pushed aside by Bien-yi. "You two may leave." "Yes, master." The young monk cast a worried glance at his third senior brother, hesitating for a few seconds before exiting. "Yes, Master Hueda." The man in plain clothes, seemingly aware of the situation, discreetly followed the young monk out. "This is an exorcism talisman. In the days to come, You will encounter misfortune without cease. Carry this talisman for 49 days, and it shall dispel the evil." Once the two departed, the elder monk regarded the frantic and disoriented Bien-Yi, tossing him an object akin to a peace talisman. Bien-Yi hung his head, his expression dark and sullen, initially failing to grasp the item, muttering, "Master, I was unable to stop the practitioners of Xianzhu from Huaxia." The elder monk's hand, which had been rotating the prayer beads, froze momentarily. "What do you mean?" "If I fell into a slumber for a day, it would be approximately." Bien-Yi hastily donned a black robe, for it was this very garment that bestowed upon him a semblance of security. He instructed Lao Er to cease his frivolities and, at the opportune moment, to deliver the captured practitioners of arcane arts to them. The old monk pivoted, bearing Bien-Yi upon his back, and commenced his exit. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly, pausing momentarily, and uttered, "Ideally, there should be no possibility of survival." "Indeed," Bien-Yi replied, recognizing him as the man in the black robe who had obstructed the safe passage of the practitioners to Binan that fateful day. His primary ability was to manipulate airflow. Yet, at this moment, he was entirely devoid of spiritual energy. That innate perception of a practitioner had vanished. Bien-Yi felt the environment around him shift dramatically, plunging him once more into darkness. As his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse, he relinquished the use of his spiritual power. Clutching the talisman meant to ward off calamity, he grasped it tightly in his palm. Perhaps he had fallen victim to that woman's curse. Perhaps in merely 49 days, he could regain his strength. Yes, it must be so. When Jingli arrived in Dian-Yi, it was precisely 6:15 in the morning, the hour when breakfast vendors began to set up their stalls. With the curiosity of a child, she wandered unabashedly at the entrance of the breakfast shop, seemingly intent on sampling each establishment. Nangong Qian trailed behind her like a devoted shadow, cautiously surveying their surroundings. After a while, Jingli suddenly realized she possessed no currency of Dian-Yi, and thus turned her gaze toward a group of individuals nearby. "Do you have any money?" she inquired, her demeanor reminiscent of a bandit leader as she addressed Wang Bin and his cohort with a stern countenance. Those men contemplated fleeing but found themselves ensnared. Each entangled in strands of invisible hair, asked the leader of the fraudsters. Wang Bin was naturally thrust forward to respond. He offered an awkward smile, his nervousness palpable under Jing Li's scrutiny, as they collectively felt as though their hidden intentions had been laid bare. "Yes, we have some," he stammered. "Boss, I have some too," Nangong Qian proclaimed haughtily, having prepared meticulously beforehand to exchange currency. A benevolent soul had offered to cover their expenses. The bandit leader accepted the offerings with nonchalance and patted Nangong Qian, instructing her to keep the money safe. "Boss, let us have one of everything," he commanded. Upon hearing this, the younger members felt little remorse. After all, the offerings were not varied, and it seemed reasonable for each of them to partake. However, Jing Li's subsequent actions left them utterly dumbfounded. In their eyes, she was undoubtedly the bandit leader. Like a long-awaited marauder raiding a village for provisions, she approached each shop with the same insatiable hunger, placing orders at every breakfast stall connected in proximity. The owners greeted her with beaming smiles, welcoming her as if she were a deity of fortune, encountering such a generous patron on the day of their opening. Meanwhile, Wang Bin and his associates appeared ashen-faced, calculating the toll this would take on their finances. All were mere commoners, laborers in their own right, and even as human traffickers, a significant portion of their earnings was surrendered to their superiors. Though they earned slightly more than the average person, their business was inherently unstable. No one could guarantee a continuous stream of victims. Coupled with their already substantial expenses, they found themselves with little money to spare. Jingli enlisted Nangong Qian to assist in carrying the breakfast, and the duo scurried back and forth multiple times before finally serving the meals. The table was a small, square folding one, burdened with dishes spilling over onto several others. Just as she began to relish her feast, Wang Bin and his companions approached, intending to occupy two adjacent tables. "What are you doing?" the girl queried. Holding a triangular bun, her fair visage illuminated by the morning sun, radiating an exquisite charm as she regarded them with a look of bewilderment. "Miss Liang, we are here to dine," Wang Bin replied, his bandaged face striving to convey a smile, though he grimaced at the pain as his wounds were inadvertently tugged at. "Oh, then you should choose another table. That one is occupied," Jing Li interjected at the opportune moment. expressing disapproval of their lack of decorum in sitting at a table laden with others' food. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wang Bin's group contorted in disbelief, so it was not meant for them. Wang Bin continued to force a ghastly smile. Miss Liang, is all this food just for you? And her, Jing Li added nonchalantly. She had grown accustomed to the notion that the boss had a hearty appetite. In truth, she was merely a filler, but it was indeed the case that the 3 tables were shared between them. I want some too, Nangong Qian chimed in. Initially, she had harbored hatred and fear toward them, disgusted by their treatment of young women. Yet now, she felt little emotion regarding their presence. Sometimes she genuinely found it difficult to discern whether those who encountered the boss were fortunate or unfortunate. Fortunate, like her, the boss treated her with great care. Had it not been for him, she likely would not have survived the Forbidden Mountain. She might have perished that very day. Unfortunate, like them, had they chosen to turn themselves in? She believed the boss would have turned a blind eye. Yet they opted to flee. Despite her current gentle demeanor, she understood that no one could fully comprehend the boss's intentions. However, she was acutely aware that the more polite and amiable the boss appeared, the more formidable he became. Thus, she bore no animosity toward these individuals. After all, no one could predict what the next moment might hold for them, or whether the one who had been swimming away in the sea, Qian Yong, would live or die. Who could say? The only certainty was that none among them could escape retribution. All this food for you. One of the younger members, ravenous and slightly dizzy, questioned aloud, his voice rising in disbelief. Jing Li set down her fork and, resting her chin on her palm, nonchalantly regarded him. What? Now that you're in our territory, you feel bold enough to shout? The atmosphere turned tense, as if a murder of crows had taken flight overhead. Nangong Qian gasped, startled into a fit of coughing. The boss's command of language was impeccable, so precise in its articulation. What are you looking at? By your own food. Their indignation mounted, for they too had paid for these meals. Ultimately, under the pressure of intimidation, they had no choice but to obediently reorder their food. Chapter 93. The flirtatious man seeing their predicament. Nangong Qian felt an undeniable thrill of satisfaction, relishing in their discomfort and adopting an air of triumph. A band of petty miscreants bullying Lingzi deserved to starve. These men, dominated by 2 women, simmered with anger but found themselves powerless as they witnessed Nangong Qian's taunts. They dared not retaliate, suppressing their fury and gritting their teeth, avoiding her gaze. Boss, I have a friend named Lin Zishan who was deceived and brought here. I don't know if she is alive or dead. Could you help me find out? Nangong Qian's thoughts turned to Lin Zishan, and her appetite vanished, her once bright demeanor dimming like a frostbitten eggplant. Pay up, Jingli replied, her eyes not lifting from her food in comparison to a human life. Money was inconsequential. She is nearing death. You cannot save her. Jingli continued to consume her meal, casually stating this after swallowing a mouthful. Lin Zishan was indeed on the verge of being tormented to death, not only physically but mentally. The most alarming aspect was her desire to give up. Such a subjective notion rendered her beyond rescue. A person who yearns for death cannot be saved by anyone. If she managed to hold on, it was likely due to a sliver of regret. Lin Zishan possessed beauty that allowed her to befriend a girl of high standing, a factor of considerable importance. Nangong Qian was not inherently malicious, but her standards for beauty were stringent. Jan Lingling might not have been striking, yet she exuded a certain businesswoman's charm. Lin Zishan, on the other hand, embodied a sweet innocence, evoking a desire to protect her. The mention of Lin Zishan, the tension in Nangong Qian's body snapped. She gripped the edge of the table, seeking a semblance of strength. Is there no hope? The tremor in her voice betrayed her anxiety. Lin Zishan had been her steadfast companion through thick and thin. They had shared mischief, received reprimands, and escaped together. These were their shared memories. There is hope? Really? She knew the boss was prone to grandiose claims. I can persuade her. We can go out together, return to a normal life. Jingli regarded her, taking note of the tears welling in Nangong Qian's eyes. The words caught in her throat, choking her resolve. She needed no imagination to discern the torment Lin Zishan had endured. Were their roles reversed? Would she wish to survive? Likely not. She had made that choice herself. Could she truly convince someone who had experienced such trials to continue living? Nangong Qian felt lost. Now that the boss had discerned Lin Zishan's whereabouts, How could she possibly rescue her? Should she seek the boss's assistance? As she observed Jing Li nonchalantly consuming her meal, exuding an air of indifference, she found herself at a loss for words. Surprisingly, Jing Li spoke first. The destination I seek is not in the same direction as Lin Zishan. The implication was clear. Nangong Qian understood. Her head drooped in disappointment. The boss would not go out of her way to rescue someone unrelated to her. Nangong Qian absent-mindedly nibbled on her food, her mind racing with possible strategies. The boss could provide direction, but how could she orchestrate the rescue? Should she contact her brother? Just then, 3 individuals entered the small shop. Boss, 3 servings of oil pancakes. Please, one woman conversed with the proprietor in the local dialect, flanked by 2 men. Jingli found the situation rather perplexing. She was speaking the standard Huaxia language, so how could the owner possibly understand her when she placed her order? Nangong Qian, seeming to possess an innate understanding akin to that of a parasitic worm, swiftly answered her inquiry with a natural ease, explaining that this area was close to Huaxia and that many Huaxia individuals were engaged in business here. Hence, they were all proficient in the Huaxia language. Oh, I see. The foodie responded dismissively, nodding her head. The woman possessed distinct local features. Her skin was a light brown, which might be considered quite dark for a Huaxia person. Her facial features were well defined, with standard almond-shaped eyes, creating an overall impression of delicate charm, enhanced by a curvaceous figure. Among the 2 men, one bore an ordinary appearance characteristic of local men, his gaze fixated on the woman, clearly invested in her. The other, however, was unmistakably Huaxia. With a buzz cut, a square face, phoenix eyes, a prominent nose, and skin of a yellowish-white hue, he was a clear indication of his non-local origins, appearing to be of above-average looks. Upon entering the establishment, he had scarcely spoken a word, exuding an air of superiority that was palpable. This was not the bustling center of DNE, and the group seemed unaccustomed to dining in such modest eateries. As Jing Li's voice resonated, all 3 turned their attention toward her. The woman instinctively cast her gaze toward the Huaxia man upon seeing Jing Li and Nangong Qian, as anticipated. The man's expression lit up in admiration upon beholding the 2. A sense of unease washed over the woman, who crossed her arms, deliberately stomped her foot, and feigned a pout, speaking in the local dialect, Si Yin, I just twisted my ankle. It hurts so much, to prevent the man from ignoring her. She tugged at his sleeve. Yet, before Si Yin could respond, the other man had already bent down in concern to inspect her foot. Seizing the moment while Si Yin was distracted, the woman swiftly altered her expression. Pushing the other man away with a warning glare in her eyes, Si Yin, irked by her antics, dismissed her with little regard, saying, Rarely is it that I am here. Let me see for myself. With that, he strode over to Jing Li's table. The woman could only glare resentfully in their direction, unhappily shoving the other man's hand away. My foot is fine. You eat your meal. The tall, robust figure cast a considerable shadow over the table. Jing Li set down her utensils, her displeasure evident as she raised her gaze. There's something you need? You're blocking my sunlight. Nangong Qian followed suit, looking on with confusion. What is wrong with him? Where did this obnoxious man come from? The group near Wang Bin observed the unfolding drama with amusement, relishing the spectacle of 2 local women confronting a local man. They surmised that the men in question were either wealthy or influential. Having heard tales of local elites seeking blessings from masters, with ordinary spirits being unable to approach them. Even if this woman were to summon minor specters, it would likely be futile. They envisioned the scene of the 2 women being apprehended, which was quite satisfying to them. May I have your contact information? The man inquired, his eyes shimmering with interest. Nangong Qian felt a wave of nausea wash over her and exclaimed, This is ridiculous. Which one do you wish to add? To her surprise, the man genuinely began to deliberate, scrutinizing both Jing Li and Nangong Qian with a serious demeanor. If the 2 esteemed ladies do not mind. May I request contact information from both? A charming smile graced his lips as he presented what he perceived to be his most appealing self. He had previously courted 2 girls simultaneously, leading to a rift in their friendship. But he felt confident these 2 would also willingly share their contact details. Nangong Qian, upon hearing this, felt her stomach churn. She had encountered shameless individuals before, but never one this brazen. As the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, she had attracted countless suitors, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. Who does this man think he is? She rolled her eyes in disbelief. Apologies, but the stench of scum is making me nauseous, she retorted. Her words blunt and devoid of courtesy, clutching her stomach as if she might retch at any moment. Jingli remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, reclining slightly as she regarded him with a sense of detached amusement. You! The average-looking man tightened his fists, forcing a habitual smile toward Jingli. Would you be willing to share your contact information with me? Certainly, Jingli replied with unexpected alacrity. Boss. Nangong Qian gasped in disbelief. How could you possibly find someone like this despicable man appealing? Politeness is essential in life, Jingli responded nonchalantly. Given that you know Yun Qi, how could you possibly be interested in someone like him? The heir of the Yun family is far superior. It's like comparing the heavens to the earth. Although he may be somewhat frail, his looks are extraordinarily handsome, and throughout these years, I have never heard of any scandal involving him. Nangong Qian expressed her confusion, believing Jingli to be somewhat naive regarding the nature of men today. Upon hearing Yun Qi's name, the man's hand faltered momentarily before he resumed his charming demeanor, trying to ingratiate himself with Jingli. What of Yun Qi? This time, it was Jingli's turn to be bewildered. She could not fathom why Nangong Qian would suddenly bring up that sickly individual. Just as Nangong Qian was about to speak again, the man proudly pulled out his phone and added Jingli's contact information, waving it triumphantly as he provocatively glanced at Nangong Qian. Not everyone is like you, someone who fails to recognize true worth and hastily judges others without appreciation for someone like C. Nangong Qian was incensed, her chest heaving with indignation as she caught sight of Jingli's calm demeanor, leaving her breathless with rage. Wang Bin's group seethed with resentment, realizing that this man was not merely seeking trouble. He was genuinely pursuing contact information. Their gazes shifted toward the local woman. A plan forming in their minds, Bin Gu, that local girl seems to fancy that man. Perhaps we can exploit that point, one of the younger men whispered conspiratorially to Wang Bin. Let her deal with that strange woman. I noticed the local girl has a protective charm. It seems to be from Jinjin Temple, so she should not fear any curses. Yes, he gestured stealthily to suggest slipping away. Another young man concurred. He felt a deep resentment toward Jingli, having lost nearly all his money. Suddenly, a metaphorical slap echoed, striking the face of the young man who had spoken. He clutched his face, wailing, "Who hit me? Keep your voice down, you lunatic," someone hissed, covering his mouth to avoid attracting attention. "We're all here. Who could have hit you?" The young man, bewildered, wondered if he had begun to hallucinate due to fear. After a moment, Wang Bin nodded, approving of their scheme. One of the group approached Jingli, saying, "Miss Liang, you are truly beautiful, far more so than that girl over there, and no wonder her friend is smitten with you." His smile was lewd, and he spoke loudly, casting a sideways glance at the local woman. Jingli raised an eyebrow, regarding the young man with a peculiar expression. "Sayen, do you truly have feelings for that woman?" She teased, pointing at him with a mock pout. The local woman, appearing to be a naive romantic, seemed oblivious to the underlying mockery, her trust in the man evident as she appeared pacified. "Really?" she asked, her tone brightening with excitement. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, one of Wang Bin's lackeys hastily added fuel to the fire, pretending to address Jingli while actually targeting the local woman. "Miss Liang, some people are truly oblivious, lacking in looks yet bursting with misplaced confidence. It's a mystery where their self-esteem comes from. I wouldn't accept such a woman even as a gift." His words seemed to advocate for Jingli, eliciting confusion from Nangong Qian, who remained seated, puzzled by his intentions. Has he lost his mind? Why is he suddenly praising the boss when he was so fearful before? Upon hearing this, Jingli shot him a cold glance, prompting him to fall silent, which only served to emphasize her authority, as if he were simply a pawn under her command. The local woman could no longer contain her frustration. "Dare you utter another word? Huaxia people are all shameless. How dare you speak of me in such a way? I'll cut out your tongues with that." She stood up, ready to confront them. The man who admired her could not tolerate the disparagement of his local counterpart. Rising in fury to admonish Wang Bin's lackey, Wang Bin's group, undeterred, met their aggression head-on. "Come on, you're ugly to begin with, and you expect not to be criticized. You can't possibly compare to our young lady." Laughter erupted from the lackey, who pointed mockingly at Jingli. The man, Han Sheng, issued a stern warning while simultaneously attempting to soothe the local woman, but she was like a powder keg, ready to explode. This is DNE. A group of despicable men dares to compare me to that woman. I will not let this slide. He must be that woman who provoked my bodyguards, and you, I will make you aware of my power. The local woman, thoroughly enraged, directed her ire toward Jingli, pulling out her phone and dialing, speaking a flurry of words in a language Jingli could not comprehend, as if summoning reinforcements. Everyone, come here. Yes, all of you, she shouted into the phone. Chapter 95. Are you sure you want me to kneel? Faced with unfounded accusations, Jingli found her meal suddenly unappetizing. She gazed at the agitated local woman, her expression cool and laced with displeasure. The young man beside her fell silent, wearing a smug expression. Just as he reveled in his moment of triumph, a chill coursed through him, causing his body to stiffen. Caught in their own hubris, they had forgotten about that hair. Nangong Qian, perplexed, wondered whom they had offended. Why was this woman unleashing such vitriol upon them? Were the locals in Diani truly this unreasonable? Already distressed by her encounter with the scoundrel, Nangong Qian rose abruptly, turning to scrutinize the local woman from head to toe. Hey, are you out of your mind? The boss hasn't uttered a single word. So who are you pointing at? This is completely unreasonable. Nangong Qian shot back, her anger bubbling to the surface. Ah, Han Shang, tear her mouth off. The local woman shrieked. Two alluring little vixens. The uncouth ones always relish shouting and screaming. You're not even worthy of a single finger of the boss's. Aside from commanding your sycophants to bully us, what else can you do? No wonder that scoundrel doesn't fancy you. The small group of young men stood frozen, too frightened to speak. Unaware of their intentions, Nangong Qian inadvertently stoked the flames in her defense of Jingli Xian. Feeling the tension rise, suddenly turned pale. The local woman, furious, shouted, Han Shang, how could you defend them? Her face contorted with rage, her cheeks twitching noticeably. I don't care. This is your last chance. You either bind them, or I will have my father send someone else to deal with it. Han Shang hesitated. Finding the situation absurd, in broad daylight, they were attempting to kidnap someone. Were there no laws here? Nangong Qian was truly incensed, her displeasure with the local woman palpable. As the esteemed daughter of the Nangong family, she had never encountered anyone so adept at issuing commands. She pointed at the stall owners, yet they cowered away, pretending not to see. The realization dawned on her. These locals were clearly siding with their compatriots. Even if they were apprehended, none would come to their aid. The local woman scanned the area. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, utterly ignoring the conflict. Even if you're kidnapped, what can you do? This is Diani, not Huaxia. Humph. Nangong Qian scoffed, unimpressed and undeterred by her threats. You're like a dog that can only bark, fit to howl in your own territory. Who knows if you'd be beaten to death outside of Diani? Shut up, Han Shang. Hurry. Otherwise, I'll have my father transfer you tomorrow. The local woman resumed her shrill commands. Upon hearing the threat of being transferred, Han Shang, no longer hesitating, raised his head and looked helplessly towards Nangong Qian and Jingli, politely uttering, I'm sorry. He moved to approach them. Duo. Seeing Han Shang genuinely about to take action, Xian warned him in a low voice, his tone far from the gentleness he showed to Jingli. The local woman, Duo, glared at Xian, her resentment intensifying as she observed his protective stance towards the two women. Brother Xian, no matter what you say, I will teach her a lesson. Unless she kneels and apologizes to me. She looked down her nose at Nangong Qian, a foreign woman devoid of power or influence. What did it matter if she had some money? The bodyguards surrounding her were frail. Han Shang alone could handle them. Duo pointed viciously at Jingli, declaring, not just her. She must kneel too. Jingli sat casually, the worn-out furniture appearing unimpressive, yet her presence exuded a regal air. As the situation escalated, the instigators stood mute, too intimidated to speak. Are you certain you wish for me to kneel? Jingli retorted. Just kneel. Even if you beg for mercy now, it won't make a difference. Duo, mistakenly believing Jingli to be intimidated, became even more provocative. Upon hearing such baseless insults directed at her boss, Nangong Qian could only laugh in exasperation. Kneel? Where do you get such audacity? You think you're someone special? It's one thing to spout such drivel at me, but to expect my boss to kneel. You must be out of your mind, having encountered such an unreasonable woman for the first time. Even Nangong Qian was left speechless. In the capital, Someone like her would have been swiftly silenced. Duo gritted her teeth, declaring, "You will soon know who I am." She pulled out her phone and began dialing multiple numbers. Urging each contact to hurry, Jingli remained serene, appearing indifferent to the chaos surrounding her, as though untouched by the turmoil. "I hope you have good fortune," she said with a genuine smile. Upon hearing those words, Nangong Qian took a seat, sensing that someone was about to face dire consequences. The young men, having grasped Jingli's temperament, understood that her calm demeanor often heralded misfortune for others, particularly when she offered blessings. Their companions were still out at sea, uncertain of their fates. Yin, perceiving the situation was spiraling, gently intervened, preventing Han Shang from approaching. "Don't get involved in her antics." He then turned to Duo, casting her a disapproving glance. "Stop this." Playing the role of the peacemaker, he addressed Nangong Qian and Jingli. "You should leave now. Duo doesn't harbor ill intentions. She's just a child at heart. Please, show her some understanding." He resembled an adult apologizing on behalf of a child, seemingly adept at soothing Duo's agitation. While appearing to rescue Jingli from distress, he was subtly pacifying Duo as well. Chapter 96. Bind her indeed. Under his quick words, Duo calmed down, standing behind Yin with a bashful demeanor, her dark cheeks flushing a shade of crimson. She hesitated, her lips moving as if to speak, but was interrupted by Yin. "I'm just friends with them, Duo. You should be more polite." She shot a disgruntled glare at Jingli and Nangong Qian, but as soon as Yin glanced her way, her expression softened, becoming sweet and innocent. "Brother Yin, they really are mean. They just insulted me, especially her. Why aren't you helping me teach them a lesson?" She pointed at Nangong Qian, clinging to Yin's arm in a display of affection. Yin eyed her grip on his arm with distaste, while Han Shang stood to the side, looking wounded. "Ugh, how disgusting! A scoundrel and a shameless woman. None of them are worth anything." Nangong Qian felt a shiver run down her spine. She had no intention of indulging them. She had already perceived that the boss did not strike her as someone who would simply placate a scoundrel with a few kind words. Seizing the moment, she took the opportunity to express her thoughts. "Boss, look, that scoundrel out there has no idea how many women he has deceived, including that Duo who has been fooled into forgetting herself. It's terrifying. You must delete his contact immediately." Aside from being a bit frightening and physically weak, the prince is exceptional in every other aspect. Family background, looks, character. Who wouldn't he praise him? Nangong Qian had only recently seen Yun Qi, and he truly was an exceptionally handsome man, rare in appearance and stature. His aura was ethereal, as if untouched by the mundane world. Such a presence was something she felt she had only seen in the boss. Yun Qi was well protected by the Yun family, rarely seen by others, and his privileged upbringing endowed him with an air of unapproachable nobility. Yet the boss was merely an ordinary university student. How could she also command such an ethereal presence? Her beauty was disarming yet unassuming, akin to a gentle beauty from a painting, yet her serene demeanor could evoke chills in others. Nangong Qian's words did not shy away from anyone present. Yin, clearly unsettled, bore a grim expression, his chest heaving as if suppressing something. "What do you know? How dare you slander Brother Yin?" Jingli cast a fleeting glance at her, then turned her gaze to Nangong Qian. Puzzled, "Prince? Who?" "Oh." Nangong Qian, noticing Jingli's lack of reaction, grew anxious. "You can't really be interested in such a scoundrel, can you? Just because he is somewhat decent looking? If he were truly handsome, she couldn't bring herself to say so. He was merely above average, far from the prince's level. Even if the boss appreciated looks, it seemed more fitting for her to admire the prince, in terms of character, in just a few minutes. She had gleaned enough to understand what kind of person he was. It seems she is the type to rely on others while pretending to be lofty. It is evident that Duo comes from a family with a modicum of wealth and harbors affections for this scoundrel, whose every word seems to be nothing more than a mere pretense to appease her. He holds no regard for her. Jingli answered honestly, which allowed Nangong Qian to finally feel at ease. Upon hearing this, Yin's expression darkened further. Nangong Qian then inquired, "Why did you add him to your contacts?" "To make friends, of course. As the old saying goes, a friend gained is a path gained. Who knows whether this path will be convenient?" Jingli replied with a cheerful smile, which slightly improved Yin's demeanor and lifted his spirits. Nangong Qian intended to further persuade Jingli but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp voice. Pa, how could you not admire such an outstanding person as Brother Si Yin? If you don't, it only proves your blindness. I will not allow you to criticize him. Duo strode over, swinging her arms as she slapped the air. Smack! Nangong Qian dodged in time, yet Duo, exerting too much force, ended up striking the table with a resounding thud. She exclaimed, her hand trembling in pain, leaving a crack in the already worn-out table. I will not let you off easily. Enough, Duo do not act childishly. Your temper is easily provoked. How will your father trust you with the family business in the future? Si Yin admonished Duo, then turned to Jingli with a look of genuine remorse. I apologize for the trouble my sister has caused you. You may leave now. She will not trouble you further. His demeanor was sincere. Brother Si Yin, they haven't even knelt before me. Duo was no longer swayed by such words. What? Her tone rose significantly. What do you think you can do to me? Do you know who my father is? Regardless, I have bodyguards who do not look kindly upon your childish antics, and besides, there are only 3 of you now. Jing Li's sardonic tone resurfaced, her face serene, like a still lake devoid of ripples. The younger men, having been singled out, dared not laugh or move, standing there with forced smiles, pretending to be Jing Li's entourage, a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. Wang Bin glared at the young man who had suggested the plan. His swollen eyes filled with disdain, wishing to slap him. Kidnap her? Unexpectedly, Jing Li did not waste her breath like Duo. She simply issued an order. Duo was caught off guard as the reluctant henchman moved to apprehend them. The scene devolved into chaos. The proprietors, distressed over their damaged furniture, dared not intervene, for it was clear that the opposing party possessed formidable influence, and no one wished to invite trouble over a few tables and chairs. Han Sheng proved to be quite formidable, displaying exceptional skill. Those men found no advantage against her. The henchmen were already battered from previous encounters, injuries inflicted by Jing Li herself, and now, even in a group assault, they were unable to gain the upper hand. Han Sheng remained unscathed, while several of their brothers lay groaning on the ground. Wang Bin, cowering behind Jing Li, offered empty flattery in her ear. Yet, Jing Li remained unyielding, merely stating, "Leave," with an air of authority. A chill crept up Wang Bin's neck, as if his carotid artery could be pierced at any moment. Before long, all the assailants lay defeated on the ground. Wang Bin attempted to feign bravado but ended up sprawled alongside them. Just then, the reinforcements summoned by Duo arrived with a menacing presence. Chapter 97. Playing dead, you might just die. The street was cleared in an instant. Onlookers, witnessing the intimidating group, hurriedly packed up their stalls, anxious to avoid unwanted trouble. In a short while, the once bustling street fell eerily silent, save for the occasional groan from Wang Bin's crew. Yet, some clever souls, hearing the commotion, lay still, feigning death. They recognized they were no match for the others and could only pretend to be lifeless to avoid further suffering. Unfortunately for them, someone was determined to ruin their ruse. Jing Li spoke coolly, feigning death, and you might truly meet your end. Her gaze swept around, her face adorned with a sardonic smile as if mocking. Look, since we are allies, and you all call me miss, should you not fight to protect me? Who knows, perhaps they cannot even best you. Upon hearing this, the faces of those men turned pale, each wishing to curse the young man who had suggested the plan. They all knew this woman was a force to be reckoned with and had now provoked her. They had no choice but to rise, each acutely aware of the invisible pressure weighing down upon them, their lives hanging by a thread. Nangong Qian cast an ungracious glare at the group, then shifted her focus to the brawny men approaching, each wielding weapons that could claim numerous lives. Wang Bin and his cohorts appeared as mere foot soldiers in the eyes of these new arrivals. Deemed inconsequential, Miss, the leader of the newcomers stepped forward, bowing before Duo, with the others following suit. They bore the air of a gang rather than respectable individuals. "Its them," Duo exclaimed, pointing arrogantly at Jing Li and her companions. Si Yin, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond his control, attempted to calm Duo's agitation. However, Duo stood defiantly among her armed entourage, blocking Si Yan's approach. His gaze sharpened as he said, "Duo, your dogs are obstructing me. Tell them to stand down." She clutched her swollen hand, shrieking, "Go and bring those 2 women here, and make them kneel at my feet." Jingli watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, eager to witness the weaponry in action. Yet, her attention was drawn to a figure among the crowd. He appeared to have been severely beaten, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a swollen right cheek, and a bruised eyelid. His suit was tattered, the jacket lost somewhere, and his trousers ripped to the thigh, exposing his underwear. His wrists were bound, and he was being led like a dog. How fortuitous, Tiske. Jingli remained seated on the dilapidated chair, making no move to rise. She observed the man, whose spirit seemed crushed, head bowed, his expression unreadable, when he sensed her gaze and looked up to see Jingli. He was taken aback, speechless. "Hello, Mr. Li," it was the man from the airplane, the one who had sat beside Jingli. "Have you found your daughter?" Jingli inquired with sincere concern. "It appears your situation is rather dire." She gestured subtly to the group surrounding them. Those henchmen were indeed Duo Yi's lackeys, here to teach them a lesson. If they could capture them and sell them off, it would undoubtedly bring considerable profit. The leader's eyes gleamed with avarice at the prospect. Before selling them, they would have full rights to deal with them as they pleased. Wangbin sensed the leader's hungry gaze and shivered, recalling that he had once harbored similar intentions. However, these men belonged to a larger organization, and they were merely small-time players. Engaging with such a powerful group was fraught with peril. They understood the risks of being devoured by the very wolves they sought to ally with. Each member bore some protective charm, and they were armed. Could Liang Jingli still contend with them? Yet, the most pressing concern was that these men now regarded them as part of Liang Jingli's faction. Wangbin cursed himself for involving them in such a fruitless endeavor. Upon receiving the command, the henchmen surged forward. Amid the chaos, Duo Yi stood proudly in the background, reveling in her perceived triumph. "Do you still recognize him?" They dragged Li Zikai forward, asking, "Are you all in cahoots?" The men leered at Jingli and Nangong Qian with ill intentions, their eyes glinting with malice. Nangong Qian was originally standing. Observing Jingli still seated nearby, she moved a chair closer, leaning against Jingli in pursuit of a sense of security. It is a fundamental courtesy to refrain from interrupting others while they speak. Jingli lounged casually, her back resting against the chair, her gaze imbued with an air of indifference. "Mr. Li," she turned her attention to Li Zikai, who wore a pained and contorted expression, struggling against his predicament. Yet, recalling his previous experiences of violence, he could only suppress his instincts, his eyes flickering with a final glimmer of hope upon seeing Jingli. "Can you truly save my daughter?" Chapter 98. No need. "I don't particularly wish to spare you, I can save your daughter." This phrase had become his sole source of hope. Naturally, Jingli languidly rose to her feet, absent-mindedly touching her neck, which had grown weary from the prolonged position. Nangong Qian, in turn, also stood alongside Jingli. Zikai, filled with agitation, was consumed by hope at her words. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, his voice hoarse and overwhelmed with emotion. "Shut up! Sit down!" The first command was directed at Li Zikai, while the latter was a loud warning to Jingli. The armed man bellowed angrily, incensed by their audacity. "If you kneel and beg for mercy and slap yourselves, I might consider sparing you." Dui chimed in at the opportune moment, her expression one of condescension. "On account of Brother Siyuan, I might allow you to keep your limbs intact." After speaking, she turned her gaze to Siyuan, her malicious demeanor replaced with a facade of sympathy. Siyuan's piercing gaze remained fixed on her, his expression dark enough to elicit dread. Yet, at this moment, he refrained from playing the benevolent figure advocating for Jingli and her companions. Anmaru, the foremost enforcer of the local underworld, was also the leader of the largest criminal organization and Dui's father. He had not anticipated that he would be among those present. If it were someone else, perhaps it would be more tolerable. His current dissatisfaction with Dui's disobedience was palpable, and he felt no guilt for the two girls she had wronged. Aware that Siyuan was angry, Dui wore a look of feigned innocence. Yet her rebellious spirit only intensified her desire to deal with Jingli and her friends. "Are you threatening me?" Jingli retorted to the one reprimanding her. Meanwhile, Nangong Qian spat derisively in Dui's direction, calling her a malicious wretch, a typical spoiled brat destined for the depths of hell. Previously, Nangong Qian would never have uttered such words as the depths of hell, nor did she believe in the existence of such a place after death. However, having endured those unnatural experiences, she had come to accept the reality of such notions. "Threatening you?" Ha ha ha, do you really think I would need to threaten someone as insignificant as you? The men roared with laughter, showing no respect for Jingli, even disregarding the minions beside her. If it weren't for the lady, I would have shot you on the spot. Someone pointed a gun at Jingli. Kill her. Shoot that wicked woman, Dwai, infuriated, stamped her foot and demanded, first, kill her. Let us see how that woman reacts. Watch her kneel and beg for mercy. One by one, she urged, will you kneel? Dwai laughed cruelly. Enough noise, with a resounding slap. Dwai stumbled and fell to the ground. She covered her face, feeling slightly dazed. Who hit me? The others, being Dwai's followers, turned to see what had occurred. There's no one beside you. Stop pretending. Siyuan expressed his growing disdain for Dwai, his words dripping with coldness. Brother Siyuan, someone really slapped me. Look, Dwai pointed to her reddened cheek. On the verge of tears, one of Wang Bin's subordinates had also received a slap from afar and, seeing Dwai's predicament, nervously glanced around, fearing the presence of ghosts. Siyuan observed her reddened face, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Could it be he has come? This situation did not appear to be his handiwork. Ha 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 ha, serves you right. Karma has come for you. Nangong Qian laughed heartily, unashamedly mocking those who dared to seek her demise. You're frightened, but not enough to be deterred. Hit her. What's the point of being alive? Dwai trembled with rage, covering her face, and shouted, kill her. The members of Dwai's group, emboldened by her words, raised their guns, ready to avenge her. Go. A voice rang out from the front, as the group of quail-like minions surrounded them. They recklessly charged forward, believing that these two women's bodyguards appeared weak and would not risk their lives for them in a moment of peril. Unexpectedly, the uniquely poised girl uttered a single word. Upon hearing it, the crowd surged forward like madmen. Wang Bin's group cursed under their breath, realizing their bodies were no longer under their control. The two factions quickly engaged in a fierce brawl. The side armed with guns held the upper hand. Bang! Someone charged straight into the line of fire, the gunshots echoing through the streets, causing every household to shut their doors, apprehensively hiding indoors. No one dared to watch the commotion any longer. Such incidents were common in their country, and they had grown accustomed to them. Diani, a nation known for its lawlessness, soon saw Wang Bin's group lying in a pool of blood, their eyes wide open in death, unable to close them. Nangong Qian trembled, huddled next to Jingli. As she witnessed the lifeless bodies in that moment, she was torn between sympathy for them and a desire to celebrate. These thugs, how could they possibly stand in front of them? Surely, they were pawns of a greater power. She looked toward the powerful figure, whose expression was devoid of any trace of humanity. I told you, surrendering would have been wise. There was still room for survival. Dwai's faction radiated an air of ruthlessness, perhaps believing she and the powerful figure still held value, which is why they refrained from acting immediately. The leader's hands were stained with blood, the surrounding environment marred by crimson splatters. The boss's stall was utterly splattered with gore. Their group laughed mockingly, their bloodied faces a testament to the cruelty inherent in their lives. Reckless fools. They kicked the corpses of Wang Bin's group, trampling over them with disdain. The only fortunate one was Wang Bin. For reasons unknown, he had not rushed in. Surely, it was that woman. His mind began to unravel, his gaze toward Jingli filled with profound terror. If the hair could move, perhaps it was a plea for a master to resolve the situation, but the ability to control others was truly terrifying. The group dragged the bodies to a designated spot, completely disregarding Jingli and her companion. Their words were bold and unapologetic, showing no fear of retribution. The leader wiped the blood from his hands, grinning maliciously at Jingli and her companion. Miss, I believe selling them might be more satisfying. What do you think? He inquired of Dwight. Dwight's expression was one of vengeful delight. While she relished the thought, she also considered her gentle persona, opting to feign kindness in her counsel to Jingli and her friends. If you kneel and apologize to me, perhaps no need. I don't particularly wish to spare you, Jingli interrupted. You all appear quite unappealing to me. To those surrounding them, her words were met with astonishment. Even on the brink of death, she dared to speak so boldly, as if defying fate itself. Had they heard her correctly? Chapter 99. A brawl ensued. This woman claimed she would not spare them? Laughter erupted. All your people are dead. You're left with only the disabled. Surely you can't expect this ragtag to take us on, right? Ha 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 ha. They were referring to Wang Bin, who was wrapped in bandages. Wang Bin felt the weight of their stares upon him, akin to being subjected to intense scrutiny. Arrest them all. The leader's laughter abruptly ceased, his demeanor shifting to one of dark resolve. Boss, let us flee. Let that beast shield us from the bullets. Nangong Qian whispered her suggestion, which Wang Bin overheard. How could such a delicate young lady be so ruthless? He realized, with a sense of self-awareness, that he was the beast she referred to. His mind raced, piecing together why this woman had not stepped forward earlier. It was all a ploy to wait for him. Jingli regarded the girl grasping her clothing with surprise, astonished that the seemingly innocent girl had such complex thoughts. She kept Wang Bin around for his utility, not as a shield against bullets. Taking a step back, Jingli sought to create distance from the others, noting, the scent is rather unpleasant. Theo those around her. This action appeared as a sign of fear. Dui smirked triumphantly, glaring venomously at Jingli, wishing she could mar her flawless face. The genes of the Huaxia people are indeed superior, their skin perpetually fair and supple. Exuding their gentle temperament, bind them, she coldly commanded. Even if they knelt and begged for mercy, she would not spare them. The two individuals at the front quickly advanced, rolling up their sleeves, intent on subduing Jingli and Nangong Qian. The individuals standing behind wore sinister smiles, seemingly underestimating the two young girls and their potential to stir up trouble. They stood by, eagerly anticipating the pleas for mercy from the duo, relishing in their long-held malicious amusement. The girl lifted her gaze, a fleeting chill flashing through her eyes. Her hair danced restlessly, reflecting her unwillingness. Qin Ruolin silently protested, I refuse to go. They carry talismans that might damage my hair. Jing Li's instructions to Qin Ruolin fell on deaf ears, and with a resigned sigh, she acknowledged the ineffectiveness of her enforcer. The so-called protective charms had not escaped Jing Li's attention. The human traffickers from Diani, having committed numerous misdeeds, often sought solace in various temples, praying for safety. Alternatively, burdened by guilt, they carried items believed to be blessed, hoping to ward off malevolent forces. A vengeful spirit, particularly after absorbing the power of the Bronze Man, Qin Ruolin harbored no fear of the charms adorning those around her. Yet, the supernatural still preferred to avoid such objects. Just like now, Qin Ruolin hesitated, fretting over the potential harm to her hair, unwilling to approach. Indeed, one could hardly rely on a capricious ghost as an enforcer. When dealing with humans, it was best to employ human henchmen. Jingli resolved that once this matter was settled, she would hire a few bodyguards to ensure her safety. The girl moved with remarkable speed, seizing the arms of the two approaching individuals in an instant, a sharp crack echoing as their faces contorted in agony. They emitted pained groans from deep within their throats before their arms fell limply by their sides. As another hand swung toward her, she deftly locked the shoulder and forcefully collided with the attacker. The two collided, instantly dizzy, unable to discern their surroundings, their heads buzzing with the cacophony of shouts and the sounds of conflict. Those who had relied on their minor skills to intimidate now found their dismissive expressions fading. Let's take them down together. Si Yin had initially expected the two women to come pleading for his assistance, perhaps allowing him the opportunity to extricate them from this predicament. However, the unfolding events had clearly exceeded his expectations. The girl navigated effortlessly among the throng, the sound of cracking bones punctuating the chaos as tables and chairs lay scattered. Remnants of the brawl. Wang Bin, taking advantage of the confusion, crawled out from the crowd, albeit sustaining a few blows, his white bandages already stained red with fresh wounds. He wore a sorrowful expression, hiding beneath a cabinet, lamenting the demise of his companions while desperately wishing to survive. As the chaos unfolded, those around him hurled insults, their choice of words far from pleasant, causing Jingli to subtly furrow her brow. The girl appeared to possess boundless energy, striking her assailants with a palpable force that was evident in their pained expressions. Her seemingly light movements belied a hidden ferocity. She bore no discernible expression. Yet the most vociferous of her detractors lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, having succumbed to unconsciousness, trampled by the frenzy. Nangong Qian could not play the role of Jing Li's shadow. Instead, she resorted to covertly striking from behind, relying on her immense luck to evade capture, wielding a club to deliver heavy blows to her adversaries. Her efforts bore fruit as several individuals succumbed to her strikes. Si Yan's astonishment grew. While others remained oblivious, he, as a practitioner of arcane arts, discerned the subtle power emanating from Jing Li's wrists, a layer of spiritual energy enveloping her, each strike infused with immeasurable strength. She was a practitioner of arcane arts. Amidst the tumult, a piercing voice rang out, "Open fire!" A frantic female shout pierced the chaos. The armed individual reacted swiftly, scanning for Jing Li's figure, a cruel smile creeping onto his face as he prepared to unleash death. Bang, 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 watch out! Nangong Qian trembled at the sight of the gun, her breath nearly hitching in her throat, aware of the lethal potential it wielded. Jing Li, seizing one of those attempting to grasp her, swiftly pulled him before her. The shooter, however, was not particularly skilled. After 3 shots, only one found its mark, grazing the side of the individual Jing Li held, barely inflicting any critical injury. Jing Li glanced at the wall, where the bullet had embedded itself, leaving a distinct crater. Her interest intensified, finding the situation delightfully intriguing. She discarded the man she had been holding and focused intently on the gun in the shooter's hand, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The shooter felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this girl a ghost? Her speed was inhuman, accompanied by an extraordinary strength. A gunshot rang out, aimed at Jing Li, but she was long gone from her earlier position, materializing behind the gunman as if she were a specter. "Got you," she sang out in a haunting tone, deliberately elongating her words. The scene froze as the man widened his eyes, feeling as though time had slowed. The girl calmly took the gun from his grasp. It was a deliberate act, not a mere theft. In that moment, he felt an emptiness in his mind, his body rendered immobile, watching helplessly as she claimed the weapon. The others stood in shock, witnessing this surreal spectacle. The leader regained his composure and immediately aimed his gun at Jing Li, disregarding the girl beside her as he was blinded by rage. However, at that moment, another shot rang out, faster than his reflexes. He clutched his abdomen in agony, staggering backward, unable to maintain his grip on the gun, retreating behind his companions, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The excruciating pain prevented him from straightening his back. Alas, even from a distance, Jing Li's next shot found its target, striking his leg. Jing Li reveled in exhilaration, her smile widening, a hint of red glimmering in her eyes. A testament to her bloodlust. How delightful it was to encounter such thrilling circumstances. Yet, to her dismay, she discovered her ammunition was alarmingly scarce. After 2 shots, she was left unable to fire again. Disinterested, she tossed the gun aside. The onlookers were left astonished, unable to comprehend how a seemingly delicate girl could so impassively wield a gun with lethal precision. Was she truly an ordinary person? Si Yan's pupils trembled. Not only was she a practitioner of arcane arts, but her marksmanship and speed were extraordinary. What was her true power? Could she possess dual abilities, speed and strength? The ensuing chaos escalated. Those who had previously underestimated Jing Li now surged forward, their initial disdain replaced with a dawning sense of fear. They were seasoned individuals accustomed to dealing with the dead, yet an inexplicable dread gripped them in the presence of a mere girl. However, she was no lamb ready for slaughter. With a calm demeanor, she began counting, 1, 2, 3. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the street, growing increasingly closer, unmistakably approaching their location. Soon, another group arrived on the scene. "Hands up," a voice commanded. Gunshots rang out into the air. The initial group fell silent, and an assailant attempting to approach Jing Li was swiftly taken down. Overwhelmed by the oncoming crowd, as they scrambled to their feet, they cursed loudly, seemingly believing that raising their voices would quell the fear swelling within them. Upon seeing their leader, Nangong Qian's body stiffened, hiding behind the crowd, unable to raise her head. Yet, he had already spotted her, his gaze drifting between Jing Li and Nangong Qian. Jing Li remained composed, revealing no trace of surprise, while Si Yin wore a grim expression. Indeed, it was him, Nangong Qianhe. His voice cut through the air like a death knell, causing Nangong Qian to tremble. "This is bad. My brother is here." She forced an awkward smile, her face betraying her speechlessness. "Brother, what a coincidence to see you here. Shouldn't I be asking you how you ended up here?" His gaze pierced her like a knife, compelling her to lower her head again in fear. Sorry to interrupt, but she is with me," Jing Li interjected, raising her hand in a gesture of honesty. Jingli, unperturbed by Nangong Qian's demeanor, acknowledged the truth of the matter. After all, it appeared she had indeed taken his sister. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qian felt as though the sky was collapsing around her, tears welling up in her eyes as she felt both relieved and unfortunate. Consequently, the young lady, emboldened by the presence of her brother, immediately switched to a mode of accusation. Big brother, it's her who allowed these people to bully me, demanded that I kneel, threatened to sever my arm, and even spoke of selling me off as a companion. Nangong Qian rambled in a rush, her words tumbling out in a frantic stream. With her brother's arrival, she felt a glimmer of hope for Shanshan. Pointing at the accused Duo Yi, who was seething with rage and eager to confront Nangong Qian, was restrained by Han Shang, who sensed the strength of the opposing group. So you found some backup, have you? I thought you were merely arrogant, but it seems you have some power behind you. Let me tell you, my father will not let you off easily, Duo Yi snarled, brandishing her phone to summon more reinforcements. This is Diani, not a place where you Huaxia people can rampage. Jingli had little interest in their squabbling. She stepped lightly, perhaps unaware that the individuals engaged in a fierce standoff nearby had not noticed her movements. She half-squatted before Li Zikai, kindly inquiring, "Are you all right?" He attempted to grasp Jingli, but she evaded him. Her tone icy and resolute, "Speak only of business." What a disgraceful display! He wished to seize her with his bloodied hand. How filthy! Li Zikai, realizing his impropriety, felt a pang of shame. He had always prided himself on his decorum. Thinking of his daughter, he had lost his composure. Stammering, he uttered, "I apologize for my rudeness." The middle-aged man, evidently of decent character, recognized the need for an apology and was perceptive to the unspoken nuances around him. "Miss Liang, could you possibly save my daughter?" He had been deceived. Initially, he had brought money to the southern border in hopes of rescuing his daughter, only to discover that the unscrupulous individuals had taken his money without fulfilling their promise. His daughter had long since been sold to Diani. He too had fallen victim to their persecution and had been captured by this gang, I said. "Certainly," the girl replied, her smile widening, "but the price has doubled. As I previously mentioned, Dio, you still have the funds?" Li Zikai's expression shifted from one of hope to one of despair. His money had been swindled. What a poor bargain, for would he not have to rescue her as well? Jingli appeared contemplative. Li Zikai grew anxious. While he had initially doubted Jingli's capabilities, witnessing her prowess had filled him with a glimmer of final hope. "Miss Liang, I have only this amount left. The rest was taken by those beasts. If you can save my daughter, I will do anything you ask of me in the future." In moments of desperation, one clings tightly to any semblance of hope, regardless of whether it is a poison or something else entirely. If it is poison, they merely wish for a slower demise. Is that true? Li Zikai was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the significance of her last words, and he immediately affirmed, "Absolutely, if you can save my daughter. I shall heed your every command, Miss Liang." The agreement was reached swiftly. In the human experience, Jingli required a reliable ally to aid her in accumulating wealth. Li Zikai was a commendable manager, yet he would likely need to adapt to certain realities. Upon hearing her sister's plaintive cries, Nangong Qingha's expression grew increasingly frigid. Qian Rui stood nearby, his brows furrowed, glaring at the gang, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Tension mounted on both sides. Ultimately, the skirmish concluded amidst Duo Yi's furious shouts. The opposing group, already wearied by Jingli's previous efforts, proved no match for Nangong Qingha's faction. Each adversary was swiftly dispatched to the ground. Only Han Xing stood protectively in front of Duo Yi, ensuring her safety. Duo Yi raged, her words laced with indignation. Having never experienced such humiliation, she regarded the Huaxia people as venomous insects to be eradicated. Her heart seething with unresolved resentment. "If my father discovers this, none of you will leave Diani alive." In such dire circumstances, she continued to scream vehemently. A sudden, sharp cry broke through the chaos as she received another slap. "You are truly insufferable," Jingli sighed, her forehead pressed against her palm. The modern woman was indeed excessively loud. Duo Yi, caught off guard, felt the sting of yet another slap, her cheeks flushed a vivid red. Clutching her face, she turned in disbelief, unaware of the assailant lurking nearby. After being struck twice in quick succession, she was left dazed, suspecting that someone was toying with her, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her torment. As if the slaps had materialized from thin air, the thought of an invisible adversary targeting her sent a chill down her spine. Each blow seemed to cleanse the air, leaving Jingli to revel in the newfound silence. She glanced at Nangong Qinghe, entrusting him with the situation. She dragged Li Zikai towards the exit, warning Wang Bin to follow. Qianrui attempted to intervene. Qianrui, let her pass, Nangong Qinghe commanded. She turned to him, are you not leaving? Qianrui assumed the girl was engaging him in conversation, his expression one of confusion. What was she saying? Suddenly, she addressed Nangong Qian directly. Her demeanor was not one of coercion, but rather a casual inquiry. Nangong Qian, head lowered, stood beside Nangong Qinghe. Upon hearing Jingli's intention to depart, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, tiptoeing uncertainly. However, upon hearing the esteemed figure call her name, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at Nangong Qinghe. His expression remained impassive, seemingly indifferent to her reaction. Miss Liang, as for Qian, I will go with you. Before Nangong Qinghe could finish, Nangong Qian leapt towards Jingli, having initially feared that she would be left behind. Nangong Qian. Nangong Qinghe's tone was stern, an invisible pressure radiating from him. As Qian took 2 steps forward, she found herself ensnared by an unseen barrier. Disobedient, he muttered, turning around, his aura chilling as if a snowstorm were imminent. Even Si Yuan was taken aback. Nangong Qinghe's reputation was well-deserved. Witnessing his power firsthand, Si Yuan contemplated the disparity between himself and Nangong Qinghe. He perhaps was not his equal. What followed was even more astonishing. Nangong Qian felt trapped in a square enclosure, able to see everything outside yet unable to escape. She pounded against the walls, panic rising as she cried out, "Brother, brother, something's wrong." It was only when she saw Nangong Qinghe approach with a composed expression and an aura of frost that she realized it was her brother. Her brother also possessed unknown abilities that she had never fathomed. She felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Her brother, who had grown up alongside her, had kept so many secrets. Others observed this spectacle, unable to grasp the truth, merely thinking Nangong Qian was putting on a show, unsure of what madness she was enacting. The inexplicable strikes seemed like mere theatrics. Meanwhile, Duoi cowered in the corner. Fear etched on her face as she surveyed her surroundings, apprehensive of any sudden attacks. She too bore a protective charm, yet it was evident that something capable of breaching her defenses was present. She could hardly fathom its true power. Nangong Qian's reaction only heightened her dread. Perhaps the force striking her and the one preventing Nangong Qian's escape were of the same ilk. Are you not leaving? The girl's voice bore an unmistakable urgency as she casually approached Nangong Qian. The invisible barrier seemed non-existent in her presence. Standing in the sunlight, the warm rays enveloped her in a golden halo, radiating an aura of purity and sanctity. Yet, in the next moment, she shattered Nangong Qian's illusion, slowly crouching, resting her chin on her hand, her posture decidedly nonchalant, as if she had learned such demeanor from the scammers themselves, an almost juvenile display. She looked as though she might have a cigarette dangling from her lips. Upon hearing Lin Zishan's name, Nangong Qian felt invigorated. Shan is here to save us. Nangong Qian quickly rose, casting a wary glance at her brother as he stepped forward. Her mouth opening and closing as she hesitantly uttered, "My brother won't let me leave." "Oh," Jingli replied simply. Nangong Qian. "Dato, what on earth did the esteemed figure mean? Did she wish to take her with her or not?" Nangong Qinghe, upon witnessing the breach of his barrier, fixed his gaze on Jingli, seemingly addressing Nangong Qian while his focus remained steadfastly on her. Qianrui, already aware of his leader's capabilities, stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, incredulous at what had just transpired. What just happened? Who breached our leader's barrier? Could it be Liang Jingli? His mind raced, filled with doubt and disbelief. This woman possessed foresight. Could she possibly have other abilities? That would be utterly extraordinary. Si Yuan remained in the background, quietly gathering his energy, readying himself for a surprise attack. Yet the girl approached Nangong Qian with an air of nonchalance, startling him. "What are you looking at? Want to take your sister away?" Nangong Qinghe, the epitome of a leader, concealed his inner turmoil, yet his thoughts swirled with confusion. He could not decipher this woman. It was evident that the intelligence he had received was erroneous. This woman's abilities were not merely foresight. Foresight was a power considered extraordinary, one that had been lost for millennia. It was impossible for it to manifest in her. She might possess a different ability that merely mimicked foresight. "What are you looking at? Want to take your sister away?" Jingli half-crouched, raising her head with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile as she regarded Nangong Qinghe. Nangong Qian, at a loss for words, found herself speechless. The esteemed figure did not seem to enjoy cursing, yet her words carried an oddly accusatory tone. "Of course, she must come with me." Nangong Qinghe spoke her name. But his gaze remained fixated on Jingli. "Oh, and why do you stare at me? Do you wish to fight?" Jingli dragged her words out, inviting confrontation with an air of playful defiance. She seemed to crave a more theatrical exchange, raising her voice to call Si Yuan. "Come on, my good friend. Why not step forward to challenge Captain Nangong?" Despite her petite frame, she possessed an undeniable allure. Moreover, she was acquainted with the young master of the Yun family. As he pondered this, he began to recognize that this young girl was far from ordinary. Had she discerned his identity as a practitioner of the mystical arts? When had this realization occurred? Just now, or perhaps during their earlier encounter, or even before? He was unable to comprehend the situation and was utterly astonished. However, a more challenging predicament soon arose. "Captain Nangong, he is a sorcerer from Dai. Yet for some unknown reason, he has not joined your Huaxia team. Is it possible that your conditions are unsatisfactory?" The young girl spoke with impeccable clarity, her expression radiating sincerity, yet each of her words struck deep into Si Yan's heart. His previously playful gaze vanished, replaced by a ruthless glare. Nangong Qinghe quickly grasped the situation, momentarily disregarding the investigation of the girl before him, and swiftly turned to depart. "Capture him. The sorcerer from Dai must be apprehended." Qian Rui hastily moved closer to Si Yan, while the individuals he had brought were subduing Duo Yi's group. They had not anticipated the presence of such a troublesome man. Every time they attempted to seize the local woman, they were thwarted by this wretched creature. "Brother Si Yin," Duo Yi cried out, "don't leave me behind." Si Yin merely cast a cold glance, unyieldingly walking away. His identity had been compromised, and he could no longer make use of this woman. Losing a pawn left him quite displeased, yet there was no time to dwell on such matters. The oppressive distortion was already closing in on him. He retrieved a string of prayer beads and flung them into the air, where dozens of beads erupted into intense flames, swirling around him. The suffocating sensation of distortion caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Streams of spiritual energy emanated from his chest, propelling him to forge ahead. While Qian Rui quickly pursued him, Si Yin then produced a talisman. The sound of an explosion was deafening, and debris scattered across the ground, momentarily blinding those nearby. By the time the dust settled, Si Yin had already vanished from sight. Qian Rui kicked a large stone in frustration, cursing vehemently, "Damn it, that little brat has harmed so many of our Huaxia people. He will inevitably face retribution." Nangong Qinghe's sharp gaze remained fixed in the direction Si Yin had departed. The shadows cast by the falling leaves nearby made him appear utterly menacing. After a moment, he managed to compose himself. "Qian Rui, document the events that transpired here and prepare a report for the higher-ups." "Yes, boss, but that little rascal got away." "Enough." Nangong Qinghe interjected. He himself could not fathom what secrets the sorcerer from Dai was concealing. Those of lesser strength always managed to evade their pursuit. Time and again they escaped, unsettling his previously steady demeanor. He had a gut feeling that this place harbored another secret akin to that of the Forbidden Mountain. Qian Rui glanced around and then shouted loudly, "Boss, the young lady is missing." Nangong Qinghe was not surprised. He pinched the bridge of his nose, fatigue etched on his face. Forget about her. Nangong Qian had been extraordinarily fortunate since childhood. As long as she did not encounter a sorcerer capable of undermining her luck, she could turn peril into safety. Moreover, she was accompanied by that enigmatic girl, whose motives he could not decipher. That girl was shrouded in mystery, yet it seemed unlikely that she would harm Qian. At the moment when Si Yin abandoned Duo Yi, despair enveloped her completely. She cried and cursed, feeling nothing but wronged. "Han Shang, why did brother Si Yin abandon me? Does he not love me?" The two were bound in the back seat. Han Shang bore clear signs of having been beaten, while Duo Yi appeared relatively unscathed, save for two prominent red handprints on her face. After a moment, he said, "I will not abandon you." His tone was earnest and sincere. Who asked you to stay? I only want Brother Si Yin. What followed was an endless commotion. Han Shang appeared deeply wounded. Are there any photos? The next morning, Nangong Qian was startled awake by Jing Li. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by an enlarged face peering at her, pale and with greenish eyes that swayed from side to side. Who else could it be but Qin Ruolin? Despite her vast experiences, she still felt a twinge of fear. She held her breath, nearly gasping for air, her heart racing. Who could endure such a fright so early in the morning? Are there any photos? The voice repeated from the left front of the bed. Nangong Qian finally recognized it as Jing Li's. Big boss, could you please let her pass? She tightened her grip on the blanket, the hotel lights flickering, as if the magnetic field was awry. Thankfully, the curtains were not fully blackout, allowing some light to seep through. Otherwise, she might have been scared to death. I apologize for making her too wild, but I believe you should become accustomed to such scenes. It will benefit you in the future, Jingli earnestly suggested. No need. Haha, big boss, I don't think I need that. Nangong Qian rarely turned down Jing Li's advice. Very well, do as you wish. Jing Li did not press the matter further. It would not be until later that Nangong Qian fully understood the import of Jing Li's words. Indeed, becoming familiar with such scenarios was the most prudent course for her. Big boss, what did you just say about photos? Lindsay Shan. Yes. Nangong Qian pulled out her phone, pressed it against the wall, and moved it closer to Jing Li, not daring to look directly at Qin Ruolin ahead. Upon reaching Jing Li's side, she saw her engrossed in a chat. The interface noted her as flirtatious little fox. Who could be so flirtatious? Flirtatious little fox. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Jing Li, thank you for the compliment. I wonder if my good friend could assist me with something. On the other end, Si Yin was nearly laughing in anger. Chapter 103. Why won't you add me? How could someone be so shameless? While scheming against him, they could maintain such an indifferent demeanor while asking for favors. Jing Li, surprised, asked, Have I ever wronged you? The interface displayed flirtatious little foxes typing, yet no message appeared for a long while. After several repetitions, a line finally emerged. Flirtatious little fox, speak. What does Miss Liang require of me? Flirtatious little fox, if I can be of assistance, I am certainly open to consideration. Jing Li, thank you. The courtesy was indeed impeccable. Jing Li, I know you are affiliated with Jinjin Temple. I have long admired the renowned Master Hueda from Jinjin Temple. Might I request an introduction? Si Yin stared at this message for quite some time. How did she know his identity? It seemed she had inquired about him beforehand. Was it possible she had taken a liking to him? Imagining Jing Li's and Nangong Qian's respective attitudes toward him, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, perhaps she had taken a fancy to him. Using his master's name to strike up a conversation? After all, his master had an unwritten rule not to bestow blessings upon others. Even if someone sought him out, it would be futile. Flirtatious little fox. Brother knows he is handsome and charming. If you like me, just say so. No need for roundabout ways. Yin had his own thoughts. While he teased Jing Li, he was also becoming serious. He understood that Jing Li was a sorcerer, and her seeking him out was one aspect. Perhaps it truly related to his master, and there were certainly matters he had yet to comprehend. The relationship between Huaxia's sorcerers and those from Dai had reached a freezing point. It was also possible that she sought his master as a mediator to reconcile the two parties. Considering his master was a native-born Huaxia person, however, her aspirations would likely come to naught. How could his master assist those from Huaxia? Perhaps her intentions extended beyond this, carrying another layer of meaning. For many years, he had never encountered such a straightforward sorcerer. There was no subterfuge. She directly sought to meet her master. Yet how could she be certain he would take her to see his master? Si Yin found himself lost in thought. Nangong Qian inadvertently peeked at the screen and was immediately repulsed by the man's words. Big boss, who is this person? His speech gives me goosebumps. She even pretended to gag, expressing her disgust at his oily words. You know him, the one from yesterday morning. Jing Li turned off her phone screen and tapped the table. Photos. Only then did Nangong Qian take her phone and begin to browse through the pictures. In the photo, there were three individuals. Herself, Jian Lingling, and the other, a beautiful girl with a radiant smile, was clearly Lin Zishan. She looked incredibly lovely, yet her fate seemed rather unfortunate. She used to often be at odds with Chuxia? Jing Li inquired nonchalantly. At odds? Wasn't it Chuxia who always opposed her? Nangong Qian's expression soured at the mere mention of Chuxia, her tone laced with ire, completely devoid of any ladylike demeanor. The two had developed a grudge over this matter. Chuxia frequently stood up for her friends and, with Zhao Yanqing's protection, Zishan had always held a grudge against her. I can't stand her either. Nangong Qian's disdain was palpable when discussing Chuxia. Moreover, she relied on her luck. How could someone like her receive so much assistance from others? The key was that every time she faced difficulties, there always seemed to be someone to help her out. It was as if she had benefactors at every turn in her life. How perplexing. Jing Li paused mid-sip, seriously scrutinizing Nangong Qian. Under Jing Li's intense gaze, Nangong Qian felt a shiver run down her spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Can you perceive this? As the chosen one, the people around her were naturally arranged by the Tao of Heaven, making her the protagonist, with everyone around her merely supporting characters. Individuals like Nangong Qian could only be considered as in-number supporting characters, mere minor roles. Now, this minor role had been saved by her, yet her intellect had markedly improved. What do you mean by this? Nangong Qian asked, bewildered. As the chosen one, she naturally enjoys far more privileges than you, a mere supporting character. Supporting character? Am I merely a supporting character? Nangong Qian's face fell. She came to understand that she was simply a scripted NPC arranged by the heavens for Chuxia, serving to supplement the baseline of her life. After all, the lead role cannot carry the entire performance alone. She languidly draped herself over the sofa, yearning to lean on Jing Li's shoulder, only to be deftly evaded by Jing Li, who insisted. Not in a Yuri way, keep your distance. It was only recently that she learned women could also die in her era. She had only heard of such things concerning men. She had never actually witnessed anything involving women. Perhaps it was her ignorance, but she truly had never encountered it before. Nangong Qian. What on earth has the big shot learned? How come they know about Yuri? Her orientation is perfectly normal. Thank you very much. Alas, seeing the big shot's disdainful and evasive demeanor, Nangong Qian was utterly speechless. Had she truly misunderstood? She shook her arms, which had gone numb from being pressed down, pursed her lips and shifted the topic. If I am a supporting character, then what about you, big shot? Are you also a supporting character? Jing Li paused in her action of picking up her phone, a flicker of confusion crossing her face as she explained. Perhaps it's a loophole. Her very existence may have already been. The screen flickered incessantly. Chat messages continued to pop up. Jing Li opened the chat interface, and her eyes were immediately met with a barrage of messages from Flirtatious Little Fox. Flirtatious Little Fox. Could it be that you're shy? Several minutes passed. Flirtatious Little Fox. Where are you? Have you given up already? Flirtatious Little Fox. All right, I'll take you. But what can you offer in return? Ultimately, she seemed to relent, the interface lingering on the last message. Fine, I'll take you. In a couple of days, there will be an incense offering ceremony at the temple where the master will gather devotees from all over Dai to chant scriptures. Wealthy patrons of Dai will also be invited to this ceremony, and I will notify you to come and meet the master. Fearing that Jing Li might not find Jianjin Temple, she even sent a location. Jing Li stared at her phone, slowly typing out 2 words, thank you. Yet her eyes held no trace of emotion, no joy for having achieved her aim, nor any genuine gratitude, as if she were merely following a task protocol. Among the many messages was one she couldn't comprehend. Why not add me? It was a verification message. Chapter 104. I'll add you next time. A barrage of inquiries, and Jing Li found it amusing but still accepted the request. Jing Li's profile picture was adorably cute, while the other person's was starkly contrasting. An ominous black interspersed with hints of crimson, a rather abstract figure. Staring at it for too long could dampen one's spirits, evoking feelings of melancholy and stirring up unpleasant memories. Jing Li found it intriguing. She was quite satisfied with this profile picture, which had been chosen for her by Nangong Qian. She had always been indifferent, using whatever was available without the inclination to change. The sound of fingers tapping away on her phone echoed in the air. Although the typing speed was not swift, it was earnest. You still owe me half of what you promised. Jing Li did not inquire how the person on the other end knew she had added someone else. The ailing one had a penchant for peculiar behaviors. They shared an unspoken understanding, each choosing not to mention the other's oddities. Jing Li. All right. Yun Qi felt an inexplicable frustration brewing within him. His name was straightforward, and the chat setting displayed simply as Yun Qi. However, the most striking feature was that his name was not presented in the usual standard font, but rather in a handwritten style. The appearance of cursive script on an electronic screen was indeed curious. If Yunqi knew Jing Li's thoughts, he would likely boast, "This is the power of wealth, making you mock my poverty." Jing Li, Yunqi, you can add another man, but why not add me? Are you looking down on my financial status? Yunqi's eyes fixated intently on the screen. The mention of poor ignited a fire of indignation within him. How could anyone dare to label him as such? The indicator showed the other party was typing, albeit slowly. Jing Li, are you not poor? Was the last meal not enough? Yunqi, next time, I'll make sure you have more than enough. Someone was banging away on their phone. Jing Li remained expressionless. Oh, Jing Li, then you can delete me, and I'll add you next time. A free meal companion, after all, couldn't hurt to keep on good terms. Yunqi, is that person nice? Jing Li, Yunqi, you added them, Jing Li, but it's free entry to the temple. Upon reading this message, Yunqi couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. He couldn't quite fathom why. He just found himself wanting to explore the secrets hidden behind the expressionless girl. To him, Jing Li was like a shrouded mist, deeply captivating him and igniting a desire to uncover the ultimate mystery concealed behind her. Bai Yesheng. The youth, clad in a simple black hiking outfit, possessed a fit physique radiating strength, yet his complexion bore a sickly pallor that was alarming, juxtaposed with an extraordinary beauty. This was a peak that could be reached by car. The lush trees enveloped the entire mountain. And in the distance, one could see the continuous range of mountains, with a grand and imposing Buddha standing in the southeast. At the foot of the Buddha lay the resplendent Jianjin temple. Young Master Bai Yesheng emerged from another vehicle, standing straight beside the SUV. Only then did he turn his head. Yunqi suppressed his urge to curse and shouted again, "Bai Yesheng." His tone was decidedly unpleasant. Bai Yesheng finally reacted, lifting his shades to look at him quizzically. "Young Master, I'm right beside you." His implication seemed to suggest that Yunqi was being foolish for calling out to him. Yunqi took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to lash out, and asked, "Where's the telescope I asked you to bring?" "It's on you, isn't it?" Bai Yesheng remained still, utterly perplexed as to why the young master was suddenly angry. "Where is it? Tell me where it is." Yunqi jumped down, only to discover that the telescope he had hung on his back had indeed fallen out. The two could only stare at each other in disbelief, the moment turning awkward. Yunqi had no choice but to pick up the telescope and, clearing his throat, muttered softly, "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" "I just mentioned it." The young master forgot. "All right, have you completed your task?" Yunqi interrupted Bai Yesheng, climbing back onto the roof of the car and raising the telescope to gaze towards the distant Jianjin temple. "It's all set." "Young master, but what I don't understand is why we have to sneak in. We're wealthy too. Why not just walk in directly? Why disguise our identities? Who could be wealthier than the Yun family?" Bai Yesheng scratched his head, his large noggin filled with confusion. His rugged physique exuded a sense of security. "This is Dai?" Yunqi stressed. "Oh, what if it's Dai? Can't we buy it? Our family is quite rich." Yunqi. What ambition, young man. He had never considered how his family's wealth was perceived among his bodyguards, to the extent that they could buy a country with ease. No wonder his father never listened to him before. "Tsk. Young master, why aren't you talking?" Bai Yesheng continued to ask. Most of the visitors were there to offer incense. He turned in another direction, noticing a peculiar spot with hardly anyone around, yet the doors were wide open, a stark contrast to the crowd on the other side. While he was observing, Bai Yesheng chattered away, sharing his own opinions and asking questions about common knowledge that Yunqi found impossible to answer. Bai Yesheng was practically a die-hard fan of his father. Annoyed, Yunqi felt as if he were being buzzed by a fly. "Young master, be quiet, will you?" Yunqi set down the telescope. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Bai Yesheng immediately fell silent. The young master could be quite fearsome when angered. Having followed Yunqi for many years, Bai Yesheng had learned his temperament well. While he was generally oblivious to other matters, he could easily recognize when Yunqi was upset, likely due to having been scolded often. The moment the telescope was raised to his eyes, a figure suddenly darted into his line of sight. He squinted, trying to discern what was happening over there. It appeared as though the person had locked onto him from a distance, their gaze piercing through the space between them, followed by a strange smile. Chapter 105. One cannot live without aspirations. The empty, deep meditation room fell into darkness. Yunqi wished to see more clearly. The figure vanished without a trace. Young master, Bai Yesheng climbed onto the SUV's roof. Mimicking Yun Qi's stance, peering in the direction Yun Qi was looking, he saw nothing unusual. What are you looking at? Isn't that the temple over there? The young master had always been rather carefree. Let us head down, Yun Qi commanded, instructing Zhang Ji to hurry over. Jinjin Temple is no ordinary place. Understood, young master. Yun Qi deftly leapt from the rugged vehicle, a sight that was truly pleasing to the eye. Bai Yesheng, a robust figure and a paragon of health, astonishingly found himself outpaced by those with chronic ailments, in the very instant he descended. Yun Qi had already pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward in a cloud of dust that stung Bai Yesheng's eyes. Yet, he dared not linger for even a moment. Urgently, he urged the others to take the wheel and hastily leaped into the back seat. Drive swiftly, pursue the young master. He has fled again, the driver complied, swiftly following the vehicle ahead, vanishing into the distance like a wisp of smoke. At this moment, Jingli sat regally at the head of the gambling establishment, in the dimly lit underground. Emotions fluctuated wildly. Here, joy and despair coexisted among the gamblers, where fortunes could be won or lost in an instant. Each face was etched with desire, dreaming of achieving greatness and ascending to a higher status. Life is finite, yet material desires are boundless. These individuals, with twisted worldviews and values, succumbed to a moral decay that inevitably led to corruption, often losing sight of how many had sold their homes, possessions, or even their families. Their compulsive gambling could not be quelled by mere self-restraint. Outside, the desperate continued to gamble with bloodshot eyes, while inside, the fallen lay strewn about, each one clutching their injuries and groaning in pain. Wang Bin, you traitor! A voice thundered from below. They gritted their teeth, their chests heaving with rage, a tempestuous fury bursting forth. Traitor! The boss will surely have your head, damn you. Wang Bin. As emotions flared, many joined in the tirade. Wang Bin, standing beside Jingli, dared not lift his gaze, but upon hearing the outcry, he mustered the courage to look up, coldly mocking. Spare me your empty bravado. If you were truly bold, you would resist now. A bunch of cowards, yet you dare to mock me, you? Were it not for you bringing that wretched point, one began, but Jingli shot a piercing glance, causing him to falter. Were it not for you accompanying her, would we be in this situation? It was he who had never disclosed to this woman their stronghold's location and day. If you hadn't mentioned it, how would she have known? Another pointed at Jingli. Enough! Conserve your energy. Jingli rubbed her temples, her hands casually resting on the solid wooden chair. If the noise continues, I may soon lose my patience. She leaned forward, her eyes filled with earnestness. Nangong Qian stood behind her. While Li Zikai glared with intent at the assembly at a glance, it appeared as though Jingli commanded two loyal subordinates, exuding an imposing presence that quelled the raucous crowd. Now, each person bore a strand of hair wrapped tightly around their necks. Impossible to sever, Daiti was akin to an unbreakable wire. A gentle tug would leave a deep crimson mark. The very chill emanating from the hair sent shivers through their spines, instilling a fear akin to that which Wang Bin had felt upon first encountering it. However, here, Qin Ruolin's malevolence had intensified. Suspended in midair, she drooled hungrily over the delectable prey below. She licked her lips, as though ready to indulge at any moment. Yet, the wicked woman held her back, forcing her to suppress her cravings. Jingli had initially brought Wang Bin along merely to persuade them to assist in becoming the local overlords. Regrettably, these individuals showed little ambition. The counsel she offered was met with skepticism. Despite presenting a mutually beneficial solution, they remained obstinate. As one who relished in aiding others, she felt compelled to assist them further. Have you made up your minds? Jingli inquired with narrowed eyes. Even if you kill us, we cannot help you against Haisha? Oh, Jingli cast a sidelong glance. Why is that? Haisha and his adversaries never meet a good end. Indeed, they echoed. Confronting Haisha would only lead to a more painful demise. Haisha is the second-ranking boss in the region. Who would dare oppose him? Besides, we are but a small organization. Do you not harbor any aspirations? Jingli's tone resonated like that of a cult leader. Rising from her seat, she gestured for Wang Bin to make way, which he did, retracting his head in haste. She navigated around the fallen leader before her, casting her gaze upon those sprawled on the ground. Living without ideals is unacceptable. They are indeed the second-ranked organization. The man, frightened by Jing Li's scrutiny, muttered under his breath, "Who would dare take them on? You are merely making excuses for your lack of ambition. As subordinates, your complacency and idleness warrant dismissal." The fallen gamblers murmured in protest. "Is this truly about ambition? This is a matter of life and death. People can die here." Yet one countered, "But if you do not strive, you will die regardless." The young woman smiled warmly, her demeanor suggesting that the one seeking their demise was not herself, but rather that of a mediator among them. Wang Bin and the others fell silent, taken aback by her unsettling yet captivating presence. This woman exuded an enigmatic aura, a sense of madness that was inexplicably compelling. Only Nangong Qian remained unwavering in her devoted admiration, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the formidable leader. Jing Li's suggestions grew increasingly absurd, and as she spoke, it appeared that some were wavering in their resolve. Nonetheless, the majority maintained their defiant postures. One individual, stout and unyielding, declared, "I will not yield to a vile woman like you."